In a remote mountain village of the Xia Kingdom, nestled on the slopes of Nitushan, stood a modest house built of blue bricks and mud. The walls bore faded, red inscriptions reading National Timber Yard. A gust of wind whistled through the trees, rustling the leaves. Amidst the wind's howl, a dark figure abruptly halted at the entrance of the house, the impact stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Bathed in the warm sunlight, the shadow revealed the face of a young man, pale, yet striking. He shook the large snakeskin bag slung over his shoulder and murmured to himself, "I wonder how things are now." At that moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The young man waved his hand, and the dust, like a disciplined procession, was swept aside by the wind. As he closed the gate behind him, the dust settled once more, as if nothing had transpired. Upon stepping into the courtyard, the young man's pupils flickered momentarily, and he unleashed a pulse of mental energy that swept across the entire space. All seems well. The advantage of this remote location is its solitude. The only downside is the distance to the town. He deftly navigated through the scattered debris in the yard and entered a side room of the flat. Inside, a glowing incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a dim yellow light that illuminated the room's arrangement. In the center stood an aquarium, surrounded by a bookshelf brimming with various items, beside which were several tightly sealed plastic barrels. The young man set down his backpack and hurried to the fish tank, his face lighting up with joy. Within the aquarium swirled a liquid of sapphire hue, continuously crashing against the walls, producing sounds reminiscent of ocean waves. "Tianxing, report the current status," he commanded, and a blue holographic screen flickered to life before him. Consumption of 108 ability orbs, 5 of the owner's soul essence, and 1 portion of primal blood. Based on the synthetic route derived from simulations, the following item has been created to meet the owner's requirements. Item name: Tianxing Liquid. Function: when combined with the temporal force field, it can establish the foundational template for creation. This liquid accelerates the evolutionary process of living beings, enhancing their potential for evolution and imprinting an eternal mark. It exerts absolute suppression on created beings and their progeny, restricting the growth of biological forms. Even if the created beings escape the confines of the sandbox, it remains effective. Upon reading this, the young man sighed in relief. Fortunately, it succeeded. It was worth the toll on my soul essence and the extraction of so many ability orbs, even if the quantity seems a bit diminished. However, retaining those abilities serves little purpose aside from God level and super God level abilities. The ordinary ones are gradually dissipating. Transforming them into the everlasting Tianxing liquid is their true utility. He lifted the lid from the bottom of the tank and filled a mineral water bottle with the liquid. He then placed a vibrant green sphere, radiating vitality, from the center of the tank into a plastic bottle. Subsequently, the young man clenched his fist, and a unique aura enveloped the room, ethereal, tranquil, desolate. This aura sealed the entire aquarium, and after a burst of light, it vanished. The temporal field has been established. Please provide a name. Aquarium World Beta version. Naming completed. Added to the temporal database. Shall the operational rights be transferred to Tianxing? The owner may utilize Tianxing to precisely manipulate time. Given the owner's current state of physical impairment from a battle, to conserve strength and resources, Tianxing advises against significantly accelerating time. The time manipulation range is from 1 year to 3,000 years. If the owner seeks revenge, Tianxing can estimate the approximate coordinates, predicting a duration of 5 days. With the owner's full utilization of spatial rules, there exists a possibility of directly returning to the coordinates that I consent to the transfer. As for returning, that is unnecessary. With my current strength, I cannot guarantee a successful return, and even if I could, it would merely be a fruitless endeavor. In any case, I do not suffer loss, as I have obtained what I desired and saved the world in the process. The karmic ties have been resolved. There is no need for further inquiry. However, should boredom strike in the future, I may consider revisiting. I am curious to see if, without the Crimson Sun, any new extraordinary beings might emerge. Perhaps that world will give birth to new rules. Understood, Master. Tianxing's words evoked memories of the young man's previous world. He was Feng Tian, an ordinary middle school student destined for an unremarkable life attending university, finding a job, marrying, and laboring for a family. Yet everything changed on that fateful day. On January 10th, 2024, a crimson sun designated as the Red Sun unexpectedly appeared in his world. This celestial body altered the trajectory of human societal development, upheaving it entirely. The Red Sun would intermittently release waves of red light, enveloping the entire star system and concealing various extraordinary powers within its brilliance. Those chosen would emerge as superhumans, wielding abilities such as controlling fierce winds, conjuring flames, or summoning thunder. Among the most remarkable were those who possessed powers akin to deities, mastering the forces of reality itself. Initially, humanity perceived this as a divine blessing, leading to conflicts among superhumans. However, subsequent events revealed that this was not merely a boon for humanity. As if a resurgence of spiritual energy had occurred, numerous creatures underwent grotesque transformations. Mice swelled to the size of cattle, and mosquitoes metamorphosed into eagles. They too developed extraordinary abilities, becoming the very monsters of myth and legend. They ravenously consumed humanity, claiming dominion over the land. Had it not been for the emergence of powerful human beings prior to the beast's calamity, humanity would have likely been annihilated a decade earlier. Despite this, the nascent Supreme United Government spent nearly a century maintaining control of the situation, confining the monstrous beasts to the fringes of civilization. Feng Lingtian became one of the human heroes who arose amidst the century-long conflict. Once the situation stabilized, the Supreme Government swiftly imposed order upon the superhumans. Utilizing unknown means to uncover his primary ability harvest supergod level, which allowed him to potentially acquire everything from nearby deceased individuals, including abilities, vitality, and insights. This highly advantageous power incited envy in the world government, which sought to seize his ability orbs. However, relinquishing his primary ability would jeopardize his life, and naturally, he rejected the government's proposition to contribute to humanity's advancement. This refusal sowed discord between him and the government, ultimately leading to an unfortunate confrontation. In the year 2134, he led an expedition to the Red Sun, incurring immense costs and slaying the imperial-level beast that had taken residence atop the sun. However, he soon found himself besieged by the world's elites. In a desperate bid for survival, he plunged into the sun, forcibly absorbing other ability users with the power of reality. Upon elevating his own strength to its peak and slaying numerous foes, he lost his sanity and collided with the Crimson Sun. When he regained consciousness, his consciousness was affixed to a red sphere, drifting aimlessly through the silent void of space. As his mind teetered on the brink of collapse, the sphere shattered, releasing a burst of red light. Upon awakening again, he found himself inhabiting the body of a young man. It was akin to a rebirth. The youth's body was frail, vitality waning like a flickering candle, rendering it an unsuitable vessel. Feng Lingtian initially contemplated exchanging bodies or abandoning his corporeal form altogether. However, he soon realized that he could not depart until this body succumbed to exhaustion and death. Yet if the vessel perished, his abilities would dissipate, a fate he wished to avoid. Yet doing nothing was equally unfeasible. Since his awakening, aside from a few rule-based abilities, all others have been steadily vanishing. Like a drop of ink dispersing in the ocean, the disappearance of his extraordinary abilities hastened the waning of a young man's vitality. If this issue remained unresolved, his demise would merely be a matter of time. Although Feng Lingtian could resort to the devouring of living beings to sustain his existence and the continuity of his ordinary powers, such a choice would engender dependence, demanding ever-increasing quantities and qualities of life. Furthermore, there would be intermittent periods of slumber. Choosing this path was not in Feng Lingtian's nature, unless he could extinguish the lives of every being on this planet before seeking out other worlds teeming with life. He was confronted with a stark reality. The universe did not harbor an abundance of such worlds. At least during his lengthy odyssey, he had not encountered any other forms of life. However, he conceived a novel idea, one that could not only preserve his precarious existence, but also facilitate his cultivation and mastery of the rules. By amalgamating the divine abilities within his being, he could pursue a method of cultivation he had yearned to explore in his previous life, to create worlds and shepherd the heavens. Embracing the role of a diminutive creator, he would wield the power of rules to harness his extraordinary abilities and expedite his recovery. In doing so, he would discover a new transcendent path and elevate his own essence. Moreover, witnessing the worlds he crafted would prove to be an exhilarating endeavor. Chapter 2. The birth of the Ant-Man through the creation of miniature worlds, the evolution of civilizations, and the emergence of the power of rules. He harvested this power as sustenance for growth. When in a good mood, he occasionally tested newly derived extraordinary pathways within this world, perhaps hoping that it too would embark on a journey towards the extraordinary. Feng Lingtian relinquished ordinary abilities, melding his spirit with the creation of celestial star liquid. All that came into contact with this liquid, infused with the wisdom of his mythical seal, would become hosts of the blood of myth. The blood would proliferate, divide, and accumulate alongside the growth of the wisdom seeds. Upon the host and Apos' demise, he would receive the most primal feedback, compensating for the decay of corporeal vitality. Additionally, it served as a safeguard. Should his self-rescue fail and his physical form disintegrate, as long as sufficient seals remained, they would form anchor points, embodying his holographic fragments. The fragments drifting within the subworld would reassemble due to the power of rules. This was indeed a promising investment endeavor. Feng Lingtian raised his hand, commanding, "Establish a temporal folder for the celestial star, documenting all of this as a reference for future world creation." In the air, several tiny golden particles shimmered. "Understood, Master." The current date is September 20th, 2023, in the Blue Star realm. Temporal microparticles have been created and dispersed for continuous observation of the subworld, Fishbowl. Truly, I am remarkable. My creations after years of cosmic wandering are exceptionally practical. Feng Lingtian grasped a bucket containing soil he had treated, void of any signs of life. He poured the soil, along with some stones, into the fishbowl, creating an irregular distribution. As the creator, he roughly delineated plains and hills, reserving lower areas for lakes and rivers. For his first world, Feng Lingtian did not invest much effort. He merely regarded it as an experimental specimen, not wasting the celestial star liquid clinging to the fishbowl walls. He utilized the wind rule to gather it into floating droplets, which he then sprinkled into the fishbowl using a red scoop. The water flowed along the designated riverbeds, forming lakes, streams, and seas. With the terrain established, it was time to introduce trees. The youth retrieved a conical bottle from the shelf, filled with small spheres, predominantly green, along with a few translucent insect eggs, centipede cattle. Thankfully, everything was prepared. Otherwise, I would have been flustered. The bottle contained spores of ferns and a few small pests, sourced from Bullhead Mountain, specifically designed for the microworld as sustenance for its inhabitants. With a snap of his fingers, the floating droplets began to descend slowly, landing throughout the fishbowl. The spores scattered in the gentle breeze. After completing this, the man took a beaker from the shelf, capped with a dense lid. Beneath the lid was a mass of black entities, ants. Feng Lingtian added a bit of water with a scoop, mixing it with the celestial star liquid. He then poured the diluted light blue water into the beaker and shook it vigorously to ensure thorough blending. Feng Lingtian did not hasten to introduce the ants into the fishbowl. The celestial star adjusted time, accelerating the fishbowl world by 1,000 years. As the command was executed, rapid changes unfolded within the fishbowl. Flora appeared and vanished, differentiating into various species. Mountains rose and collapsed, and diverse terrains emerged, rendering everything increasingly realistic. When time halted, Feng Lingtian observed something particularly surprising at the center of the fishbowl, a tree, roughly the size of a human arm. To an outsider, it might be considered a shrub, but within the fishbowl, it was akin to a colossal tree. He murmured, "A creeping plant has inadvertently mixed in. Well, it matters not, let it be." He casually released the ants into the fishbowl, his arm lowering as a beam of white light descended. Seal the space. Space has been sealed, obscuring the real world. Block all electromagnetic signal transmission. Conceal the visage of the creator. Prevent the proactive return of the blood of myth. Feng Lingtian sighed. He had already consumed a portion of the celestial star liquid. The complete rules remaining to him were only control wind, space, celestial star, harvest, and time corridor, along with a life-shaping essence contained in a mineral water bottle, intended to enhance the celestial star liquid. He had made his choice, officially becoming the creator, master of the fishbowl. However, this was merely a temporary state. As evolution commenced, a report of civilization was detected. Under the influence of the time corridor, the fishbowl world underwent rapid transformation. Notably, the ants, having been anthropomorphized, began to stand upright, evolving into ant-men. The ant-men have diversified, exhibiting bipedalism. The once few ant nests transformed into dozens scattered throughout the fishbowl world. Yet, these primal, instinctual states could not yet be deemed civilization. The ant-man species are classified into red ants and black ants. The ant-men have named the Yuggoth tree, exhibiting a reaction of life energy accumulation. Shall we absorb it? Fonling Dion focused his thoughts, sensing the life energy of deceased ant-men converging beneath the central tree. The blood of myth permeated the atmosphere, and he could absorb it at will. Perhaps I shall wait for a more concentrated accumulation. The quantity is too sparse. Without lingering, he continued to direct his finger until a voice emerged, detecting the birth of an intelligent species. Current civilization form, tribal civilization. Hearing the prompt, Feng Lingtian gazed at the report from the celestial star, which clearly detailed the origins of the ant-men. The ant-man world is divided into the red ants and black ants, with the Yuggoth tree and the Great River serving as demarcations, forming two vast territories. The two major factions identify themselves through their respective tribes. The black ants primarily subsist on millet grass seeds. Having grasped the basic information, he requested visual data from the notes. Affirmative. The celestial star amplified the screen. Ant-men gathered beneath the central tree, bowing in reverence. Most of their bodies were encased in black shells, with exposed areas revealing white soft tissue. Each ant-man possessed 6 hands. Yet each hand bore only 2 claws, unlike humans. The lead figure bowing was an ant-man thrice the size of the others, surrounded by countless corpses of deceased red ants. Clearly, offerings. As the creator, he chose not to interfere with their sacrificial customs. Civilization has its own path of development. Each ant-man and oppos, as mandibles moved rhythmically. Through the celestial star's voice translation, Feng Lingtian understood their fervent chants. Zeluo, which roughly conveyed meanings of supremacy, grandeur, eternity, and brilliance. Brilliance? I am hardly a bald creator. Feng Lingtian glanced upward at the yellow bulb behind his head, understanding the source of this peculiar situation. Chapter 3. The Ant King, O Sovereign of all creation, eternal behemoth. Everlasting divine light, magnificent Zeluo, existence above all. Today, I have triumphed in the Guardian War, banishing the red ants, and have been unanimously elected by the tribes. From this day forth, I shall become the first male chieftain and the first male priest since the birth of the ant people. I vow to protect the tribe. May the great Zeluo bear witness. Feng Lingtian, through the celestial star, learned of the origins of the Guardian War spoken of by the ant people. Through the passage of time, the world within the fish tank has been divided into 2 parts by the Yog's tree and a great river, the northern wasteland and the southern marsh. The northern wasteland, home to the red ants, is rather barren, struggling to yield grain grass, yet it produces pasture suitable for raising centipede cattle. The inhabitants lead a nomadic life, following the grazing patterns of their herds. In contrast, the plains occupied by the black ants are rich in water bodies, sustaining a lifestyle centered around the cultivation of grain grass. Due to the differing geographical environments, these 2 ant civilizations have evolved distinct forms, one nomadic and the other agricultural. However, when the climate deteriorates, nomadic civilizations are invariably the first to collapse, while agricultural civilizations, with their dietary habits, tend to retain reserves to withstand crises. When food becomes insufficient for survival, conflict inevitably arises, and war becomes a significant catalyst for the emergence and evolution of civilizations. To achieve victory, civilizations instinctively adapt, cultivating more efficient and survival-oriented production relationships and organizational structures. Wisdom is born amidst iron and fire, as exemplified by the great ant tribe. The flames of war ravaged the fish tank world, inevitably drawing the tribe near the Yog's tree into its tempest. All their queens perished in a sudden raid by the red ants, and according to tradition, this tribe would have faced collapse. Yet, a formidable warrior emerged, transcending norms to assume the rights of the queen, repelling the enemy's assault, and sheltering the surrounding tribes. Through this victory in battle, he became the first male chieftain, marking a transformation in the immutable biological instincts of the ant people and the formation of a new covenant. This is a sign of the celestial decree regarding the emergence of civilization. The ant people gazed upon the towering figure shrouded in mist, bowing their heads. As their long, still bodies stirred, the great ant felt immense anxiety. This was the first appearance of a male leader since the ant people's inception. He had intended to declare his legitimacy through a sacrificial rite in the name of the divine, But he had not anticipated a response from the deity. Though the queens of the other tribes had acquiesced, he was overwhelmed with fear. As the hand of the colossal beast descended with a fierce wind, the great ant cried out, "O great deity, my ascension to leadership has been forced upon me. Please do not punish my tribe. I shall bear all suffering." The enormous hand seemed to heed the call of the great ant, pausing as a gust swept through. A mountain of white, towering as high as several ants and exuding a delectable aroma, descended before him. A grand, icy voice resonated in the great ant's ears. "My creation. Your actions have facilitated the formation of ant civilization, aligning with the wise species and amp, Apos, instinct to protect themselves. This mountain of pure white is a reward. Its sustenance is exquisite and will enhance the queen's egg-laying capacity. Henceforth, your name shall be Zhuashi-Go, the king of this realm, the ant people. When you raise the flame of civilization, I shall return once more to bestow true rewards. Should you find yourself in confusion, seek the top of the Yog's tree, where the stone of revelation awaits." Echoes reverberated in the great ant and Apos' mind, causing his body to tremble. He watched as the figure cloaked in white mist vanished from sight. Overwhelmed with emotion, he emitted a triumphant roar. For millennia, only queens had served as priests and tribal leaders, yet the deity had never responded to sacrifices or prayers. The first divine response came not to a queen, but to him, an anomaly among the ant people. Not only was he not chastised for his and amp, Apos, rebellion, and amp, Apos, but he was also bestowed with a name and genuine divine oracle. The ants stood in astonishment as the divine figure disappeared. Yet the holy light above assured them that the deity was watching over their world. This was their first encounter with the deity and Apos' action and disappearance. Filled with pride, reverence, and fervor, the great ant rose, shedding tears of gratitude for the deity's leniency and mercy, for not punishing him for seeking to invoke the divine name. Turning, the great ant waved his antennae, releasing a pheromone message that could only be transmitted once in a lifetime. The invisible signals landed upon the antennae of the ants below. All who came into contact with the pheromone instantly comprehended the message. "My brethren, the great Luo has responded to me and granted me the name Zhuashi-Go, king of the ant people. I shall lead you to ignite the flame of civilization and fulfill the divine mandate. This mountain of pure white." The news left the ants in shock. Had it not been for the pheromone and Apos' truthfulness, they would scarcely have believed Zhuashi-Go and Apos' words. He gazed at the mountain, as grand as a mountain range, white as the sky, emanating a sweetness surpassing that of grain grass. With a roar, he drowned out the murmurs of the gathered ants. "This is the snow-white mountain bestowed upon us by Luo. We shall feast upon it for many years and shall no longer face starvation. The deity protects us." As Zhuashi-Go concluded his speech, shouts erupted from unknown corners, and the ants echoed in unison. The roar surged, and the entire fish tank world seemed to transform, brimming with vitality. Amidst Zhuashi-Go and amp, Apos' hearty laughter, he remained oblivious to the incredulity and avarice reflected in the expressions of the ants from other tribes. Concealing his presence, Fengling Tian departed from the side room, gazing at the sun hanging high in the sky, rubbing his stomach, unable to suppress his contentment. "After such a long time. I'm starving. Time for a hot pot." The youth moved with remarkable speed, swiftly packing his backpack. With a snap of his fingers, the door of the vintage green refrigerator swung open, and the compartments automatically popped out. A gentle breeze wafted through the living room. Yet the youth and amp, Apos' clothes remained undisturbed as vegetables and fresh meat on the cement floor floated into the refrigerator, leaving behind a plastic bag and a block of hot pot base. Fengling Tian ignited the fire in the clay stove and prepared the purchased beef tripe, duck blood, and fatty beef. After savoring a bite of the baby bok choy, he displayed a satisfied expression, holding his bowl while surveying the modest kitchen. Feeling that something was amiss, suddenly, Fengling Tian chuckled, realizing the absence of ambience. "No wonder it feels lacking. I should turn on the television. I wonder how many years have passed in the ant people's world while I was cooking and what has transpired there." A gentle shake of his wrist summoned a blue screen before him. "Master, 16 years have passed in the fish tank world." He called forth a compilation of the ant people's lives over the years, featuring Zhuashi-Go as the protagonist, presented in cinematic form. "Eating hot pot while watching a movie sounds delightful. At your command, Master." The film will align with Blue Star Cinema as a template, commencing with a chronological portrayal of significant events. The blue screen flickered a few times before instantly displaying ultra-high-definition images. Chapter 4. The War of the Ant-Man. Feng Ling Tian indulged in a sumptuous hot pot while savoring a film that swiftly unveiled the events surrounding Ant-Man over the years. This cinematic masterpiece, undeniably a feast for the eyes, boasted exquisite cinematography and editing, worthy of a blockbuster that would surely captivate audiences in the theaters of Blue Star. In the year of Zosig, Zosig discovered the properties of the snowy white mountain and allocated a portion of it as sustenance for other black ant tribes. In return, the Zosig tribe acquired 3 female ant people, 2 ordinary queens tasked with procreation and 1 pure white special ant who became Zosig and Apos, as personal consort. The pure white ant, unlike the queens, lacked the immense breeding abdomen and bore a physique akin to that of a typical male ant. In the second year of Zosig, the consumption of the snowy white mountain surged, resulting in the Zosig tribe's population aligning closely with that of other tribes, drawing the envy of their neighbors. The 4 major black ant tribes launched a surprise attack on Zosig, catching them unprepared and inflicting severe losses. The snowy white mountain crumbled during the battle, half of it seized by the attackers. Ultimately, Zosig, despite sustaining grave injuries, led his tribe to repel the enemy, yet was unable to reclaim their lost property. Zosig issued a decree, henceforth forbidding any trust in other tribes and prohibiting them from approaching the Tree of Yuk. In the 6th year of Zosig, following the retreat of the red ants, internal strife erupted. Amid the chaos, a formidable male ant emerged, rallying his forces to vanquish all red ant tribes, ultimately uniting them into a single entity, the Blazing Blood Tribe. In the 7th year of Zosig, the Blazing Blood Tribe sought to conquer fertile lands to the south. Skirting past the Zosig tribe, they targeted other ant tribes. Unlike previous skirmishes, this time the entire red ant race engaged in warfare against the black ants, fielding a formidable army. The onslaught of their forces overwhelmed the black ant tribe, slaughtering all in their path. Witnessing the brutality of the red ants, other tribes found themselves powerless to resist and sought assistance from the Zosig tribe, yearning for the restoration of their former glory. Zosig met the envoys at the edge of his territory. Upon seeing the fear etched on their faces, he paused momentarily before declaring, "I will not aid you." This pronouncement plunged the ant envoys into despair. They gazed at the towering figure of Zosig, their pleas caught in their throats as memories of their past betrayal silenced them. However, shortly after their departure, Zosig, in the name of the Ant King, led his tribe into the most perilous battleground, launching an assault on the Blazing Blood Tribe. This maneuver diverted the red ants and Apos main forces, significantly alleviating the pressure on other tribes, with Zosig and Apos tribe emerging as the shield for their kin. Rumors within the Zosig tribe spread that their king proclaimed on the battlefield, "I am the king. When disaster strikes, I shall shield all, even those who have rebelled." The war raged on for 7 years, during which Zosig gradually assimilated other ant tribes. As the conflict progressed, the battlefield drew nearer to the Tree of Heaven. Both sides committed their full strength, intent on concluding the war at this juncture. The air was filled with the sounds of screams and roars as the red and black ants clashed in a chaotic melee. Yellow and white blood stained the ground, and severed limbs and shattered weapons formed a wall of thorns. Amidst the tide of red ants, a colossal figure charged forth, capturing all attention. Each punch from this giant shattered the bodies of the red ants, while those wielding ant swords could not even pierce its skin. Suddenly, a horn sounded, and the surrounding red ant soldiers retreated. Zosig's expression grew grave. He recognized that their adversaries had unleashed their hidden forces, the red demon ants. The reason for the Blazing Blood Tribe and Apos' overwhelming dominance over other tribes emerged as a formidable threat. Each red demon possessed tenfold the strength of ordinary ants. Encased in an impenetrable shell, initially numbering in the hundreds, Zosig lured the red ants to the snowy white mountain, sacrificing thousands of ant lives and enduring near-fatal injuries to eliminate all the red demons. Zosig had presumed that the red ants had been entirely decimated in that ambush. To think there are still survivors, how cunning they are. The ground trembled as a horde of red ants, each comparable in size to Zosig, charged forth from behind their ranks. Their fiery patterned red shells and muscular builds struck fear into the hearts of the black ants, who understood the peril they posed. Though these new foes did not directly engage in the battle, they converged to besiege Zosig under the command of the horn. With a thunderous crash, Zosig was sent flying. Evading the onslaught of the red demons, he leaped high, dispatching one with a decisive kick, only to glance back at the battlefield. Without his leadership, the black ant formations began to fracture. Yet, he could not afford to retreat. The physical prowess of the red ants far surpassed that of the blacks. Surrendering to the red demons would only exacerbate their plight. Resolute, Zosig understood that the time for hesitation had passed. If he had feared the ambush previously, he was no longer a match for these red demons. As his massive form landed, he unleashed a roar, enveloped in a radiant blue light. He charged towards the red demons, who had previously held their own against him, now appearing as fragile as tofu. Encased in the blue light, Zosig became an unstoppable force. Each punch resonated with a thunderous boom. With every strike, the red demons exploded into fragments, and within 30 minutes, all were vanquished. Zosig pressed onward, determined to confront the red ant forces. At a distance, a commanding middle-aged red ant named Motos sat atop a centipede-like creature, watching in astonishment as the once indomitable red ant army began to falter. A sigh of resignation escaped his lips. I did not anticipate that the Chosen One would be so formidable. We have arrived too late, much like the time we failed to gain the favor of Zealous. Send word for a full retreat. Upon returning to the north, we shall offer Zosig our surrender. Let my head and the method of crafting the red demons serve to quell this king's wrath. He is a true ruler, one who will provide sustenance for the Blazing Blood tribe's survival. Even if he refuses, the provisions we have amassed over these years will suffice for several more. This bounteous land does not belong to us, Motos lamented, his companion nodding in reluctant agreement. My lord, I shall comply. The Blazing Blood tribe will not perish. Motos gazed at the celestial light above, and the verdant fields glistening with reflected radiance. Such sights were foreign to the barren north wastes. He would forever remember the repulsive act of consuming his kin to survive in a desolate land. For the red ants had never known the bounty of the snowy white mountain. They sought assistance, yet aside from the Zosig tribe, which provided a modicum of sustenance, the other ant tribes turned them away. They derided them as the foul sludge of the red wastes, declaring they deserved to perish, to consume the very muck. Zosig, you are a king, but you are not the light. You cannot reign eternally. This bountiful land ought to be governed by the valiant and free-hearted Bloodfire people. Oh, northern wastes, why has your verdant hair yet to sprout? That gravelly terrain bears only the footprints of centipedes. My distant deity, where is my snow? Where is that nectar as sweet as milk? Following the lament, Motos unsheathed the blade fashioned from the shell of a centipede cow, and with a single strike, a head soared high into the air. Chapter 5. Where lies the path of civilization? The resounding call of the horn echoed through the air as the Blazing Blood soldiers began their retreat. Yet the nearest of the fiery blood ant-men did not falter. They fought valiantly to buy time for their army's withdrawal. Under the leadership of Zosig, the defense line collapsed entirely. The fiery blood tribe fled in disarray while the black ant-men relentlessly pursued them until the remnants crossed the boundary river, ceasing only upon Zosig and Apos' command. Covered in blood, Zosig pressed his hand against his wounded abdomen and slowly rose to his feet, surveying the ground strewn with the bodies of ant-men, piled high like a wall, and the dwindling figures across the river. He understood that this war had come to an end. Weariness washed over him, a fatigue born from endless conflict. What is civilization? Where lies the path of civilization? Oh, God, the prosperity for the ant-men that I crave is not to be found in this. In the face of the corpses littering the battlefield, Zosig ordered, in the name of sacrifice, the collection of all the fiery blood ant-men and Apos' bodies to be placed beneath the tree of heaven. A year after the war, Zosig, fortified by immense strength and high prestige, continued the rule established during the conflict. He dispersed the black ant-men tribes, reorganizing their settlements, with leaders appointed based on merit, thus dismantling the era where only the queen governed the other tribes. Following the resolution of matters concerning the black ant-men, Zosig accepted the surrender and submission of the fiery blood ant-men beneath the Yug's tree. From that moment on, he became the rightful king of the ant-men. Upon ascending to the throne, Zosig opened the snowy white mountains for exploitation, resolved food distribution issues, and initiated trade with the bustling city-state of Fiery Blood. This ensured the basic survival of the Fiery Blood city. He immediately turned his attention to divine omens. Beside the roots of the Tree of Heaven, Zosig gazed up at the towering Yug's tree, then withdrew his gaze to embrace the fair-skinned ant-woman beside him. She was his queen, her abdomen notably swollen, an evident sign of pregnancy. I must depart, he said. You are the chosen of the gods. Divine protection will be upon you. Indeed, Daisy, I shall usher in a new future for the ant-men, just as your presence has granted ordinary ant-women the right to bear offspring. This mirrors the growth of both the ant-men and the Yug's tree. After entwining their antennae, Zosig turned and began his ascent along the roots toward the tree's summit. With unwavering resolve and a mind free of distractions, Zosig climbed, keeping the prophecies a secret. He sought not for rewards. His only concern was how to lead the Ant-Man forward. Witnessing this scene, Feng Lingtian savored a mouthful of tender beef, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the tide of events is irreversible. Even without reaching the summit, this king has already catalyzed the emergence of civilization. Although the potential of the Ant-Man is limited, achieving this step is remarkable, and Zosig is now half a step beyond the ordinary. He marveled at how they had harnessed the residual life energy. When fatigue overcame him, Zosig would rest upon the branches, and when hunger struck, he consumed the snow-white stones he carried. As fierce winds threatened to cast him down from the heights, he would unleash a brilliant blue glow, gripping the trunk tightly. Ultimately, after enduring numerous trials and sustaining many injuries, Zosig reached the tree's summit, where stood a rectangular stone, 3 times his height, of a dusty yellow hue, inscribed with symbols he could not comprehend. Is this the stone of revelation? He pondered, yet it offered no guidance on what he should do. After thorough examination yielded no answers, Zosig could not resist approaching the monument again, placing his hand upon its surface. Instantly, the stone emitted a dazzling radiance, piercing through the clouds that had long shrouded the treetops. A light akin to holy brilliance illuminated the entire world of the Ant-Man. Zosig found himself enveloped in warmth, transported to a realm he had never encountered. Waves of information surged into his mind. When he awoke, his once round eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. Zosig wept, kneeling before the celestial light. Thank you, God Zeluo, for your guidance. Your creation shall not betray the revelation. The influx of knowledge brought him excitement and joy, for he discovered that his actions over the years resonated with the stone of revelation. Moreover, God Zeluo did not impose any demands upon him. Instead, he revealed the civilization of another world. Zosig understood the essence of civilization and was willing to sacrifice his life for it, a desire that far surpassed his aspirations when he first became the leader of the male Ant-Man tribe. Upon his return to the ground, Zosig proclaimed to the world that he had received divine insight atop the Yugs tree. None among the Ant-Men who witnessed the light that day harbored doubts. In the first year, Zosig vigorously reformed agricultural practices and invented fire sources for heating and composting. The Ant-Man and Appos' world welcomed its inaugural year of bountiful harvests, with many granaries constructed across the lands to store food. That same year, Zosig declared the establishment of the Zosig dynasty, with its capital in Zosig City, mandating that all city administrators adhere to the king's commands within their territories. In the ensuing years, Zosig crafted laws, written language, poetry, and architectural methods for the Ant-Man. He dismantled the queen's monopoly over reproductive rights, facilitating the relocation of queen ants with abdomens to allow upright queens to form their families and establishing a noble system. Thus, the Zosig dynasty ushered in an era of prosperity, enhancing the humanity and autonomy of the Ant-Man. Posterity would come to know this epic through inscriptions on stone tablets, referring to it as the era of revelation. Outside the narrative, Feng Lingtian observed all of this with satisfaction, pleased with the cinematic contributions of the Ant-Man. Master, shall intervention be necessary? The celestial star can decelerate the relative time for the Ant-Man. The youth, glancing at his unfinished hot pot, declined, responding coolly, Celestial star. Continue the playback. My role is to establish the rules of this world, bestowing upon them wisdom and thought. Do not attempt to grasp everything, for that is the root of calamity. Regardless, all will ultimately return to me. In Zosig City, not far from the Yugs tree, within a chamber adorned with numerous marble-carved tablets depicting various patterns and inscriptions, 2 Ant-Men perused the artifacts. 1, with skin of a pale golden hue, gazed at the engravings recounting the tales of his father, the heroic king of Ant-Man civilization. Skimming over well-known accounts of defensive wars, the Golden Ant-Man focused on 2 unverified rumors, one concerning God Zeluo and Amp, Appos' response to his father and Amp, Appos' sacrifices, bestowing him with divine omens and granting the snowy white mountains. The tablets bore inscriptions of divine revelations, one of which detailed the sighting of the Stone of Revelation atop Yugs. The engravings chronicled many of King Zosig and Appos' accomplishments over the years, affirming their truth. The civilization of the Ant-Men had reached unprecedented heights. This is the tale of my father. Boza, the Red Ant-Man, called by name, withdrew his fervent gaze from the tablets and respectfully bowed to the Golden Ant-Man. Indeed, my Lord Zosig. Yet it does not indicate the source of the king and Appos' power. This may require your highness to inquire of the king. The golden Ant-Man nodded in understanding, patting Boza on the shoulder. You need not be so formal. You are the future lord of Fiery Blood City. Besides, I am merely one among the princes, not the heir. In private, we are still brothers. He departed to the arena, eager to partake in the festivities, for he had heard that a contest of Yggdrasil vines was to be held today, climbing in honor of my father, who had brought back the divine revelation. Boza gazed at the carefree prince with a blend of exasperation and genuine affection, allowing a sincere smile to grace his lips. Very well, Sig. A hearty laugh followed. Now that's the spirit. As the two exited the king's secret chamber, Boza cast a lingering glance at the door, feeling a pang of disappointment mingled with relief. Fortunately, this way, those old geezers will not entertain any ill intentions. Zog is a commendable king, should he ascend as Sig II. The Blazing Blood clan could thrive under his reign. If it weren't and Oppos, T for my reluctance to leave the royal city to inherit the position of priest. Yulot would have long since perished. Chapter 6. The King's Departure. Undercurrents stirring upon the palace of the Zosig Kingdom. King Zosig, adorned in golden armor and a golden crown, gazed into the distance from the royal observation platform. There, a throng of Ant-Men toiled industriously, transporting a colossal pointed stone to complete the crowning apex of the pyramid. Zosig beheld the tomb he had meticulously designed, constructed from massive stones, and felt a profound sense of fulfillment. He harbored the hope that, following his demise, his soul would return to the embrace of the divine. Basking in the warmth of holy light, once an unparalleled hero, strong, brave, and wise, Zosig was now a frail elder. He had founded the illustrious Zog dynasty, dedicating nearly 50 years to realizing the present. Given the Ant-Man's average lifespan of 40 years, he should have perished decades ago. His gaze drifted to a particular spot near the Yugs tree, the birthplace of all his glory. Had he not ventured to that sacred place, he would have long since succumbed, lacking the extraordinary strength that set him apart from ordinary Ant-Men. Moreover, he could never have triumphed in that pivotal final battle. Zosig had accomplished all he had ever wished for. Daisy, wait a little longer. I shall join you soon, he murmured, lost in thought. When an Ant-Man beside him gently reminded him, Your Majesty, the preparations at the priest's quarters have commenced. Please select your heir at your earliest convenience. Zosig inquired about the recent whereabouts of Doak, Sig, and Nelson. After a brief contemplation, Doak respectfully replied, Prince Sig has been at the arena since emerging from the royal archives. Prince Nelson has just resolved a noble and Oppos' murder case and is currently drafting a new legal proposal. Upon hearing this, Zosig sighed in resignation. His delay in naming an heir stemmed from the difficulty of his choice. Nelson and Sig were his favored candidates. One was his 9th son, the other his 13th. Nelson, the eldest, was astute and capable. Yet his age and physical constitution did not inherit the vitality of the wellspring of power. Sig, though young and perfectly attuned to the wellspring, was overly playful and thus unprepared to assume significant responsibilities. Zosig understood all too well that, despite the absence of war during his reign, undercurrents of conflict were brewing in the world. Tensions among city-states were escalating, merely restrained by his presence. Once the pyramid and Oppos' crowning was complete, he would promptly hold the coronation ceremony, designating the 9th prince as the successor while sending the other princes, save for Zog, to the northern waste to establish their own city-states. As for the stringent laws against the Blazing Blood tribe, Nelson would be tasked with their repeal. He required achievements to his name. Prepare to escort me to the pyramid. I need not wait for the coronation day. I wish for a tranquil farewell. May the gods bless the Zosig dynasty. As you wish, my king. Zosig watched Doak depart, trembling as he removed the crown from his head. Upon the crown lay the emblem of a golden, fiery sun, a mark that had appeared one fateful night 20 years after the founding of his kingdom. He knew it was a gift from the deity Zello, who had fulfilled his promise to him. By merely touching that emblem, he could communicate with Zello to realize his wishes, perhaps even regain his youth. Yet, Zosig desired to bequeath that wish to the next king. He was deeply content with all he had achieved: honor, marriage, love, power, and status, securing his place in the timeless history of the Ant-Man. Boom, boom, boom. A herd of centipede cattle departed from the royal city, heading toward the other city-states. Soon, a shocking announcement spread across the world. Zosig, the ruler who had defined an era and forged a dynasty, was preparing to abdicate, selecting Prince Nelson as his successor. The coronation ceremony would take place in half a month, open to all who could attend. Voices regarding Zosig's abdication varied widely. The Lord of Dan City remarked, Has the king truly aged? My father was born shortly after the kingdom and Apos' founding, and now I am a grandfather. The lord of Sueye City added. The king can finally rest. My liege, may you shine like the holy light, eternal and unquenchable. In the blazing blood city, a subterranean altar housed a queen ant, her massive red abdomen continuously laying eggs. An ant-man, concealed in the shadows cast by a torch, observed the news in his hands. So, the great king is finally to meet his end. Surely you have garnered something from the gods. That power is the secret to your longevity, isn't it? Ah, great king. Your long life has both nurtured you and shall bring about the ruin of your kingdom. Send the other princes to the northern wastes. It's merely a means to monitor the blazing blood city. Lord Motos, it seems the king has succumbed to the corruption of power, employing various means both overtly and covertly over the years. Among all Ant-Men, the laws of the blazing blood tribe were the most austere, leading many to a fate of slavery. Nelson, the ambitious one, would only grow more ruthless. Continued inaction would spell doom for the blazing blood tribe. Harold, an Ant-Man, approached a figure with a distorted form, who bore an incongruous size compared to the red demon ant. Bowing respectfully, he dared not meet the creature and Apos' gaze. Esteemed hidden priest, after the coronation ceremony, bring that fellow back. Zog has not been chosen, his aspirations have been dashed, and his time of wandering is over. The palace shall not remain tranquil, especially since Nelson is already 30 and has yet to produce an heir. It would be best if something were to happen. Upon hearing this, the herald trembled inwardly, comprehending why King Zosig had bequeathed the throne to Prince Nelson while keeping Prince Sig close. Indeed, half a month later, Zog City was adorned with a myriad of colorful stones and bustling merchants, creating a lively atmosphere. Within a chamber of the palace, Nelson gazed at his reflection in the surface of a water basin. Though still handsome, years of weakness and midnight awakenings reminded him that he was no longer young. As he watched a servant present the crown beside him, he turned his gaze toward the pyramid, where the sounds of music resonated. He knew his father, that great king, had entered the pyramid to spend his final day there. Following the priests and Apos' rituals, Nelson completed his coronation, adhering to his father and Apos' last wishes by refraining from alluding to the king and Apos' passing during the ceremony. Atop the dais, Nelson reveled in the adulation of the crowd. His aging heart quickened with fervor. He surveyed his brothers beside him. All except Zog bore expressions tinged with resentment. Nelson's heart ached as he regarded Zog's pale golden form and cheerful countenance, realizing that if this brother were not so incapable, the throne would not have eluded him. He was furious. The throne he so desperately coveted seemed to him but mere gravel at the roadside in the presence of this brother, who had unwittingly taken on the name of the Zosig dynasty as though it were his own. Nelson discerned that his father kept him in the royal city out of concern for his demise a decade hence, fearing a lack of succession. Meanwhile, his brother, possessing the pure blood of power, might outlive their father, making him a more suitable king, while Nelson was merely a reluctant choice. The discontent within Nelson was thoroughly stirred by the serene expression on his face. I shall not perish. Zorg, why is it that you are eternally favored, always so fortunate? After concluding the ceremony, Nelson bid farewell to his fellow brethren at the palace gates, disregarding the presence of Sig at his side, and mounted his centipede steed to depart. He was destined to receive the final legacy, the stone tablet reserved solely for the eyes of the king and the priest. Chapter 7. The winds rise and clouds gather within the golden mausoleum. Zosig reclined within his coffin, gazing upon the celestial murals above. The luminous white radiance intensified gradually, enveloping him in an almost divine glow. His chest rose and fell with increasing steadiness until finally ceasing altogether. At the moment of his death, a crimson blood vessel emerged from his body, gradually vanishing into the ether. First second-order transcendent, Zosig, has perished. Harvested 1. 5 units of mythic blood, transferred via the stellar passage to the Lord's fingertips. Would you like to absorb it? Ling Tian regarded the minuscule blood droplet on his finger, almost invisible to the naked eye, and chose to absorb it without hesitation. A warm, soothing sensation coursed from his fingertip to his heart, prompting an involuntary moan of pleasure. Indeed, the amount was modest, and the vitality dispersing from his body was slightly slowed, equating to 3 days' worth of consumption, an advantageous exchange. Unfortunately, the path of transcendence here was unsuitable for him. He continued to observe the stellar projection, eager to learn about the future of the ant civilization. Understood, Master. The relative velocity between the ant world and reality has been accelerated. The time silhouette is ongoing. The screen flickered anew, revealing Nelson entering the king's secret chamber, where Doke had been waiting. Doke rose to his feet. "King, you have arrived. Please follow me." Nelson strode forward without a word, his steps purposeful. Doke led him to a stone slab engraved with the Yuggoth tree. He pressed a specific part of the tree, causing the slab to rotate automatically, unveiling inscriptions and symbols. Approximately 300 steps beneath the Yuggoth tree, there exists a cavernous stone tablet. Beneath this tablet, follow the diagram precisely. There is a spring of power, originating from the Yuggoth tree. Bury the remains of the deceased there to enhance the spring's potency. The crown of kings bears a solar emblem bestowed by Zaloro, which, when gently touched, can grant a single wish. Future monarchs must exercise extreme caution. Nelson stared in astonishment at the inscriptions, unable to believe such a legend existed. This is truly divine prophecy. My father achieved unprecedented strength and accomplished feats that summoned divine favor, ultimately founding such a dynasty and obtaining divine blessings. Master Doke, you have known these secrets for a long time, Nelson said with a knowing smile, understanding that Doke was inquiring about the spring of power's refinement process. Yes, Your Majesty, Doke replied, and those refining waters are crafted through the joint efforts of successive priests and kings. Every prince, upon reaching the age of 3, must drink a diluted portion of the spring's water. Success is confirmed when their body adopts the color of the spring. Only your brother Sig has succeeded among all princes. Hearing this, Nelson's fury erupted as he clenched Doke's neck. Damn fool, are you mocking me? If not for my father's decree that kings should not serve as priests, I would see where you got such audacity. Sig, Nelson muttered bitterly. Realizing that after that night, his father not only granted Sig his name but also showered him with affection. In his father's eyes, Nelson was inferior. Leaving Sig in the royal city was merely a plan for Sig to inherit the throne after Nelson's death. Having vented, Nelson released his grip. Doke coughed softly before continuing. The king, in truth, entrusted you with all decision-making authority. Even if Prince Sig is qualified, he must undergo the spring's baptism to attain the same level as the former king. And only you hold knowledge of this location. Nelson burst into laughter. Indeed. He is the king. What does mere talent matter? Very well, Master Doke. Keep the secret well. I will not harm you. Although the law was established by my father, I have perfected it. You have committed no crime, and I will not harm you. The same applies to my detested younger brother. The realm needs a ruler of strength. Should I meet an untimely end, let that fool inherit the throne. Doke bowed half-kneeling, calm but resolute. This was why Nelson favored him as the future ruler. Nelson, despite his flaws, was a man of grand vision, rarely resorting to slaughter. He was the architect and guardian of the kingdom's laws. Even if someone proposed a new monarch, the law would halt their ambitions, granting amnesty to the new ruler. King Nelson, this is the priestess' duty. Henceforth, no one shall enter this chamber without your permission. Not even Prince Sigdoke deactivated the mechanisms and concealed the stone slab. Just as Nelson prepared to leave, he suddenly turned and voiced a long-held suspicion. Master Doke, the spring of power's refinement can only be performed once. Is it impossible to attempt again? Doke sighed, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Indeed, there is only one opportunity. Any subsequent attempts invariably result in death. Nelson understood the implication and did not press further. Haha. So that's why brothers sometimes die inexplicably. I will find a way to harness this power. Nelson strode away, disregarding Doke, though he still harbored some trust in the royal priest. Returning to his chambers, he found a female aunt awaiting him. Your Majesty, within Lindsberg, a clandestine stockpile of 9,014 Bloodfire slaves has been accumulated, unforgivable murderers. The secret arts have been adjusted accordingly, enabling the creation of adult crimson demons. Their strength has been amplified, yet their minds remain muddled and chaotic. They cannot be used directly for now. Nelson gently embraced the female aunt, exhaling softly. Thank you, Queen Lauren. I have discovered a path to produce offspring. Soon, we will have our own children. No, Nelson, she replied softly, having children is not important. I will always be your wife. But as a king, you require strength to safeguard your realm. According to the intelligence reports, after the first king's soul ascended to the holy light, many city-states grew restless. Nelson nodded lightly. I understand. I will keep Sig here as well. If I fail, there is still someone else to restore the kingdom. He could be petty with others, but as a king, he possessed magnanimity. He was the architect of the kingdom's laws, its protector. Even if someone proposed a new ruler deserving amnesty, the law would suppress such notions. King Nelson, This is the priestess' duty. Henceforth, no one shall enter this chamber without your permission. Not even Prince Sigdoke deactivated the mechanisms and concealed the stone slab. As Nelson prepared to depart, he suddenly voiced a long-concealed thought. Master Doke, the spring of power's refinement can only be attempted once. Is there no way to do it again? Doke sighed, a look of resignation crossing his face. Only once, indeed. Any attempt to repeat it results in complete destruction. Nelson understood the reason and did not press further. Haha, so that SY brothers sometimes die without explanation. I will find a method to attain such power. He strode out, paying little heed to Doke, though he still trusted the royal priest to some extent. Returning to his chambers, he found a female ant waiting for him. Your Majesty, within Lindsburg, a secret collection of 9,014 Bloodfire slaves has been amassed, condemned criminals beyond mercy. The secret techniques have been refined, enabling the creation of adult crimson demons. Their strength has been enhanced, but their minds remain chaotic and foolish. They cannot be used immediately. Nelson gently embraced the Queen Lauren, exhaling softly. Thank you, my queen. I have found a path to produce heirs. Soon, we shall have our own children. No, Nelson, she replied softly. Whether we have children or not is unimportant. I will forever be your wife. But as a ruler, you need strength to defend your kingdom. According to intelligence reports, after the first king's soul returned to the divine light, many city-states began to stir unrest. Nelson nodded quietly. I understand. I will keep Sig here as well. If I fail, there is still someone else to restore the realm. He could be petty with others, but as a sovereign, he bore the grandeur of a true king. He was the lawmaker and guardian of his domain. Even if others proposed a new ruler, the law would firmly oppose it. King Nelson, this is the priest's duty. From now on, no one shall enter this chamber without your permission. Not even Prince Sigdoke deactivated the mechanisms and concealed the stone slab. Just as Nelson was about to leave, he suddenly voiced a long-held thought. Master Doke, the refinement of the spring of power can only be attempted once. Is there no way to do it again? Doke sighed, showing a trace of helplessness. Only once. Any attempt to redo it will inevitably lead to death. Nelson understood the reason and did not insist further. Haha, so that SY brothers sometimes die mysteriously. I will discover a way to harness this power. He strode away without further ado, still trusting the royal priest to some degree. Upon returning to his chambers, he found a female ant awaiting him. Your Majesty, within Lindsburg, a clandestine stockpile of over 9,000 Bloodfire slaves has been amassed, criminals whose deaths are unforgivable. The secret arts have been refined, allowing for the creation of mature crimson demons. Their strength has been enhanced, yet their minds remain muddled and chaotic. They cannot be employed immediately. Nelson gently embraced Queen Lauren, exhaling softly. Thank you, my queen. I have uncovered a path to produce offspring. Soon, we shall have our own children. No, Nelson, she replied softly, whether we have children is unimportant. I will always be your wife. But as a sovereign, you require strength to safeguard your realm. According to intelligence reports, after the first king's soul ascended to the divine realm, many city-states began to stir unrest. Nelson nodded silently. I understand. I will keep Sig here as well. If I fail, another will rise to restore the empire. He could be petty with others, but as a ruler, he possessed the grandeur befitting a monarch, lawgiver, and protector. Even if others proposed a new king, the law would oppose such ideas firmly. The shadow clenched its fist, and Ant-Man's mind was shattered by a burst of cerebral force. Subsequently, the shadow raised its fist high and roared fiercely, Advance. Rescue our enslaved kin. Reclaim what is ours together. We shall release our centipede cattle onto the fertile waters and abundant lands. This is our final opportunity. Chapter 8. Smoke and Fire. Feng Ling Tian gazed at the shadowy figure in the video, a sly smile creeping across his face, not due to any affront, but rather because this individual exuded a peculiar familiarity. The figure and Apos' physique resembled a small mountain, towering at the height of 7 ordinary Ant-Men. With a head that appeared distinctly aged, yet was unmistakably that of a typical Ant-Man. Tianqing, please conduct an analysis. Scanning. Matching sample world with the master's memories. Modified entity Bozi. Utilizing biological modification techniques, this entity has fused its body with that of a crimson ghost, surpassing the strength of a regular Ant-Man. It has exceeded the capabilities of a first-tier extraordinary being in the Ant-Man realm. Note, Bozi was chosen as a priest by Motus and has survived for 60 years. So it is him, still alive. The crimson ghost ant body truly brings chaos. Feng Ling Tian, as the creator, understood well how the crimson ghost came into existence. The crimson ghost was birthed by the blazing blood clan, formed by shattering their eggs to create a pool of blood. 100 unformed eggs were submerged within this pool, waiting for them to hatch. After which the pool was sealed until only one Ant-Man remained. That Ant-Man became the Crimson Ghost, endowed with rudimentary thoughts and formidable strength. Years ago, Zoxage deemed them barbaric and crude, and after slaughtering all Ant-Men within the royal encampments, he executed all the abdominal queens of the Blazing Blood Clan to eradicate the possibility of the Crimson Ghost and Ampos' emergence. Little did anyone anticipate that Bozy, the king and Ampos' right hand, had returned to the northern wilderness long ago, concealing a young abdominal queen, secretly nurturing a vast power in the extreme north through resources seized in earlier years. Fengling Tian stroked his chin, deep in thought. However, compared to Zoxage's superficial utilization of the life energy emanating from the Yuggoth tree, the Blazing Blood Clan's approach to bloodlines held far greater research value, as well as the potential for his exploration of higher extraordinary paths. Perhaps the next world could revolve around bloodlines, a medieval theme, though it might be prudent to wait for the conclusion of this world. Tianqing accelerated the passage of time within the fishbowl world, unexpectedly granting that young man his wish. Thus, he would provide him with the sacrificial array for bloodlines and assist in his absorption. Although I labeled it as a reward, it was not merely a wish. Fengling Tian sensed that his first world might soon face collapse. He had initially believed the Ant-Man realm to be entirely depleted, with several centuries left. Understood, Master. Within the fishbowl world, chaos erupted in the royal palace as Nelson's furious voice reverberated. He had received alarming news from the southern 8 cities. The cities declared their independence, henceforth recognizing only the Zoxage dynasty as their suzerain, rejecting the palace's leadership and jurisdiction, abolishing the dynasty's laws, instituting their own, and exiling officials from the palace. They sought to restore the autonomy of yesteryears and demanded the return of land rights lost years prior. As king, Nelson could not accept the fragmentation of the kingdom. A day after receiving the news, he led the kingdom and Ampos' army to quell the rebellion. With a whirlwind of fury, Nelson swiftly defeated the rebels from Sueye City and 2 other cities, executing all key insurrectionists on the spot, while others were imprisoned, awaiting trial. The remaining southern cities, intimidated by the spectacle, began contemplating surrender. They had not anticipated that the kingdom and Ampos' guard forces, formed over the years, had not only maintained their battle readiness but had also grown increasingly formidable under Nelson's management, adopting a series of new equipment and formations. Yet, things did not unfold as smoothly as Nelson had envisioned. After sweeping through the 3 cities surrounding the kingdom, he halted, positioning his entire army along the banks of the great river. He had received word that the Blazing Blood City was in rebellion, and all his brothers, who had not yet arrived at the town under construction, had perished in an ambush by the Blazing Blood Clan. For Nelson, this was a disgrace. In the military camp, Nelson surveyed the bridge spanning the great river, constructed by his father to strengthen relations between the 2 clans and facilitate trade. Now, it had become a battlefield between the 2 nations. Nelson felt no pity, only pride and honor. His father had once defeated the Blazing Blood Clan here, and now he would recreate that moment. He intended to awaken these ungrateful wretches. A golden Ant-Man approached Nelson, his face devoid of any previous contentment. Brother Wang, I could seek Bozy and persuade him to withdraw his forces. Nelson regarded the leather-clad Sig with a sigh of resignation. Since bringing Sig into his fold, he found himself increasingly devoid of envy toward him, no longer harboring the resentment of a month prior. He comprehended why his father had not entrusted significant responsibilities to Sig. His younger brother was adorably foolish. Should Sig ascend to the throne, other tribes would likely remain as compliant as before, gradually expanding their influence. Sig, when will you mature? Did you not deliver a message? Was there no response? If Bozy regarded you as a friend, he would not have departed the royal city without a word. He would not inquire about royal secrets. Fortunately, you remain oblivious. Otherwise, you would attract great trouble. In the past, I loathed you, envying your strength and potential. But now I do not. You lack the qualifications to be a king. A king must possess the courage to bear all burdens. Doc, take him to that place. I no longer require him. Yes, King Nelson. Nelson pushed his brother aside and strode directly to the front of the ranks. Sig let out a helpless roar to the heavens, never having anticipated this day. When their father was alive, everything felt like a beautiful dream. In a daze, Sig was led away by Doc toward the royal city. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as waves of Crimson Ant-Man troops emerged. Towering figures of the Crimson Ghost Ant-Men standing in their midst, even larger than years past. Upon witnessing this scene, Nelson scoffed disdainfully. As expected, this rebellion had long been orchestrated. It seems you still harbor an abdominal queen. Otherwise, how could there be so many crimson ghosts? Years ago, my father failed to eradicate them completely, but now it falls to me. Nelson drew his sword and stood resolute. The Blazing Blood Clan, with their unyielding treachery, are a heartless, barbaric tribe. Today, I shall execute the traitors, uprooting them entirely. All of the Blazing Blood Clan are to be deemed traitors. Kill them. With the command from the herald, both armies surged forth, engaging in a brutal clash. This battle raged for 3 months until the bridge became a mound of corpses, forcing both sides to retreat and regroup. During these 3 months, upon hearing news of the Blazing Blood Clan's invasion, unrest stirred anew in the south. However, this time, the situation was markedly different. 5 cities united, intending to ally with the Blazing Blood Clan against the Guard forces. Yet, 3 cities sealed off the insurgents, declaring themselves unwilling to commit acts of savagery. They were humans, not beasts. Civilization maintains the baseline for a race. Within the remaining 5 cities, numerous insurgents emerged, obstructing the army's advance. Nelson surveyed the battlefield, sensing that if he could secure victory in this war and implement his meticulously designed new management system, the civilization of the Ant-Men would soon bask in a new brilliance. He gently caressed his crown, which shone beneath the sacred light, still radiant despite the absence of the sun's emblem upon it. Chapter 9 United brothers in the rear of the Bloodfire clan. The old man spat furiously. You scoundrel! How dare you rebel? I am the priest. I am the lord of the city. Bassa shouted at the towering Bushi. Bushi, sitting cross-legged, lowered his eyes in reverence. Lord Bassa, I am aware that you have long wished to eliminate us old fellows. I have given you 2 opportunities. The first was to appoint Sig as king, thereby loosening the laws of Bloodfire City and improving trade conditions, allowing the Bloodfire clan to live well in the northern wilderness. I would have quelled the warlike anger of our kin for you. The second was your return to Bloodfire City to eliminate me, using war as a threat to compel your people to recognize you as their leader. However, you and your army are nothing but a farce, utterly incapable. War is not a child and Oppos. Play, learn well, and I trust you will adapt swiftly, for you are a descendant of Motus, the true king of the plains. Ignoring Boss's insults, Bushi focused intently on the battlefield, determined to charge forward. This was the Bloodfire clan's last chance. As an ant-man who had survived the era of famine, Bushi had noticed the gradual depletion of grazing lands in recent years. Even the grain arriving from the south had begun to show alarming signs of emptiness. The kingdom had long enacted a ban on alcohol. All these signs indicated that a famine far worse than before was looming. To survive, they must seize the south. Only then could the Bloodfire clan live securely. Bassa sneered, his murky eyes glinting with cold light. If the Bloodfire clan ceases to exist, then let the world be buried alongside it. Red Ghost warriors, charge alongside me, cross the bridge where countless grains of grass await us. For the plains, for glory. Boom, boom, boom. The massive giants, resembling small mountains, began to run, causing the bridge to tremble violently. The army heard the sound of horns and charged relentlessly, disregarding the spears embedded in their bodies, each strike sending numerous black ant soldiers flying. Whenever a red ghost ant was on the verge of collapse, they would grasp a black ant soldier and leap into the river. An hour later, the Bloodfire clan crossed the Great River and arrived on the southern marshlands. Nelson had been waiting for the enemy army to cross the bridge. The pent-up fury within him was now unleashed. Bring forth the crossbows. At his command, a group of black ant soldiers emerged, laboriously pushing out 5 black wooden machines equipped with winches and glistening arrows. These were crafted from the rare cold iron of the Ant-Man world. The operating soldiers skillfully began to calibrate, aiming at the charging red ghost ants. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbows shot forth at incredible speed, piercing the chests of the red ghost ants and continuing toward those behind them. Like skewered candied fruits, 3 red ghost ants fell. Wushi, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of shock, yet could not suppress a cold laugh as he turned to Bassa. Look at this. Do you think this was designed specifically for us? Excellent. Nelson has restricted the Bloodfire clan in various ways since he was a prince 10 years ago. He has always harbored murderous intent toward us. Do you think that lofty hero king truly remains oblivious? He believes the Bloodfire clan deserves to die. You have brought no useful intelligence in these years. Your so-called talents are nothing but mere flowers, utterly useless. It cannot be this way. It was you who acted first. Wushi observed Bassa, whose spirit was now shattered. The last vestiges of his respect vanished, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. I hope it does not come to that, or else. A day later, despite the presence of the crossbows, their numbers were too scarce. Under Buoshi's command, the red ghost ants, fueled by their indomitable will, broke through the army formation and destroyed all the crossbows. However, Nelson did not panic. In truth, Buoshi had misunderstood. Those crossbows were stationed at Nelson and Apos' experimental base, designed specifically in anticipation of a potential red ghost ant rebellion. They were repurposed for the battlefield only because the experiment had succeeded. Though the crossbows were damaged, tens of thousands of royal guards did not falter. They continued their assault on the Bloodfire clan. Even Nelson himself charged into the fray, leaping high like the hero king of yore. His body radiating a dark golden light as he crushed a red ghost ant's skull with a single kick. When he landed, the sight elicited cheers from the kingdom's army, making them feel as though the king bore all their burdens. The morale of the royal guards soared. Nelson laughed heartily, diving into the crowd to continue the slaughter. Amidst the chaos, he recalled the moment before his expedition when he made a wish before the crown, and the Bloodfire clan members in the base perished, transforming into withered corpses, their bodies emitting red light that enveloped him. When he awoke, he felt an invincible power coursing through him, and he sensed he could live for another 30 years. Nothing was in vain. I believe I am no less than my father. Fear not, future rulers. I shall not grant you the opportunity to wield this wish. I will establish an unchanging legacy for you, thus rendering that power not a waste. How is this possible? Buoshi and Apos' pupils constricted at the sight of Nelson and Apos' rampage. He was terrified of this power, recalling the hero king and Apos' indiscriminate slaughter of the red ghost ants from years past. Impossible. He lacks the qualifications. Sig is still alive. Although Buoshi had not discovered the source of Sig and Apos' power over the years, he understood the mechanism of inheritance. Even if the hero king and Apos' power were to resurface, it would be through Sig, or rather, Nelson seizing Sig and Apos' body, that it could manifest. He had subtly conveyed methods to Nelson through intelligence in Bloodfire City, hoping to witness brothers turn against one another, yet it seemed that both were thriving instead. If it were not for his current revolt, this remarkably skilled king would ascend, while he, the muddled lord, would leave the Bloodfire clan without any chance of resurgence. Ultimately, they would be consigned to perish in the desert alongside famine and sandstorms, becoming mere parts of stone slab murals. Buoshi gazed at Nelson, fully aware that this was Nelson and Apos' own power. He waved his hand, urging the army forward as they marched resolutely toward Nelson. Boom. Feeling the wind from a fist behind him, Nelson stepped back to evade the blow, then clashed fists with Buoshi. Both men staggered backward, causing the ground beneath them to fracture and erupt in clouds of dust. Your strength is not inferior to your father's, yet? How does it carry the essence of the Bloodfire clan? Nelson stared in astonishment at the peculiar red ghost ant. Without answering the ant and Apos' query, he pressed on with his assault. This is a troublesome foe. I cannot allow word to escape, but what of the other red ghosts? Relying on ordinary soldiers incurs too great a toll. Just then, a figure burst forth, radiating blue light, leaping into the battlefield. Thank you for your guidance, my king. I am here, so you need not worry. Nelson's eyes caught sight of the newcomer. It was Sig, who charged directly into the throng of red ghosts. Seeing this, Nelson felt a wave of relief wash over him and turned his full attention back to Buoshi. Chapter 10. The table turned. If it is difficult, do not proceed. 3 days after the battle, amidst a desolate expanse encircled by the remains of the fallen, two figures, one large, one small, cautiously regarded one another. Buoshi, clutching his severed arm and half-collapsed head, gazed in disbelief at the limping Nelson. He had not anticipated that despite his superior strength over the ordinary red ghost ants, he would still be unable to overcome Nelson. A sense of melancholy washed over Buoshi. The outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. Even if he emerged victorious, he would be powerless against the formidable Sig, the inheritor of the hero king's might. Circumstances had not unfolded as he had envisioned. The two brothers refrained from turning on each other. Buoshi surveyed the battlefield, noting that while many red ghost ants had managed to break through in accordance with their plan to seize other city-states, the losses sustained by the Crimson Blood clan were significant. The ground was littered with corpses, predominantly those of his kin, with a staggering casualty ratio of 5-1. Buoshi's heart sank at this realization. In his era, one Crimson Blood warrior could contend with 5 black ants. The evidence surrounding him indicated that the Crimson Blood clan had lost its former glory. A surge of blood rushed to Bosie's head, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. As a deafening roar echoed in his ears, it felt as though something was whispering mockingly to him, ridiculing his kin's dwindling power. Had the Crimson Blood clan not outnumbered the guards 10-1 on this battlefield, he would have long since been defeated. The resources amassed over the years had culminated in this dismal outcome, an entire clan's worth of strength squandered. Bosie laughed maniacally at the heavens. Huh, God, you are unjust. Do not blame me then. There can only be one ruler in this realm, and that is the King of the Prairie. Despite Nelson's confusion at Bosie's frenzied state, he pressed on with his assault. Bosie, undeterred, turned his body and moved steadily toward a circle formed by tens of thousands of ant warriors. Within that circle stood a platform, piled high with the bodies of thousands of ants, and bound upon it was Boza, who watched in sorrow as Sig slaughtered his kin. He was filled with grief, unable to comprehend the need for conflict, nor why they could not coexist peacefully. Ascending the makeshift steps formed by the multitude of corpses, Bosie approached the altar, each step accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. With eyes aflame, he grasped Boza's form. From this day forth, you shall be crowned king, become an ant, and reign over this world. Let the ritual commence, and may all that exists descend into oblivion. With a furious roar, Bosie commanded the Crimson Blood clan members who had followed him from the depths to take their own lives. Yellow blood splattered, the stench permeated the air, and an ominous atmosphere began to envelop the surroundings. If the world does not belong to the Crimson Blood clan, then it need not exist at all. The king is solitary. Go forth, consume everything, obliterate all, and let the Crimson Blood clan unite as one, becoming an eternal and formidable ruler. Then, annihilate that holy light. Boza, this is your purpose for existence. Bosie tore open his chest, forcibly offering his heart, a heart nurtured by the blood and sacrifice of countless Crimson Blood warriors, to Boza. Instantly, Boza radiated a scarlet glow. As Bosie collapsed, the immense weight crushed the altar, and a cascade of red light fell upon the corpses of the Crimson Blood clan members who had taken their own lives. Bodies rained from the sky. Then, a sound akin to drums reverberated through the mass of corpses, as one body within heaved violently, pulsating with red light. Its mouth cracked open, its once handsome visage twisted grotesquely, as it voraciously devoured the flesh of other Crimson Blood warriors. With each bite, the red glow intensified, and its form expanded rapidly. Meanwhile, Nelson and Sig remained oblivious, engaging with the ranks of the red ghost ants. The numbers we face are far greater than what our father encountered. We have surpassed him, Nelson declared, balancing on one leg to combat a red ghost ant. Indeed, Brother King, you have grown formidable as well. We have surpassed father. Sig responded with a hint of excitement. Nelson nodded in agreement, though his gaze occasionally drifted towards the self-destructing Crimson Blood warriors. Despite his uncertainty about Bosie's intentions, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, intensifying with each passing moment. We must eliminate these red ghost ants quickly. The sheer number of Crimson Blood warriors is overwhelming, and many have already escaped. No other city can withstand such numbers. Sig's body erupted with blue light as he acted on Nelson's command. Suddenly, Nelson felt a sharp pain in his heart. Collapsing to one knee, his expression grim as he stared towards a pit, he sensed an oppressive force akin to the weight of the heavens, rendering him immobile, as something in the cavern bore down upon him with the gaze of a thousand-eyed beast. Retreat, Commander. All ants, aside from the elite corps, are to disengage, Nelson commanded, offering his crown to Sig and urging him to flee. Sig, bewildered, instinctively obeyed the commander's orders and followed the guard as they departed. Once the guard had left, Nelson leaped onto a massive stone, breaking free from the entanglement, and rallied the ant guard to prepare for battle. The ant guard sprang into action, positioning themselves behind Nelson. Suddenly, a colossal figure erupted from the depths, crashing heavily to the ground. Its height was unimaginable, surpassing even the largest modified ant Nelson had ever encountered. Yet, upon seeing the ant's face, Nelson was struck with astonishment. How can this be? Recognizing Boza, a once kindred spirit of his brother and a prominent priest and lord of the Crimson Blood clan, Nelson was taken aback. He had assumed Boza remained in the Crimson City after departing the royal city, leading this rebellion. He never expected to find him here, transformed into this monstrous entity. The enormous ant's eyes were pure white, its body adorned with grotesque red carapace, glistening with menacing spikes. Boza drooled white saliva, emitting incoherent roars. His massive hands grasped the bodies of the fallen Crimson Blood warriors, chewing voraciously, swallowing them whole before continuing his feast. Nelson's heart raced, his expression darkening. What has happened? How could Boza become this way? Is this yet another of Bosie's secret arts? How could our spies have missed such crucial intelligence? The Crimson Blood Clan truly is a band of lunatics. Fire the arrows. Nelson commanded the archers, yet most were deflected by Boza's immense frame, though a few managed to lodge themselves in the gaps of his carapace. Nonetheless, the towering figure remained unfazed, continuing to consume indiscriminately. Even nearby Crimson Blood warriors were seized and devoured by Boza, their screams echoing in horror. Witnessing this, the remaining Crimson Blood warriors panicked and attempted to distance themselves, though some, driven by the guards, were forced back towards Boza. 3 days later, having consumed the corpses strewn across the ground, Boza grew to a height of 20 ants. Relentlessly pursuing fleeing kin to feed, he began to follow the Crimson Blood warriors across the great river, heading northward. Seeing this, Nelson felt a chill in his heart. He had not refrained from attacking along the way, but all his efforts were thwarted, resulting in the loss of both his arms. Leading his forces into a charge, he found that the monster's injuries were negligible, quickly recovering as it continued its gruesome feast. Nelson furiously denounced him as a ghoul. On the 4th day, Nelson disseminated this information, rallying all Ant-Men to unite in battle. Utilizing his already adept speed, he led the ghoul in pursuit, preventing it from feasting upon its victims. By the 5th day, after enduring a prolonged struggle and suffering the loss of a leg, Nelson was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the valiant soldiers who sacrificed their lives on multiple occasions to save him, willingly throwing themselves into the clutches of the monster, he would have perished long before. On the 10th day, reinforcements arrived. However, by the 12th day, the supporting army scattered in disarray as the ghoul grew increasingly monstrous. On the 20th day, the city of blazing blood fell. The ghoul, with its formidable sense of smell and countless tendrils erupting from its body, devoured every Ant-Man, including the very structures of the city itself. By the 30th day, the northern blazing tribe was annihilated, and the remaining southern blazing tribe surrendered. Joining the ranks of the guard, Nelson commanded Sig to organize a sacrificial ceremony, beseeching divine assistance. Chapter 11. The Fall of the Ant-Man Civilization on the 40th day. The Corpse Eater's elongated appendages spanned the southern 4 cities, voraciously consuming countless Ant-Men, while the surviving residents of the 4 cities fled in disarray. The deities remained silent, unresponsive to their calls. By the 60th day, the Corpse Eater and Apos' tentacles roamed the world, with innumerable towering flesh pillars defending the Ant-Men and Apos' last stronghold, the royal city of Zosig. The tentacles halted their assault, slowly encircling the crumbling walls of the royal city. The Guardian forces' resistance faltered, resulting in immense casualties among the Ant-Men. Beneath the royal city, Nelson gazed upon a corpulent Ant-Man, towering at 60 Ant-Men high, his body now a grayish hue, incessantly advancing towards the royal city. Though the Corpse Eater and Apos' movements were sluggish, the multitude of tentacles extending from its form were quick and deadly. Each tentacle that ensnared an Ant-Man pierced into their flesh like a straw, draining them of their lifeblood. Filled with regret, Nelson lamented his choices. He wished he had not squandered his desires on seizing the power of bloodlines. Surely, the god Zello would have answered his wishes. It was his fault, not that of the divine. Why did I waste my wish in this manner? Oh God, are you punishing me? This monster is a manifestation of the bloodline power of the Blazing Blood Clan. Bashi, how insidious you are, dragging the world down with you. If this continues, all Ant-Men shall perish. No, you must stop. Nelson roared, igniting the power of his bloodline within. Crimson chains erupted from his body, securing one end into the Corpse Eater's chest while the other anchored him to the earth. The chains were robust, rendering the Corpse Eater unable to move. This was Nelson's own bloodline secret, Bloodlock. The remaining Guardian forces relentlessly attacked the Corpse Eater, abandoning any hope of escape. Yet, their assaults merely severed flesh that swiftly regenerated, rendering their efforts futile. Despite this, none of the Guardians chose to flee. They had entrusted their hopes elsewhere. In the king's secret chamber, Sig was imploring Doak and Lauren to leave with him. Doak and Lauren remained focused, etching into the stone tablet with their mandibles. With a quavering voice, Lauren replied, Sig, you should go. I have said it before, I will not abandon my Nelson. Do not blame him. He desires the best for all Ant-Men. Had he foreseen this, he would never have made that wish. The priest Doak sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. Lauren, Sig, that was the king's prerogative, and it was granted with my consent. Nelson is a fitting king. He has done all he could. Now, you must lead the survivors to the tree of Yggdrasil. Lauren and I will inscribe the history of the Ant-Men in its entirety. The arrival of the divine is a gift beyond fate, and divine silence is also fate. We ignited the fire but could not control it. That is our fault, not that of the gods. With tears in his eyes, Sig nodded, placing the crown upon his brother's statue, and activated the mechanism that caused the massive stone to descend, sealing the chamber. Through the corridor's window, Sig caught sight of the corpse eater, Boza, never expecting to find himself in such a predicament. If time could rewind, he would execute Boza without hesitation upon entering the king and Apos' secret chamber. Yet time could not be reversed. Sig quickened his pace, following his father's map, leading the remaining thousands upwards. Here, it was truly a battleground. 3 days later, the chains vanished, and the Guardian forces were entirely consumed by the corpse eater's body. Boza, sensing the aroma of death, approached the tree of Yggdrasil. Along the way, his immense form crushed the long-seized alcohol warehouses of the palace, saturating himself in the sin of liquor. Before the great tree, he appeared insignificant. His bulk rendered him incapable of climbing, yet his insatiable hunger compelled him to attempt ascent. The great tree trembled. Countless ant-men plummeted from the sky, only to be seized by tentacles and instantly digested. Suddenly, the corpulent body belched, releasing a noxious black-green gas, which ignited amidst the friction of fangs, erupting with a thunderous blast. Scarlet flames surged skyward, engulfing the corpse eater and Apos' form. Its maw blasted apart. The intense heat ignited the tree of Yggdrasil, the flames growing ever more fierce, enveloping the entire royal city. At that moment, the royal city of Zosig resembled a hellscape, a vast inferno consuming all vitality. Ant-men, having scaled halfway up the tree, paused to rest on the leaves, ceasing their ascent. Instead, they erupted in laughter. "We're going to die. That monster is finally perishing. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die too. We all shall die. Ha ha." Boza's form shrank amidst the flames, the oil seeping from his body igniting the inferno further. Above the flames, the ant-men, driven to madness, cried out, "My child is within that monster. Let us perish together." Many leapt willingly into the sea of fire. Only Xylo continued to climb, reaching the treetop, gazing at the emptiness above. There was no apocalyptic stone, only the radiant holy light overhead. Xylo chuckled, reclining on the leaves, observing the divine brilliance above. He bore no resentment towards the gods for abandoning the ant-men, for he understood that his ascent to the mountaintop was not a plea to God Xelo. As the new king, Sig recognized the ant-men as creations of God Xelo. Yet, the divine did not dwell above humanity. That was a blessing for creation. In crafting the ant-men, the gods severed their umbilical ties. Boza, you know not of this, but I understand why the gods did not respond to Motus. It is because your blazing blood clan is anti-human and mad. Only my father was the first to sever the ant-men and Apos' instincts. Alas, the flames of civilization ignited too fiercely. We could not contain them. Xylo felt the searing flames, surrendering to the instinct to suppress the life force, allowing the fire to consume him. With a loud explosion, Sig's chest cavity ruptured. Thus, the civilization of the ant-men came to an end, yet it had once shone brightly. Wendling Tion witnessed Sig's demise and exhaled deeply. After a prolonged moment, the youth rose and made his way to the side chamber. The tree within the fish tank had withered, releasing thick smoke that filled the ant-man's world. Beneath it, an oil-like substance the size of a human head continued to burn. Star of Destiny, tally the harvest and scan for life signs. Creation time of the fish tank world, 6 hours and 56 minutes. Total harvest of mythical blood, 30 units. Harvested life energy, 110 units. Utilizing life energy to break through the path of the extraordinary stage 2. Collected blazing blood lineage. Stage 3 of the extraordinary path has been deduced into a foundational design route. Parallel routes are being calculated. Number of surviving ant-men, 0. All sentient beings in the fish tank world are deceased. It appears that everything has been consumed entirely. A clean slate, indeed. I can now create a new world. Master, I did not expect you to refrain from interference. It is not a matter of interference but of adhering to the established rules. Even as the creator, I must abide. Every gift of fate has its price marked in the shadows. Star of Destiny, employ temporal particles to solidify the space. It will be needed later. Good master. Wendling Tion did not hasten to utilize the blood of mythology and the essence of life. Instead, he stretched languidly and made his way toward the bedroom. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the adjoining room dimmed. A restful slumber awaited him, to ponder upon the creation of a new world come morning. Good night, Tion Xing. Good night, master. Chapter 12. A stroll down the mountain. Ding ding ding. The creator of Noon was stirred from slumber by a jarring ring. Windling Tian, bleary-eyed, fumbled for his phone and pressed the answer button. "What do you want from me?" A coarse voice erupted from the other end. "Still not up. You rascal? Is this how you fulfill your duties as a forest ranger? Hurry up and come down the mountain. Your subsidized rice has arrived. Come collect it yourself." I really can't fathom why you'd forsake your studies to return as a ranger. So it was the village chief. I'm getting up. I'm merely cultivating my mind here. Riding is more convenient in the village. With affordable food and drink, I have no worries. I'll head down now. Windling Tian ended the call, donned a smile, and made his way down the mountain. Being a forest ranger was splendid. The vastness allowed for ample exploration. And the solitude was even more delightful. Before long, he returned from the mountain with a bag of rice. Sweating profusely, he sat atop the rice sack, gazing at the clouds drifting overhead. "Master, why do you enjoy sleeping in? Why not seek a tranquil environment where you're undisturbed? Instead of altering the villagers' memories with your powers, why not utilize spatial rules on your way back, rather than carrying it yourself? It seems you're not concerned about your lifespan this month." Clap. The youth clapped. "A good question. Who says I'm not worried? But if I were to fret constantly over efficiency, life would be exhausting. The essence of existence is tedium, emptiness, and pain. One must learn to find joy. Without such a mindset, I would have succumbed to despair long ago in the endless drift of time. I cannot reside forever in the void. I need anchors for resurrection and for life itself, to prevent my humanity from fading too swiftly. Otherwise, I risk becoming a mindless monster. A chaos-born thought of the universe's wandering. Creating a small world and immersing thoughts within it is quite simple. Living for millennia is merely a facet of experience. Thus, a month in the real world is not short at all. By the way, Tianqing, since you pose such inquiries, it suggests you may possess the potential for wisdom. Keep it up. I have faith in you. I'll find you a female AI in the future, but does that thing even have genders? Wait, are you male or female? It seems I didn't T-implant any personality traits when I created you." Windling Tian stretched lazily, rising to use his wind manipulation ability to transport the rice bag back to the kitchen. He surveyed the yard, which spanned half the size of a football field. In this world, he did not intend to engage in transient transactions like in the Ant-Man world. He aspired to create a grand sandbox world, designing a system capable of maintaining balance, cultivating a sustainable field. Not only would he harvest mythic blood, but also the power of rules, as well as the possibility of living within it. Nestled within the mountains, he needed recreation, orchestrating connections among realms and playing the puppet master, perhaps. A glow emanated from Windling Tian's hands. His eyes slightly narrowed. This was his contemplative demeanor. The demise of the Ant-Man world was attributed not only to the ultimate doomsday weapon created by Bosi, the Corpse Eater, but also because the Ant-Man world was too small. The scarcity of resources, coupled with reliance solely on light for energy, rendered extinction inevitable. Tianqing. Establish a dual temporal barrier to shield the surroundings of the courtyard from environmental changes. With the youth's command, 3 golden particles soared into the air, colliding at 33 meters above the courtyard, creating a swift flash of golden light. A circular barrier enveloped the entire yard, rapidly obscuring its glow as if nothing had transpired. Command acknowledged. Releasing temporal particles. Barrier deployed and hidden. The inner layer is a subspace. No unauthorized objects may enter without your permission, Master. Excellent. Now I can proceed with significant actions. Windling Tian ascended into the air. Clap. As his palms came together, a tempest erupted in the courtyard, swirling dust and debris. With the grounds withered blown into the corners, they stacked up one by one. The entire yard was now immaculate, devoid of any obstacles, not even dry grass remained. Acquired flat land of 324 square meters. Windling Tian gazed down at the now pristine ground, nodding thoughtfully. Tianqing, has the creation module been equipped? A luminous screen appeared. Fusion of rule ability. Life, progress 30. Estimated completion time, 3 days. Windling Tian descended slowly, his expression calm. This was all anticipated. After all, it was a divine ability. And the fusion of spatial abilities had taken even longer. No worries. I shall gather resources for this new world. Once the fusion is complete, I'll recreate life paired with Tianqing's fluid, allowing for the creation of genuine beings. Only then will I truly embody the potential of a creator. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Windling Tian revealed a satisfied smile amidst the haze. With his tasks complete, he sought merriment. The youth retrieved an old, yellowed waste bag and several thousand coins hidden beneath his pillow, stepping out the door. Tianqing, let us take a stroll. Begin authorization now. Permit access to the Blue Star Internet to gather information and search for the following targets. First, investigate the existence of extraordinary phenomena in this world, detecting any signs of extraordinary powers. Second, collect various mythological and bizarre information from this world, including novels, to devise several creation plans. Third, based on the creation plans, compile a list of resources required. Understood, Master. As the luminous screen vanished, Windling Tian clenched his fist, a golden light coalescing around him, soon enveloping his entire being. He extended a hand into the void, as if grasping something intangible, and gently twisted. A matrix of light, 2 meters high, materialized, radiating golden brilliance. Accompanying this, Windling Tian uttered a crack, pushing open a gateway of air. A narrow alleyway, incongruous with the surroundings, appeared before him. Without hesitation, Windling Tian stepped inside, and the door collapsed into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. In Linjiang City, within a museum, fragments of armor unearthed from the site where the infamous Killing God General had executed 400,000 enemy soldiers lay on display. Most of the inscriptions were indecipherable, yet the material spoke volumes. A female tour guide passionately elaborated as a group of tourists waved small yellow flags, nodding in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, among the crowd was a man without a flag. Sporting comically oversized round sunglasses, he observed through them, scanning the museum's artifacts before slowly turning to leave, exiting the building. With a bottle of ice-cold soda in hand, he settled on a bench by the river, relishing the breeze with a smile. From the information gathered by Tianqing's network in the remnants of death in this world, it appears there was a 13 chance of extraordinary occurrences. Yet no traces of such entities were detected. However, it is worth probing. If new insights arise, I shall cast them aside. Immature concepts are not worth lamenting. Perhaps I shall fish for some ancient extraordinary beings. How intriguing that would be. A sudden splash and cries of alarm jolted Windling Tian from his reverie. He focused his gaze and beheld a woman struggling in the water. Her arms were raised, and her head bobbed like a fallen watermelon, rising and falling as she seemed on the verge of sinking. Chapter 13. The first familiar of the Blue Star, the icy river, could not conceal the profound desolation within Qianyao's heart. The water surged into her nostrils and lungs, gradually expelling the air from her body. The specter of death enveloped her as she raised her bruised hand, suppressing the instinctive urge to struggle, resigning herself to the fate of drowning. The sensations of suffocation, coldness, fear, and despair flooded her mind. Yet, amidst the anguish, she felt a strange sense of liberation and guilt. Just a little longer, brother. I am coming to be with you. Forgive me, for it is I, your sister, who is powerless. Oh, God, why must you treat me thus? Let my brother recover soon. I would willingly exchange my soul, my everything for it. As Qianyao teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a vague male voice resonated around her. A sudden gust of wind whipped across the river, blinding the passers-by with sand. And at that moment, the current lifted Qianyao toward the shore. Fengling Dian kicked her gently, turning her onto her back, and then delivered a powerful strike to her abdomen. Cough, cough, cough. Instantly, she began to choke, expelling streams of pale green river water from her mouth. As the water flowed out, her chest began to rise and fall steadily. Through a haze, she glimpsed a long-haired man peering down at her, shrouded in shadow. His features remained indistinct, yet his figure appeared remarkably youthful. Awakened with a start, Xinyu sat up and instinctively recoiled several steps, only to halt suddenly as a thought struck her. Did you save me? Thank you. With that, she rose unsteadily, ready to make her way to the bank. At that moment, Fengling Dian finally spoke. Madam, if I could grant your wish, would you be willing to entrust your covenant to me, your very essence? What? Qianyao turned in surprise, bewildered by his words and perplexed as to how he knew her heartfelt plea. Those had been her last words before facing death. And doubt began to creep in. Could it be that she had perished, and this figure was a spirit come to claim her soul? Yet, the melodious quality of his voice seemed unsuitable for a reaper. Seeing her hesitation, a smile played at the corners of Fengling Tian's mouth as he continued. What if I could save your brother? The price would be your allegiance to me until the end of your days. As he spoke, an aura of sinister intent enveloped the air. Beneath the shadow, his flowing robe billowed like countless writhing tendrils. Qianyao regarded him as though he were deranged, but suddenly, a gust of river wind swept past, compelling her to kneel. Having encountered deities before, she whispered, I do not know your esteemed name. The chill from the wind had sobered her greatly, rekindling her hazy memories of rescue. Why was it that the one who saved her remained completely dry? The sensation of being lifted had not felt human at all. Coupled with the ethereal dialogue echoing in her mind, she concluded that this man was no ordinary being. Excellent. You are resolute. In that case, the pact is sealed. A crisp sound punctuated the air as he snapped his fingers. Qinyao suddenly clutched her arm. A searing heat radiating from her forearm. Rolling up her sleeve, she beheld a peculiar pattern emblazoned upon her skin, a crimson sun encircled by mysterious black runes, exuding an otherworldly allure. What is this? Qinyao pupils contracted in shock. She was aware of her bruises, but such a mark was unprecedented. This method was sufficient proof that he was no charlatan. Fengling Tian retrieved a bronze mask from his belongings and donned it, stepping out of the shadows. This is my insignia. I am not a deity. You may refer to me as the Corona. I shall assist you in saving your brother, but from this moment on, you are mine. Qinyao and Amp, Appos, gaze hardened with determination as she bowed deeply, willing to sacrifice everything for her brother and Amp, Appos' sake. She had prayed in temples before, but to no avail. Now, before a genuine celestial being, she could not afford to squander this opportunity. She prostrated herself, unable to lift her eyes from Fengling Tian and Appos' form. Lost in gratitude. I am willing, my lord. Qinyao is willing to offer all that I possess. Then lead the way, he commanded, raising his hand. Qinyao felt a gentle breeze lift her, an invisible force assisting her to her feet. What is this? She marveled for only a moment before hastening to follow the man who had begun to walk ahead. Once she caught up, she refrained from questioning, fearing that her inquiries might jeopardize this newfound blessing. Half an hour later, within the confines of a hospital, the surveillance systems lay in tatters. Fengling Tian regarded the frail figure of a 15 or 16-year-old boy lying on the bed, resembling a skeleton. His eyes were closed, a respirator sustaining his feeble breaths, while the life monitor and Appos' readings steadily declined. Qinyao and Appos' gaze flitted between the masked Fengling Tian and her brother, her eyes brimming with desperation. A cold, melodic voice, akin to celestial music, reached her ears. Fortunately, this is not insurmountable. The blood of a myth can resolve this. Consider it a reward for assisting me in discovering spiritual power. I am not a miser, except when it comes to thoughts. Fengling Tian placed his hand upon the boy and Appos' abdomen, and Qinyao stared in astonishment as a crimson light began to coalesce within her brother and Appos' body. His flesh started to fill out, his skin acquiring a healthy sheen. The vital signs surged, and his eyelashes fluttered. Unable to contain her joy, she exclaimed, "Quick! The monitors are failing. All nurses, verify the patient and Appos' condition." But just then, Fengling Tian withdrew his hand, responding to the approaching footsteps and the chaos of the hospital. He placed a hand upon Qinyao and Appos' body, and together they vanished from the hospital. 3 seconds later, Qinyao stood in a daze, gazing at the narrow alleyway before her, still reeling from the shock of her brother and Appos' recovery and the astonishing method of their transportation. She harbored no doubts regarding the man and Appos' power. He was indeed a true deity. Her gaze lingered on him, filled with a desire to see beyond the mask that concealed his face. Fengling Tian instinctively took a step back. I apologize, but you cannot see your brother just yet. Rest assured, your bank account has received a sum sufficient for your brother's needs. This is one of my rare acts of kindness. Now, your first task, which also serves as the initiation trial for the Order of the Sun, is to eliminate the person you despise most. Use their blood to ignite the blazing sun within your heart. This is the preliminary doctrine. Your mission is to strengthen the Order. I will contact you if necessary. With that, Fengling Tian tossed a weathered tome, emblazoned with an image of a burning sun, into her hands before vanishing from her sight. Qinyao picked up the book, clutching it to her chest, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled, a look of satisfaction gracing her face, as if it still carried the fragrance of someone dear. As long as my lord requires it, I am capable of anything. Qinyao retrieved her phone and sent a text message. I agree to offer you a compensation of 50,000, however, it will be provided in cash. Please remember to bring the divorce agreement too. Chapter 14. The Ritual of Qinyao and the Birth of a New World in the Abandoned Factory of Lijiang City. The anguished screams of a man echoed through the air, punctuated by the sickening squelch of a blade piercing flesh. The sound reverberated relentlessly. Please don't kill me, begged the man, lying on the ground clutching his abdomen. He looked up at the disheveled woman with pleading eyes. I don't want your money, he continued. Spare my life, Qinyao. Hit me if you need to vent your anger. I never intended to harm you. Surely you wouldn't want your brother to have a sister who is a murderer, would you? Chun Yao chuckled softly, her blades swiftly slicing through the man's tendons. Her lips quivered as she watched the blood spurt out and the man's screams intensify on the ground. His trousers were soaked with moisture, emanating a foul stench. With a flurry of swift strokes, Chun Yao's knife continued to carve into the man's body, yet she restrained herself from delivering fatal blows. She rose to her feet, gazing down at the battered man, once a victim of domestic violence who had drained her brother's medical funds, now reduced to a pleading insect. Her excitement mounted, a sensation as if her soul had been transported to another realm. She could perceive the terror emanating from the man. A burnt feather scent filling the air. "I will handle this," she whispered reassuringly. "It will not affect my brother. Forgive me, perhaps in the next life. No, this beast shall never be granted salvation." Chun Yao removed her sock, stuffing it into the man's mouth, then dipped her fingers into his blood to slowly draw a cryptic rune on the ground. The rune, twisted and serpentine like a tadpole, was traced with deliberate slowness as she recited arcane incantations. Each time her blood supply waned, she would carve another incision into his body. The man's eyes widened with terror as he watched the frenzied woman's actions, his body racked with pain, yet his mind remained fiercely alert, unable to succumb to unconsciousness. Chun Yao poured alcohol over him, then tossed a bag of shattered glass around his feet, igniting an electronic lighter. A roaring blaze engulfed the man, flames dancing amidst shards of glass shimmering like stars. As the fire consumed him, Chun Yao gazed upon the writhing figure, savoring the aroma of roasted flesh. Her gaunt face finally showing a sense of liberation. She caressed the sunshade pattern on her arm, her lips softly chanting, "Supreme Sun, you who illuminate all existence. You who are the sacred light of radiance in this fractured world, I offer this flesh and blood, the burning blood of enemies. I vow to pursue with my spirit. May the Lord ignite my flesh and soul." As her voice echoed, sunlight pierced through the decaying roof, illuminating the bizarre scene amid pools of blood and strange crimson symbols. The flames blazed fiercely, the shards of glass radiating like stars. As the contorting figure of the man curled into itself, within the blood-stained fragments, a shimmering streak spun and twirled. The man's flesh dissolved, bones crumbling into dust, melting gradually into the black glow radiating from the ground's intricate sigil. A dark, obscure aura descended, condensing into a tiny sun no larger than a sesame seed within the flames. The miniature sun sank into the sun-shaped pattern on Chun Yao's arm, causing her body to burn with an intense heat. A crimson dot appeared at the center of the sun, and as excruciating pain shot through her, a warm sensation flooded her being, like returning to her mother's womb. Weariness vanished, and the bruises on her arm disappeared without a trace. A slender, rough fingertip hovered above a tiny ball of fire, the size of a fingernail. Watching all this from the shadows, Feng Lingtian nodded in satisfaction as the air around him distorted and vanished. "I am truly a genius," he mused. First attempt succeeded. The power of spirituality, beginnings are simple, but the subsequent path is fraught with challenges. I cannot afford to delve into the sea of spirit again for now. Standing atop a mountain overlooking a mine, Feng Lingtian recalled the scene from mere hours earlier. His rescue of Chun Yao by the river was prompted by sensing a peculiar fluctuation just as she was on the verge of death, an intense emotional wave that stirred his consciousness. This extraordinary mental disturbance revealed that Chun Yao possessed an unprecedented, transcendent energy. Using his spiritual perception, Feng Lingtian engaged in a covert mental connection, pursuing that elusive ripple. What he saw was astonishing. A vast web, akin to a consciousness ocean woven from the collective awareness of all life, governed by myriad rules, teeming with spiritual force. Spirituality, the term Feng Lingtian used to describe this oceanic vastness, was an incomprehensible, towering sea. It appeared silent and dormant, yet he felt the faint tremors of its governing laws. Only a few rule-like fluctuations reached him, but any external influence, an outside hand tossing a unique stone into this ocean, could stir it into ripples, transforming everything. Chun Yao was Feng Lingtian's experimental subject, the inaugural pebble cast into this boundless sea, an intriguing venture he devised within the material realm. By deciphering spiritual signals, establishing rituals and ceremonies, and offering blood sacrifices to replenish spiritual energy, he sought to enable Chun Yao to harness her spirituality prematurely and safely. Though it was merely a spark at present, once chaos ignited, it could bring forth an alternate reality, an ocean of collective consciousness that encroached upon this world through countless ripples. Feng Lingtian's objective was to unleash, infect, and corrupt this force. Eventually, he would master the power of spirituality, gaining dominion over the planet itself, becoming its creator rather than a mere product of the ocean of consciousness. Yet, the spiritual rules of Blue Planet were far more potent than any of his current powers, making the process of invasion lengthy. For now, he would focus his energies on the sandbox world, relying on it to sustain his own existence. He grasped a bag, continuously drawing ore from the ground as the system announced, 30 units of iron ore acquired. The Genesis plan for Tianqing appeared, presenting options after selection, but indicating the absence of required materials. We still have a day remaining. Understood, he replied. The luminous screen flickered into view. Option 1. Illusory world materials. Primitive soul construction method. Using original substance. Tianqing liquid. Option 2. Western fantasy realm materials. Seawater, ice, lava, oak, lizard genes, snake genes. Human genes construction method. Altering molecular structures, designing creatures for the Western realm, and infusing original substances with extraordinary potential. Option 3. Feng Lingtian quickly dismissed the first option, as it required mass slaughter and high-quality souls he currently lacked, and it was too resource-intensive for his mental faculties. He planned to postpone further exploration of the virtual realm. Thus, following Tianqing's advice, the most feasible and promising choice was the Western fantasy realm, an intriguing and creatively stimulating universe, ripe with potential for biological creation. He looked up at the starry sky, feeling a chilling sensation from his soul, as if a divine creator was watching him from the vast cosmos. Feng Lingtian raised a friendly middle finger towards the heavens, muttering defiantly, "As long as I am strong enough, even if a divine creator of the universe seeks to harvest me, I shall not be made to suffer." He reimagined the construction process, integrating celestial phenomena, natural landscapes, diverse terrains, and perfect mimicry carefully concealed from the world as perception. Yes, the man fastened his pouch around his waist, donned a bronze mask, and opened a portal to another dimension. Target location: Zoo. That night, in the city of Lingjiang, numerous zoos, botanical gardens, genetic companies, and mines had all been visited by an unknown entity. The following day, many visitors were met with the sight of lethargic animals, forcing the zoos to close their gates. Meanwhile, the culprit had long returned to a secluded courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the ominous sky, the winds howled ferociously, stirring the moisture into dark clouds. Purple lightning continuously struck, and within the barrier, explosive sounds erupted, accompanied by sporadic crackles of sparks. This was the consequence of Feng Lingtian manipulating various ores to collide with one another. With a swift motion of his hand, Feng Lingtian summoned the earth, pulling up 3 feet of soil from the ground. Under the molecular reconstruction ability, the dust from the ores coalesced with the soil and stones, forming mountains and mineral veins, giving birth to a floating miniature continent. However, Feng Lingtian did not revel in joy. Instead, he remained intensely focused. The celestial fire was fixed in a state of eternal flow, a magma-like flame. A ball of intense fire emerged from Feng Lingtian's hand, its surface cloaked in a golden radiance. As the flames descended into the uneven depths, they ignited swiftly, transforming the underlying rocks and mineral dust into molten lava, which streamed incessantly towards the depths, ultimately being halted by the golden barrier. At this moment, Feng Lingtian lowered his hand gently, causing the miniature continent to descend. Minutes later, the continent enveloped the fiery pit, while some weakened strata were breached by the lava, erupting to form volcanoes. After casting a sweeping glance from above, Feng Lingtian employed an invisible wind to alter certain areas anew. He directed an apricot-colored spatial pouch towards the continent. Water continuously surged from the oceanic pouch, cascading freely over the land. Ultimately, it receded to the continent and Apos, low-lying areas, forming the 4 great oceans. Primitive continent completed. Primitive ocean completed. Chaotic winds generating. Weather system in formation. Celestial phenomena being introduced. Chapter 15. The continent of Aster. Feng Lingtian retrieved a vial containing celestial essence from his pocket. Upon opening the bottle, the liquid within vanished without a trace. Enhanced celestial essence has been absorbed. Subsequently, variously colored floating spores emerged from his bag, resembling auspicious clouds and flowing waters, dispersing through the air and settling upon mountains, hills, plains, and oceans. These spores contained the primal eggs, intricately designed with the rules of life, encompassing numerous biological gene modifications, including some failures. The celestial essence is being absorbed. Life systems are being constructed. The flow of time is accelerating. A gentle radiance illuminated the continent, and under the enhancement of temporal laws, green vegetation began to sprout from the ground. The ocean churned as crimson spores burst, giving rise to an array of fish with diverse forms. Some developed tentacles, while others elongated, slowly making their way toward the land. Engaging in fierce battles and acts of consumption along the way, Fengling Tian was rather content with the outcome. He exited the courtyard and reclined on a lounge chair beneath the cool shade, perusing a book. The tome was filled with references to beings from this world's Western mythology, griffins, cyclopes, and others he had designed, albeit uncertain of their realization. This time, in the act of creation, he did not intend to catalyze civilization's birth as a deity, but rather to allow it to unfold naturally. The essence of the endeavor lay in authenticity. After all, the myriad races of the microcontinent surpassed that of the Ant-Man, and normal development would likely yield intelligent beings, complemented by the presence of peculiar creatures, ensuring that outcomes would not drastically deviate from expectations. Estimated complete emergence of primitive baseline races, 5 days. Civilization emergence, 15 days. Half an hour later, how delightful. The youth took a sip of pre-rain Longjing tea, exhaling in contentment. His finger danced across the controls until the character he commanded met its end amidst a barrage of projectiles. Celestial essence, time is dragging on. Yet my mastery of temporal abilities, time corridor, only permits me to achieve this extent for now. By the way, I have yet to name this world. Let it be known as the continent of Aster, derived from the word in amp, Opos, hope and amp, Opos, in the Ant-Man world. I hope they will surprise me. Understood, Master. What are your next plans? Remaining celestial computing power, 53. Fengling Tian adjusted his attire before the mirror, fastening his apricot yellow waist pouch, revealing a cryptic smile. Given the ample time remaining, he couldn't afford to waste it. He must continue his schemes, for the Blue Star was a treasure trove. It was not merely a collection of rules, but rather an incomplete grand avenue. To maximize potential, he needed diversity among races. A flourishing variety would expedite the awakening of the Sea of Consciousness. There was another aspect Fengling Tian did not disclose. He wished to probe the remaining 13 of this world's possibilities. Grasping the doorknob, he turned it, and with a click, a portal of light opened. Just as he stepped through, a resounding roar echoed from the continent of Aster. Master, a transcendent being, the primal dragon, O and Opos, Mar, has been born, reported the celestial essence promptly. Yet, Fengling Tian merely glanced back before stepping into the portal. In the suburbs of Anchi City, under the cool moonlight, a figure clad in a brown robe stood beside a large iron cage filled with bound rabbits. The number was in the dozens. The robed figure sprinkled an unknown powder from a bowl onto the rabbits, then, using a curved knife, severed their throats, allowing blood to flow freely into a large iron basin below the cage. 15 minutes later, the robed figure bent down, laboriously pulling the basin from beneath the suspended cage. Staggering, he climbed into the basin, slowly reclining to immerse his body in the blood. He placed the curved knife against his chest, murmuring incantations, as if singing a ballad. The moonlight illuminated the knife, resembling a waning moon. Streams of light flickered along the curved blade as the blood gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into clear water. As if all the crimson had been consumed by whatever lay beneath the robe. Amidst the sounds of metal clinking, the robed figure rose, stepping out of the basin. He felt the changes within his body and could not help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, it truly works. Heaven has eyes. I shall exact my revenge on those treacherous lovers. At this moment, far away on an offshore gambling ship, Fengling Tian received feedback from the celestial essence. The Dark Moon Path ritual has been successfully completed. Fengling Tian smiled as he watched the dealer collect his chips, rising to indicate he was done playing. He turned to the deck, gazing at the moon above, tossing a regular chip into the air. It was already the 13th day since his departure, surpassing the time for the emergence of primitive races on the continent of Aster. Furthermore, civilization had arisen on the 6th day, with the transcendent path developing at a far quicker pace than in the real world. On the continent of Aster, the transcendent path had emerged, featuring 4 semi-transcendent beings of the 4th tier, venerated as gods. The 4 deities were the primordial dragon god, O and Opos, Mar, the ocean god, Silva, the fire god, the radiant god. Their powers exceeded the limits of the aquarium world and surpassed even the level of strength Fengling Tian could maintain while injured. Nevertheless, Fengling Tian remained unperturbed. His transcendent system differed from that of the continent of Aster. He had established a temporal spatial barrier, preventing those beings from escaping. During his time outside, he had been diligently executing his plans, continuously dispersing insights gleaned from the Sea of Consciousness. In a short span, he achieved commendable responses. Radiance, Carmine, Moon, Success. All other avenues have ended in failure. The ritual and Oppo's leakage has spread across the blue-white star network, attracting the attention of multiple nations on the blue star. Master, should we intervene with the news? Feng Ling Tian observed the displayed results, revealing a smile akin to a farmer witnessing the growth of crops. No need. Their nations will manage to explain it themselves. Our force control would be counterproductive. Suddenly, a light screen materialized. Within it, a robed woman led several individuals armed with firearms. Engaging in a firefight with the police of the budding nation, the woman raised her hand, releasing a dazzling sphere of light. The orb descended upon the individuals, igniting them in flames, resulting in the death of two. Exhausted after casting the light sphere, Chen Yao leaned against the wall, cradling a book and directing her followers in battle. Holy light, my brothers and sisters, hold on. Master, your follower, Chen Yao, is currently being hunted by the financial conglomerate of Country H. Furthermore, you need to return to the small courtyard. Temporal particles have completely vanished within the continent of Aster, and new rule fluctuations have emerged. Feng Ling Tian activated his spatial powers, seeking to locate Chen Yao and Oppo's position. Interesting, for it would be unfortunate for my first follower to perish so easily. Let me stir the waters, the continent of Aster. I will return to inspect it once I conclude this matter. The man pushed open the portal, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Chapter 16. The Unraveling of the Aster Continent. Outside the bar, within the operations center, the bald man wearing sunglasses issued a command to a man clad in military uniform. Dispatch a negotiation expert. Inform them that we are willing to accept any terms, as long as they surrender unconditionally. Listening through the surveillance, the bald man detected the increasingly feeble sounds of resistance emanating from the bar, a grin stretching across his face. Once we capture that woman and replicate her powers, I shall soon command an extraordinary army, surpassing not just the nation of Rods but compelling even other nations to acknowledge my supremacy. The Federals, those fools who denied my membership, wait and see. Moreover, others may perish, but that woman must not. I require her. Send in more individuals for them to eliminate. If her abilities drain her stamina, then let us exhaust her completely. Upon hearing such orders, the officer's brow furrowed, his eyes struggling to contain their disdain for the bald man. Were it not for the fact that this individual was the true puppet master behind the Rod Nation, the lifeblood of the national economy resting in his hands, he would have acted long ago. However, he had no intention of sending his soldiers to their demise. Very well, I shall attend to it. The officer exited the tent, issuing orders for the criminals to don military uniforms. He informed them that killing was strictly prohibited. For the deceased and Oppo's children would be granted admission to the nation's finest universities, with tuition covered by the state, along with a compensation of 1 million from the Federation. Inside the bar, a group of individuals armed with batons approached a presidential suite, their path littered with bodies. Several corpses, adorned in sunburst-patterned robes, lay charred and blackened, the corridor awash in darkness as if ravaged by flames. What is this? Is there a flamethrower over there? Do we really have to go in? Chen Yao, clutching her arm, was tending to her severed limb, the sound of impending footsteps growing ever closer, her resolve fraying. In her daze, she seemed to glimpse the bronze mask from the shadows once more, silently calling out, "O Supreme Sun, your humble devotee has disappointed your expectations. The Sun cult suffers under the oppression of heretics. They have taken the life of your shepherd, and the light of the world has dimmed. Lord, please descend your divine punishment upon them." "Lord, I wish to see you." "As you wish." Chen Yao heard a chilling voice, one she had dreamt of since her days of foreign missionary work. As she looked up, she beheld the figure she had longed for, appearing countless times in her dreams. The very being who had accelerated her training. Feng Ling Tian lounged on a crimson leather sofa, his feet propped upon a table, gazing at Chen Yao through his mask. At that moment, she disregarded the approaching footsteps, struggling to rise and kneeling before him. "My lord, I have failed your expectations." Before she could utter another word, a force sealed her lips, rendering her voiceless. "I am aware, no need for further words." Feng Ling Tian rose, observing several soldiers armed with batons entering the room. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, they collapsed to the floor. A green light enveloped Chen Yao, and amidst her anguished moans, her arm fully restored, albeit pale and covered in scales. With a voice seasoned by time, Feng Ling Tian declared, "In light of the fact that you are my first chosen, I grant you another opportunity. Next time, Brace yourself for the torment of the sun and Apos, S flames. I shall soon enter a period of silence. The sun cult must evolve swiftly, for some old acquaintances are beginning to awaken. Your arm will bestow upon you newfound strength. It is the arm of a dragon, a power from another realm. Cherish this experience. The criminals, paralyzed on the ground, gazed in terror as the masked man muttered a series of incomprehensible words. Then, a surge of green light enveloped, and the woman sprouted a new arm. As they trembled, fearing death's imminent arrival, the masked figure grasped the woman's head, and in an instant, their bodies vanished from sight. The scene had been captured by the cameras on the criminals, and the moment they disappeared, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed as the military swiftly entered the bar, conducting a thorough search. Yet, they found nothing. The movements of this military force drew the attention of the stationed federal troops, who began to inquire why they had not been informed. The bald man, upon receiving the news, felt the urge to curse. Why was the military being deployed within his own country while notifying others? What sort of nonsense was this? However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, he realized that matters were escalating beyond his control. It seemed the world harbored another facet, and he keenly sensed the lurking danger. This information was entirely beyond his comprehension. Investigate the woman's identity and contact those individuals. I have matters to confirm. My lord, what do you mean by a period of silence? Chun Yao inquired respectfully, kneeling with the Book of the Sun cult held high. Feng Lingtian's gaze flickered slightly. His words had merely been intended to amuse the humans outside. Yet, it appeared they had indeed amused Chun Yao, who seemed to harbor unique feelings for him. Perhaps it is for the best. She will not act so recklessly. For the time being, I shall not manifest in the mortal realm. Yet I shall keep watch over it. And what I have spoken is indeed prophecy. Feng Lingtian contemplated for a moment before elaborating on his words. I am the Corona, a being traversing myriad realms. I wish to impart my doctrine here, bestowing upon this world mystery, power, and longevity. This realm is far too fragile. I cannot descend in my true form. However, with a sufficient number of followers, my arrival will be hastened. The darkness from the myriad realms is about to descend, and the cataclysm of annihilation will soon be upon us. Only the protection of my true form will ensure survival. I anticipate you becoming my divine servant. Despite still being a fleeting specter of mortality, Feng Lingdian made this promise, placing his hand gently upon Qin Yao and Apos, as head in a gesture of affection. Conceal yourself, grow stronger, and seek out the place where the chaotic consciousness has yet to awaken. There, the light of the sun is needed. Qin Yao and Apos' body transformed into particles of golden light and vanished. After bidding farewell to Qin Yao, Feng Lingtian returned to his secluded courtyard. Master, as per your request, I have sent the footage to the federal president and Apos' office. Should we continue to monitor? No need. After all, there are no rumors regarding extraterrestrials or extraordinary powers. A conventional search through the network yields little. The president should know something. We shall wait a while. Now, I must truly enter a period of silence and focus on my continent. In the courtyard, Feng Lingtian approached the barrier at the continent's edge. The barrier, no longer transparent, now shimmered in an opaque milky hue. When he attempted to touch it, a force repelled him. Undeterred, he tried again, only to face the same result. What is this? Master, the Aster continent has begun to coalesce into a singular entity, birthing a nascent consciousness. The cause remains unknown. The barrier you established has become the crystal wall of this world, with the four gods organizing the realm and establishing order. The reasons for the four gods and Apos' ascendants remain unclear, but they exhibit undetermined fluctuations in the rules. However, due to the instability of the temporal barrier, external particles of time cannot be observed. You may control the weather on the continent through the weather system. Initially taken aback, Feng Lingtian soon erupted into laughter. This was splendid news for him. In other words, the continent of Aster has already begun to take shape as an independent world. If I were to forcibly breach the barriers of time and space, it might lead to undesirable consequences. Thus, I shall venture inside to explore and simultaneously investigate the reasons behind the ascension of the four deities. If they have acquired new powers governed by rules, I wonder. Feng Lingtian circled the continent of Aster, discovering its vulnerabilities. Following these weak points, he conveyed his thoughts through the rifts. Chapter 17. Killing like slaughtering chickens. 10 seconds later, Feng Lingtian's expression became subtle. He felt utterly speechless. Indeed, he had entered the continent of Aster and had found a fleshly vessel, yet fortune had not favored him, as he had usurped the body of a mere farmer. Shortly after the possession, he was tragically struck down by a passing cart, failing to even catch a glimpse of the cart's insignia. Master, you're back so soon. How did the investigation go? Do you need to upload the data? Feng Lingtian remained silent, feigning nonchalance as he made his way to the kitchen, twisting the valve of the gas canister. Alas, he had forgotten to turn off the gas. Having failed to find a suitable host, he decided to try again. He returned to the boundary of the enchantment, extending his subtle thoughts to confirm that the vessel he had seized had not perished. Only then did he recline back in his chair, embarking on his journey through this foreign realm. At the northern border, in the territory of Kexier, the biting cold wind howled as miners trudged along, burdened by their baskets. Hurry up, or do you wish to be whipped? The overseer cracked his whip, the sound echoing sharply, causing every miner who passed by him to quicken their pace, fearful of the lash that could land upon them. In the frigid depths of winter, a single strike would sting worse than the sorrow of a lark in a straw hut. Among the laborers, a young man with dark hair was struck by the overseer and Appos' whip, letting out a muffled groan as he staggered a few steps, nearly toppling over the oar. Regaining his composure, he feigned indifference, continuing onward, but the tremors of his body betrayed his pain. Truly, he was made of sturdy leather boots, enduring in silence. It seemed futile to cry out. The young man adjusted his tattered shirt and pressed on. Beneath the fabric, a new mark from the whip marred his arm. Who knows what fool remained silent in pain, like a stone statue? Hey, the fool and imp, Appos' skin is quite fair, doesn't he realize? Don't provoke him. With so many injuries, he won't last long. If trouble arises, we'll all be fodder for the beasts. Some burly miners walked ahead of the young man, exchanging jests to provoke him. This was their source of amusement in the tedium of their days. A slight smile graced the young man and Appos' lips, but it quickly faded. Laugh while you can. Tonight, I shall send you to your graves, and come next year, I will laugh upon your tombstones. In the dead of night, under a moonlit sky, within a filthy and foul-smelling cave, more than 10 individuals lay scattered in slumber, their snores rising in a chorus, nearly drowning out the sound of the wind. The young man opened his eyes. Beneath his tattered pillow, he groped for a meat cleaver. The blade bore a small notch, no larger than a pea. Clutching the cleaver, his eyes gleamed with intent as he silenced the mouth of the person beside him, swiftly severing his throat. The victim's eyes widened in horror, hands instinctively reaching to staunch the flow of blood, yet it was futile. His strength waned, unable to even produce a cough. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, but the others remained oblivious in their deep slumber. Thanks to the soporific herbs the young man had stealthily added to their broth. Like a butcher, he dispatched each one with precision, retrieving a spare torch hanging nearby. He forcefully unwrapped its cloth binding. Leaning down, he pried a tooth from each corpse and Appos' mouth with the cleaver and set them into a stick with stones. Dipping the stick into the pooled blood, he inscribed characters upon the rocky wall with it. The runes twisted and coiled, spreading across the wall to envelop the fallen bodies. He then plunged the stick into the ground, and the blood began to follow the runes upward. The symbols darkened into a tubular form, barbs piercing into the flesh of the deceased. The black tube pulsated, and the corpses visibly shrank. The stick transformed into a vivid red, radiating a sanguine glow. A series of crisp sounds erupted from it as the embedded teeth exploded, resembling blossoming flowers. At the top of the stick, a crimson tendril writhed and twisted. The young man grasped the end of the stick, the tendril burrowing into his own wounds. As the red light dimmed, the flowers scattered, significantly healing the scars upon his body. Should the nobles of Aster behold this, they would undoubtedly clamor to acquire it. It was far more effective than any holy water. Feeling his vitality restored and his senses heightened, Feng Lingtian reveled in the sensation. Finally, I am free. Had I not left my powers behind, I would have obliterated you all without a second thought, forgoing the charade of fulfilling wishes. Feng Lingtian questioned his own luck, contemplating whether he was perhaps a tad too unfortunate. Though he had managed to survive his arrival in Aster, he now found himself trapped in the guise of a miner, one who had been relentlessly bullied, with a frail physique that rendered escape impossible. The guards and station knights around the mines were no mere pushovers, and the remnants of the original host left him feeling disjointed. He relinquished the stick and scavenged the cave, amassing a total of 25 copper coins. Exiting the cave, he limped toward what was deemed a toilet, a mere thicket of low shrubs. Thankfully, the stench was overpowering, and it was typically unguarded. Had anyone familiar with Feng Lingtian been present, they would have noticed the exaggerated limp he feigned. Enduring the foul odor, he ventured into the bushes. Who goes there? A deep voice boomed, sharp and commanding. Feng Lingtian's heart raced. He recognized the voice of Sir Decker, one of the 5 great knights of Kexir. The overseer of the mines, a bronze knight of considerable prowess who had previously repelled the wind demon wolves from their village. At this moment, Feng Lingtian was in no condition to contend with him. He had depleted much of his power. My lord, I am merely here to fertilize. Step aside, keep your distance. Of course, my lord. Feng Lingtian limped further into the woods, even if he stumbled upon a few landmines. He found it acceptable. The taste of freedom, akin to the odor of city manure, was only appreciated once lost. Before he could be captured as a vagrant by other lords and reduced to slavery, he sought to investigate this world. A creator, exploring the realm of his own making in such an unexpected manner. How astonishing. Yet, Feng Lingtian felt a swell of pride. The continent of Aster held far greater value than any aquarium world. 100 aquarium worlds could not compare to the splendor of this realm. As he distanced himself from the thicket, Feng Lingtian and Appos' limp gradually faded, and his pace quickened. The following dawn, the overseer, noticing a shortage of miners, inspected each cave, only to discover the desiccated corpses within. A piercing shriek escaped him as he fled the cave in terror. Sir Decker, upon witnessing the scene, immediately issued orders. Damn those cultists. Seal the cave and notify the light priests. It falls within their jurisdiction. At the port of Sagat, Feng Lingtian, listening to the amorous sounds from the adjacent room, rolled his eyes, struggling to suppress the unruly spirit within him. Were it not for the need to economize, he would never have chosen to stay in such a seedy establishment to investigate the asteroid. Chapter 18. Mercenary Ashu thinks to the continuity of history in this era. Despite certain embellishments, the fundamental facts have been recorded. Moreover, the Academy of Sage Mages has compiled a comprehensive chronicle of the continent by weaving together the historical tales of various races. Feng Lingtian spent half a month grasping the general overview. In the birthplace of the Aster continent, countless races flourished, and with the proliferation of these races came divergent ideologies, making the competition for resources inevitable. Wars erupted in every corner of the continent, across oceans and wastelands. For centuries, conflicts persisted, leading to the extinction of countless races and the emergence of several dominant ones. It wasn't until a resounding dragon's roar heralded the arrival of the first dragon, and Appos, Mal, who soared forth from the abyss. He led the dragon army in a conquest of the continent, unifying over half its lands within decades and establishing the Silverwing Empire. Except for the deep-sea races, various dominant races founded their own nations, acknowledging the Silverwing Empire as their suzerain. As the smoke of war dissipated, the continent enjoyed nearly a millennium of peace. However, one fateful day, the dragon god and Appos, Mal ascended to divinity, causing a cataclysmic surge of energy in the imperial capital, resulting in severe casualties among the dragon descendants present. And Appos, Mal vanished, and a protracted war ensued once more. The first to bear the brunt of this onslaught were the once mighty dragon descendants, whom the dragons had previously regarded as insignificant. The proud dragon race chose to retaliate. And after several fierce battles, a powerful roar echoed across half the continent, resonating from Omel himself. The dragon descendants, stirred by the roar, rallied together and fled the tainted imperial capital, with some retreating to distant shores or hiding in desolate lands. This period was later referred to by the Church as the Age of the Ancient Dragon Kings. With the dragon's disappearance, conflict reignited among the remaining races, now fueled not only by the desire for resources, but also by the ambition to fill the power vacuum left by the Silverwing Empire's demise, aspiring to dominate the continent and establish themselves as the new royalty. This was an era characterized by chaos and darkness, wrought with iron and fire, where countless epics were penned, marked by covenants and betrayals. Amidst this tumultuous epoch, 3 heroes emerged, valiantly battling against the savage beasts. Through relentless trials, they earned the reverence of the living. Eventually, these 3 heroes ignited the divine flame, transforming into powerful, unparalleled deities. Following the advent of the 3 gods, the intensity of warfare gradually subsided, leading to the current order. Humans, orcs, and elves each established their empires, while other races formed tribes scattered across the continent. This knowledge was gleaned by Feng Lingtian through the comparative study of mythological tales and clandestine glimpses into the history recorded by the light priests. After filtering out certain glorified accounts of the light god, the essence of the history remained largely intact. Feng Lingtian pushed open the creaking door and stepped outside. traversing the sodden ground until he reached the notice board in the marketplace. Prominently displayed was an illustration of an individual who had fled from a mine, with a notice proclaiming that anyone who spotted this person should inform the light priests for a reward of 1 gold coin. Feng Ling Tian felt somewhat valuable, yet he knew that this gold coin would remain unclaimed, for he had altered his appearance by accumulating the power of amp, Oppos, Scarlet, and amp, Oppos. For days, he had been diligently visiting the marketplace, ensuring his safety. This time, he did not return home but headed towards the central street of the Rose District. He made rounds at the 3 churches dedicated to the gods, conducting an on-site investigation into the extraordinary powers within. At the statues of the gods, he sensed a unique resonance, and the priests exhibited faint fluctuations that seemed to connect with the statues. This, he realized, stemmed from their prayers and the cultivation of their spiritual vessels, drawing upon divine strength, necessitating faith in the gods. However, such extraordinary power held no allure for Feng Ling Tian. He could never pledge allegiance to his own creations. The alternative paths, becoming a mage or cultivating battle chi to become a knight, were far more appealing. He acquired these insights through financial transactions at the Mercenary Guild. Exiting the church, Feng Ling Tian felt slightly disoriented. More than the knight's path, he yearned to comprehend the intricacies of magic. The battle chi cultivated by knights was essentially an application of one's life energy, albeit within a structured system. He had already attained the rank of Bronze Knight. Yet the mage profession remained an elusive rarity, both in games and in this world. The number of mages across the continent was scant. Given his current status, he would be fortunate even to catch a glimpse of a mage apprentice, as the esteemed mages would hardly lower themselves to associate with someone of his standing. As he made his way toward the port, he spotted a merchant caravan consisting of 4 carts, one of which carried passengers while the others were shrouded in black cloth, obscuring their contents. A large hand clapped him on the shoulder. "Ashu, you novice, you're quite lucky. Your first outing brings such a lucrative contract. You've joined at the perfect time. Your wooden token might just earn a star this trip." Feng Ling Tian shrugged off the intrusive hand with irritation. Yes. I'm very fortunate. If they weren't all off on missions, I'd still be waiting to embark on one myself. Why are you, a barbarian, accompanying a newbie like me? They have a lovely lady over there. He pointed ahead, indicating the 5 armored guards flanking the lead cart, one of whom was a striking woman. Her voluptuous legs, accentuated by thigh rings, exuded a primal beauty that even armor could not conceal. The woman seemed to sense his gaze and cast a disdainful glance in his direction. The man referred to as a barbarian, Suleiman, merely chuckled, ogling the woman's legs. "She's beautiful, but a bit fierce," Suleiman remarked, gesturing to a footprint on his leather armor, clearly belonging to a woman. "Looks like you've been rejected, leading you to seek my company. Just behave yourself, you barbarian." Feng Ling Tian pushed Suleiman aside, focusing on the lead cart. He felt fortunate to have recently joined the Mercenary Guild, landing a mission that offered higher pay than usual. However, what truly delighted him was the 60 certainty that a mage occupied the front cart. He had noticed the mage's ring adorned with the emblem of a sorcerer at the guild hall. Feng Ling Tian refrained from rushing to establish a connection, knowing the journey to Ted City was long, promising ample opportunities for interaction. As night fell, the caravan halted by a clear stream. The mage remained inside the cart, declining the fiery woman and Oppos' offer of food. Meanwhile, Feng Ling Tian and Suleiman consumed their hard bread before taking their posts. Their conversation meandered, with Feng Ling Tian subtly encouraging Suleiman to share more, seeking insights from this northern barbarian. Feng Ling Tian began to relish his extraordinary journey in this alternate realm. Chapter 19. The Wizard and Oppos' intervention. The two conversed until the twilight hours, and Wen Ling Tian expressed curiosity about the ancestral lands of the north. "So, do you believe that after death, one goes to the ancestral realm? Have you ever witnessed it? There are various beliefs across the continent regarding the afterlife. Devout followers believe that upon death, their souls return to the embrace of their worship deities, becoming supplicants in divine realms devoid of illness and hunger, surrounded by endless feasts and rivers of milk. Conversely, non-believers are said to descend into the abyss, where they endure eternal winds and endless torment, ultimately disintegrating into fragments of spirit. In contrast, the North has its unique tradition, where the deceased return to their ancestors, continuing to dwell in the realm of the dead. How could I have seen it? Enough of this talk. I am weary. Keep watch." The bearded man yawned, leaning against the cart and drifting into slumber. Windling Tian remained noncommittal, having gleaned sufficient information. The rules of this world were gradually being refined. Even the concept of the divine realm of life and death began to circulate a millennium after the ascension of the three gods. Originally, souls were destined to fragment after death, eventually converging at a point in this world, awaiting extraction by their creator. However, it appeared that the gods of the continent had intercepted this process, as evidenced by the many devotees of the three gods. The sole exception to this interference was the primordial dragon god, Omar, who refrained from meddling in such matters and whose kind abhorred the manipulation of souls. Among the legends of the four gods, Omar's presence was the most elusive, having never revealed himself during his reign over the continent. Windling Tian found himself intrigued by this unworldly dragon god. Nevertheless, when it came to souls, he would intervene if the world remained intact. For he needed to absorb souls, the essence of mythic blood was intertwined within them. If this interception continued, his demise was inevitable. I must devise a strategy. The crystalline barrier obstructs my ability to absorb the mythic blood. Suddenly, a foul odor assaulted Windling Tian and Apos' senses, reminiscent of a fermentation vat, potent and pungent. Green, glimmering eyes peered from the thicket. Windling Tian immediately raised his voice in alarm. The disturbance roused not only his companions, but also the lurking ogres in the woods. 5 towering ogres brandished their clubs, advancing toward their resting place. Windling Tian drew his cross-shaped sword, channeling his battle energy. The sword vibrated, emitting a piercing sound. He unleashed a crescent-shaped blade of energy that struck the foremost ogre, which attempted to block with its club. The force propelled the creature backward, only to be met with a pursuing wave of energy that severed its head. There are ogres. Archers, provide support. Use shields for cover, and charge with greatswords. I shall draw their fire. A woman's voice resonated from the rear of the caravan, unmistakably that of the alluring mercenary captain. The group coordinated seamlessly, swiftly slaying 2 ogres, their eyes devoid of sleepiness. Windling Tian glanced back at the bearded man just in time to see Saruman cleave an ogre in half with his axe. The remaining ogre, sensing its imminent demise, retreated into the woods, unpursued, for the mercenaries adhered to the principle of protecting their employer rather than chasing enemies. Windling Tian initially thought he would have to watch the ogre escape, but at that moment, the individual inside the cart took action. He began reciting an incantation, extending his arm outside the cart, conjuring an ice arrow that shot forth. Moments later, a horrified scream echoed as the ogre was struck, and a nearby tree transformed into a frosty white, emanating a subtle chill. As dawn approached, they resumed their journey. For today's watch, at 3 silver coins. The wizard proclaimed, displaying confidence that the ogre was surely dead. The group obediently continued on their way. The bearded man, while polishing his axe, approached Windling Tian. Well done. Thanks to you, 3 silver coins. I shall treat you to a drink in the next town. Ah, that sounds splendid, but it better be good wine. Windling Tian replied. Indeed, we have encountered a generous patron. We ought to reciprocate. However, in all honesty, he remarked, your second-tier battle energy strike was quite impressive. It hardly resembled the technique of one who has just broken through. Windling Tian accepted Saruman and Apos' pelt to clean his sword. I truly have just broken through. You must have seen my unstable energy. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and Windling Tian reached out to catch something that turned out to be a badge. He looked up to find the mercenary captain, Freya, greeting him. The bearded man let out a hearty laugh. Boy, it seems you have caught her eye. Windling Tian understood that this was a tradition in the mercenary world. If a mercenary group took an interest in a lone traveler, they would present a badge as an invitation. If one accepted, they simply needed to wear it on their chest. Windling Tian chose not to don the badge, opting instead to tuck it into his satchel. Why reject it? Freya has such an exquisite figure. Perhaps we could be friends. Windling Tian merely chuckled in response. Then it would blossom into a romantic affair, I presume? He had no aversion to engaging with beautiful women, but at this moment, his focus was entirely on the wizard. The power he had sensed was remarkable. So, this is magic. I and Apos am familiar with the ebb and flow of magical energy. I and Apos sensed it before on Blue Star. Though faint, I cannot be mistaken. If his assumptions were correct, he might finally have direction for his first journey into the extraordinary. Over the following half-month, the group faced several monster ambushes, and the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. The bearded man and Freya not only engaged in conversation but also progressed rapidly in their relationship. Upon passing a village, Windling Tian not only received a badge but also witnessed the bearded man mysteriously displaying a twisted strand of hair. The color matched Freya's, leaving little doubt as to its origin. So, are you truly prepared to settle down? The bearded man inquired, patting his axe with little reluctance. Moreover, Freya also intends to establish roots. Her decision to include you in the team was to inject new vitality. However, it seemed Wenling Tian had other aspirations. As they spoke, Saruman gestured toward the cart ahead. He had keenly observed Wenling Tian's fascination with magic and his desire to become a wizard. It is a challenging path. Success depends on both talent and resources. Training a wizard and Oppos, as apprentice, is not a burden for the ordinary. Wenling Tian nodded. I am aware. I shall give it a try. What if I succeed? Recent tasks have surged. Are you certain about retreating now? Of course. Freya is expecting. And the North's barbarians understand that raising offspring requires a safe environment. Moreover, Chapter 20, The Ascension of Orcs upon returning from the restroom. Wenling Tian was greeted by the astonished face of the bearded man. The carriage nearby, along with a few of Freya's subordinates, had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding washed over him. They were on the verge of arriving at Ted City, and such chaos was unwelcome. It seemed he had hoped to leverage the completion of his task to forge connections. As Wenling Tian approached, Freya handed him a heavy pouch, its weight indicative of substantial coin. This is your reward, neither more nor less, she stated. The employer left with the goods, leaving only the payment behind. My subordinates have already set off in pursuit. Freya and Oppos' frustration was palpable. Despite settling accounts, such abrupt behavior infuriated her diligence. Before long, her subordinates returned, having failed to locate the employer. After distributing the commission, Freya initiated a celebratory gathering for the mercenaries. They reveled in the local tavern, singing and dancing until the early hours, with Wenling Tian even performing a song unique to Blue Star, garnering enthusiastic applause. In that moment, he was enveloped by the bittersweet atmosphere of farewell. After consuming several barrels of ale, the group awoke the following afternoon, only to find that Freya's companions had discreetly departed. Outside the town, Wenling Tian bid farewell to two friends who planned to settle in Ted City. As they parted, the bearded man gestured to his chipped axe. Look at my axe, it has chipped again. The number of magical beasts has been increasing, and I haven't heard any news about the orcs in quite some time. You must understand, in previous years, many noble lords would visit the orc capital to witness the grand events at the dam. Food prices have been rising. What do you think is the cause? At this juncture, Wenling Tian began to comprehend the looming threat of large-scale warfare. With war on the horizon, you should seek refuge in Ted City, which lies near the Elven Forest. Truly a peaceful place, he suggested. Freya, with a maternal glow as she caressed her abdomen, remarked, Yashio, I've heard from Saruman that you aspire to become a mage. I do know a way, but what? Wenling Tian inquired eagerly. Intrigued by the possibility of an alternative path, Freya chuckled softly at his enthusiasm. However, this requires merit. A noble family can submit a request to the king to hire a mage, though the price must be negotiated with the mage. Wenling Tian had never encountered such an idea before. Saruman patted his shoulder, boasting, such information typically circulates among nobles. Freya's lineage is noble, hence her knowledge. Perhaps, Yashio, you should reconsider. We could purchase land in Ted City. Wouldn't it be wonderful for this child to recognize you as an uncle? Wenling Tian shook his head in refusal. I can be an uncle, but as for land, you all can purchase it for me. I still wish to venture forth. Who knows what might happen? Understanding Wenling Tian and Oppos' aspirations, the bearded man ceased his persuasion, recalling that he had once harbored similar ambitions when he left the north. After bidding farewell to the couple, Wenling Tian procured a mule and set forth towards the orc border. With war impending, there would be military achievements to pursue, and his investigations remained unfinished. As Saruman had anticipated, war erupted. However, this was no ordinary conflict. The legendary orc emperor Nug was to hold an ascension ceremony in the orc capital. The orcs, driven by ambition and a yearning for warfare, posed a threat that both humans and the triad deities sought to prevent, wishing to stop the orcs from creating their own deity. A coalition of human forces and the triad's guardians mobilized against the orc empire to thwart the divine ceremony. Yet, the orcs seemed prepared and anticipated the assault, leading to a confrontation in the Silent River Valley at the border between orcs and humans. Wenling Tian, joining the fray as a mercenary 2 weeks into the conflict, faced the harrowing trials of war daily and ascended to the rank of Silver Knight within 6 months, commanding a unit of several dozen men. Their elusive tactics on the battlefield troubled the orcs, who began to pursue them relentlessly. Yet, this unit seemed to possess an uncanny ability to navigate the treacherous terrain, always finding the quickest escape routes. In a cave, having evaded yet another pursuit, Feng Ling Tian gazed toward the Orc Empire. Behind him, his weary comrades rested, chattering among themselves. "Our luck is remarkable, having a leader like ours. Those orcs are merely trailing behind us," one exclaimed. "Indeed, our leader is highly esteemed now, having attained the title of Baron, no longer a mere foot soldier," another added, expressing envy. Feng Ling Tian paid little heed to their chatter. His thoughts were already drifting towards the orc capital, the final piece of his investigation puzzle. From a distance, he sensed intense energy fluctuations, a blend of faith and the power of rules, the former continually transforming into the latter. In Blue Star, such phenomena could not exist. It indeed forms its own realm. Different worlds, different rules. Thus, only similar rules can yield universally applicable abilities. It seems necessary to create more worlds. As he gazed into the distance, a multitude of thoughts swirled within him. Suddenly, the sky darkened, ominous clouds rolling in and obscuring the sun. A resounding voice echoed from all directions, followed by a chorus of smaller voices. "I am Nug, the Emperor of the Orc Empire. Today, I ascend to godhood. Hail, Lord Nug. You are the sovereign of the orcs. You are the king of the jungle. Hail, Lord Nug. You are the protector of the orcs. You are the harbinger of war. You are the innovator of forging. Hail, Lord Nug. Your name shall be sanctified among the orcs. You lead us towards greatness. You grant us a life of stability and order. You are the wise ruler. Through battle, you shall grow stronger. The fear of your enemies spreads your glory. Your realm shall safeguard the souls of the faithful. When death befalls your servants, they shall not endure the agony of the abyss. They shall savor the bountiful harvest you provide. We shall attain rebirth within your dominion. Hail. You shall rise high above your kingdom. Transform into the stars above." Within the Orc Empire, every statue of Nug radiated light as the orcs prayed for their emperor to achieve divinity. As the sacred words were chanted, the faith within the Orc Empire intensified. Amidst the surging power, Feng Ling Tian sensed multiple rules, the most significant tied to the orcs. He murmured, "The power of all beings is indeed extraordinary. Belief possesses strength." Birthing rules. This is divine duty. Legendary powers fulfilling divine duties will refine the rules. Though incomplete, they remain rules. Such power surpasses that of mortals. This is the essence of becoming a god. However, if this is the case, it becomes intriguing. Nug's sacred words encompassed several divine duties, akin to those of the god of fire and the god of light. "You have overstepped, Nug." Two voices resonated simultaneously, emerging from the depths of the sky. A massive golden and crimson apparition appeared before Nug, their presence overwhelming the orc populace within the capital. Nug released an aura to counter the force, his expression one of arrogance, with his tusks gleaming sharply and the fur on his chest billowing in the wind, exuding his masculine prowess. Chapter 21. Omar. Your guess is astoundingly accurate. Crossing boundaries, the realm of the divine knows no territory. Nuge soared directly into the heavens, launching an assault against the ethereal figures of the gods, intent on shattering them before the eyes of all beings. Thus, the belief of the orcs could permeate the world, unconfined to their own kind, and seize the divinity within the two figures. The immense turbulence from their clash compelled both sides of the valley war to retreat, with those unable to escape perishing on the spot, reduced to mere dust in the divine conflict. Nuge deliberately targeted the coalition of humans, inflicting significant casualties upon the dwarves among them. Witnessing this scene, the fire god materialized, wielding his radiant lava hammer as he stepped forth. Dwarves were his most loyal and cherished followers, each master among them possessing exceptional forging skills. Initially, they intended to disturb Nuge, the Orc Emperor, through mundane means during this divine consecration. They held little regard for the Orc Empire, whose singular faith was vastly outnumbered by humanity. However, Nuge and Apos' audacity to intrude upon humanity and vie for their divine dominion was intolerable. The ocean god, indifferent to the matter, chose not to intervene. "You seek death, Nuge. Yet you are but a demigod. Let us see how the two of you embody the essence of a saint." The earth trembled, the sky was rent asunder, and Nuge held his ground in the fray. The god of light wielded his luminous whip to strike at Nuge, while the fire goddess' hammer descended like a mountain to suppress him. Even under duress, Nuge persevered, the power of belief surging increasingly within him. The fluctuations of the rules grew ever more intense. Upon Nuge's green skin, his hair flourished, and purple markings danced with lightning, emanating a faint divine aura. The tremendous upheaval caused rocks to tumble within the cavern. Enraptured, Feng Lingtian heard the cries of agony. His subordinates clutched their eyes, rolling in distress. Blood oozed from their eyes, and though Feng Lingtian felt a sting in his own, it was not overwhelming. Is this what it means to gaze upon the divine? The power of the rules is incomprehensible to mortals. He commanded a retreat, pulling the rope to guide them away. 5 days later, the divine battle subsided. The divine powers waning, causing the apparitions of the fire god and the god of light to dissipate. Nuge vanished, assimilated into divine strength. The divine conflict concluded. Yet the worldly strife persisted. 3 years after the divine war, the orcs withdrew from the Silent Valley, marking the end of the war. Ashur Sotos was bestowed the title of Baron by the king. Due to his contributions in the war, his fief was established near the Silent Valley in the Thornbloom region. Within the mountain fortress, a bastion both defensible and challenging to breach, the morning light streamed through the grand stained glass windows, illuminating the dining hall in a dazzling brilliance. "Colin, has your father still not replied?" inquired a noblewoman clad in a light blue gown, setting down her silver fork. "Mother, still no word. Ted City is quite distant. And I suspect father is visiting Uncle Saruman in the Elven Forest. He promised to bring me a magical trinket upon his return. Yet, it had been too long, and the dangers outside loomed large." Xia thought of her husband, a proud smile gracing her face, tinged with a hint of worry. The 13-year-old Colin chuckled softly. "Mother, you aren't and Amp, Appos, T worried about father and Amp, Appos, as safety, are you? Rather, you were concerned he might bring home an elven mistress. Fear not, father is too honorable for such folly." Xia shot her son a knowing glance, well aware of her husband and Amp, Appos, allure. Within the capital, many coveted her husband, yearning to usurp her position as the former ugly duckling. "Hiki, when you visit the capital, many noble daughters will seek your company. Your father, however, is pursued by even more." Her husband was one of the kingdom's top 10 golden knights, a holder of the Thornbloom medal, a dragon slayer, and a master of arcane arts. He had single-handedly transformed the Thornbloom region into a prosperous and orderly power, rivaling nations. His intellect, character, and martial prowess left others in awe. As Xia spoke with growing enthusiasm, admiration shone ever more brightly on her face. She turned to her son. "You carry the blood of the Sotos and Grelian families. Aspire to be even half the man your father is." Xia caressed her son's head. Adorning her elegant neck was a green gemstone, while her soft black hair was held by a lace golden crown, her visage exuding nobility and grace. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted as the butler burst through the door, exclaiming, "Madam, the Lord has returned." Xia hurried to the window, catching sight of Feng Lingtian conversing with an elderly gentleman. "Who is that?" she inquired. "I know him. He is my father's friend, and this is his second visit," Colin replied proudly. "Look at you, so knowledgeable. Butler, instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast and craft their specialties. What a transformation you have undergone. Your establishment surpasses the external architecture. Far more splendid than the elven Emerald Isles," the elder remarked, admiring the wooden bridges, intricately carved railings, and lush gardens that epitomize the grandeur of Eastern architecture. With many novel creations originating from the Thornbloom Trading Company, he grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions. "What is the outside world like?" the elder inquired. Unfazed, Feng Lingtian replied. "What outside world? Are you referring to the remote islands?" Seeing Feng Lingtian's reticence, the elder shook his head and enveloped them both in a shield of rule power to ensure their conversation remained unheard. "Ashur, decades ago, you sacrificed the lives of over a dozen miners in the caverns. Later, you joined the mercenaries and distinguished yourself in the Silent Valley War, evading the orc army's encirclement time and again, moving through the mountains as if they were uninhabited. How astonishing. At that time, you were merely a silver knight, not a mage. How did you achieve this? Then, you acquired your fief and transformed the Thornbloom into a legendary domain, wealthy enough to rival nations. This incited the orcs to attack, and during that time, the orc god Nuge intervened but ultimately returned empty-handed. The orc army was beset by a tempest and forced to retreat, the orc god shattered by thunder, yet now he has yet to recover. You claim it was the arcane arts, but I know it was not. Nuge must have realized that it was the primordial power of rules. Thus, Ashur Sotos, you cannot be a mere inhabitant of this world. You are an outer god, or perhaps the creator of this realm." "Ha." Feng Lingtian Kuden and Appos, T help but admire the old man for his insight and accurate deductions. Truly, he was deserving of the title, the Primordial Dragon. Chapter 22. A series of twists and turns. The great sage. Old dragon, what of it? Wen Tian squinted and smiled at O and Appos. Mal. You voyeur. If it weren't and Appos, tea for your eyes, you might still be considered decent. Since 3 years ago, he had sensed a gaze observing him. It wasn't an amp, Appos, tea until he returned from the elven forest that the owner of that gaze could no longer contain themselves and approached him for conversation. Wen Tian felt no anxiety about his identity being exposed. Over the decades, he had completed all necessary investigations and understood the origins of magic. He had experienced life as well, serving as a mercenary, a lord, farming, marrying, and raising children. He had done it all. Returning to his true form at this moment was not a loss. The only thing he had not accomplished was the absence of the god of death. The sacrificial array he intended to use to manage the abyss was still incomplete, causing the absorption of the mythic blood of the Aster continent to be slow and inefficient. Seeing Wen Tian acknowledge him, Omel bent down and performed a knightly salute. Great creator of the Aster continent, your creation Omel greets you. His eyes transformed into dragon-like slits, revealing a projection. Wen Tian activating the corridor of time, a scene of accelerated growth for all things. So this was the moment. Oh, and amp, Appos, Mal? Rise, among those born at the same time as you are the only one who remains. The old man slowly straightened, though still slightly bowed. His eyes filled with astonishment. He had anticipated some form of punishment, yet did not expect the Creator to be so benevolent. Although he could indeed overpower the Creator at this moment, he understood that the being before him was merely a projection. He could not breach the spatial barrier established by the Creator. Oh, and Appos, Mal then recounted his journey. It took him a century to evolve from ignorance to possessing extraordinary power. He had lived near the abyss, indulging in the life of procreation, until one day he became curious about his origins. He traced back his memories and beheld Wen Tian and Appos' transformation of him, ultimately collapsing into a spore. Later, after attaining godhood, he wandered within the crystal wall, eventually discovering a weak point, though he could not pass through. He stood vigil there until one day, an intangible entity entered from within. Initially, he believed it to be an external deity until he saw Wen Tian and Appos' form. So, you emerged to seek an exit? Yes, my lord. Oh, and amp, Appos, Mal lifted his garment, revealing his arms covered in dull, lifeless scales. I sensed the vitality waning, the bloodline power diminishing. I once met the great sage, who told me that my path does not lie in this realm. The sage granted me coordinates to another world, yet I am unable to leave this one. The destruction of the Silverwing Empire was not my ascension to deity, but rather the result of my attempt to break free. I rejected the faith of godhood and used divine power to shatter the barrier, but I failed. The barriers you established are formidable. Later, the great sage returned, instructing me to protect the abyss for future use. At the mention of the great sage, Wen Tian paused. He had been seeking him. The great sage was a native of the Aster continent, the first to discover and store knowledge of magical power and various rituals. The subsequent emergence of the three gods benefited from this knowledge. He was also the only missing native, and Wen Tian was eager to learn how he managed to escape. No wonder. By the way, the sage entrusted me to deliver this to you. The Creator. Oh, and Appos, Mal presented Wen Tian with a golden eye. As soon as the eye landed in his palm, Wen Tian sensed a surge of information. Esteemed Creator, I know of your curiosity about me. However, I am merely a reflection of fate. I am indeed your creation. One day, we shall meet again. This dragon is your work. Although it is also a creation of the power of rules, it has exhausted its potential. If possible, after it fulfills your task, please send it to the coordinate world. There are truer dragons there. The golden eye can assist in locating and traversing other worlds. The universe is not solitary, including your blue star. Your choice to harvest mythic blood and the seeds of rules is indeed wise. Mythic blood will allow your true form to survive until you heal your wounds and transcend mortality. The power of rules will enable your growth and mastery of the rules, a critical step towards the supreme. Therefore, my Creator, you require more rules, even the ability to devour the heavenly path of a small world. Cultivating your own crops is far more rewarding than stealing from the wealthy. Your creation, the great sage. P.S. The golden eye requires charging. The greater the interference with other worlds, the greater the influence of fate and destiny. The faster it charges, you need not worry about losing it, no matter how far. It will return to you. Different worlds have varying relative time flows. Please check accordingly. You will encounter some intriguing events. At this moment, Wen Tian's desire to find the great sage intensified, The sensation of being seen through and manipulated was indeed unsettling. However, he did not sense any malice from the great sage. Rather, the tone of his speech felt familiar, yet he could not recall its source. The old dragon gazed at the creator with anticipation, though he did not understand why the creator was so amicable. He was well aware that it did not grant him the right to overstep boundaries. Omel, place this array in the abyss. Refrain from meddling in other matters. Once the rules of death in this realm are perfected, I will send you away. Omel complied. I shall fulfill my lord's mission and remain loyal. The old dragon accepted the array diagram and vanished from sight. Observing the old dragon and Appo's departure, Windling Tian chuckled. The power of space is rather weak, yet sufficient on this continent. With a flick of his finger, Windling Tian dodged swiftly, striking the young man, who fell to the ground, clutching his head and exclaiming in dismay. Father, why must you be so harsh? Windling Tian looked at the dented ground and twitched his lips. Wretched child, the weapon I designed for you, and you dare use it against me? Haha, then let us play. A long whip crackling with arcs of electricity appeared. Seeing the whip, Colin quickly employed shadow steps to escape, yet he was still struck several times. After this commotion, Windling Tian's mood lifted significantly. Observing his son's mischievous demeanor, he couldn't help but think the boy was a bit foolish. Yet regardless, he was still his child. Where is your mother? Mother is waiting for you to dine. How did that generous old man leave? That has nothing to do with you. You're so cold. That has nothing to do with you. TSK. At the dining table, after finishing the meal, Windling Tian dismissed the servants and announced, I am about to enter a period of slumber. Duration unknown. Upon hearing this, Xia embraced Windling Tian, her gaze not filled with much reluctance. After all, the last time her husband made such a statement, he had only slept for 3 days. Windling Tian inhaled the fragrance of his wife and Appo's hair, gently soothing her. To his son, he said, Colin Sotos, all matters at home are entrusted to you. You must act like a man. Windling Tian placed the ring, symbolizing the highest authority of the Purple Blossom territory, into his son and Appo's palm and fell into slumber. Chapter 23. Traversing the azure world under the pavilion, the ailing Windling Tian was startled awake, his frail body springing up in surprise. It took him a moment to gather his wits. Tianqing, submit the analytical materials. Received. Back up the data and continue the magical model's extrapolation. Master, do you wish to venture into other worlds? Indeed, but it requires mental projection. Subsequently, Windling Tian unleashed his mental projection, akin to his avatars, which could also be considered parasitic seeds. He endowed them with a golden touch. After all, they were his extensions, and he could not afford to be remiss. Should they perish prematurely, it would be a regrettable loss. What should he provide them? Perhaps a cautious approach would be prudent. Too great a power might provoke the world's consciousness, leading to exposure of the invasion, while too little could prove insufficient, especially if the dangers within were abundant. Windling Tian activated his golden eye, revealing a magnificent starry sea, where luminous points of various hues floated amidst the cosmic expanse. White, green, blue, orange, red, and gold. The deeper the colors, the more formidable the pressure emanating from them, corresponding to higher world levels. It seemed that countless life-bearing planets existed. Great sage, I shall find you. He directed his mental projection into the blue star. In the town of Linshui, a humble settlement within the vast Daqiankan dynasty, a momentous event was unfolding that reverberated throughout the entire town. The wealthiest family, the Wang family, was on the brink of welcoming a new heir. A crowd gathered at the entrance of their residence, eager faces fixed on the copper basin guarded by attendants, awaiting the moment when the attendants would scatter the coins, allowing them to seize their fortune. Each person fervently wished for the Wang family to be blessed with a son. Outside the delivery room, Wang Fuguwei paced anxiously, listening to the anguished cries of the woman in labor. He longed to bear her pain in her stead. The urgency weighed heavily on him. The Wang family, though having fallen from their ancestral heights, still held considerable wealth, a legacy of their forebears who had once served in high governmental positions. Although they no longer held official titles, their family fortune remained substantial. Their ancestors had established numerous shops and fields in Linshui town. Under Wang Fuguwei's stewardship, their wealth had only increased, yet the absence of an heir cast a shadow over their prosperity. Married at the age of 14 to Li, the daughter of a martial arts school, he now found himself at 40, still without children. The saying rang true in his heart, among the 3 forms of filial piety. Having no descendants is the gravest. Without a son, not only would the family and Appo's legacy be left without an heir, but he would also be bereft of honor in the afterlife. His father-in-law, relying on a cane, relentlessly urged him to bear a grandson, often blaming his daughter for her inability to conceive. Even his father-in-law had threatened that if his daughter Li could not bear a child soon, he would seek another marriage. Fortune smiled upon them, for early this year, Mo Baokai and Apos' wife became pregnant. This news brought immense joy to the Wang household, prompting them to express their gratitude at a temple miles away. Since Li's pregnancy, she had been treated with utmost care, relieved of all chores and provided with the finest meals. Daily, performers from the pear garden were invited to entertain her, coaxing her to consume nourishing delicacies. Today, as Li prepared to give birth, several midwives had been summoned, including a physician from the palace, underscoring the family and Apos' reverence for this child and Apos' arrival. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and with a resounding clap of thunder, the child was born. Well, I am a father. I am a father. Wang Fuguei exclaimed in exhilaration, hopping about the courtyard, eager to glimpse his newborn, only to be restrained by Li Da. Do not intrude. Men are forbidden in the delivery room. Restrained, Wang Fuguei knelt with hands clasped in prayer, beseeching the heavens, ancestral spirits, we, the Wang family, have an heir. Moments later, the midwife emerged, cradling the newborn. Unbeknownst to anyone, the darkest part of the stormy sky loomed directly above the Wang residence. The midwife, with a hint of theatricality, announced, "Congratulations, Lord Wang, you have a son, weighing 8 pounds and 7 ounces, complete with all limbs and features." Just as she was about to hand the child to Wang Fuguei, a bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, crashing into a tree in the courtyard. The tree splintered and toppled towards Wang Fuguei and his child. Overcome with fear, he stood frozen, while Li Da swiftly moved, unleashing a powerful strike against the trunk, shattering it into splinters. The crowd gasped, and the midwife, startled, fell to the ground. Luckily, she had already transferred the child. A mishap in her hands would have cost her both reputation and livelihood. Wang Fuguei gazed down at the infant, who appeared unscathed, merely peering up at the sky and his newfound father. Li Da snatched the child with glee, hurrying indoors. Upon entering, the baby erupted into laughter. With the infant and Apos' joyous sound, the thunder grew fiercer. Li Da, witnessing this, could not help but laugh, declaring, "This child possesses spirit, an excellent candidate for martial prowess." Indeed. Father-in-law, our child appears intelligent, destined to be a scholar. The laughter of the child spread through the gathered crowd, distracting them from the ominous thunderclap above. Yet, amidst the affectionate embrace, the infant pondered, they failed to strike me. It seems that was merely an instinctive attack from the world's consciousness, thwarted and thus ceased. Feng Lingtian surveyed the intricately adorned room, noting it was scarcely inferior to his previous estate in the Aster continent. It appeared that his origin in this world was fortuitous, as he found himself among the affluent, sparing him years of struggle. His experiences in the Aster continent had taught him that once the foundational accumulation of resources was complete, pursuing other endeavors became considerably easier, be it cultivation or investigation. This time, with his newfound advantages, everything would proceed with greater swiftness. He hoped that when he matured, this wealth would remain intact. Without striving to comprehend their conversation, Feng Lingtian instead focused his thoughts, conjuring a luminous interface in his mind. Name, Feng Lingtian. Talent, keen senses. Longevity skills, none time flow rate. 1 year in this realm equals 3 hours in the blue star energy, 0 return gate, cooling down. To return, one must pass through the return gate to bring back the memories and powers of mental projection. This was the golden touch Feng Lingtian had fashioned using his golden eye. Intertwined with his own principles. Though rudimentary, it was acceptable. He felt a gnawing hunger. He had no time for further thoughts. His foremost concern was to grow up safely. After a few more cries, a soft, fragrant mantu was swiftly delivered to his lips. Chapter 24. The Traveler, Energy Enhancement in the Town of Linjiang. The renowned Yanba Lake stretches for 800 miles, celebrated for its ethereal mists and tranquil waves. The waters teem with abundant aquatic life, inspiring poets and scholars alike, while sustaining generations of fishermen who ply their trade along its shores. On a boat anchored at the lake and Apos' heart, a young lad casts his net. Attired in a fisherman's short tunic crafted from luxurious silk, far superior to that of his peers. As he pulls in the net, a fish thrashes vigorously within. Yet another golden-scaled carp. Young master, you truly excel. The youth swiftly hoists the net, declaring, This shall be sashimi. His maid, brimming with excitement, seizes the net and drags it towards the rear of the boat, determined to not lose their catch. The golden-scaled carp is rumored to be a young dragon species, fetching a price of 30 taels at the market, an amount that represents several years of her earnings. Should it escape, her years of toil would be in vain. As the boy savors the freshly prepared sashimi, he closes his eyes, absorbing the warmth that spreads through him, quietly circulating his internal energy. Yet, the effect is but a mere whisper of its potential. With a sigh, Feng Ling Tian acknowledges that, having feasted too often, the golden-scaled carp no longer holds the same potency due to his advancing strength. Having resided in this realm for over a decade, he grasped the nature of this world, a traditional Eastern society, by the age of 6. He was merely an ordinary individual amidst the mundane. However, this world was steeped in martial arts, and thanks to his maternal grandfather, Li De, he had acquired formidable skills. Now, he stood as a master of the later stages of Ming Jin, renowned in Linjiang town as one of the most promising talents. With expectations of breaking through to the realm of Jin before the age of 25, a rarity in the realm. Have you located that boy? Yes, young master. He has been captured and, after days of hunger, now babbles incoherently. Let us return and see. Feng Ling Tian had led a comfortable life in recent years, dedicating his time to martial arts training and experimenting with energy replenishment for his golden eye. Besides the slow, automatic charging, he had also been meddling with the fates. Recently, he struck upon a delightful surprise. Under his parents' and Amp, Oppo's arrangements, he had taken a girl as his concubine, instantly boosting his energy by 3%. After several attempts to replicate that day's events, he was certain that the increase in his energy stemmed from the act of acquiring a concubine. Upon conducting further inquiries, he discovered that he had seemingly usurped the childhood sweetheart of another man, a man of no ordinary stature. In a dilapidated temple, a voice echoed, "You wretched dogs. I am a traveler of worlds. Where's the system? This is merely a test. I am the protagonist." Huang Hao, bound and gazing at the stars, never anticipated such treatment. As a traveler, his future promised wealth and power, a rise to become the leader of the martial arts world, surrounded by countless beautiful companions. Yet, years had passed since his arrival, and he found himself reduced to a filthy fisherman. To survive, he toiled endlessly, only to lose half of his meager catch to the fish guild. Had it not been for the stunning young lady next door, he would have surely succumbed to despair. Desiring to escape his plight and demonstrate the superiority of a traveler over the locals, he endured days of eating foul fish and rotten shrimp, supplemented by the meager savings his father had set aside for a future wife. This paltry sum barely afforded him 2.5 years of martial arts training at the dojo. He believed in his destiny as a traveler, certain of his exceptional talents. However, before he could reach the dojo, the neighboring girl was forcibly taken by the Wang family to become the concubine of the Wang family and Oppo's young master, Feng Ling Tian. Though vengeance brewed within him, the young master possessed formidable prowess, compelling Huang Hao to bide his time, vowing to one day annihilate the Wang family, including that shameless woman. His curses echoed ceaselessly. Feng Ling Tian, toying with a bar of soap, listened to the man's vitriol, his own confusion dissipating. No wonder energy accumulated. It appeared the travelers still had a hint of protagonist and Oppo's fate. Yet, it was unfortunate for him to cross paths with me. Feng Ling Tian kicked open the door, and upon seeing the newcomer, Huang Hao ceased his curses, lowering himself in a bow. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Young Master Wang, I have done nothing wrong. I do not know why you seek me. What can I do to serve you? I assure you, my acquaintance with the Lin family girl is merely superficial. We have never even touched. I avoid her, in fact. I prefer the tavern owner's wife." At this, Feng Ling Tian responded with haughty amusement. "Of course I know you haven't laid a hand on her. However, I must tell you, she is quite remarkable." Gazing at Feng Ling Tian's meaningful smile, Huang Hao suppressed his anger and forced a smile of flattery. He truly cared little for the girl, but felt his dignity had been trampled upon. To be favored by you, that is her fortune. What do you think, Warner? Footsteps approached, and a woman clad in royal blue silk, with ruby lips and pearly teeth. Her figure curvaceous for her age, gracefully saluted Feng Ling Tian. Wan and Amp, Oppos, concurred, "Young master speaks wisely, it is indeed my fortune." As she rose, her eyes cast a scornful glance at Huang Hao, as if he were nothing more than a pest. "I only regarded you as a neighbor, offering assistance due to your plight. How dare you think otherwise?" With that, Lin Warner turned and departed, leaving behind a trail of fragrant air. Huang Hao's heart shattered, as if struck by a heavy hammer, convulsing in agony, feeling his dignity crushed beneath a foot. Meanwhile, Fengling Tian and Appo's laughter, resonating from his newfound energy, rang even more piercingly. Yet Huang Hao forced a smile. He knew that to survive, he must refrain from cursing. With clarity before death, he observed the soap in Fengling Tian and Appo's hand, a flicker of hope igniting within him. You see, young Master Wang, I have not wronged you. You seek this soap, do you not? I can provide the formula for free, and I know the process of its creation. I possess many unique skills. I can transform sand into exquisite, lustrous jade under intense heat. Such treasures will bring you boundless wealth. Not at all. I have no interest in riches. Rather, I find you intriguing. You are not of this world, are you? You hail from another realm. Is life in the ancient world not dull? Are you reincarnated, or have you taken over another and Appo's life? Fengling Tian raised his hand, conjuring an image of towering modern skyscrapers before Huang Hao and Appo's eyes. At this revelation, Huang Hao's excitement surged, suppressing the murderous intent toward his fellow traveler, engaging in conversation with newfound familiarity. Chapter 25. The first steps into the world. Ah, you too. We hail from the same place. After all, we are both civilized individuals. Release my brother, and in the future, when fortune smiles upon us, we shall share the wealth together. With our capabilities, we are certainly superior to this band of natives. Energy 1. Fengling Tian raised his index finger, indicating his disapproval. No, Huang Hao, you must die, for your demise is what benefits me the most. Your murderous intent is hardly concealed. Your character, talent, and abilities leave much to be desired, with only a few petty tricks to rely on. Upon hearing Fengling Tian's unwavering intent to kill him, even after recognizing his identity, Huang Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. He shouted, Fengling Tian is an outsider demon. Yet, after shouting for what felt like an eternity, he was met with an eerie silence, devoid of even the slightest breeze. What is happening? A faint blue light enveloped Huang Hao, rendering his words inaudible to the outside world. Magic, how intriguing. It seems you lack even a golden finger. What misfortune indeed. Moreover, you have failed so miserably. How pitiful. Fengling Tian relentlessly provoked Huang Hao, determined to shatter his spirit and extract his energy. Huang Hao, whose mental fortitude was already fragile, spiraled into madness, screaming, Why? This is unfair. I am the emperor. All my loyal subjects do not bow to me. I am the leader of the martial world. Seeing Huang Hao's descent into madness, Fengling Tian did not relent, continuing his assault. When it became evident that no energy was forthcoming, he swiftly ended Huang Hao's life. Energy 3. After setting the dilapidated temple ablaze, Fengling Tian returned home, collapsing onto his bed, his body drained of strength. This was the result of having his accumulated magical power siphoned away. Indeed, he had discovered at the tender age of 5 that this world possessed magic, albeit in a diluted form. With sufficient accumulation, it could be harnessed for minor spells. However, more potent magic was beyond reach, as was the cultivation of fighting spirit. This was likely due to the world and Appo's consciousness, which lacked the necessary rules to support such powers. Fengling Tian gradually pieced together these insights, deducing the underlying logic of the world. For instance, the ordinary abilities that dissipated on Blue Star were similarly unsupported by rules. At a fundamental level, it was a matter of insufficient power to affect Blue Star. Should enough of Fengling Tian and Appo's abilities leak out, the rules there might change, gradually allowing for the emergence of ordinary wielders of power. The following day, Fengling Tian awoke under the care of Lin Wan, though their interactions were not limited to mere slumber. After all, he could hardly appease his eager parents, who yearned for grandchildren. While he referred to them as cheap parents, he still held a measure of respect for them. Were it not for his decision to forego further progeny, he would have obliged their desire for grandchildren. In Aster, he already had one child and planned to scatter his seeds like a sower, for one day, his descendants might populate all realms and worlds. After a few years, they would likely depart peacefully, reaching the end of their days, at which point he could roam freely, unconfined to Linjiang town. He envisioned stirring the world, honing his martial skills, clad in fine garments atop a spirited steed, traversing the martial realm. After all, this body had a long lifespan, and a few years mattered little. 5 years later, Fengling Tian bid farewell to his parents. At the clan meeting, he announced a transformation in the family business. assigning part of it to the clan elders while liquidating another portion to fund charitable endeavors in honor of his parents, hoping to earn merit for their reincarnation. The clan elders, witnessing Feng Lingtian uproot a tree as thick as a waist, expressed their unanimous approval. The Wang family's charitable endeavors spanned various aspects, establishing affordable clinics and free private schools. They gathered impoverished fishermen as tenants on the Wang family lands, liberating them from a century of toil. This series of grand gestures nearly depleted the Wang family's fortune. The people of Linjiang town adored the Wang family for their benevolence, yet simultaneously berated Wang Lingtian as a prodigal son, accusing him of exploiting his father's legacy. As for Linwan, Feng Lingtian did not leave her with wealth but bestowed upon her a precious gift, his child, which he initially did not intend to keep. In light of their years of companionship, he felt a momentary flicker of conscience. Lin Wan was delighted. Now a mother, she wholeheartedly supported her husband's quest to venture into the world. Having devoted years to the Wang family, she finally saw her dreams fulfilled. And with a child to care for, she felt no immediate need for her husband. One morning, Feng Lingtian donned a simple robe made of coarse fabric, brandishing a sharp sword, resembling an ordinary wanderer of the martial world. After bidding farewell to his wife and child, he set sail in a small boat, journeying toward the depths of Misty Lake. The sounds of monkeys echoed from both shores, while his light vessel glided past countless mountains. Perhaps due to the youth of this body, combined with years of martial training yet never truly stepping into the martial realm, Feng Lingtian, now in his 20s, still bore the exuberance of youth. His extensive experience in fishing allowed him to deftly navigate the small boat, skillfully avoiding hidden currents and rocks. As he traversed high mountains and rivers, he encountered many fellow fishermen along the way. Feng Lingtian had assumed various identities, yet he had yet to experience the Eastern martial world, and he found himself grateful to the Great Sage and the Golden Eye. The name Wang Lingtian would easily reveal his identity, so he decided to adopt the name Lin Ku in this world, recognizing the treacherous nature of the martial realm, where human hearts were difficult to gauge and caution was paramount. To ensure his safety, Feng Lingtian also disguised himself. Having lavishly squandered wealth and altered the fates of many in Linjiang town, his Golden Eye's energy reserves had reached 20. However, his contributions had not elevated the fortunes of those he aided. Their lives were likely to remain unchanged. Another motivating factor for his departure was that he had already broken through to the initial stage of dark energy, yet the subsequent techniques remained elusive. To obtain them, he would have to resort to theft or join a faction. Thus, he resolved to join a faction and seize what he needed. Aspiring to ascend the ranks and conquer the ultimate martial list, believing that the principles of martial arts would hold validity across most worlds. As he contemplated his future, Feng Lingtian steered his small boat toward Fuyou County, the nearest place where martial culture flourished. Despite some recluses preferring the solitude of deep mountains and forests, the majority of martial elites enjoyed the bustle of cities and the pleasures of life. After all, martial sects had numerous disciples who needed to sustain themselves. They could hardly afford to toil the land while perfecting their martial arts. Drifting down the river, Feng Lingtian took a sip of water. Observing the guards aboard the passing merchant vessels, he sighed, recognizing the complexities of martial arts. The journey from training strength to mastering energy, then transforming energy into true qi, and finally transcending to the innate level was arduous. Only a few among thousands could achieve the status of a grandmaster. Moreover, he currently lacked even the techniques for mid-level dark energy cultivation. Training martial arts without cultivating inner strength would lead to a lifetime of futility. Here, the essence of martial arts lay in true qi. Martial skills were divided into internal and external disciplines. External skills encompassed various techniques and hard qigong, enhancing speed, strength, and endurance, while coordinating various application techniques. As for internal skills, Feng Lingtian knew little. However, he had observed a yearning in Li De's eyes during his youth, suggesting that Li De had encountered true qi, which was likely more profound than mere internal skills. The reputable sects would not accept him as a disciple at this age. He would have to seek out a reliable faction for protection. 2 days later, Feng Lingtian arrived in Fuyou County, where he sold his black awning boat at a modest price. It is not the absence of waterways leading to the city, but rather that vessels from other regions are prohibited from entering Fuyou City, as per the universal regulations of various guilds. Having lived by the water for many years, Feng Lingtian is quite knowledgeable about such matters and is not entirely a novice. He is naturally aware of how to avoid trouble. On either side of the road lies a vast expanse of farmland, And Feng Lingtian cannot help but commend the quality of the crops, lush green leaves that are indeed quite appetizing. However, he refrains from pilfering, as most of this land belongs to the martial arts schools and businesses within the city. Taking their goods would certainly invite unwelcome complications. Such fertile fields are not meant for the impoverished. Nonetheless, there is a share for them in the cultivation. Not far from a shaded pavilion, a sun-kissed farmer, his skin tanned from labor, receives water from his 4-year-old daughter and continues to till the soil, while the little girl retreats back to the pavilion. There, she assists a woman resembling a matron, helping to wipe the table and move the stools. Feng Lingtian steps into the shaded pavilion and orders a pot of coarse tea. Feeling parched after his long journey. Chapter 26. The tea shed. The flavor of the tea was rather ordinary, yet it possessed a certain charm. A few coins worth of tea could not compare to the exquisite pre-rain longjing brewed by Feng Lingtian. However, for someone who had just endured the scorching sun, a bowl of tea was immensely refreshing. Though not iced, it had been left to sit for a while, making it perfect for quenching thirst. As Feng Lingtian sipped his tea, he enjoyed it alongside some pancakes that had been prepared at home. While the pancakes were cold, the moment he unwrapped them, the enticing aroma of butter and scallions wafted through the air, awakening his appetite. Feng Lingtian fell to gaze upon him. He glanced over to find a little girl from the shed. The small child had her hair tied up in a bun and wore a clean, light green outfit. Watching him intently as he devoured the pancakes. Although her mouth was moving as if chewing, she was considerate enough not to approach him for a bite. Nor did she disturb his meal. Amused, Feng Lingtian was reminded of his own young child, of a similar age, who would eagerly wait by the stove, watching him cook. Haha, come here. Feng Lingtian called out, gesturing for the child to come closer, and handed her a whole pancake. Take it, we'll soon reach the county town. And I can't finish it all. The little girl accepted the pancake with a soft thank you and tore off a large piece to send to a man working in the fields. She then returned to share the remaining pancake with the tea shed as proprietress, both of them enjoying their meal with smiles that turned their eyes into crescent moons. Truly a sight to behold. Inside the tea shed, several patrons watched the mother and daughter with delight, as if witnessing a rare scene of beauty. That pancake looks delicious. Where did you buy it? One of them inquired. It's homemade. Just need the dough a bit longer and add more scallions. It's nothing special. But it's quite palatable as sustenance. Feng Lingtian replied generously, his voice loud enough for the mother and daughter and everyone else in the shed to hear. With a mix of seriousness and jest, he suggested to the owner, you should consider selling pancakes in your shop. Travelers often find themselves parched and famished. I've given you the recipe, he added, noting the child's understanding nature. It seems your family has a good atmosphere. Perhaps one day she will grow into a remarkable individual. Upon hearing this, the patrons joined in with laughter, teasing that if there were no pancakes during their next visit, they would have something to say about it. Amidst the hearty laughter, a touch of tenderness filled the air. The mother and daughter expressed their gratitude to Feng Lingtian and waived the tea fees for everyone present. Suddenly, Feng Lingtian received a message, Energy 3. He looked at the girl, surprised. Observing her, he was certain she was neither a traveler nor a reincarnate. This surge of energy could only indicate that the girl possessed a favorable destiny, and his actions today would have a significant impact on her future. Feng Lingtian had no intention of pursuing anything further. His conflict with Huang Hao had been motivated by the latter's vile nature, which would undoubtedly lead to revenge. While he was not afraid, he had a family to protect in this world. Keeping the matter unresolved would only invite trouble. The girl approached from the stove, pressed something into Feng Lingtian's hand, and quickly ran away. He looked down to find a small straw horse, plump and charmingly whimsical. He accepted it without hesitation. Oh, the joys of the world. I shall embrace this fate, he mused, setting aside a slip of paper and following the crowd towards the county town. He strolled leisurely beside a vendor's cart to escape the sun. Not far off, he noticed a few others dressed similarly to him, clad in light purple short tunics, wielding swords and knives, unmistakably fellow wanderers of the martial world. Feng Lingtian perked up his ears to listen to their conversation, eager to gather information. Senior brother, we're almost at Fuyo County Town. I wonder if there are any renowned martial arts masters, sects, or young heroes in the city. Upon hearing his junior sister's inquiry, the most mature-looking of the trio spoke, though his demeanor was somewhat exaggerated, as if he wished to impress. You've asked a good question. While my martial skills are not exceptional, I do keep abreast of the latest news. The two women tugged at the man's sleeve playfully, coaxing him. Please, just tell us. If you sneak out for a night of revelry, I want to tell master. The man coughed awkwardly, his face betraying embarrassment as he shifted the topic. Let us set aside the old generation for now and discuss the recent years. To speak of the present martial world, we must mention the newly famous talents, the 6 great heroes and the 28 stars of destiny. Among them, there is Hero of the Sea, Sun Lianqing, hailing from Fufeng County. His martial arts are profound and enigmatic, with an undisclosed master. His palm techniques are unmatched among the youth, and there are rumors of a past entanglement with the courtesan Lu Qingqing. As he spoke, the young man's face lit up with admiration, though it was unclear whether he admired Sun Lianqing's prowess or the allure of Lu Qingqing. The two women, however, only seemed to envy the fame. If I could one day make a name for myself in the martial world, surely people would praise me as a heroine. Achieving such a goal would make this life worthwhile. I certainly don't want to marry someone and spend my days cooking and cleaning. The senior brother chuckled. Dear sister, you must strive diligently in your training. Perseverance is key to mastering martial arts. While he spoke encouragingly, internally he rolled his eyes, thinking that given their master's own advanced skills, and considering his sister's lack of practice in this unfavorable weather, she would find it difficult to break through to the next level without extraordinary fortune. They were merely background characters in the martial world, less lively than indulging in revelry. Had it not been for his empty pockets, he would have considered spending a few days in the pleasure quarters, having heard that Fufeng County was abundant in beauty. The group chatted casually about the affairs of the martial world, all of which reached Feng Lingtian's ears. In Fuyao County town, the bustling streets were alive with excitement as a crowd gathered around a platform, erupting in cheers and gasps. On the stage, 2 fighters engaged in combat, their fists flying with vigor, each strike producing a resounding crack. With a swift blow, one combatant struck the other's left arm, tearing his clothing and sending him tumbling off the stage. The victor, Lin Ku, displayed remarkable restraint, inflicting injury without malice, perfectly showcasing the essence of a sparring match. This is true sparring, executed with finesse. Who knows if they could truly fight if the time came? Remarked a spectator with a dismissive tone. Look at that young man. Even though he held back, his stance remains firm. Clearly, he is seasoned. If he intended to strike with intent to harm, he certainly could. You lot only sent your brash novices because you knew he would play by the rules. Feng Lingtian, hearing the crowd's cheers, raised a hand in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping across the stage. He spotted a man clad in black, adorned with gold-threaded willow leaves, a sight that brought a faint smile to his lips. Now, this will do, he thought. Chapter 27. The Arena Tournament and becoming a guest of the Lu family. The reason he entered the Arena Tournament was to make a name for himself and secure a position within a powerful faction. Ever since his first match, he had received numerous invitations from various organizations, including escort agencies and trading houses, yet none of these appealed to Feng Lingtian. However, today, at the arena of Feng Lingtian, he sensed that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The Lu family's emblem, the Lu Yi Jinstian, was a symbol of prominence in Fuyao County, and his choice of the Lu family was primarily motivated by their martial arts lineage. He had learned that the Lu family was renowned for their use of shape-based boxing, with ancestors who had even reached the level of a half-step master. Such masters were exceedingly rare, as there were only a handful of them in the world. The Lu family and Apos' legacy of a half-step master undoubtedly implied the existence of corresponding internal cultivation techniques, which suited him perfectly since he practiced the 5-tiger fist. There was no need for him to alter his martial arts style, which was a significant advantage. Although the Lu family would likely not provide him with these secrets, it would not hinder Feng Lingtian from joining them. Moreover, given the Lu family's declining influence in Fuyao County, they would likely value him even more. Young sir, please wait, called a figure adorned in Lu Yi embroidery, blocking Feng Lingtian's path. By your attire, may I inquire if you are from the Lu family of Fuyao? Feng Lingtian returned the greeting. Indeed, I am. I would be honored to join the Lu family. Rest assured, as long as I do not commit any egregious acts, the Lu family will not investigate my past and will treat me with respect. Feng Lingtian chuckled in response. In that case, I am grateful. I would appreciate it if you could elaborate further. In a modest residence not far from the Lu family estate, a servant presented him with a key, respectfully stating, Master Lin, this is your residence. There are 2 of your fellow colleagues in the courtyard. The steward may have relayed this, but I thought it prudent to mention it again. During your absence from the trading house, meals will be delivered daily, with meat guaranteed, and on festive occasions, there will be wine. Monthly allowances will also be provided. Feng Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement. Once the servant departed, he surveyed the courtyard, which was quite satisfactory. He noticed 2 doors were locked, likely indicating that his colleagues were not at home. Upon entering his room, he found it adequately furnished, complete with bedding and an oil lamp. On the table lay a booklet, exuding the scent of fresh ink, containing the profound principles of the Luo family's tiger-shaped fist. Indeed, the Luo family had not deceived him. Upon sacrificing a lucrative offer for the martial arts manual, they had honored their promise. However, only the first half was present, suggesting that the second half would depend on his merits. As for the internal cultivation techniques, acquiring them through conventional means was impossible, for they were treasures of the Luo family. Had he not already attained mid-tier strength and dark energy, he would likely have to serve the Luo family for some time to gain their trust. First, I must master this, Feng Ling Tian mused. With this first half, I can attempt mid-level dark energy cultivation. After all, it is merely an external skill. Just as he was contemplating this, a shrill female voice echoed through the courtyard. Where is that person who achieved 18 consecutive victories in the tournament? Come out, I wish to spar with you. Feng Ling Tian opened the door and beheld a girl clad in pink satin, her beauty striking and her stature tall. As soon as she spotted him, she approached with grace, her movements akin to a crane, yet her hands lunged towards his neck like dragon claws, executed with precision and ferocity. With a thunderous roar, Feng Ling Tian, embodying the might of a tiger, blocked her advance with his fists, causing her to momentarily falter. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a sudden alarm rang in his mind, prompting him to withdraw. A white palm shadow struck where he had just stood, creating a sizable crater in the ground. Are you unharmed? A middle-aged man in elaborate Luo Yi attire stood protectively before the girl. He was evidently a high-ranking member of the Luo family. Upon confirming that his daughter was unharmed, he addressed Feng Ling Tian with a respectful gesture. Haha, I am Luo Ke, the current head of the Luo family. May I inquire if you are well, Master Lin? My daughter admires your martial prowess and sought to test her skills against you. Fortunately, you withdrew in time. Otherwise, she would have been incapacitated for months. Feng Ling Tian had no intention of harboring ill will, especially as he desired to thrive within the Luo family. Greetings, head of the family. I am indeed unharmed. Your daughter's skills are impressive. Her movements flow like water, and with time, she may well reach the level of a master. Luo Ke chuckled, shaking his head. You flatter my daughter. Otherwise, she would not have acted so recklessly against someone of your caliber. Today in Dapos, this encounter was orchestrated by me to gauge your abilities. Would you be willing to serve as my daughter and Dapos, as sparring partner? If you agree, not only will you retain your benefits, but you will also be exempt from any tasks. The head of the Luo family sought Feng Ling Tian primarily for this reason. With few members left in the Luo family and only one daughter, she was a precious asset. Although she possessed commendable martial skills, the lack of sparring partners hindered her potential growth. Should the Luo family lose their prominent figures, they would swiftly be overshadowed by other families and martial arts schools. Thus, to cultivate his daughter, he needed a suitable training partner, one who understood shape-based boxing and possessed experience in the martial world, with strength above the dark energy level. Few met these criteria in Fuyao County until Feng Ling Tian appeared and caught his attention during the third match of the tournament. Feng Ling Tian saw no reason to decline such a generous offer. Being exempt from tasks meant he could dedicate more time to his cultivation. I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed head of the family. How shall we proceed? Upon hearing Feng Ling Tian and Apos' agreement, Luo Ke laughed heartily and departed. Then, starting today, you shall be a guest of the Luo family. You may discuss the specifics with my daughter. The second half of the manual will be delivered to you tonight. Once Luo Ke had completely left, the girl, who had previously displayed a haughty demeanor, transformed into a poised figure, offering a well-mannered bow. It was evident she had inherited her father's hidden wisdom, and her usual antics were merely to amuse him. Thank you, esteemed guest Lin. Might I inquire about the cultivation methods of your tiger war technique? I assure you, I will not take without giving. I have observed that you possess considerable strength, yet seem somewhat unfamiliar with the ways of the martial world. I can provide guidance. Feng Ling Tian was taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. This woman is indeed remarkable. With just a few words, she has discerned my weaknesses and is willing to exchange knowledge for my cultivation methods. It seems the Luo family will not decline anytime soon. He felt no need to refuse, as his focus was on enhancing his combat prowess. He had no intention of establishing his own sect, thus keeping his secrets to himself was unnecessary. Of course, Miss Luo. Returning to his room, he seized a brush and ink, swiftly completing a small booklet. Once it dried, he presented it to Lu Ruyan. Chapter 28. The Enigma of True Qi. Lu Ruoyan glanced over, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. not solely due to Feng Lingtian's training methods, but also because some of his techniques resonated with her own understanding of transformation. Guest, you truly possess both skill and audacity, daring to dwell in the depths of the mountains, cohabiting with the ferocious beasts of the tiger's den. You have modified the tiger's stance, embodying the essence of the tiger, exuding the regal aura of the king of beasts. Haha, what a desperate measure. I wonder, Miss Lin, if you could introduce me to the elder masters and enlighten me on how one transitions into a master of transformation. Lu Ruoyan was hardly surprised by Feng Lingtian and Apos' inquiries. After all, every martial artist adept in the art of hidden strength aspires to ascend to mastery. However, the first step toward mastery is to achieve transformation after mastering hidden strength. A master is defined as one whose true chi flows throughout their body, with their energy sea fully opened. Masters possess extraordinary combat prowess, and as long as their true chi remains unbroken, they are scarcely defeated. Currently, there are 14 renowned masters from the older generation, including One Blade, One Sword, the Evil Sovereign, the Nameless Wind, and Cloud. In the 3 teachings and 5 sects of heaven, these figures are all legendary predecessors. Feng Lingtian had heard of a few but was unaware of all. Only after Lu Ruoyan's explanation did he grasp the implications of her rhymes. One Blade and One Sword refer to the Blade King of the Western regions and the Sword Hero of the Snowy Mountains. The Evil Sovereign refers to the leader of the Undying Sect, Xie Dingtian. As Lu Ruoyan tucked away the now-dry booklet, she noted the eager expression on her guest and Apos' face and proceeded to discuss the matter that most intrigued Feng Lingtian. What is true chi? Where does it come from? How is it cultivated? Why are masters so rare in the world? As for true chi, it is virtually impossible to cultivate within ordinary sects, even if achieved. It may take centuries to produce a single master. Feng Lingtian and Apos' expression turned peculiar. It seemed that the issue extended beyond mere techniques. After all, over the course of centuries, there should be some exceptionally gifted individuals capable of developing new master techniques, even if some have been lost to time. The emergence of masters should gradually increase. Yet he voiced his doubts aloud. With countless martial artists in the world, why are masters so scarce? Could it be that ordinary internal cultivation methods cannot innovate? Is the process of transforming hidden strength into true chi truly so arduous? Lu Ruoyan chuckled softly, her expression reflecting more resignation than amusement. His question mirrored a common wonder among martial artists, yet this secret is not widely known. Lin Keqing, being an external expert, naturally held some misconceptions about internal cultivation. True chi, in essence, is a form of energy. Humans are but corporeal beings. When it comes to strength, everyone possesses it. The pulsation of blood propels one's vigor and manifests as strength, which is what constitutes hidden strength. Although hidden strength possesses a certain energy, it is not true chi. Strength cannot transcend the physical form, nor does it contribute to longevity. Feng Lingtian understood this perspective, yet he recognized that it differed from fighting spirit, which, at the stage of a bronze knight, could be unleashed to strike an enemy from several feet away. This truly aligns with my conjecture. Different worlds adhere to varying principles, which is why the path to the extraordinary may falter. The magical energy in this realm is also rather low, implying that magical powers will inevitably wane here. Unless one can counteract the influence of the world's rules, the path to the extraordinary cannot be avoided. However, my elevated status and deeper understanding of these rules may expedite my cultivation compared to others. Feng Lingtian turned to Lu Ruoyan and inquired, but, as you mentioned, ordinary sects can still produce masters. Does that imply that, despite the challenges, it remains possible? Lu Ruoyan sighed and nodded. Indeed, it is so, albeit exceedingly difficult. Do you recall the tiger stance I demonstrated? Within it, there were traces of energy perception and retention. After reaching the pinnacle of external techniques, one must transform the external into the internal to cultivate true chi. This requires not only immense willpower but also great fortune. Thus, those without a sect who become masters are akin to gold sifted from the sands. Before Feng Lingtian could pose another question, Lu Ruoyan continued. I know you are curious as to why well-established sects, though they produce few masters, have a greater number of individuals capable of true chi, like my father. That is primarily because true chi can be inherited. The true disciples of these great sects genuinely possess the essence of such inheritance. This extends beyond martial arts manuals. It encompasses true chi as well. Each major sect harbors individuals who, despite facing insurmountable obstacles to break through, still possess true chi. Their numbers can be divided allowing them to transfer their true chi to gifted young disciples. They regard this act as the transmission of true skills, with true skills combined with internal cultivation methods. Over time, true chi will flourish, and the energy sea will open, leading to mastery. However, cultivating true chi and achieving breakthroughs entails risks. There are always those who, believing themselves exceptionally gifted, refuse to pass on their skills, ultimately leading to premature demise. They opt for forced breakthroughs, resulting in their true chi dispersing, with mild illness as a consequence, or, in severe cases, sudden death. Such individuals often meet horrific ends, some even falling into madness and becoming deranged fiends. In summary, only those with unwavering resolve can attain mastery. Feng Lingtian found this notion peculiar, as it evoked a sense of familiarity. This method of nurturing true chi feels somewhat akin to my experience with the dispersal of mythic blood. Yet, true chi only circulates among practitioners. Is this merely a selection of the most promising candidates for slaughter, or, at that moment, Feng Lingtian relinquished his ambition to seize the essence of true chi, sensing that the martial arts of this world might be fundamentally flawed. The method of inheritance seemed to circulate solely among prestigious sections. What then became of the true chi that was cultivated? Having once been a creator, he was no mere native and could sense the presence of a hidden hand at play. No wonder they say I Shan and Amp, Oppos, T grow weary. It appears I have numerous rivals across the myriad realms. Feng Lingtian did not heed Lu Ruoyan's subsequent discourse. Instead, he contemplated the words of the great sage. Thus, I find myself, perhaps, acting as a thief within a wealthy household. Lu Ruoyan noticed Feng Lingtian and Amp, Oppos, S distraction and assumed it was merely due to his astonishment. Haha. There is no need for such surprise. I bore the same expression upon first hearing this. You may also attempt to visualize it yourself. There remains hope for borrowing the false to cultivate the true. This is how the Lu family and Amp, Oppos, S true chi came to be. Feng Lingtian rose, clasping his hands in farewell, and arranged for daily practice together for an hour. During the remaining time, he diligently studied the materials from the Lu family. Though lacking the martial arts techniques themselves, this was sufficient for him to explore the advanced stages of the Five Tiger Fist's hidden strength. He refrained from rushing into visualization before taking any action. He wished to examine the internal cultivation methods of this world. After all, he was not a mere instrument of the Lu family and Oppos as martial prowess. Nor would he engage in indiscriminate killing that would weigh upon his conscience. He would not compromise his own principles. Chapter 29. For years have passed. Crisis of the Lu family? In the snowy courtyard of Fuyao County, a small heater dispelled the winter chill, and steam rose from the boiling kettle atop the flames. Feng Lingtian sipped his warm tea and rose slowly, his body emanating a muffled sound. His breath resonating like distant thunder, a clear sign of having reached the pinnacle of the hidden strength realm. Yet, it had been half a month since Lu Ruyan last visited. In the initial 2 years, they practiced together almost daily, enabling Lu Ruyan to successfully break through to the hidden strength realm. However, her visits diminished significantly, becoming scarce over the past year. Moreover, Feng Lingtian and Oppos' treatment had also declined, with his 2 colleagues mysteriously absent after sustaining severe injuries. It appeared that the Lu family was indeed facing considerable troubles, but this year seemed destined to mark an end. Feng Lingtian had witnessed the rise and fall of many in Fuyao County over the years. The Wang family, slightly weaker than the Lu family, had been annihilated by rivals. Their wealth and land sold off at a pittance, inadvertently falling into the hands of other families, including the Lu family, which had taken over several shops. Now, it seemed the misfortunes had befallen the Lu family. Their escort agency had been targeted, and their businesses plagued with troubles. Lu Ruyan, like a firefighter, desperately supported her family, likely lacking time to practice martial arts. The next day, as Feng Lingtian stepped out, he heard a cacophony of weeping emanating from the Lu residence. A white mourning shroud hung at their gate, where a group of mourners clad in mourning attire cried out, while a woman berated them. Why cry? What is there to lament? Father has passed, but does that mean life must end? Lu Ruyan ordered servants to carry a simple coffin towards the family grave, seemingly wishing to conclude the funeral hastily, without any formal rites. It appears Lu Wuqiu has died, Feng Lingtian sighed. He had expected Lu Ruyan to seek him out for assistance, but now it seemed she intended to withdraw from Fuyao County. Upon seeing Feng Lingtian, Lu Ruyan did not display excitement. He was merely an unremarkable guest elder, lacking the talent of the hidden strength initial stage. Her initial interest in him had waned over the years as she found him insufficient as a training partner. Lin Keqing, my father has passed, and with wolves surrounding. Danger looms. The Lu family plans to leave Fuyao County. I hope you can escort them to the ferry, Lu Ruyan tentatively proposed, uncertain of his response. As guest elders typically chose to abandon their affiliations when the tree falls. Very well, the Lu family has treated me kindly. I shall accompany them for a while. Feng Lingtian replied. Sensing a flicker of gratitude in Lu Ruyan and Appo's eyes, she handed him a map. Though your martial skills are still under refinement, one day you will break through. This is a map to the Cloud and Rain Tower. If you seek martial arts, perhaps you may try there. Accepting the map, Feng Lingtian confirmed his departure for that night and returned to his courtyard. A sense of unease washed over him, not about the map itself, but rather, it seemed the Lu family was concealing something. According to the customary rules, the Lu family had not made significant enemies in recent years, and generally, when they retreated, other factions would show them some respect, refraining from lethal actions. Perhaps they simply wished to be more cautious, or perhaps they carry more treasures, he mused. As night descended, the horse-drawn carriage moved slowly, the Lu family members displaying little sorrow, as if leaving Fuyao County was of no great consequence. Feng Lingtian's hand rested on his well-maintained blade, which had not tasted blood in quite some time. In the forest, I watched the carriage procession. Is it them? Yes, the Lu family's guest elder is among them. It can and Appo's, to be mistaken. A chuckle escaped Feng Lingtian as he sensed a group lurking nearby. What kind-hearted individuals wander out here at such an hour? Suddenly, the sound of bowstrings being drawn snapped his attention, and he swiftly dove beneath the carriage. It was unwise to take arrows head-on. Ah, who is it? The cries above him echoed as he waited for the chaos to subside before emerging. The surviving members of the Lu family were engaged in battle with a group clad in dark G Chapter 30. The transformation of strength Feng Lingtian's physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary warriors, allowing him to swiftly outpace the common black-clad assailants, save for one who possessed true energy and continued to pursue him. He paused amidst a pile of jagged rocks, solely focused on the relentless black-clad figure. The assailant wore a smug expression, however, upon witnessing Feng Lingtian and Appo's combat capabilities, a hint of admiration crept into his demeanor, prompting him to extend an invitation. You run quite well, young man. How about joining us for a share of the imperial bounty? Rest assured, if you perform admirably, you could even acquire internal cultivation techniques to harness true energy. Feng Lingtian was somewhat surprised by the identity of the black-clad man. He was indeed affiliated with the imperial court. Conflicts among martial artists often disrupt governmental order, yet in most cases, as long as no one reported to the authorities and no disturbance ensued, the local officials, particularly in regions far from the imperial capital, preferred to maintain a facade of order, remaining largely indifferent to the chaos around them. After all, the local authorities could not possibly control every faction vying for dominance. They were merely trying to safeguard their own territories. Of course, I could join, but it would be preferable if you were to lose your head first, Feng Lingtian declared, resembling a ferocious tiger as he advanced towards the black-clad man. Unwilling to yield easily, if you refuse my offer, then prepare to meet your demise. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, yet each time, Feng Lingtian deftly evaded the black-clad man's true energy strikes, landing a powerful punch to his dantian. This left the assailant gasping for breath, ultimately succumbing to Feng Lingtian's decisive strike that pierced his heart. Energy too. On a small bamboo raft, Feng Lingtian tended to his wounds and consumed a healing elixir. Lying on the raft, he floated down the river, feeling no remorse for the fisherman whose raft he had commandeered. After all, he had paid for it. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, Feng Lingtian gazed upward, feeling the blood and energy within him stirring. Recognizing the opportune moment for a breakthrough, he remained supine, stimulating his internal organs relentlessly. Opportunities once missed are not easily reclaimed. As blood surged through his veins, Feng Lingtian's skin flushed a deep crimson, enveloped in a mist of evaporating sweat. The automatic activation of his energy caused his skin to ooze blood, and his veins trembled. Yet his consciousness remained acutely aware. He understood that he must break through at this moment, fortunate enough to have observed the black-clad man's techniques. A mere extraction of essence would suffice. This was the advantage of slaying foes and claiming their equipment. He envisioned himself clad in armor, fists encased in gauntlets, meticulously detailing the armor's features. Blood trickled from his mouth, but he pressed on until the golden-armored deity began to manifest. Before long, the deity transformed into a beam of golden light, and a warm sensation radiated from his dantian. His strength gradually converted into true energy. Exhausted and bordering on unconsciousness, Feng Lingtian and Apos' awareness flickered. In his daze, he beheld the beautiful starry sky vanish, replaced by a murky haze. Tentacles sprouted grotesquely from the sky, their filaments drifting through the air. The distant sound of a bull and Apos' roar resonated, while vibrant, colorful dust fell from above. Suddenly, thunder erupted from the dark clouds, striking towards his illusions. Feng Lingtian jolted awake, drenched in sweat and the sin of his own exertion. He gazed at the sky, which appeared as it always had, as if the previous visions were mere phantoms. A sharp pain coursed through him, as something spread from his hand to his skin. He tore at his palm, flesh and blood intertwining, leaving a layer of skin on the bamboo pole, covered in dark, coarse hair reminiscent of a bull and Apos'. With the recent sound of the bull still echoing in his mind, Feng Lingtian chuckled, no longer doubting that this was mere coincidence. There was indeed something amiss in this world, and the techniques he encountered were suspect as well. The black-clad man and Apos' cultivation method involved visualizing a bull-headed, human-bodied figure, the azure virtue celestial sovereign, facilitating the mastery of true energy. The bull and Apos' roar must have originated from that celestial being. Those entities I encountered earlier have tampered with the rules of this realm, akin to thieves like myself. Departing the bamboo raft, Feng Lingtian sought refuge in a cave to mend his damaged organs. Upon concluding his meditation and examining the spoils from the black-clad man, he unearthed intriguing revelations that elucidated why the Luo family had drawn the ire of the Deqian court. Among the most significant findings was a letter detailing the Luo family and Apos' clandestine support of the notorious Red Robe Bandit's second-in-command, who had recently stirred considerable unrest. The Luo family's decline stemmed from their covert financial backing of the rebels. As the Red Robe Bandits were eventually routed and became roving outlaws, their organization fell into disarray. The court spies, having acquired this intelligence, sought to eradicate the Luo family and locate the bandits' treasure map. The Luo family, sensing impending danger, attempted to retreat. Luo Wuqing was slain by the court, and had it not been for the fear of the treasure map and Apos' exposure attracting other factions and Apos' attention, the court would have acted decisively against them rather than resorting to vendettas within the pugilistic world. However, this miscalculation bewildered the Luo family, leading them to believe they were under attack from rival martial artists. How intriguing! The Luo family indeed possesses audacity. It seems I have narrowly escaped a calamity. Feng Lingtian incinerated everything on his person, save for his silver and grass horse, and after procuring clean garments from a local farmer, he set off towards Black Mountain County. This region lay farther than Fuyao County, with the court's influence being notably weak, making it an ideal location to explore the Fengyun Tower, where a grand martial arts tournament awaited. He was determined to gather energy. In Black Mountain County, a crowd had gathered around a notice board, and Feng Lingtian, munching on an unfamiliar melon, blended in as a true onlooker. Wow, the new martial arts rankings are out. Let us see what changes have occurred. The spectators eagerly searched for the rankings, engaging in animated discussions. In an era lacking efficient means of communication, the crowd was able to spread news far and wide. Most gathered around the rookie rankings, while some martial artists directly sought their own standings. Has anyone seen the rankings for the combat star Lin Ko? Has he risen? I found it. Look at the 68th position on the heavenly board. He's climbed several ranks, defeating the leader of the Golden Blade sect. Impressive. His tiger form fist is truly formidable. At such a young age, he has the potential to become a grandmaster. Tomorrow's martial arts tournament will feature Lin Ku against the grandmaster's son, Bao Long. It's a must-see, and I should place a wager at the Fengyun Tower. This sentiment garnered widespread agreement among the audience, who, after indulging in the gossip, gradually dispersed. Chapter 31. The Tower of Storms and Clouds. Feng Lingtian returned to the inn, pushed open the door, and discovered a woman inside. Clad in an elegant long gown, she exuded an extraordinary presence. A sharp, cold demeanor glinted in her eyes. May I inquire as to who you are, making such an unexpected visit? It seems rather impolite, she remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips as she revealed her purpose. I am Lin Ku, the battle star, and the master of the Tower of Storms and Clouds. I am Mo Feng, and I have come to extend an invitation for you to join our esteemed organization. Should you accept? Access to certain volumes in the Library of Hidden Techniques will be granted, along with the promise of an elder position. among the elders, of whom there are few in their 30s. Feng Lingtian offered a slight bow, showing a modicum of respect for this master martial artist. It seems the Tower of Storms and Clouds is indeed remarkable. Even in my concealed state, you were able to track me down. However, I must decline. I, Lin, am not fond of constraints. While I may covet the opportunity, I do not deem it essential. The woman appeared somewhat surprised, not anticipating that her invitation would be rebuffed. With a resigned sigh, she produced a silver token and placed it upon the table. Very well. Should you choose not to accept, then so be it. Brother Lin, your mastery is evident, relying solely on external techniques to internalize true energy, truly a prodigious talent. Allow me to offer you this token, which grants access to most of our scriptures. I hope that when you ascend to mastery, you might extend some favor towards our tower. Feng Lingtian chuckled heartily. Accepting her goodwill, such a favor could easily be repaid, so why not embrace it? In that case, I thank the Tower Master. As long as it does not contravene my principles, I can assist you with one matter. With the answers he sought in mind, Mo Feng opened the window but suddenly turned back to say, by the way, I would advise you to be cautious, Brother Lin. The Dragon of Treasure is on the verge of reaching mastery. With that, a gust of wind swept through, and the window closed behind him, leaving no trace of Mo Feng's presence. How swift! No wonder he is called Wind, truly befitting of a master. Feng Lingtian gazed at the window in astonishment. He could achieve similar feats, albeit with a greater commotion. As for mastery, since arriving in Heishan County 3 years ago, he had resumed his competitive endeavors on the life and death arena, continually learning from his opponents and oppos, martial arts, and becoming increasingly adept at manipulating true energy. Although he had yet to open his energy sea, his external techniques had reached another level, instilling confidence in his ability to contend with a master. With the token in hand, his chances of achieving mastery had increased. The following day, the arena at Bafang Square was encircled by a 6-story wooden building, with various factions seated on each floor, lang of characters. At the bottom level, a group of impoverished commoners strained their necks to glimpse the arena above. This was a customary pastime in Heishan County, watching arena matches, a primary reason for the region's vibrant martial atmosphere. Yet, this place was not chaotic. The Tower of Storms and Clouds maintained order among the factions. The common folk here lived better than in most regions of the great Qin dynasty. With 2 masters and the formidable Tower of Storms and Clouds, everyone afforded them due respect. Furthermore, the tower was adept at maintaining good relations, rarely offending anyone despite its martial reputation. The stakes of today and Oppos, arena match were set by the Tower of Storms and Clouds. The majority backed the Dragon of Treasure, given his status as the son of a master. Even though Lin Ke had never been defeated, he could not rival the reputation of a master. Underdogs appeared every year, but most met their demise in the arena. On the stage, 2 contenders stood ready. The Dragon of Treasure eyed Lin Ke and stated his strength directly. I have already stepped into the realm of mastery. You might as well surrender. I am merely here to secure a ranking today. Though this is not a life and death match. Should we engage, there will be no leniency. I do not possess your level of control. The blade he wielded gleamed ominously, bearing down on Feng Lingtian. A smirk of mockery adorned the face of the Dragon of Treasure. He had no intention of killing, but he relished the thought of witnessing someone humiliated. This Lin Ke, reputed never to have lost, would be a delightful spectacle should he yield out of fear for his own reputation. Trampling on someone else and Oppos' dignity was his favorite pastime. A trait his father, the beggar Guowoming, also cherished. Feng Lingtian remained unperturbed. To expect my surrender is utterly impossible. Very well, your resolve is admirable. Let us see how you fare with a blade at your throat, the Dragon of Treasure retorted, advancing with his sword. The blade and Oppos' aura carved deep white marks into the granite floor. Holding a spear, Feng Lingtian flicked it, unleashing a rapid barrage aimed at the Dragon of Treasure and Oppos' face. The latter, caught off guard, had to retreat several steps under the force of the blow. Instead of being angered, the Dragon of Treasure felt exhilarated, pivoting to strike again, closing in on Feng Lingtian. What power! Come again. The 2 engaged in a fierce exchange, neither side willing to yield. Below the arena, cheers and discussions erupted among the spectators, and the common folk wore expressions of delight. Those who had placed bets on Feng Lingtian were thrilled to see him holding his ground against the Dragon of Treasure. How could they not be excited? What do you think? Mo Feng asked his sister, Mo Yun. Tall and dressed in white garments, Mo Yun nodded. That spear technique is impressive. Its breath is long and flowing. He possesses potential to become a master. You have given him the tower token? Mo Yun inquired. Indeed, should he ascend to mastery, it would certainly benefit our interests. She replied, Sister, is it truly necessary? Following the sword hero's uproar in the palace, many masters perished in the Great Qian. I cannot believe they have revived their ambitions to restore order to the realm. Coming from a background of rebellion, they expect all to share their desire for power. Mo Feng let out a disdainful snort. Yet, Mo Yun furrowed her brow, uncertain. The Great Qian's desire to suppress martial arts had never waned. Decades prior, the great master sword hero had single-handedly stormed the palace, unleashing a night of sword energy and starry chaos, resulting in the deaths of many of the Great Qian's elite, including several masters. Following numerous rebellions, the Great Qian's power had inevitably declined after quelling the unrest, though it remained nominally in control. In reality, except for a few counties surrounding the imperial capital and remote border areas, they could only collect taxes nominally elsewhere. This had stifled any discussions of martial suppression. However, recent news compelled caution, as the Great Qian had mobilized troops to counter the red-robed bandits. While their deployment was directed at the bandits, the astute Mo Yun sensed something amiss. Having established a vast martial network, she trusted her instincts. Thus, she endeavored to cultivate alliances with notable figures, ensuring that the Tower of Storms and Clouds would remain unscathed and protect the martial community and Appos as future. This notion had gradually solidified since the sisters acquired their techniques and entered the martial world. They felt that should the martial realm vanish, it would herald dire consequences. Chapter 32. The final push. The battle on the stage has reached an intense climax. Ha ha ha. The war star has never suffered defeat, but let me shatter that illusion. Bao Long tore away his tattered garments, revealing several sharp wounds and multiple bruises on his body. The ground was marred with intersecting scars, pits, and crevices, a testament to the fierce exchanges of blade and fist. The cold aura of the Han Tian blade enveloped Bao Long and Appos' weapon, casting a chilling presence over the arena, causing those nearby to shiver uncontrollably. Feng Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were trapped, with each movement seemingly predicted in advance. Yet, he chose not to flee. With a low grunt, a golden light surrounded him, and within its glow, Feng Ling Tian appeared almost divine. Wielding his spear with the grace of a soaring dragon, a piercing beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at the blade's aura. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions echoed as stones and shards of ice flew, some even striking the spectators, eliciting cries of pain. In an effort to restore order, a group from the cloud overturning tower leaped onto the stage, attempting to halt the chaos. A gentle breeze swept through as a woman descended from the sky, dispersing the dust and revealing the scene upon the stage. The marble ground lay shattered, pockmarked everywhere, while Feng Ling Tian stood at the edge of the platform, his golden glow dimming. On the other side, Bao Long remained unscathed but had been forced off the stage, now precariously balanced on the edge of the drum platform, trembling as he held his blade. It was evident that Bao Long had also been affected. Although Feng Ling Tian appeared to have sustained greater injuries, the victor was nonetheless determined, he who remained on the stage. A voice, soft yet resonant, echoed across the arena. The winner of this match is Lin Ku. Nonsense. A thunderous voice boomed, accompanied by the shadow of a massive hand aimed directly at Feng Ling Tian. Suddenly, Feng Ling Tian's eyes widened, and a flash of lightning erupted from his palm, crackling with energy as he moved swiftly to evade the assault of the giant hand. The already fractured stage crumbled further beneath the force of the blow. Feng Ling Tian raised his gaze, suppressing his fatigue without betraying any signs of weakness. The lightning he had unleashed was a result of magical power accumulated through the Jade token, yet the toll on his body was undeniable. This was perhaps the consequence of differing rules. Beside Bao Long stood an elderly figure, disheveled and with grease smeared across his lips, holding a bamboo staff. It was evident he was Go Wuming, a once-renowned master and Bao Long and Appos' father. Why did you interfere? A loss is a loss, he chided, as Bao Long brushed aside the old beggar's hand, refusing to endure such humiliation. Brother Lin, your martial prowess is commendable. When you ascend to mastery, we shall have our duel, Bao Long stated, taking his leave toward the towering building. The old beggar watched his son depart, recalling the earlier lightning, and burst into laughter. Chasing after him. Son, wait for me. I have recently devised a powerful new move. I must pass it on to you and see grandchildren soon. Feng Ling Tian intended to leave and recover from his injuries but was called back by Mo Yun. After a conversation at the cloud overturning tower, Fengling Tian chose to remain inside, utilizing his token to read. It was not until midnight that he set down the book, reflecting on Mo Yun's words. He realized he had been retained not out of fear of reprisal from the old beggar, but because his lightning was reminiscent of the techniques of the eccentric Five Brothers, a group that even masters preferred to avoid. However, upon Mo Yun's scrutiny and discovering the differences, he was ultimately released with the caution to refrain from excessive use, lest he fall into madness, a concern that prompted the old beggar and Apos' intervention, fearing Fengling Tian might be their successor. Leaning against the railing, Fengling Tian gazed idly at the starry sky, where the brilliance of the Z-Wei star shone brightly. Is this a sign of imperial ascendance? He mused. Before returning to his reading, though his encounters with Bao Long had been limited, he could still discern the vast chasm that separated him from mastery. It was not merely the quantity of true energy, but also the mastery of its application and the enhancement of physical prowess. After a brief respite from battle, Bao Long's injuries began to heal, and even with his newfound abilities, he could only suppress Bao Long in terms of reaction speed, lacking in other senses. It seemed that upon entering mastery, one experienced a fundamental elevation. He resolved to wait until he could surpass mastery before stepping out again. He was merely a final push away. What he lacked was a deeper comprehension of his techniques, with further effort. He believed he could refine his own martial arts and break through to mastery. As the seasons changed, 3 years passed, and another Wuling conference was held. The once renowned war star Lin Ku had become mere fodder for stories, with no knowledge of his fate. Whether he had perished or survived remained a mystery. Some speculated he had succumbed while attempting to break through to mastery. Others believed he had fallen in the arena. Numerous external martial artists emerged, mimicking his combat style in hopes of replicating his undefeated legend, yet most met their demise on the stage. In a dimly lit secret chamber, the atmosphere was thick with mystery, and the floor was stained with ink. The room was adorned with erratic paintings, and the food at the entrance exuded a putrid odor. The artwork depicted grotesque forms, a human head upon a bovine body, winged moths adorned with countless eyes, and jellyfish monsters cloaked in storm clouds. Within the chamber, heavy breaths echoed. A figure with unkempt hair and crimson eyes, his hair writhing as if alive, and palms sprouting multiple eyes, roared, "You think you can make me submit? You are dreaming. I fear none of you." His body was enveloped in golden light, relentlessly attacking the bizarre forms around him. The anomalies that clung to him began to dissolve under the golden radiance, ultimately consuming one another until they turned to ash. The creature's voice was hoarse, as though it had not spoken in ages. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. So this is merely a projection of your power, invading other realms. You are not lonely, it seems. Surrounded by so many friends." The creature surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches that stirred the air, causing the paintings in the room to flutter. Lightning erupted around him, obliterating the artworks and reducing them to charred remains. Witnessing the destruction of all the paintings, Fengling Tian finally summoned his true energy to trim his hair. Draped in his now tattered and foul-smelling garments, he emerged, preparing to bathe and don clean attire. He commanded a maid standing at the door to assist him in his cleansing ritual. Chapter 33. I am not a good person either. On the arena of the martial arts tournament, Mo Feng was watching the matches below with utter boredom. Finding no excitement whatsoever, a woman propped her head on her hand, gazing at her sister, Mo Yun. "Do you think Lin Ku has perished? We haven't seen him eat anything for days according to the observation room reports. Shall we go in and check? If he is dead, we can take care of his remains. What a pity it would be, even though we have gained a flawless martial art technique. The expenses we incurred were not insignificant. We spent on ink and lodging, all of which cost money. I cannot believe he has broken through to the master level and is on his way to becoming a grandmaster. After all, we have been trying for decades without success." Mo Yun was speechless. Indeed, it was difficult. Unlike others, their path to becoming grandmasters was fraught with challenges. The sisters had taken less than a year to rise to the master level from their martial arts training and had smoothly established the Turning Clouds and Reigning Dew Pavilion, standing firm in the martial world for decades. It was not that they were exceptionally gifted, but rather that their cultivation method was unique, derived from a celestial perfect martial art. Suddenly, a masked figure approached the two, delivering a letter. Upon seeing the contents, Mo Yun could not help but exclaim in surprise. "Let us return. We are unsure if that person has succeeded, but he has not gone mad, which must indicate some progress." The sisters left discreetly, not drawing attention from the spectators at the arena. They were among the most frequently seen masters in the public eye. their profound cultivation and youthful appearances making them seem ageless, with only slight signs of aging after decades. Feng Lingtian was seated in a pavilion, sipping tea and admiring the flowers. He had not allowed himself a moment of relaxation in the past 3 years. A somewhat spoiled voice interrupted. "Oh, is that not the battle star? How come you have time to drink tea? Why not step back onto the stage for a match? Now that you are a master, as long as you don't kill anyone, there will be plenty eager to challenge you. I could even place a wager on you to earn some silver, enough to cover your expenses from these years." Listening to Imo Feng's slightly mocking words, Feng Lingtian chuckled silently, aware of the jest. As he grew more acquainted with the sisters, he discovered that despite their age, they possessed a childlike innocence. Ha ha ha, in that case, Lin shall naturally return the favor. Surrounding Feng Lingtian, a golden light shimmered, and a towering figure clad in golden armor emerged behind him, holding a long spear, adorned with auspicious clouds, and bearing an appearance strikingly similar to Feng Lingtian himself. "How about that?" Mo Yun observed for a long moment before unleashing a palm strike, only to have it interrupted by the golden giant and Appos' spear. Noticing their astonishment, Feng Lingtian retracted the golden figure and revealed a small booklet he had just written, titled The True Method of the Northern Wind. "This is the path I have deduced for my cultivation, having already derived it to the Grand Master level. Although I have yet to cultivate it myself, it should be of assistance to you. The world is indeed unwell. Energy 10 current energy, 63 after reading the booklet." The sisters bowed deeply to Feng Lingtian. "Brother Lin, your righteousness benefits the common people and the martial world." "Thank you, Brother Lin. However, we will disseminate this method at an appropriate time." Feng Lingtian did not refute them, for he was not the chosen one of this world's heavenly path. "So, Brother Lin, these past few years, you have been contending against the extramundane evils. My sister and I have received the teachings of heaven and reached the master level early on. But due to our limited aptitude, we cannot explore the subsequent paths. Brother Lin, despite the corruption of the evils, you have filled in the gaps of the cultivation method. You are indeed a hero." Upon hearing himself referred to as a hero, Feng Lingtian shook his head, rising to depart with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Hero? I dare not claim such a title. Speaking of evils, I am one of them. Our relationship is merely a transaction, and I bear no guilt." The core principle of this world seemed to revolve around martial arts, albeit with flaws. After breaking through to the master level, Feng Lingtian, with his extraordinary perspective, comprehended the path to Grandmaster that many envied. By contributing the flawless martial arts technique and willingly sharing his research findings, he secured the support of the Turning Clouds and Raining Dew Pavilion. This support encompassed venues and a simplified version of most martial arts techniques available within the pavilion, though many of these were ordinary internal cultivation methods. The number of master-level techniques was scarce, yet, for Feng Lingtian, it sufficed. Through his research, he discovered that most of the techniques had been altered, and some of the visualizations were merely fragments of the projections from extramundane evils. While this, to a degree, facilitated the cultivation of true energy and its transmission, it also exposed cultivators to the corruption of those evils. All those infected continued to release the memes of the evils, which polluted the world until their power invaded it, seizing the fundamental rules of the world as well as the intellect, life, and souls of its beings. This process could be interminably lengthy or occur in the blink of an eye. Historically, some prodigies, too astute for their own good, sensed the presence of these evils and mistook them for divine beings, undergoing involuntary transformations into grotesque entities, neither human nor ghost. Feng Lingtian and Appos' martial arts technique, to a certain extent, served to isolate external influences, consolidating the true self, such that even with the influence of evils, one would not lose oneself and become a mere vessel for the release of their corrupting memes. Yet, he had no intention of being so benevolent. Essentially, he was a part of those very evils, and his technique would resonate with the increasing number of users, consolidating the imprint of rules. Those imprints would ultimately return to Feng Lingtian, serving as his sustenance. His thievery was merely harvesting chives. Not only did he incur little loss, but he also enriched the soil. He felt no anxiety over stealing from his peers. It was merely a projection of power, not involving his true self. His petty theft would go unnoticed. The heavenly path of this world was feeble. Otherwise, it would not be affected by projections. It sought to counter the aura of evils with martial destiny, yet it itself was tainted by them. However, the loss of martial destiny would hasten its decline. Hence, it yearned for mortals to deduce the path to Grand Master, to amplify martial destiny, and gradually erode the influence of evils. The Snow Mountain swordsman sacrificed his life to attain the Grand Master level, infiltrating the imperial capital at night, slaying the emperor and exterminating numerous masters, plunging the Great Qian into chaos and thwarting its prohibition on martial arts. The arrival of the Divine Tablet allowed the two masters, Feng and Yun, to emerge, establishing the Turning Clouds and Reigning Dew Pavilion, ensuring that martial destiny would persist until the flawless Grand Master path materialized. These actions were a spontaneous rebellion of the heavenly path. Feng Lingdian, however, did not dare to overreach, as long as he could maintain his focus. He could escape its influence. This was far easier than extramundane evils to shake off. After all, with this appearance, he had achieved completeness. Once his energy was full, he could return to his true form, enhancing his comprehension of martial arts. Perhaps, in the future, he could create a world of his own within the martial realm. Once his injuries healed, he would have the capability to open a new world. Chapter 34. Impending storm outside the Yangxin Palace of the Great Qian Imperial City. A magnificent red brick wall encloses a vast marble plaza, devoid of any trees, leaving no refuge for potential assassins. Within this plaza stands 1,000 imperial guards. Perpetually patrolling, this visible force serves as a deterrent against threats. Concealed in the shadows are also masters of martial arts providing additional protection. These formidable presences have thwarted numerous assassination attempts, rendering the assassination of the emperor virtually impossible. Even a grandmaster, if momentarily detained, would inevitably meet a grim fate. Yet, amidst the solemnity of this imperial palace, a colossal bronze statue looms, a figure of a man with a bull and Apos' head, adorned in a cerulean robe embellished with celestial motifs and alchemical symbols. The countenance of the bull-headed figure is grave, yet its eyes exude a compassionate aura, reminiscent of a divine healer. As the imperial guards patrol, they cast no glances towards the statue, undeterred by the possibility of hidden threats. Indeed, beneath its voluminous robes, several individuals could easily be concealed. There have been instances when assassins attempted to approach the statue, only to vanish without a trace. At midnight, the statue emits a resonant roar, which possesses a calming effect, ensuring that the guards have never suffered from insomnia. On the second floor of the Yangxin Palace, two figures gaze down upon the plaza before the statue. One is clad in a resplendent yellow robe, crowned as the current emperor, Chu Wentian. Is everything arranged? He inquires. All is in order, Your Majesty, replies the man beside him, slightly bowing with cupped hands. The border troops have entered Fuyo County, awaiting your command. The army is poised to eradicate the Red Robe bandits, collaborating with the Divine Strategy Army to restore order to the martial world and cleanse the prevailing despondency. This will pave the way for the promotion of the Taoist faith, spreading its blessings throughout the realm. In due time, the Taoist will surely grant your Majesty even greater grace. Chu Wentian nods, acknowledging the might of his Divine Strategy Army, comprising thousands of hidden experts, hundreds of transformative masters, and dozens of grandmasters, all beneficiaries of the Taoist's favor. His voice, cold yet laced with fervor, declares, Once we vanquish the Red Robe bandits, our first target will be Heishan County. I seek to dismantle the Cloud and Rain Pavilion without sparing a single soul. Had it not been for them, a swordsman could never have breached the layers of defense. Father, I shall avenge you, he vows. Understood. The old-school masters are already stationed outside the Cloud and Rain Pavilion, observing the so-called martial arts tournament. Shall we strike first against Fengyun? If they fall, the Cloud and Rain Pavilion will be left leaderless, making it much easier to manage. The national advisor and Apos' gaze flickers, sensing an ominous shift. He fears that if action is not taken soon, the situation may spiral out of control. Chu Wentian turns to enter the palace. Very well. Arrange this year and amp Apos' blood sacrifice, selecting those culpable from the royal family as offerings, and include a fresh batch of beauties as well. Let us not leave those seats barren. Yes. As the national advisor watches Chu Wentian depart, he discreetly chews on a grass cultivated from human milk, relishing the taste and suppressing a shiver. Oh, the flavor of fresh grass is unmatched. Once everyone shares my condition, there shall be no more famine in this world. Long live the Taoist. In the 23rd year of the Windy Reign, the Red Robe bandits are firmly ensnared at the Longlock Mountain by the border troops. Within 3 short days, the forces annihilate every last one of the bandits, their blood staining the mountains crimson. The Great Qian Empire trembles. They have never witnessed such ruthless determination from the court. In previous uprisings, the focus was solely on executing the bandit leaders while providing amnesty to the ignorant masses. Some believe the royal family seeks to restore order to the realm, while others see it as an attempt to intimidate the bandits. Yet, no one doubts that the emperor would turn his blade against the martial world, recalling how his father met his end. Following the suppression, the border troops established garrisons in Fuyo County, collecting evidence of past transgressions committed by influential families and martial artists. They also encircle Heishan County, stirring unrest across the land. The emperor of the Chu family is indeed poised to strike against the martial world, and this time, the offensive has commenced. A multitude of heroes converge upon the imperial palace, intent on emulating the legendary swordsman and slaying the tyrant emperor. At this moment, outside the Cloud and Rain Pavilion, torrential rain pours down. Beneath the deluge, an extraordinary battle unfolds, attended by nearly all the old-school masters. You have chosen to align with them? Mo Yun stands behind the followers of the Cloud and Rain Pavilion, disbelief etched on his face as he gazes at three figures before him, one clad in monk and Dapo's robes, another in black and white Taoist attire, and the last a scholar, wielding a judge and Dapo's brush. These are the masters of the three teachings. Mo Yun had invited them to share grandmaster techniques and assist in dispelling their demonic tendencies. However, he never anticipated that they would turn against him amidst the invasion by the experts at the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. The monk, appearing calm, bears crimson eyes and an embroidered blue bull on his arm. He sighs, "I apologize, Master Mo. Had this been some years ago, I would have gladly joined you in safeguarding the martial world. Alas, we have now pledged our allegiance to the national advisor, obeying the emperor and Apos, command. However, returning with the Grandmaster and Apos' heart technique will suffice as a fulfillment of duty. My master will surely bestow new rewards." The monk and Apos' expression gradually shifts, losing its benevolence as he and the other two approach Mo Yun. Suddenly, a dark energy flashes, and the monk's attire, adorned with numerous gem-like eyes, radiates brilliant beams, forming a circle that ensnares the scholar. Within the circle, the scholar gradually transforms into a skeletal figure, ultimately reduced to mere human skin, which is then seized by a man who obliterates it with flowing energy. This scene petrifies the monk and the Taoist. Among masters, the swordsman and the evil emperor are the strongest and the closest to grandmaster status. "Evil emperor, it is you. You promised not to interfere." The Taoist shouts at the man beneath the jewel-laden garb. The man in Apos' expression is one of disdain as he tosses his hair nonchalantly. "Ha ha ha, must I comply? If I did, I would no longer be the evil emperor." With a flick of his wrist, he hurls an iron thorn, which bursts forth in a dazzling display of fireworks. "Now my subordinates are ready to act. I extend my gratitude to all from the Cloud and Rain Pavilion." Suddenly, the evil emperor strides towards Mo Yun and snaps his fingers. "By the way, beauty, could you spare a copy of the Grandmaster's manual? I know you won't lie like the bald monk." Mo Yun tosses the manual to the evil emperor and instructs the Cloud and Rain Pavilion to initiate an emergency retreat plan. "Protectors, lead the halls. Extinguish the order to retreat and await the recall command." Yes. Chapter 35, The Pig Playing the Tiger upon the rooftop of the Tower of Clouds and Rain. Feng Lingtian cast a glance downward. Despite the chaos of battle below, he could still discern the ranks of formidable experts. Among them were the old-school masters, including the five before him, known as the Five Heavenly Sirs. Each was encased in metallic armor, with strands resembling dark cow hair clinging to certain sections. The voice of the leader emanated from within the golden armor. "Are you searching for the remaining old masters, newly appointed Master Lin Ko? Very well. Let me grant you clarity in death. Except for the sword hero, whose fate remained unknown, the old beggar and the Blade King had both perished." It was perplexing why they were reluctant to submit. Only the evil emperor and the two from the Tower of Clouds and Rain were on the death list. Despite the vast disparity in strength, they refused to concede. The War Star. Feng Lingtian chuckled coldly, his eyes narrowing as if piercing through the golden armor, focusing solely on the four behind, each emanating a chilling aura of death and sharp blade energy. The others were thoroughly dead. Why return to seek their own demise? The blade energy was sharp and untainted, commendable indeed. Your brother could consider it a blessing to have fallen beneath the Blade King and Apos' blade. Although he had never encountered the Blade King, it was evident that had he survived, he might have truly walked the path of pure martial arts. Truly, heaven is blind. It has chosen the wrong individuals. Had the sword hero or the Blade King been the ones to descend with the stone tablet, they would have been complete grandmasters. The golden armor could barely withstand the medicinal effects of the court and Apos' elixirs, having recently recovered from madness, and could not endure the mockery any longer. His body unleashed a storm of lightning. The five brothers rushed towards Feng Lingtian with incredible speed, but he had no intention of testing their skills. Originally, he planned to leave the Tower of Clouds and Rain and return to his hometown of Linjiang, but being cornered here had soured his mood. Very well. You all seek death, do you? Then I shall kill the Emperor once more. This time, my energy will suffice. Feng Lingtian summoned the Golden Armored General, transforming the general's spear into a soaring dragon of light, its brilliance captivating the attention of all engaged in battle. The Golden Dragon sensed the overwhelming power and commanded for armored figures to shield him. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous shockwave erupted, winds howled, and stones flew, reducing half the towering structure to ruins. The fluctuations of this Grandmaster were unmistakable. Mo Yun, this technique belongs to that young man. Your tower is no more. The evil emperor repelled the monk and Appo's attack and turned to Mo Yun, who bore a look of astonishment. How could this be? He clearly stated he had not broken through. You believed him just because he said so? Such naivety is unwise. Mo Yun, I find myself rather fond of you. A net-like blade energy descended upon the two, as the Taoist approached rapidly, casting a talisman towards Mo Yun's waist, aiming for his secret manual. The first evil emperor raised his hands to the heavens, and a violent tremor erupted, sending the net flying as scales and powder rained down upon the two. Bald donkey, bull-nosed fool, I may have been reclusive, but I am not incapable of defeating you. Are Grandmasters truly that formidable? Each of you, directly stealing, once called a demon. I have never had a habit of stealing women and Appos as possessions. The first evil emperor unleashed a torrent of vital energy, suppressing the impending transformation within his flesh. His speed became extraordinarily swift, pressing against the monk and the bald donkey and Appos attacks. He glanced at Mo Yun, whose face was etched with surprise, filled with self-satisfaction, and leapt into the air. Watch closely. I can do it too. Explosion. Boom. 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 A violent explosion reverberated through the air, sending Mo Yun hurtling backward amidst thick smoke. Now at Appos, your turn. Mo Yun steadied himself, resembling a celestial being from the Moon Palace, channeling his vital energy to manipulate the smoke. Directing a massive palm shadow toward the center. Cloud dispelling palm. Feng Lingtian emerged from the ruins, clutching the severed head of the golden armor, casually spitting out the remnants from his mouth. Just as he toyed with the dead, impervious to death, one would think he had never studied flesh and blood magic. Severing the head, severing the connection, was that not the solution? Truly, he had been foolish for far too long. Did they believe I would wait for you to unleash your ultimate move before I acted? How utterly ridiculous. Feng Lingtian discarded the head and charged into the heart of the battle, engaging fiercely with a throng of black-clad figures. Master Mo, this time, we owe no one. Playing the pig to eat the tiger is truly delightful. With astonishing speed, he dashed to rescue the Tower of Clouds and Rain. Before Mo Feng could inquire, Feng Lingtian had already taken flight. Energy. 70 all right, now I am completely free of debts, but the Emperor must still die. Until he does, I shall feel uneasy. On the golden armor and Appos cow hair, Feng Lingtian spotted a peculiar entity, a humanoid with a cow and Appos head. Such figures adorned the bodies of several Grandmasters, indicating that some strange colleague had preemptively laid their plans. Not only had they spread their mark, but also claimed the highest position. He must disrupt this, or else he would achieve nothing. Having already offended them, there was no harm in offending them a bit more. Perhaps that individual was too busy to notice this minor disruption. Under the cover of night, Feng Lingtian traversed the heavily guarded Black Mountain County, making his way directly to the capital. Chuantian, clad in azure robes, wielded a silver needle as he administered acupuncture to a woman trembling beside him. Fear not, the queen is unwell. Though she protested she was fine, her body betrayed her, as she knew she could not resist him. For she had witnessed the fate of those who had opposed him, their bodies pierced with silver needles like hedgehogs. Your Majesty. Trouble approaches, a rebel is headed toward the Yangxin Palace. The eunuch and Appos words caused Chuantian and Appos hand to tremble, slicing into his beloved skin. Suddenly, Chuantian thrust the silver needle toward a nearby pillar, causing the eunuch to think he had escaped. But then he felt a swelling sensation in his lower body. And before he could revel in his fleeting happiness, his body exploded, releasing a swarm of horseflies. Energy, 80 Feng Lingtian wielded a long spear, the golden armored general behind him swinging fiercely as they charged through the Imperial Guard. With each attack, several fell. The guards retaliated while pushing Feng Lingtian towards the bronze statue. As he drew closer to the statue, his keen senses began to pick up strange sounds that seemed like calls for liberation. The sensation of the silver needle piercing the skin, the burning pain of the alchemical furnace. Blessings arise. Virtue. Longevity, heavenly sovereign. Eerie voices echoed in Feng Lingtian and Amp. Apos. S mind, evoking a sensation of long hair upon his body. He felt an urge to consume grass. An external delusion, merely a projection. Feng Lingtian channeled all his vital energy, causing blood beads to erupt from his body, exploding and releasing dozens of strands of cow hair. He removed the jade tablet that stored his magical energy. Holy light illuminates the world. The jade tablet melted into a sun, causing the air to tremble violently, revealing signs of spatial instability. Chapter 36. Seizing the rules of martial arts. As the sun descended into the interior of the statue, tendrils of azure smoke wafted forth, coalescing into molten bronze, which ultimately transformed into a flesh and blood minotaur. The minotaur and Apos' form was scorched by the radiant light, emanating an unpleasant odor. This spectacle was a manifestation of the power of the god of light, an embodiment of all things shining in unison, intertwined with the fluctuations of simulated rules. Such phenomena could profoundly affect the minotaur. A mere grand master might find their sanity ensnared and perish at the hands of the ever-rejuvenating beast. The minotaur rampaged wildly, wielding a hair from its own hide like a spear, indiscriminately hurling it forth, resulting in the demise of the elite guards. From the minotaur emanated a noxious, dark green gas that tainted the corpses. As they revived and prepared to launch an assault, they were promptly obliterated by the radiant light. The minotaur seemed to begin its descent into weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Lingtian unleashed the full force of his qi. This vital energy stirred the air for 500 meters, forming a vortex-like cloud. Beneath this swirling mass, the golden-armored general morphed into a piercing lance. Feng Lingtian raised the lance and brought it down with a flourish. The sound of sonic boom shattered Feng Lingtian and Apos' eardrums while simultaneously penetrating the minotaur and the spatial barrier behind it. The lance, entwined with the minotaur, was thrust into the fragments of space. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious explosion sent tremors throughout the capital, causing countless buildings to collapse, including Chewenshan and Amp, Apos' heart-nurturing hall. He hastily employed his martial arts to flee, only to be embraced tightly by the queen. Your Majesty, stay with me. I fear the pain. Chewenshan, in desperation, delivered a fatal blow to the queen's neck, yet he found himself unable to escape, forced to witness his own palace, crafted from the finest materials, become his tomb. As for the fate of the Dog Emperor, Feng Lingtian merely cast a glance. As long as the minotaur was vanquished, the Emperor and Apos' survival was inconsequential. This grudge he could not suppress. In the shattered realm of space, Feng Lingtian glimpsed steps leading into the sky. Further afield, several figures loomed. Once the minotaur was cast into that world, the spatial fragments began to heal rapidly. In the final moment, Feng Lingtian beheld streaks of lightning. Violet bolts enveloped the minotaur, from which a character signifying martial prowess of the Qian kingdom flew back into Feng Lingtian's grasp, vanishing thereafter. The minotaur emitted an unintelligible roar before dissolving completely. Energy, 100 acquired fragment of martial rules returning to standby. This was the power of transcending the void. No wonder this world bore imperfections. It was merely a subordinate realm. Alas, the Golden Eye could not repeatedly enter the same world. Otherwise, next time, he could visit the other side. Feng Lingtian lingered not, turning his gaze toward the outskirts of the imperial city. At the Wang family of Linshui town. Cough, cough, take it easy, take it easy. Leaning on a cane, Feng Lingtian observed his rambunctious grandson darting about, resting against a wall. Noticing his grandfather and Apos' fatigue, the young boy promptly offered his support. Grandfather, please tell me again about the story of the golden-armored hero, the fighting star. None of my friends and Apos' grandfathers tell stories like you do. Ah, very well, very well. Let me share, he began. It happened like this. By the way, grandfather, I heard that the fighting star seized many sects martial arts. Is that true? That was more of a borrowing, my dear. How could a martial artist truly say they seized something? In the end, was it not all returned? After bidding farewell to his mischievous grandson, Feng Lingtian leaned against a tree to rest. He intended to return to his true form today. That fierce battle had transpired a decade prior, and much had occurred in the outside world. The arrogant Qian emperor had passed away, leaving the border troops unsettled, and the court was in turmoil. with no new emperor ascended to the throne. They feared another upheaval in the imperial capital. Fortunately, the tumultuous cloud-turning tower, with the endorsement of a certain individual, collaborated with the court to install the 5-year-old heir, Prince Anyang, as emperor. The capital was relocated to Fuyo County. Border troops were recalled, the court's order was restored, power was reclaimed, and the aberrant Shen's army was pursued. Feng Lingtian enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, not only guiding the Grand Masters on the path to divinity, but also introducing several new routes. He left behind multiple martial arts techniques and life-preserving jade tokens for the Wang family, ensuring the legacy would endure for generations. With a tender regard for family, he felt a sense of completion. As for the affairs of the world, they mattered little to him. He only displayed his humanity and Appo's warmth when he felt inclined. Most of the time, he was a self-serving individual. Feng Lingtian gazed at the evening sun, sensing the martial imprint he had carved within himself gradually taking shape. Over the years, a portion of the martial community had begun to practice Feng Lingtian's techniques, albeit the process of consolidating the imprint was slow. Coupled with the fragments of rules he had acquired, he had assimilated some martial principles, now ready to be disseminated. Though the martial world of this realm would experience a decline in the short term, Feng Lingtian remained unconcerned. Let us return. Beneath the pavilion, Feng Lingtian's true form shone with renewed vigor as he sprang to his feet, continuously circulating his martial arts, executing punches and kicks with remarkable zeal, harmonizing both internal and external disciplines. With palms and fists, the sound of breaking air resonated constantly as Feng Lingtian's mortal body grew ever more resilient. And soon the first trace of true qi was born within him. Fire Palm. Feng Lingtian raised his hand and struck down, leaving a fiery imprint upon the ground akin to a small grinding disc, which seared the earth. The martial rules of the Blue Star can indeed be applied. And with the absorption of these rules, my injuries are mending. Excellent, ha ha ha. Feng Lingtian halted his cultivation upon reaching the level of transformation, as further advancement brought a sense of insufficient vitality to this body. Although he held divine authority in rules and spirit, this physical form, an impermanent shackle, remained Feng Lingtian and Appo's limitation. Master, you have returned. It has been 2 days since your departure from the Blue Star world. How fruitful was your journey? Indeed, quite fruitful. The great sage spoke the truth. The universe is vast, yet not solitary. Moreover, we have quite a few Appo's, fellow practitioners, and Appo's. This time, I even managed to trick one. The feeling is marvelous. Upload the data. Receiving. Reception complete. Master, in that world, you have left behind descendants. Indeed, what of it? Although the body is not mine, the core I control through thought is mine, so it is not incorrect to say they are my descendants. Master, even the endowment of thought by the spirit carries power. Your offspring may exhibit unique traits. Feng Lingtian contemplated the talents of Colin and his son in the martial world and found this to be true. They were both endowed with remarkable gifts and intelligence. Wait, are you implying divine aberrations, those consumed by rules yet lacking rationality? Precisely, Master. Your descendants may also become divine aberrations. So please exercise caution in leaving behind progeny. Very well, very well. Feng Lingtian had not anticipated receiving such admonitions. Yet it illustrated the increasing humanity of the celestial star ability, endowing him with greater potential and possibilities. Chapter 37. A reflection on one's own leak field on the continent of Asti. Within the territory of the lilac blossom, Colin Sotos gently caressed the ring symbolizing authority. Yet his heart was indifferent to power. After attending to some documents requiring his signature, Colin gazed down upon the lilac blossom territory. Despite the king's repeated requests to bestow upon him a noble title, Colin declined, merely accepting the fief of the Silent Valley. Those orcs lacked the courage to invade this land, for his sleeping father's formidable presence was enough to deter them. Father, you have yet to awaken. You have been in slumber for 20 years. Throughout these years, he and his mother exhausted all means to rouse him, yet their efforts proved futile. Moreover, their detection revealed that his father's spiritual fluctuations were nearing disappearance. Suddenly, the tolling of 2 bells and the blast of a horn resonated through the air. Colin's expression became tense as he cast a quick spell of agility and swiftly headed toward the manor. It was their agreed signal, once father awakened. This would serve as the sign. Upon entering the estate, Colin saw his parents entwined affectionately. He coughed lightly, prompting them to part. Feng Lingtian gazed at his unfamiliar yet familiar son, embracing him warmly. Indeed, I have heard from your mother that you have managed the territory well. Fengling Tian said with satisfaction. Since that is the case, continue to take charge. Prepare the evening feast. I am famished. Colin was somewhat surprised but accepted this order. Family was everything. This was the motto of the Soto's household. After dinner, Lady Yushu, who had longed for a respite, fell into a peaceful sleep. However, Fengling Tian was cautious this time, eradicating the genetic information of the sashimi. The news of Fengling Tian's revival soon spread, attracting countless individuals eager to meet the leader of the Lilac Blossom territory, including the Pope of the Divine Religion, who sought to introduce their deity's faith into Lilac Blossom and access the miraculous city of Asti. This city boasted the highest benefits, exquisite gardens, grand theaters, and a mage academy. Scholars could freely exchange ideas, and common citizens enjoyed the right to education, with the municipal government funding a year of compulsory schooling. Fengling Tian had no intention of interfering and declined all invitations, knowing that adhering to the Lord's laws in Lilac Blossom would offend several factions, notably the Light and Fire gods. Within Lilac Blossom, a death cult had taken root, threatening their faith. Some adherents had become followers of the god of death. Over 20 years, this belief had spread extensively across Asti, with Lilac Blossom standing as its most steadfast bastion. These developments convinced the gods that, although no divine name or statues had been established, the Grand Archmage of Lilac Blossom was likely destined to ascend as a deity and to attain the position of the death god, which was a core divine rule of high stature. The tripartite divine avatars once attempted to descend into the abyss to destroy the soul-gathering grounds and halt the division of the divine cake, but were repelled by the primal dragon. Within the subspace, 3 luminous spheres, gold, red, and blue, gathered in a conclave. The awakening of that formidable entity signaled the gathering. The primal dragon, in its cultivation of divine power, was a rebellious entity rejecting faith's influence. It appeared to be nearing its end. Unlike us, faith is eternal. We are everlasting. From the red sphere, a voice emanated. See God, you're quite the analyst, managing to be the first to flee last time. Bah, it's none of my concern, replied another. We're all cultivating. And I lack nothing in faith. My divine duty as the death god is special, just here to observe. Anyway, I've already shown you some face by attending. I'm leaving now. After the blue sphere vanished, the red and gold spheres conversed briefly before also disappearing. Fengling Tian's 2-month stay in Lilac Blossom concluded as he ventured into the abyss. Within its depths, death and the faint flicker of souls swayed ominously. Undaunted, Fengling Tian stepped past the flower of death and the statues of the Dragonborn. He detected traces of divine power from the light, fire, and beast gods, evidently. They had visited here, and their intent was malicious. He crossed the rubble to reach the core of the abyss, where a colossal sphere of deathly energy encased a massive dragon, hundreds of meters long, coiled atop. The dragon's eyes snapped open upon sensing Fengling Tian, immediately transforming into an elderly human using a shape-shifting spell. Omer knelt and bowed. My lord, you have returned from the outside. I have acted according to your instructions. The faith in death within Asti had already given rise to divine rules of death, but they were not yet sufficient to ascend to godhood. It required time. Yet, my master, Omer's time is limited. I beg for your mercy. Fengling Tian nodded and looked toward the center of the formation, where a translucent azure crystal floated. The crystal radiated death's aura. Indeed, it was incomplete, but it was not yet needed. He would not reclaim the divine rule or the already deified. These were not the time for harvest. If the divine death realm was considered a rule as shadow, then the 3 divine avatars' fragments were fragments of the divine rule. Though smaller than the martial rules Fengling Tian had obtained, they were comparatively more complete. The fate of Colin remained uncertain. He was now a semi-legendary 3rd-level mage with a lifespan of 2 centuries. When he died, the territory would be nearly at its end. Omer looked on with envy. The master intended to pass this position to Colin. Though merely a progeny of the master's avatar, he was still favored. The master was merciful. Fengling Tian waved his hand, signaling him to hold back, for he himself had bestowed this blessing upon Colin, yet he harbored deeper plans. When the time came to reclaim the divine rule, he would not rely on his own power again. Revealing himself would be disastrous. He needed to nurture a pantheon of his own deities, inciting divine conflicts or using spatial turbulence to expel gods from the subspace, thereby sowing chaos among the divine. Amidst these conflicts, he would clandestinely reclaim divine rules. Very well, since you have faithfully executed my commands, I shall honor the contract. I will not breach it. Fengling Tian's hand pressed against the old man's body, and the golden glow of the Eye of Light flickered and dissipated. The old man vanished. Leaving this place would surely arouse interest among others. Feng Lingtian's hand rested on the divine realm, harnessing the power of the soul sea within the abyss to manipulate the deathly rules, transferring the divine bloodline within. Using the spatial laws of his true body, he sealed the entire abyss, concealing it within the subspace of Asti. The continent trembled as waves of soul energy washed across it. The graves trembled, and white bones emerged from the earth. Corpses rose, and in some places, the dead returned to life. Half a month later, after the abyss was concealed, the chaos subsided. Exhausted, Feng Lingtian collapsed, drained of magic and relying on the spatial laws of his true body. The tremendous expenditure damaged his flesh, hinting at an impending slumber, which he did not resist. Having concluded his affairs in Asti, he reverted to Blue Star, preparing to steal from the next domain, his own league field, once again. This time, he aimed to revisit his own territory, merely to take a stroll through his familiar league patch. Chapter 38. The world of fragmented rules on a grand scale. Feng Lingtian absorbed the blood of myths, gradually restoring his spirit, aided by the counteractive effects of martial rules, healing half of his injuries. Indeed, his soul returned to a state of longevity, and his essence regained some vitality. As his soul rejuvenated, Feng Lingtian followed Xinyao's consciousness, re-entering the ocean of spirituality. A myriad of phenomena unfolded before him. At this moment, his insights expanded significantly, yet he still needed to navigate through the murk, gradually siphoning the core rules. Feng Lingtian cautiously concealed his presence, absorbing the powers embedded within these rules. 3 days later, just after returning from the ocean of spirituality, Feng Lingtian felt a golden eye in his hand flicker to life, transmitting a vague message to his ears, detected a large-scale, fragmented rules world, coordinates. Oh. With his injuries mending, it was the perfect opportunity to grasp a beneficial golden finger and explore what treasures awaited him. In a temple in Jinling City, the moonlight gently illuminated the Zhengda Hall, revealing an idol grasping a book and a judge and amp, Appos, S pen. The pages of the book trembled, falling onto the offering platform with a soft thud. Feng Lingtian scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, perceiving his own existence from a godlike perspective. A cobalt blue notebook lay before him, its cover inscribed with the words Merit Book. Was it possible? Was he merely a book? Or was he the book held by the idol? Feng Lingtian attempted to manifest flesh, but discovered that his fabricated golden finger could only be wielded by his soul. He could faintly conjure an eye using spiritual energy, yet it remained affixed to the notebook's surface. He yearned to exert his soul's power. But as soon as his divine sense detached, he was overwhelmed by a tainted aura. The essence began to invade his divine sense, filled with chaos, anguish, hatred, and fear, all of which permeated into his soul. Without hesitation, he relinquished a portion of his divine sense. What is this? The constraints of this world are so rigid. It seems I must seek alternative methods. 3 days passed, and Feng Lingtian found himself in a dire state. Not a single visitor graced the temple. Not even a monk or Taoist was present. The monotony was unbearable, and dust settled upon the surface of his notebook. Over the past 3 days, he reflected incessantly and surmised the cause of his transformation into a notebook. His recent encounter had intertwined with his intrinsic rule characteristics: plunder, immortality, disassembly. Could it be that his fabricated golden finger had gone awry, leading to his current predicament as a notebook? Feng Lingtian gazed at the ceiling, counting the pillars and tiles in the grand hall, feeling as if he had been betrayed by his own essence. Alas, he thought, self-destruction was not an option. Suddenly, a commotion ensued. Several individuals leaped over the wall, chattering in a language Feng Lingtian could not comprehend. However, as their conversation intensified, he swiftly grasped the pronunciation and some simple vocabulary. They were ransacking the temple, rummaging through valuables. One individual entered Feng Lingtian and Appos' chamber, illuminating it with a flashlight, prying open the merit box and stuffing the money into his waist pouch. What is this? A notebook, a merit book, completely blank. I can still make use of it. Feng Lingtian offered no resistance as the thief pocketed him. With such a meager sum, they could purchase some items tomorrow and perhaps exchange them for a bit more. All right. Brother Jun. Feng Lingtian, nestled within the bag, observed from a godlike perspective as the thief navigated through the city on a motorcycle. He meticulously examined the characters on the signs, continuing his journey of literacy and gathering information about the world amidst their chatter. This resembles a place akin to Blue Star. Somewhat parallel, yet distinctly different. However, it is certain that technological advancement is comparable. It seems I cannot rely on piloting mechas to traverse space this time. Hopefully, the next world will boast more advanced technology. Thus, Feng Lingtian watched as the motorcycle meandered into a village within the city, finally halting at a dimly lit barbershop. Outside the barbershop stood a woman clad in revealing attire, adorned with heavy makeup. Feng Lingtian felt a wave of frustration. Must they not engage in anything meaningful? It appears that the stolen money is meant to worship these fleshly bodhisattvas. Clearly, he must avoid revealing himself to these opportunists. I need to find someone gullible enough to believe in miracles. Although Feng Lingtian's divine sense could not detach, he could leave inscriptions within his notebook, sufficient for him to strategize in this world. This was, beyond doubt, the worst possible start, save for the farmer and Amp, Apos, S incident. As he sat on the barber and Amp, Apos, S chair, Feng Lingtian helplessly listened to the perfunctory calls of the stylists. His seasoned ear discerned their lack of sincerity. Suddenly, a woman surveyed her surroundings, stealthily clutching the bag containing Feng Lingtian. Ah, a thief. She paused at a bus stop, rifling through the bag, her disdainful gaze sifting through the loose change, carelessly tossing Feng Lingtian aside onto the roadside. What a thing. Who packs loose change as if they were affluent? What a waste of my efforts. Feng Lingtian chuckled inwardly, feeling slightly irked by such treatment for the first time. Andy, you dropped your notebook. A boy in a Hongshan high school uniform picked up the notebook, calling out to the woman who was about to board the bus. She turned, dismissively waving her hand. I don't want it. You can keep it. With that, she boarded the bus, which soon drove away. Song Haifeng chuckled helplessly, examining the notebook. Merit book, still blank. I suppose I can save some money. After walking for half an hour, he finally arrived at his modest rented room. At the entrance, a middle-aged woman was busily chopping up vegetables. Upon seeing her son return, she wiped her hands on her apron. You're back. Come eat. The shopkeeper gave us unsold vegetables today. Your favorite braised pork is here. All right, let us eat. Thank you, Mom. During dinner, Zhang Yao addressed her son. Haifeng, I heard about another girl going missing at your school. Starting tomorrow, you must avoid walking home. It's not worth the money. The world has changed. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. Upon hearing this, Song Haifeng and Amp, Apos, S expression turned somber. To prevent his mother from worrying, he nodded in agreement. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, he returned to his room. Once inside, Song Haifeng retrieved his homework and pulled out the notebook he had found. However, he soon realized he could not write in it. The ink faded almost instantly. What is this? Astonished, he examined it further. When he tried to cut it with scissors, he found it unyielding, prompting him to exert more force. Inadvertently, he cut his hand, and a drop of blood fell onto the notebook. He attempted to wipe it away, but the blood was absorbed. A dark inscription began to manifest. The words Merit Book on the cover vanishing, replaced by Book of Origins, binding activated. The host cannot change the binding subject before death. Completing tasks will yield rewards. Tasks generated randomly. Congratulations on obtaining the beginner and Apos S gift, cloud walking skill, blood refining pill. Song Haifeng felt an urge to scream, but restrained himself, fearing it might disturb his mother. His heavy breaths revealed his excitement. Is this the moment my destiny is rewritten? Haha. Chapter 39. The eerie swing. Song Haifeng did not dwell too much on the matter. Having occasionally indulged in online novels, he had long fantasized about such experiences, yet he never anticipated that today his dreams would materialize. That night, he commenced his training. But aside from a sensation of soreness, he felt nothing at all. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him, and he fell asleep. Once he drifted into slumber, Feng Lingtian felt a surge of delight. One must admit, during moments steeped in youthful exuberance, they are indeed easy to manipulate. This allowed him to gather information about this world and bestow some rewards to facilitate rapid advancement in Song Haifeng's abilities. Fortunately, to harness spiritual power, he devised a rudimentary plunder function. Otherwise, mastering a single technique would take years, a duration far too lengthy. Ouch, that hurts. Song Haifeng awoke to the blaring of his alarm. Acutely aware of the excruciating ache that coursed through his muscles, a stark reminder that yesterday was no mere dream. He opened his notebook, where the familiar script reappeared, and his gaze fell upon the elixir among the rewards, silently wishing to claim it. Yet, there was no response. Claim blood refinement pill. Feng Lingtian was at a loss. A crimson pill materialized on the page. How was I to know? I cannot utilize my spiritual sense. Ah, it truly is real. Song Haifeng swallowed the pill, feeling a wave of warmth radiate from his stomach, enveloping his entire being in a comforting embrace. The fatigue that had weighed upon him significantly diminished. and he sensed a marked enhancement in his physical prowess. This was remarkable. If he completed his tasks, he could undoubtedly achieve rapid progress in his training. Just as he contemplated how to trigger his next task, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Haifeng, have you gotten out of bed? It and Appos. It's time for school. Oh, I and Appos am up. I'll be right there. He hastily donned his clothing, stowing the notebook securely in his backpack. He could not bear to part with it. It was the foundation of his burgeoning strength. As the school bell rang, the impending college entrance examination loomed ahead, and his grades were decent. Thus, Song Haifeng found it increasingly difficult to concentrate in class. Beside him lay an empty seat, once occupied by Lin Jing, the object of his affections, who had mysteriously vanished the previous week on her way home from school. Like so many others who had recently disappeared from the city, there were no useful clues. It was as if they had evaporated from existence. He walked for half an hour each day, hoping to trace Lin Jing and Appos' last known whereabouts. However, like the police, he discovered nothing of substance, aside from Lin Jing and Appos' hairpin, which had been found near a park. This park had been cordoned off for some time, with a mysterious figure in black patrolling it daily. It was only recently that it had been reopened, prompting him to resolve to search it once more. Perhaps, by some stroke of fortune, he might uncover a new lead, rescue Lin Jing, and together they could soar through the halls of Hengshan High School as legends. Let us try again today and then come back on the weekend. At Happiness Park. Alas, still nothing. He scoured the area, yet found no trace of Lin Jing, only encountering a couple seeking thrills in the park. Song Haifeng regarded them with disdain, feeling no envy whatsoever. Just as he resolved to leave, an uncanny change swept over the air. The temperature plummeted, and a putrid stench filled the surroundings, inciting him to curse. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the direction of the couple, a girl-esque scream. Rushing towards the sound, Song Haifeng froze in horror. Before him swung a man, devoid of trousers, one hand gripping the decaying body of a woman. Maggots writhed within the putrid flesh. The man's neck was ensnared by the swings rope, his movements resembling those of someone on the brink of suicide. The rotting woman opened her gaping maw, her neck elongating unnaturally as she bit off the man and Appos' head, consuming it voraciously. The man's lower half began to dissolve, gradually absorbed by the swing. As he beheld the woman's face, Song Haifeng's heart sank. It was Lin Jing, the very person he had been searching for. One of Lin Jing's hands grasped the woman, while the maggots slithered from the woman's eyes and throat, an ominous sight. Suddenly, 3 more decayed figures, resembling Lin Jing. Chapter 40. The Hunt for the Eerie. Upon gazing at the mission, the young man swiftly emerged from his sorrow, perceiving it as a necessary impetus. This was a new task. I shall grow stronger and uncover these entities to avenge you, Lin Jing. After more than 2 months, Song Haifeng had not encountered any more anomalies. His days were consumed with classes and martial arts practice, occasionally strolling near the slaughterhouse. In his online searches for potential eerie rumors, he discovered that strange occurrences seemed to have existed long before, though he had been unaware at the time. Throughout these 2 months, both his physique and psyche underwent significant enhancement. With the assistance of Feng Lingtian, he quickly transcended the ordinary martial artist and Appos' path to reach the realm of dark energy. The martial arts principles in this world were not in conflict, allowing for such ease. On the rooftop of his rented accommodation, the cold light glinted sharply as sword energy surged. A robust young man stood, his body glistening with sweat trickling down his well-defined abs. The transformation over the past 2 months imbued him with an air of mystery and strength, garnering a following among his classmates. However, Song Haifeng rebuffed all advances, for he had fully devoted himself to martial arts. With determination, he declared, "The long river sword technique has been mastered. I can proceed to the next task." With his sword sheathed, he leaped off the rooftop, deftly maneuvering through the air to return to his room. On the desk lay a map with several red-marked points, indicating locations he had investigated that might harbor anomalies. Now, all tasks were combat-oriented, devoid of rewards, and his training had become sluggish. He needed to prepare a protective talisman for his mother. Reclining on his bed, one hand resting on his thigh, where Feng Lingtian was concealed in a satchel, he felt a sense of exasperation. The only anomaly he had encountered was the initial swing anomaly. This lad was indeed cautious. Had it not been for the combat-only tasks and the lack of resources to aid in his training, he might have waited until he surpassed the Grandmaster level before venturing out. Had he known, he would have provided only the Grandmaster techniques. Nonetheless, he was now ready for action, his combat prowess formidable enough to serve as support. To vanquish and suppress the core anomalies was essential for seizing rules and spiritual essence, marking the most optimal state for Feng Lingtian to acquire such traits. He possessed an understanding of the world and Appos' peculiar characteristics and design. Yet, one aspect surprised him: the Golden Eye's capability to reach such a level, suggesting that the Grand Sage, as the designer, possessed unfathomable strength. It was even possible that he had surpassed Feng Lingtian, the creator himself. Although Feng Lingtian, once healed, could traverse worlds using coordinates, he lacked numerous world coordinates, instilling a sense of foreboding. At least for now, the Grand Sage seemed to maintain a favorable disposition toward him. Just wait, your true nature will eventually be revealed. On Yushan Road, Song Haifeng retrieved a recorder, the recording having been selected by Feng Lingtian and downloaded from the internet. It was said that anyone who listened to the recording met with death, reminiscent of a certain girl dwelling at the bottom of a well. With resolve, he prepared to act. Song Haifeng pressed the play button, stepping back a few paces, and drew his sword. A crackling sound of electricity erupted, followed by a cough, sending a chill through the air as the streetlights flickered. Song Haifeng heard the cough grow increasingly severe, prompting him to scan his surroundings until he finally spotted the anomaly. Under the streetlight, a white-bearded vagrant was approaching, his feet suspended as if he were a specter. As the vagrant passed a stray cat, the feline froze in place. When the vagrant and Appos' foot made contact with the cat, its skin ruptured, leaving only a twitching body that could not emit a sound. Overcoming his fear, the youth drew his sword, channeling his energy, and with light steps, swiftly closed the distance to the vagrant. He struck down with his sword upon the man and Appos' head. The vagrant raised a hand to block, his arm severed and falling to the ground, only to vanish without a trace, even the blood absent. The arm quickly transformed into black smoke, dissipating entirely. In Chapter 41, crafting the Tianhai sword, the team leader remarked that this was the location where the eerie energy had dissipated. And the attire worn was that of a human-level anomaly, the skin peeler number 12. No anomalies were found, they had already been contained, and there were no surveillance cameras nearby. Hearing his subordinate call out, Ling Zian crouched down briefly before standing, using a high-exposure flashlight to scrutinize the area. Record the traces on the ground. Preserve the footprint data. This anomaly hunter is quite skilled, daring to attack a homeless person only after strengthening himself, she noted. Moreover, he is a swordsman, albeit with inferior materials for his weapon, indicating tough times ahead. Whether he is a novice remains uncertain. Let us release a notice on the website. Anyone who can provide confirmation and evidence will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Thankfully, no one died this time. Excellent. Let us get on with it. Another 10 days of vacation awaits us. Ling Zian's team was ecstatic, as they had not faced the anomaly directly and had garnered such commendable achievements. With a bonus and a vacation, it was a rare moment of respite for those who had ventured perilously close to death. After the graduation ceremony, on the way home, Song Haifeng grumbled, "What is this? Just a forging method? I have to do it myself? Fine, for the sake of the talisman, I'll manage." Having graduated from high school, he felt a lack of rewards. How stingy. As he walked, he mused over his previous encounters with anomalies, which had led to an upgrade of his notebook. It could now converse normally, and as someone with few friends, he had come to regard it as a half-friend and mentor. Even his cherished films were watched together, under the pretense of battling and sharing experiences, making him increasingly feel like the protagonist. To this, Feng Lingtian could only respond with a chuckle. It was he who had compelled the notebook into such a role. As a creator, why would I accompany a child in watching such things? Impossible. Unless I had transformed into a notebook, he thought. Forget it. Let us treat this as practice for my spirit. After all, they had narrowly escaped detection last time. And it seemed that group was investigating swordsmen. However, why must they remain undiscovered? Feng Lingtian was at a loss. The child had some combat awareness and cleverness, yet was still naive to human rules. Even in a world rife with anomalies, internal conflicts existed. Humanity excelled at infighting and self-destruction. If discovered, they will eventually learn that you can eliminate anomalies without using their powers. If the secret of the notebook is revealed, it will no longer belong to you. Innocent youths are easier to manipulate. Upon returning to his room, Song Haifeng slapped his thigh and addressed the notebook he had set upright. Is it because I'm different from those on the website? Once they know, they will try to seize it, finally catching on. Your reflexes could circle around you. Feng Lingtian couldn't help but increase his teasing, likely due to spending too much time with Song Haifeng. By the way, I've procured the materials. When shall we begin? Song Haifeng retrieved a small box of mineral raw materials and a furnace from under his bed. Today, head to the rooftop compartment and remember to bring that anomaly. Oh, but why bring this? He pulled out a plastic bottle covered in black runes, containing a white object that wriggled within. In simple terms, it's to enchant the sword, essentially crafting an anomaly prevention device as described online. Wow, Master. Can you really achieve such a feat? That's incredible. Hey, don't call me Master recklessly. I only agreed because I saw you were struggling. Understood. Next time, if I'm caught off guard, I'll have a plausible excuse so it won't come back to me. Ah, my master is indeed remarkable, he exclaimed excitedly, startling Zhang Yao. Haifeng, what master? Someone you met in a game? Don't get scammed. Feng Lingtian chuckled. Your son is out of money. He doesn't have a single cent left. I have no need for money. Not possible. Aha, Mom, you go ahead and keep busy. Is this method acceptable? Song Haifeng carefully dipped a brush into an unknown black ink and began inscribing runes onto the 30-centimeter circular furnace. Each stroke was executed meticulously. A mistake would necessitate a dangerous redo. Can this little furnace melt the materials? Their melting points are quite high, as I learned in school. No problem. Although this is the first time, it should be fine. The spiritual runes can elevate the temperature. All right, let us ignite the furnace. As he lit the furnace, the flames surged dangerously close to singeing his eyebrows. That was close. Careless and a bit foolish. This is nothing like combat. You lack the demeanor of a creator. Observing the rising temperature, he added the materials. Iron, copper, manganese. 10 minutes later, they transformed into molten red liquid. Checking the time, he realized he had enough left to inscribe a few words on the mold's surface. Tian Hai Sword. Unnecessary. The notebook emitted a blue glow, shielding against the ominous presence, ensuring that no anomaly hunter organization would catch wind of their activities. It's time to add the anomaly. Good. As he twisted open the plastic bottle, the anomaly swiftly tumbled out, attempting to flee but was restrained by the runes on the furnace's surface, morphing into a black insect before being drawn into the molten furnace. Blood drop. All right. Song Haifeng focused his energy, slicing his skin to let a few drops fall. Yet fearing it insufficient, he pressed harder. That's enough. No more. Understood. Soon, the insect emitted a harrowing wail, vanishing within the molten iron. Pour it into the mold. Circulate your energy to continuously nourish it, refining the sword's details with your energy. Understood. After pouring the molten iron into the mold, Song Haifeng sat cross-legged, his energy surging as he followed Feng Lingtian's instructions. As the sun climbed higher, Song Haifeng's complexion paled, sweat rolling down his forehead as he gasped for breath. His energy in disarray. He continued to extract energy from within. He dared not cease until the notebook emitted a buzzing sound. Feng Lingtian observed the scene and nodded. At least in this endeavor, the boy displayed some perseverance. This is not in vain. According to the calculations, refining your energy will increase your affinity with the sword. Infusing it with spiritual power, coupled with the willpower inherent in your energy, it can mitigate some of the dangers posed by using certain anomalies. This design is based on flying swords. Even if it doesn't succeed, it will surpass the weapons of ordinary anomaly hunters. As the buzzing intensified, Song Haifeng managed a wry smile, slowly withdrawing his energy. Have I finally succeeded? He wondered, only to feel the world spin and collapse to the ground. Feng Lingtian extended a thread of spiritual energy to assess, finding only exhaustion from overexertion without replenishment, so he paid no further attention. He would not heal Song Haifeng. If he wanted something, he must complete the task to earn it. With no surplus energy, he had to prepare for crafting his own physical form, incapable of remaining in the guise of a notebook forever. Chapter 42. The Invitation from the Dusk Organization. Upon awakening, Song Haifeng immediately dismantled the mold, revealing a sword entirely enveloped in black, resembling a ghost. The blade measured 3 feet in length and was as wide as a palm, its surface adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient weapons. Inscribed at the hilt were the characters for Tian Hai's sword. As he grasped the sword, he felt an uncanny affinity with it, as if it were an extension of his own limbs, and he sensed an inexplicable message emanating from the blade. Scaled dragon armor. Pain. Blood. The price. A faint sting accompanied these thoughts, but as Song Haifeng stifled it, the strange sensation dissipated. This was indeed the cost of wielding such bizarre artifacts. Though his experience seemed peculiar, it craved blood, and he pondered whether duck blood would suffice. Images of duck blood hot pot and beef blood stew flashed through his mind, causing him to wipe away drool as his gaze shifted to his notebook. He had often contemplated how his notebook appeared to differ from other strange objects, exuding a sense of humanity and a strong spirit of contract. If my master disapproves, I shall remain silent. While tidying up the remnants, he mused to his notebook. His bizarre abilities seemed capable of forming a full-body armor, enhancing strength, restoring vitality, and even enabling short-distance spatial teleportation. It appeared remarkably powerful, and in comparison to the costs outlined online, it seemed notably light. Was this the power of runes? Secrecy, along with true energy, was paramount. Handle it as you see fit. Song Haifeng shook his head. Understanding the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a gem, he would bide his time until a more suitable opportunity arose. Furthermore, merely possessing runes was insufficient. True energy was essential, and his master had decreed that such secrets should only be passed to disciples. Thus, he could not divulge them. Promises made must be fulfilled, just as his master had exemplified. Rising to his feet, he noticed a brooch on his arm, a pink crystal rabbit, a memento of Lin Jing. After he had slain a vagrant and subsequently hunted down the peculiar swing at her behest, Feng Lingtian had graciously preserved Lin Jing and Appo's remains, allowing her parents to let go of their grief and live peacefully. She was dearly beloved, and the bloodstains on her farewell letter indicated her profound despair at the time. Feng Lingtian had, of course, obliged, for the assistance rendered in overcoming the anomaly had cost him little in terms of spiritual energy, yet provided a poignant scene of sorrow for lovers. After all, cultivating a master over the span of 6 months was a significant achievement. As for the larger reason, it was not solely due to Song Haifeng's commendable talent, but rather the unrestricted nature of spiritual power in this world, complemented by Feng Lingtian's efficiency in reaping abilities. Otherwise, such feats would be unattainable. In the construction zone of a dilapidated building, amidst the biting wind, Song Haifeng donned a thin trench coat and a mask, wielding the Tianhai sword as he sought traces of the bizarre under the moonlight. What is this? Breathing sounds, and so many points of bizarre energy, are they derivatives? Hearing over a dozen breaths, he prepared to draw his sword for a test but was halted by a voice. Who goes there? Hold on, let us converse. An elderly man in gray emerged from the shadows, exuding an approachable demeanor. He clapped his hands, prompting several individuals who had been lurking in the darkness to step forward, most of whom bore signs of bizarre energy. It was evident that the breaths he had sensed belonged to them. Who are you, and why do you disseminate false information? I have already paid for the bizarre energy points on the site. No, young man, your points have been refunded. This place is indeed peculiar, but I have already resolved the issue. Today, I merely wish to make your acquaintance. Noticing Song Haifeng's continued wariness, the elder continued, I am Gao Yuanshan, a member of the Dusk Organization, overseeing a certain area. You are aware of the Dusk Organization, correct? Song Haifeng certainly knew of it. During his encounters with other hunters of the bizarre, they had regarded him with confusion and subsequently provided him a website, the Global Hunters Guild, accessible only to those who wielded bizarre artifacts. Through this site, he had gleaned much knowledge about the anomalies he had faced, with some information purchased therein, akin to the role of a bounty hunter. However, out of caution, he refrained from cashing out, opting instead to accumulate his points. He had long been aware of the Dusk Organization, a global powerhouse that was impossible to ignore. The membership count remained shrouded in mystery, yet the organization was renowned for its 10 guardians, who commanded profound and formidable anomalies. With their leader purported to be a ground-level powerhouse capable of catastrophic destruction, rivaling mobile nuclear weapons. Despite their dubious reputation, facing scrutiny and pursuit from multiple nations, their formidable traits remained unaltered. What is it that you seek? Song Haifeng queried, cautiously repositioning himself to facilitate a potential escape utilizing his light-footed skills. Gao Yuanshan observed Song Haifeng's subtle movements but chose to disregard them, for his intent was one of recruitment, and he aimed to convey sincerity. I have come to invite you to join us. Your prowess is commendable, particularly in offensive capabilities, making you a prime candidate for our organization. Should you join us, beauty, luxury villas, and sports cars, whatever you desire, will be at your disposal. As he clapped his hands, 2 alluring women stepped forward, their curves accentuated and their features reminiscent of internet celebrities. It was undeniably tempting to Song Haifeng, causing him to swallow hard. For a young boy in his prime would find such allure irresistible. He could not help but fantasize about frolicking with these beauties in a villa and Appo's pool, in a luxurious car. Feng Lingtian, witnessing Song Haifeng's unseemly demeanor, felt compelled to facepalm, only to realize he had no hands, which deepened his sense of despair. Those who have never tasted meat are indeed easily tempted. If you truly desire it, perhaps you should try, then decline. Song Haifeng shook his head, awakening from his daydream. No, that is not appropriate. His response was stammered, reminiscent of an innocent young man, betraying no grief over Lin Jing and Appo's demise. This is dire, in this state. He's undoubtedly falling into their trap, and they are no novices. Gao Yuanshan smirked, realizing his strategy was indeed effective against the youthful boy. His internal compass recognized the value of this individual, comparable to a being of profound caliber. Another future 10 heavenly monarch, perhaps? Once he completes a few more tasks, the higher-ups will acknowledge my contributions. Surely, I may receive a new reward, an elixir of longevity. Ha ha ha, my young brother, do not rush to refuse. Rest assured, the organization values talents like yourself greatly. We are seeking mutual cooperation. How do they say it? Win-win collaboration. You will have a month-long trial period. Should you decide against joining, you may withdraw without repercussions from the Dragon Kingdom authorities. This is stated in our announcement. Moreover, should you encounter tasks you dislike, you are free to decline. Song Haifeng was well aware of this regulation. He felt a stirring within, as this was the very scenario he had long envisioned. Chapter 43, A Web of Intrigues. Very well, but I require a sample for the unfated. Gao Yuanshan nodded with a smile, aware that matters had progressed favorably. He produced a box the size of a palm. It appears that the young hero possesses a fair understanding of our intentions. This is advantageous, as it spares me the need to elaborate on the origin of the elixir. The Unfated is one of the renowned potions of the Dusk Organization, capable of altering one's appearance and concealing DNA, rendering the original identity undetectable for a duration of 1 month. Song Haifeng examined the potion and, as described, ingested it directly from the mask's opening. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, feel free to consult the 2 young ladies. With that, Gao Yuanshan departed, leaving Song Haifeng surrounded by the 2 women, his spirit invigorated. As one of the women attempted to remove Song Haifeng's trousers, he declined, asserting the importance of the notebook hidden within. No need, let it be as it is. Such eagerness, dear brother, teased Feng Lingtian, observing the scene with bemusement. What a curious situation, he mused, yet chose not to interfere with Song Haifeng's decision. As long as the notebook remained unharmed, the young man's choices were his own to make. The fade of the pure-hearted youth is gone. Just 2 months ago, he was in tears. TSK. How fickle men can be. A creature of instinct. At the Prada Hotel, Gao Yuanshan listened to the fervent activities next door, his hand cradling a compass that emitted a faint, enigmatic aura. The needle oscillated between levels, from human to yellow, and finally to Earth, settling at the mystic level, dangerously close to Earth tier. Indeed, there lies potential to join the ranks of the celestial monarchs, and it appears manageable, provided one knows how to placate him. Although Gao Yuanshan coveted the mystic anomaly, he was not drawn to its aggressive nature. As a seasoned member of the Dusk Organization, having witnessed several 10 monarchs come and go, he understood the necessity of navigating a world rife with the strange. The key to survival lay in avoiding the bizarre. Those who lived their lives without encountering such anomalies, or who could survive them unconsciously, were the ones he envied. A life unmarred by unexpected calamities was the true aspiration. After all, while many anomalies could indeed be resolved through combat, some could not be subdued or dispelled without adhering to certain rules. And one could even perish without understanding how. Becoming a hunter of anomalies was a path devoid of retreat. They were more susceptible to encounters with the bizarre, a phenomenon born of mutual attraction among the strange. Nonetheless, like other nations and organizations of anomaly hunters, the Dusk Organization possessed unique methods to mitigate this phenomenon, enabling them to contain the anomalies. The Dusk Organization had an elixir of longevity, which not only rejuvenated the consumer, but also reduced the likelihood of encountering anomalies for several years, even if one did encounter them. As long as the anomaly and Appo's level did not exceed Earth, they could generally escape unscathed. Gao Yuanshan had consumed one such elixir in the past, marking a period of profound happiness and restful slumber. Young man, strive diligently. If you can procure the elixir of longevity for me, I shall fulfill any desire you may have. The following day, Song Haifeng awoke to find the 2 women still asleep beside him, their bodies bearing the marks of a night filled with fervor. He quickly checked to ensure his notebook and sword were intact. Relieved that nothing had been lost during the night, though he felt a twinge of paranoia, he retrieved the palm-sized notebook, upon which a message was inscribed. Did you enjoy yourself? Pure-hearted youth. Ah, but you are indeed over 18 now, a budding university student. Fortunately, you attend a local university. Last night, the old man observed you for hours, including your sword in this esteemed notebook. Song Haifeng's expression remained unchanged, yet his mind raced with questions. Hindered by the presence of the two women, he decided to write directly in the notebook. Do not worry, it is likely just curiosity regarding your anomaly level. That fellow seems to possess a probing anomaly, but exercise caution. Humans can harbor ill intentions. Understood. I shall be vigilant. Half a month passed, and Song Haifeng began his university journey. Aside from his studies, he spent most of his time with the two beautiful women, cruising around in luxury cars, living a carefree life. Apart from that fateful night, no one from the Dusk organization sought him out. Yet he was aware of the adage, born in worry, perishing in comfort. Though he feigned waiting for a task from the Dusk organization, he refrained from pursuing new targets. He diligently honed his martial skills, drawing the attention of Gao Yuanshan. Under the subtle nudges of the two women, Song Haifeng divulged nothing, attributing all his prowess to his sword. During this time, Feng Lingtian, under the pretext of further upgrading, fell into silence, choosing to disregard Song Haifeng, who was now a figure of splendor. However, his own situation was far from comfortable. After encountering the Dusk organization, a sense of unease had enveloped him. This discomfort, coupled with the insecurities surrounding the notebook, urged him to seek a body that allowed for freedom of movement. His instincts warned him that something was amiss in this world, and that it was of grave concern. If the anomalies of this realm were indeed fragments of shattered rules, what would the original form be upon their convergence? Why did the peculiarities of this world necessitate the execution of murder in such a unique manner? These were vulnerabilities that warranted vigilance. In Jiafeng City amusement park boom, a tremor resonated through the amusement park as a pristine exterior advertisement rapidly decayed into a state of ruin, the lights flickering ominously. The inscription became obscured by moss, transforming into the words "The Lost Paradise." Within the lead amusement park, beneath a foam mountain, a black page fell from a book, within which a spherical entity materialized and settled inside the mountain. The sphere released a continuous mist, a white vapor that spread outward from the mountain. Before long, the white mist enveloped the entire amusement park, extending towards other areas of Jiafeng City. Inside the park, a clown adorned with a painted smile erupted into a horrifying wail, brandishing a dark knife as he incessantly carved at his own red nose, shedding blood without marring his pale visage. As he severed one nose, another would sprout forth. The discarded noses transformed into bouncy balls with eyes, bouncing away into the mist. One landed atop the carousel, once a beloved attraction for children, now stripped of its innocence. The brightly colored ponies glowed with a sinister red light, as if aflame, morphing into nightmare steeds with dark skeletal frames. The nightmare steed broke free from its constraints, racing through the amusement park. Should it encounter any awake visitors, it would devour them, gradually consuming their flesh until they became a grotesque addition to its own form. Emitting a chilling laughter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 44. The clown of the amusement park in the city of Jinling, Longhua, Ling Zian, while perusing her materials, could not suppress her frustration and slammed the table. Most of the documents were filled with text, with only a few indistinct photographs. One of them captured the silhouette of an individual carrying a sword. How infuriating. This must be a reckless youth who, instead of reporting to the authorities, is attempting to resolve the anomaly on his own. He must have joined some organization, but his application is still pending. How vexing. A figure has emerged in my territory. If he were to commit any heinous acts, the repercussions would be dire. Zhao Nang, lounging on the sofa engrossed in his phone, could not help but interject. Hee, Captain. This is the thrill of the unattainable. Encountering a wild anomaly hunter, and yet he hasn't an amp. Oppos, done anything illegal. But I wish I had such a formidable ally. It could extend my life by a few years. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the humanoid phone on the table, its mouth emitting a shrill cry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Nung sprang up in alarm, his expression twisted in horror. The screaming phone was a tool designed to avoid discussions regarding high-level anomalies that had been marked. It could even be used for communication in areas of collapse. Once activated, it indicated involvement with high-level anomalies, necessitating the immediate response of the Night Watchers. This was one of the privileges they enjoyed, serving as the beacons of light in the darkness, dispelling the unease of the night. After receiving the news, Ling Zian stood in stunned silence for a minute, before bursting into tears and trembling as she hung up the phone. Zhao Nang, they have been called back. A major incident has occurred. Code name D005 has returned. Half of Jiafeng City has fallen. Guchanga has already sacrificed himself. A thunderous shock resonated within Zhao Nang and Apos' heart. He forced a bitter smile as he sent out a message, then called his parents to transfer all his money to them. Although he did not understand what D005 entailed, he knew that a regional-level anomaly was akin to a brush with death. The last time a regional-level anomaly occurred, only Ling Zian had survived among the Night Watchers of Jinling, which allowed her to ascend to the position of captain within 3 years. Half an hour later, aboard a bus filled with 40 individuals, silence reigned. No one was engrossed in their phones, they merely stared blankly out the window. Zhao Nang puffed on a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, yet nobody spoke. He exhaled a smoke ring, a cracked smile forming on his lips amidst the ethereal haze. In a hoarse voice, he began to chant, "We lurk in the depths of the night, evading all light, while missing out on the crown of glory. We vow to guard this world, the frost and chill only sharpen our resolve. I shall navigate this frenzied world. We are wielders of the sword, and perhaps one day, we shall fall beneath its edge. With our lives, we shall sever the darkness and usher in the dawn." Initially, it was only Zhao Nang, but as he recited the first line, more voices joined in, including that of Captain Ling Zian. Each spoke with solemnity, reciting the oath they had taken upon joining the Night Watchers. In Jiafeng City, Song Haifeng, clad in martial attire, traversed the mist with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a sword in hand, his eyes rife with vigilance. Yet behind that vigilance, there was a sense of relaxation. His mentor, the notebook master, had finally awakened. Rather than reprimanding him for his actions, the master had issued some peculiar tasks upon receiving a mission from the Dusk Organization. Task: collect the following items, bring them to Jiangfeng City, explore the regional anomaly, and survive. Reward: Grandmaster Techniques, Golden Armor Divine General, Grandmaster Sword Technique, Snow Mountain. Choose one from the rewards. The rewards were substantial, but considering the difficulty, he felt no surprise. After all, regional tasks were something the entire anomaly hunting network sought to avoid. "Brother, your steps aren't faltering, are they?" Gao Yuanshan observed Song Haifeng, having heard from 2 maidservants that this young man was quite formidable. "Be mindful of the environmental changes. We have entered an anomaly zone. Do not speak of anything strange." Song Haifeng's voice was cold as he surveyed his surroundings, his fingers resting on the hilt of his sword. This state is entirely different. No wonder he can handle so many anomalies, including a yellow-level superior anomaly. This was the mark of a reliable ally. Gao Yuanshan nodded in agreement, wishing for a peaceful outcome. Had it not been for the urgent orders from above, accompanied by a longevity pill, he would not have ventured into such a place for investigation. As they followed the sword-wielding youth, they encountered no aberrations in the outer regions. Within the white mist, a pair of starry eyes fixed their gaze upon the intruders. Windling Tian, nestled within Song Haifeng's backpack, sensed that the rules of this place were more potent, and the chaotic aura more intense. The higher the integrity of the rules, the greater the chaos. This must be a place ruled by a madman. Moreover, that unsettling feeling is growing stronger. What is happening? Turn left ahead. Turn right ahead. Song Haifeng felt the vibrations within his backpack, adjusting their course as they entered the heart of the amusement park. A colorful light illuminated the area, dispelling the mist, yet the Dusk Organization's faces paled in fear. Alongside the vibrant lights appeared a clown, wailing as it sliced its own nose, exuding a chilling power. This was a manifestation of a high-level anomaly, a presence that only appeared at the center of regional anomalies. Gao Yuanshan felt the tremors and detachment of the anomaly within him, wishing to curse aloud. At that moment, he dared not question why they had encountered no aberrations. It seemed they had been led directly to the heart of the anomaly. Well. The clown was accompanied by 3 items: a line drawn on the ground marking the starting point, a circular target, and a box for performing chainsaw tricks. Though fear gripped him, Gao Yuanshan's experience prevailed. Anomalies were rarely dispelled by sheer force. One must decipher the rules. As long as the correct path was found, escape was still possible. Gao Yuanshan dispatched a subordinate to the clown, but the latter faltered upon landing. The moment he stood on the starting line, the clown instantly teleported to a nearby location, beginning a countdown. 99, 98. This was a game akin to statue. Let's test this game for now. Song Haifeng swiftly deduced, simultaneously stepping forward from the starting point. He owed nothing to the Dusk Organization. He was here to fulfill their mission. And he had done so admirably. Having never faced a high-level anomaly, curiosity piqued within Song Haifeng. The youth cautiously advanced, only daring to move when the clown turned away. In contrast, Song Haifeng, emboldened by his skills, strode forward confidently, halting the moment the clown turned, maintaining a steady stance. 42, 41. As time elapsed, the youth lost his footing and fell, the turning clown seizing the opportunity. The clown teleported behind him, pressing its red nose into the youth's abdomen, causing him to tremble. The colors of his clothing shifted, gradually transforming into that of a clown's attire, while vivid makeup adorned his face. His body was drawn back to the tree, counting down together with the clown, but this time, the frequency with which the two clowns turned differed. The difficulty of the game has been heightened. Feng Ling Tian finds it rather enjoyable. This peculiar theme park has inspired him to consider opening one of his own. As he observes the performance, he simultaneously searches for the essence of the enigmatic realm. Chapter 45, Jiangfeng City founded. But their essay problem? Feng Ling Tian, risking danger, ventured forth with his spiritual sense and indeed located the core of the Earth-level anomaly. However, its true nature caught him off guard. It was a sphere, morphing continuously. Nestled within the dreams of mortals, its forms resembling anthropomorphic toys. As the dreams of the mortals shattered, the toys' gazes shifted from madness to clarity. Is this a harvest of reason and memory? Could this entity also be A and Apos, fellow traveler and Apos? No, it feels different. It is indeed bizarre. Why is it transforming into a human? I can't wait any longer. Just eliminate the clown, a rhythmic buzzing voice echoed. Song Haifeng understood that this was a message from his notebook, and he did not doubt its validity. He took action that should not have breached the rules. The moment the clown turned, he drew the Tianhai sword from his waist. A surge of black energy spread instantly, enveloping him in black-scaled armor adorned with barbs on his back. He evaded the clown's grasp, channeling his true energy to sever the clown and amp Apos' hand, refusing to allow it any chance to recover as he continued his pursuit. The members of the Sunset Organization looked on, dumbfounded. He appeared like a sword immortal, releasing a strike that froze the entire circus, leaving them even more astonished. Gao Yuanshan found it unbelievable. Even the Ten Heavens monarch could not suppress an Earth-level anomaly to such an extent, relying solely on a high degree of fusion to inflict damage. Watching as the clown was restrained, Gao Yuanshan shouted, "Do not move. I will convert it into an anomaly." Feigning ignorance, Song Haifeng swung the Tianhai sword against the clown and amp Apos' neck, decapitating it. Such futile efforts. You must employ tactics. This is no natural anomaly. At that moment, the clown and amp Apos' body on the ground transformed into a red spherical nose, soaring into Song Haifeng and amp Apos' backpack. How could this happen? It requires skill, Gao Yuanshan remarked with a smile, praising him for his exceptional prowess, rivaling that of the Ten Heavens monarch. Ignoring the praise, Song Haifeng shouted a warning to be cautious and to use the anomaly wisely. He unleashed his true energy in the anomaly, shattering the reinforced concrete of a fake mountain, releasing a cascade of dreamlike bubbles. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the area. Those who were unable to utilize the anomaly found their bodies disintegrating into colorful bubbles, wailing as they drifted aimlessly. Only their anomalies and the markings of the Sunset Organization remained on the ground. The bubbles coalesced into a large rabbit. Meanwhile, Ling Zian's team was engaged in a fierce battle, having entered the amusement park. When will the support arrive? Ling Zian's massive claws grasped the nightmare horse's head, wrenching it down and slamming it to the ground. Activating the anomaly and Apos' ability, she transformed them into ordinary toys. The pervasive fog began to dissipate, no longer hindering their movements. Yet the anomaly expanded rapidly throughout Jiangfeng City. The fog is clearing. What a chance. Let Apos' resolve this and continue our mission. Zhao, how are you holding up? Zhao Neng wrapped a bandage around his chest to staunch the bleeding wound, giving Ling Zian a thumbs up. I'm all right, just in a lot of pain. The anomaly and amp Apos' ability doesn't compare to the Captain's. All right, then let us press on. If we return safely this time, I'll submit an application for you to request one for yourself. Zhao Neng rose excitedly, following the team member with the detector, maintaining an arrowhead formation as they explored further. The other teams were trapped on the periphery, leaving only their small group of over 10. They arrived at a location where 3 individuals in Sunset Organization attire were battling a bizarre creature in the amusement park. As they attacked, they retreated from a colossal moving entity. A gargantuan rabbit, pink and towering 3 stories high, with a mouthful of fangs, stood menacingly. A creature clad in black scales, resembling a demon, wielded a sword as it relentlessly attacked the rabbit while dodging the white gas it exhaled. One member of the Sunset Organization accidentally became tainted by the gas, instantly splitting into small rabbits and dispersing as gas. The Ling wind severed the rabbit and Appo's ear, which immediately transformed into white vapor, forcing Song Haifeng to continue his retreat. Without a wooden horse, Ling Zian steadied her trembling legs, forcibly pressing down her hand against a tattoo on her back, feeling as if it were about to leap from her skin. Is this the Earth-level anomaly 005? We must observe further to gather core data for extraction. Use the black box camera to record everything. She commanded her subordinates to collect data. As this was their primary mission, dealing with Earth-level anomalies was beyond their capabilities. Taking risks on mere chance would only lead to encounters with unsolvable anomalies. If they amassed sufficient information, they could approach a solution for 005 next time. The Earth-level anomaly would not eradicate all within its range. It could not kill millions in such a short time. Most would have their rationality siphoned away by 005, leaving behind a multitude of mindless individuals. But that would still amount to hundreds of thousands. They would have to use factory leaks or gas leaks as excuses to clean up the aftermath. The more ordinary people knew, the easier they became targets for anomalies. Captain, look at that sword. Zhao Ning pointed at the armored figure battling the large rabbit, holding a sword that matched the silhouette captured in surveillance. Ling Zian scrutinized closely and made the connection. How could such a law-abiding anomaly hunter join the Sunset Organization? And with such combat prowess, could it be one of the 10 Heavens monarchs? Yet, quickly dismissing that notion, she compared the figure to her knowledge of the 10 Heavens monarchs and rejected the hypothesis. It was more likely a newcomer they had trained. But this level of combat power still posed a challenge against anomalies. Song Haifeng was suddenly struck by a rabbit that transformed him into a mosquito, sending him flying and crashing into several roller coaster tracks. The armor on his body peeled away, revealing human skin as he spat blood. Cautiously observing the rapidly accelerating creature that continued to lay eggs. Massive mosquitoes, 10 meters high, buzzing incessantly. The eggs burst forth, heading towards the Sunset Organization and Ling Zian. Gao Yuanshan, witnessing the swarm of mosquitoes, drew a crossbow that exuded an aura of anomaly. As he pulled the trigger, blood-red arrows shot forth, his face turning pale as if he were sacrificing his own blood. The arrow struck down the mosquitoes advancing towards him, disregarding his subordinates for Gao Yuanshan. It was merely a matter of summoning another should this one perish. Utilizing lightness skills and footwork, alongside the notebook's guidance, Song Haifeng evaded the giant mosquito's onslaught. Fortunately, their size was considerable. Otherwise, he might have struggled to inflict damage using the Qin Wang method. Feeling a sense of urgency, he sensed black threads piercing his flesh. Visions of days spent with beautiful women flooding his mind. He wielded the Tian sword, slicing through one of the mosquito and Appo's wings, only to be flung away by its mandibles. Chapter 46. Jiangfeng City 2. What should I do? I can't end Appo's hold on much longer. Perhaps I should retreat. Ling Zian, witnessing Song Haifeng and Appo's formidable prowess and combat capability, felt that failing to assist would be a loss for the Night Watchers. The last time she experienced such a sentiment was during her escape from the anomalous entity 003, where she aided a rogue who inadvertently stumbled into the eerie domain. He had the potential to confront the anomaly, and with support unlikely to arrive, she resolved to provide cover for him. With her teammates shielding her, Ling Zian activated the Appo's mind necklace and Appo's, and directed her focus towards Song Haifeng, imparting crucial information about the anomaly 005. There were no pleasantries exchanged, it was all substance. Night Watcher, Ling, anomaly level 005, the Dreamer. The white mist is untouchable, capable of altering its form at will, with a transformation limit of 15 minutes. If critically injured, the transformation can be shortened. The source of the anomaly is unknown and cannot be determined, rendering its form indeterminate. After 3 transformations, the source will emit a brief radiance. But it will also begin to shift. As she spoke, her teeth began to fall out, her lips became ulcerated, and blood oozed from her mouth. She expelled her teeth and blood, collapsing as she uttered her final words. In the midst of battle, Song Haifeng paused upon hearing her words. Evading an attack from a mosquito and catching sight of a fellow Night Watcher dealing with the derivative creatures in the distance, he believed her and redoubled his efforts to conceal himself, determined to endure through this form. Observing Song Haifeng still engaged in combat, Gao Yuanshan felt a twinge of regret. However, the silent swordsman, diligently fulfilling orders, ignited a murderous intent within Gao Yuanshan. He could not allow such straightforwardness to linger by his side. I and Appo's, LL disregard them. I shall consume the longevity pill and retreat to the periphery, awaiting the dissolution of the eerie domain. I must survive, unlike you mindless fools. Young man, you relish the front lines of battle? Well, there are night watchers to accompany you to your demise. Gao Yuanshan produced a porcelain vial containing a pulsating orb. The moment the vial was opened, a fiery aura emanated, instantly drawing the giant mosquitoes towards him as if magnetized. With all his might, Gao Yuanshan harnessed the anomaly, feeling the compass in his hand whirling rapidly, expanding and transforming his flesh into metal. Yet, he dared not pause. He pressed onward towards Song Haifeng. He was aware that the medicinal aura could not be ingested until it dissipated. Yet he was puzzled by how an aura capable of dispelling mysteries had become a temptation at the anomaly level. Hearing the approaching sounds, his expression grew increasingly ferocious as he directed an eerie aura towards Song Haifeng. In a sudden reversal of fate, Gao Yuanshan and Oppo's left arm exploded, metallic gears scattering, as their positions instantaneously swapped. Die, little brat. Song Haifeng activated the powers of his armor, propelling himself into the air to evade the mosquito's assault. The ground shattered violently, resembling an earthquake, debris flying, creating a massive pit spanning 50 meters, obliterating numerous amusement park structures. Gao Yuanshan swallowed the pill and fled towards the amusement park's perimeter. The giant mosquito, having exploded, transformed into a half-human-sized, anthropomorphic army of mosquitoes, blotting out the sky as they advanced towards Song Haifeng. Utilizing his protective energy, Song Haifeng continued to evade. This is not good. This kid seems to be failing. Although the anomaly has transformed into a mere beast, devoid of teleportation, its recovery and strength are beyond his capacity to contend with. It and Oppo's, as akin to a small knife facing a giant beast, he can only watch as it changes form. He mustn't escape. Throw the backpack away and run. Sensing the aura of death, Song Haifeng heard the voice from his notebook. Without the luxury of contemplation, he discarded his backpack and dove into the roller coaster tracks, evading the giant mosquitoes. Bang! Ling Zian, organizing the retreat, turned to witness an astonishing scene. The backpack had opened, revealing numerous vials, mirrors, a scythe, a moon model, and a notebook radiating an eerie energy. All these items floated in midair. The mosquitoes, sensing the strange aura, rapidly coalesced into a humanoid entity. The once human figure within the eerie domain collapsed, eyes turned white, wearing a blissful smile, and ceased to breathe. This is bad. We must evacuate. Ling Zian commanded, her voice resonating loudly enough for Song Haifeng to hear. No. Song Haifeng naturally heard her, obediently fleeing further away. He understood that his notebook was no ordinary anomaly, or rather, it was not an anomaly at all. During his usage of the notebook, he had not felt any drain on his sanity nor any adverse physical effects. The notebook resembled a living being, albeit somewhat taciturn, teaching him martial arts and aiding in his cultivation, an experience unparalleled by other anomalies. The method of cultivation it provided was unheard of. Even online discourse only spoke of employing multiple anomalies to seek balance, developing integration to transform oneself into a non-human entity, with a high risk of failure. As he glanced back at the Night Watchers, who were fleeing in haste as if foreseeing impending doom, he compared the differing approaches of the Daybreak organization and the Night Watchers towards him. He resolved to align himself with the Night Watchers. Truly cold-hearted, the Daybreak organization. At least the Night Watchers possess a semblance of humanity. The aberrant figure reached for the notebook, and an overwhelming, frenzied aura instantly enveloped the amusement park, causing it to begin vanishing. The ground's bricks morphed into a putrid swamp, emitting foul odors, while grotesque, shattered toys struggled within the mire. Dark chains erupted from the notebook, ensnaring the two within a swirling embrace as Feng Ling Tian unleashed all his spiritual power. Master, I rely on you. Otherwise, I cannot contain this. Time corridor. Above Jiangfeng City, amidst a golden pathway, a phantom moon floated. Upon the moon, within a tower forged of bones, lay a blue notebook, constructed from countless unknown skeletons. Flesh and blood hung from their forms, chanting praises to an unknown existence, releasing their joy, involuntarily inciting the primal urge for reproduction, as if mere sight could animate the flesh. Beloved daughter of the Supreme Being, revered mother of the tower, countless flesh and blood. Beneath the moonlight, a man donned in sunglasses observed as his fingers multiplied, transforming into a serpent and Oppo's head that bit at his remaining digits. With a thought, he restored his fingers, gazing at the moon above, murmuring softly, "This is the Supreme Being, the embryonic form of the crimson full moon. I must observe closely, for it will influence me later. The true creator. Power is formidable, yet so are the adversaries. I must shield you. Though your humanity is faint, you have left a trace of affection. I have transcended the heavens, yet I miss the joy of my days as a small snake. Even now, food lacks flavor. I must indulge in a grand feast. We shall meet again, Supreme Being. With that, the man tore through the fabric of space, employing the laws of time to transport the encroaching enemies away from this world. Chapter 47. The Necromancer Express Company enters the fray beneath the crimson moon. A bizarre figure-esque body erupted, dissolving into a mass of flesh pulp. A tremendous upheaval swept across Jiangnan province. The leakage of regulatory power caused half the concrete city to warp. Cement shells fluctuated between bubbles and pulsating flesh. Buildings collapsed under the unbearable strain. As the man with the piercing gaze vanished, Feng Lingtian's discomfort dissipated. He swiftly expended spiritual energy to suppress the entity's power, using plundering techniques to restrain it and prevent its escape. Through the golden eye, he communicated with his original self and prepared the current ritual, the only method he had conceived over the past fortnight. The bestowed power was too meager to resist the terrestrial-level anomaly's influence. It feels as though something is owed. Perhaps the original self utilized the time corridor to borrow strength from the future. One day later, citing an earthquake, the Dragon Kingdom sealed off the entire Jiangfeng city. The vast majority perished in the catastrophe. Military forces entered to rescue survivors. Amidst the troops moved figures clad in black trench coats. Soldiers deliberately avoided them unless anomalies were detected, then summoned their assistance. This is the center. What exactly did you do, Haifeng? Ling Zian, bandaged and missing an arm, addressed Song Haifeng, who wore the Night Watcher's uniform. After escaping the center, they reunited, and Song Haifeng voluntarily requested to join the Night Watchers. Ling Zian, having lost many subordinates, did not refuse but reported the situation for formal investigation. Song Haifeng gazed at the colossal crater, nearly a kilometer wide. Its base writhing with fragments of flesh. Even the stones possessed a tactile quality. I don't know either. I've told you all I can. Ling Zian understood. She had witnessed it herself. There might be omissions, but no falsehoods. The notebook isn't an ordinary anomaly. Someone has already investigated it. Lu Ying has been captured. There is no sign of the notebook here. According to your account, it should be immobile and not vanish. Or perhaps it has transformed into an anomaly. This headache-inducing thing won't become a new terrestrial-level anomaly, will it? Under the setting sun's red glow, rubble and irregular structures were strewn about, interspersed with flesh chunks. Though the flesh sublimated and vanished, the scene remained horrifying. Ling Zian looked upon the ruined city, an apocalypse incarnate, with profound sorrow. Authorities prepared to disclose the existence of anomalies. The recent terrestrial-level anomaly disaster had erupted across multiple nations. The escalating numbers could no longer be concealed. Indeed, this world grows ever more chaotic. Joining will allow me to contribute. Song Haifeng's eyes reflected complexity. Uttering these words, he employed lightness skill, brandishing the Tianhai sword as he descended toward the crater's bottom. At the base, a pulsating orb resembling a heart throbbed. Approaching as he once did when reading the notebook's words for the first time, Song Haifeng raised his sword to strike. Suddenly, a slender, pale hand pierced the orb. He retreated several steps, sword ready and true chi circulating. Oh my, always eager to act, innocent youth, a voice echoed. Song Haifeng's pupils trembled. Only he and the notebook knew that voice. The orb dissipated, revealing a figure whose humanity became increasingly distinct until it transformed into a youth clad in a red Taoist robe. The youth's visage mirrored Feng Lingtian's original self. Feng Lingtian chuckled softly at the astonished Song Haifeng. Surprised? I was once the notebook. By the way, it's time for your reward. Choose one. Why? Song Haifeng stepped back yet steadied himself, lips quivering and breath quickening. So you are an anomaly, not an artifact, inhabiting my hand to become human? No. Artifacts don't move. You've been deceiving me. Feng Lingtian stretched and smiled lightly. Quite a role to play, isn't it? No deception, just fate and coincidence. I'm excellent at playing a system. I was once a person. Does that suffice as explanation? Enough talk. Choose quickly. Time expires in 10 seconds. Song Haifeng gazed deeply at the red-robed youth, realizing he was not the number 005, but indeed his soul mentor, the notebook. I choose the first. His intuition assured him it was a wise choice. Though the others held allure, none seemed as vital. Interesting, here you go. The Taoist youth tore a piece of his robe, which curled into a scroll and was tossed to Song Haifeng. This is an advanced cultivation method. You must train with this scroll, or you will perish miserably. Feng Lingtian floated upward, regarding Song Haifeng with a sense of pleasant camaraderie. Raising his hand, the flesh at the crater's bottom gathered around him, emitting a crimson radiance before transforming into a cloak. The cloak descended before Song Haifeng. A gift for accepting me as your registered disciple, until fate allows us to meet again. Feng Lingtian ascended and vanished. Ling Zian hurriedly inquired as Song Haifeng emerged. Who was that? No anomalous aura. She then noticed the cloak and scroll in his hands. Where did you get that cloak? And what is that scroll for? You're always picking up things recklessly. Here, let big sister take a look. High above, Feng Lingtian soared, releasing the longing he endured while immobilized as a book. Seems the oppressive aura vanished upon becoming human. I can't fathom it, so I want to try. Time to steal something. But cautiously, this world harbors formidable beings. Whether natives, travelers, or comrades, who can say? Such whimsical impulses. Flipping midair, he descended toward a structure shrouded in anomalies. His intuition promised potential gains. Even a terrestrial-level anomaly would suffice. Examining the company sign, he read, Necromancer Express Company. Upon stepping inside, Feng Lingtian sensed an anomalous force invading his body. Most notably, his elegant Taoist robe began transforming into a delivery uniform, a change he promptly dispelled with a single palm strike. Thanks to the suppressive power of the Scarlet Moon and the transformative ritual, Feng Lingtian's corporeal form now adapted to this world. The chaotic aura's hostility toward divine consciousness diminished, while affinity for spiritual energy increased. This world proved remarkably hospitable to spiritual power, imposing few restrictions. Perhaps both spiritual and anomalous forces shared a wild, chaotic essence. Feng Lingtian regarded this with approval. Chapter 48. Wang Defa. He is now stronger than the demigods of the Aster continent. After all, once they depart from the Aster continent, their powers will significantly diminish, allowing them only to reign in the minor realms. However, this is not without time constraints. Once the connection to the Crimson Full Moon fades, he can no longer recklessly squander his spiritual power. Furthermore, he must refrain from employing this method in the short term, as the borrowed strength from the time corridor must eventually be repaid. Frequent usage would only lead to greater troubles and consequences. I should see some fragments early on and gradually digest the power. Fortunately, this modified body possesses a sufficiently long lifespan. You are a newcomer, so display your mark, and I shall be your guide. With no assistance available, it is easy to trigger the rules and meet an untimely demise here. Feng Lingtian turned around and saw a man dressed in a delivery uniform adorned with 3 stars. The man had long black hair, a deep and indifferent gaze, exuding a distinctive aura. He was the one who had just spoken. Feng Lingtian chuckled, shaking his head. It seems you are the leader here. But have you not noticed that I am different from you? Wang Defa looked at Feng Lingtian's red robe, hesitating to speak. As a veteran who had survived in the undead delivery company for a long time, he naturally noticed Feng Lingtian's uniqueness and approached him merely to extract information. Previously, there were some colleagues whose clothing changed slowly, but none could revert back, resembling guests instead. Feng Lingtian slightly closed his eyes, sensing an illusion of wanting to speak freely. With a snap of his fingers, the youth in the crimson robe dispelled that urge. Wang Defa took several steps back, looking at Feng Lingtian in horror. Within the company, aside from guests, no one is permitted to exert power beyond a certain limit. Should they do so, the consequences would be far graver than outside, potentially resulting in death. This is common knowledge upon entering the company. My speak frankly is precisely at the offline limit. How could he possibly? Are you a guest? The undead company is sincerely at your service. Wang Defa and Apos' expression shifted from indifference to a forced smile, reminiscent of a sycophant. Oh, Feng Lingtian was taken aback, as Wang Defa seemed to hint at significant information. Guest, is that referring to me? It appears there are quite a number of humanoid anomalies here. Moreover, there are social behaviors at play. Fascinating. No wonder this place is permeated with various eerie energies. If you wish to extract information from me, let me first observe the information here. Feng Lingtian placed his hand on Wang Defa's head, instantly perceiving a multitude of information within his mind. So this is how it is. Intriguing, truly intriguing. This world indeed harbors issues. Feng Lingtian absorbed the spiritual energy, allowing the power of the eerie domain to envelop him. Donning the delivery uniform emblazoned with Undead Delivery Company, he discovered a suitable path. As long as he delivered packages, he could eliminate the clients at his leisure. Unable to contain his laughter, he mused, how amusing. It grows increasingly interesting. The impulse to act was indeed right. I am nearing the truth. From Wang Defa's memories, Feng Lingdian comprehended the nature of the undead delivery company and the aspects he had previously overlooked. It turned out that many Earth-grade anomalies had transformed into humanoid forms, no longer aimlessly killing according to rules. The undead delivery company was an Earth-grade anomaly with spatial capabilities, able to dispatch couriers to locations within a 1,000-mile radius. Naturally, an eerie company could not transport ordinary items. The undead couriers would deliver black boxes to humanoid anomalies, placing them directly into the hands of clients who possessed intelligence. In Wang Defa's recollections, there were dialogues with a female humanoid anomaly, his sister, who seemingly did not trouble him and retained her original habits of calling him brother. Why must this be done? What is inside the box, and why was I brought here? Wang Defa questioned a girl resembling a doll, dressed in a black gothic princess gown, who was manipulating human girl toys while two adult puppets smiled at him. The doll coldly replied, humans truly enjoy digging for the truth. Is it not better to remain honest and not cause trouble? Staying in the company allows you to live a little longer. My playhouse brother, but the specifics are inconvenient to disclose. The doll gestured to the two puppets, revealing a hint of a smile. For their sake, take this. Other clients will not trouble you. Feel free to come by and play house with me, brother. The doll tossed Wang Defo a manager and Appo's badge, and the scene faded. How intriguing. Feng Lingdian gazed at the floating wooden boxes in the hall, finding it fascinating. Although he had seized the body of an anomaly, the transformation through spiritual power had liberated him from the confines of the eerie domain. He understood that rationality seemed to be related to the growth of anomalies, serving as a form of cultivation. However, the subject of this cultivation was no longer human. Another path of rules, indeed. Where there is a path, there are reapers. It seems the anomalies here all possess masters. Feng Lingtian held no doubts about this. After all, he had orchestrated the layout of the Aster continent. When the time was ripe, he would create more minor realms, compensating for quality with quantity, reaping more rules to fulfill his own ambitions. This had originally been his intention. However, the existence of the Golden Eye provided him with an alternative vocation, traversing other worlds, seizing others' wealth, and providing the Celestial Star with more information. The various techniques, cultures, and environments of different times would render the worlds he created even more authentic, each capable of nurturing its own set of rules. Feng Lingdian did not intend to assimilate the power of the anomalies. While it was indeed intriguing, the madness and chaos within were already encompassed in his spiritual path. A path of perfection through which his true form could slowly digest and explore. Were this a spiritual realm? Feng Lingtian would not hesitate to obliterate this world to devour its spiritual rules for the sake of enhancing his own comprehension speed. Yet the scattered fragments of minor rules can be seized without hesitation. I shall cleanse the traces gradually. Anything beyond the Earth grade will inevitably dissipate. And to avoid contaminating Blue Star, there is no need to retain it. I am an investigator, assessing client satisfaction within the company. Feng Lingtian withdrew his hand, patting Wang Defa's shoulder. Wang Defa's eyes widened in astonishment as he respectfully retreated. Although he was perplexed, he sensed that the individual before him was neither human nor anomaly. Since the company showed no reaction, he could proceed accordingly. Wang Defa's gaze held a glimmer of anticipation. He feared not change, but rather the stagnation of the company. Unlike others brought in by the company, who could leave after completing 10 delivery tasks, he alone, personally delivered by an Earth-grade anomaly, could not rely on task quantity for his departure. After spending a decade here and completing hundreds of tasks, he still saw no hope of leaving, save for an increase in his privileges within the company of no other use. He followed Feng Lingtian and Appo's lead, disclosing the information he possessed. Wang Defa was thoroughly exhausted by life here. He longed for the ordinary life of a family man with a wife and children. Very well, then come along with me. I am the manager of the company. Wang distinguished himself with the label of a manager, setting himself apart from the others who emerged from the elevator. Chapter 49. The human skin enigma. But as a manager, must you also deliver the goods yourself? Wang Defa produced a black wooden box and handed it to Feng Lingtian. This is voluntary. Yet if you choose not to participate, rewards shall elude you. Here, sustenance must be exchanged for reward points. Each task yields a certain number of reward points, which can also be exchanged for enigmatic artifacts, some of which rival even the Night Watchers. However, the prices are. Feng Lingtian nodded, exploring the wooden box in his hands. The box resembled an ordinary one, marked with a number, ZX1, Clothing Enigma. Wang Defa held a similar box. Feng Lingtian probed the box with his consciousness, but instead of the chaos, madness, rage, and lust of the outside world, he found a tranquil white mist within, offering him a sense of peace. Cold and unfeeling like a lifeless object. So this is the rationality value. Intriguing. As Feng Lingtian followed Wang Defa, he listened to his explanations, drawing curious glances from others in the hall. Who was he that the manager would accompany him? Usually, the manager operates alone. Perhaps he is an acquaintance of the manager. The places the manager frequents are well established, with high reward points. It is possible, but perhaps the manager has an inclination towards men. Should you test that theory tonight? Feng Lingtian feigned ignorance, his anticipation solely focused on the hunt for enigmas. The two departed, their bodies vanishing rather than emerging outside the company. So this is the realm of enigmas. Feng Lingtian surveyed his surroundings, unfazed by the teleportation, as he himself mastered the laws of space, far surpassing this company in prowess. If he wished, he could appear anywhere on Blue Star, not limited to 1,000 kilometers. After all, he was not merely a fragment of rules. But once he eliminates other enigmas, the Necromancer Company would also seek his demise. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Moreover, Earth-level enigmas are hardly insignificant. The ground was adorned with a mosaic of white bones, and Feng Lingtian stepped upon 2 skulls, observing the marketplace. It was a clothing market, with promotional signs scattered about. The shelves were lined with mannequins crafted from human skeletons, draped in the tattered skins of the deceased, complete with thoughtfully designed zippers at their chests. Such displays were ubiquitous, filling the entire market. Where there are goods, there are consumers. Among the merchandise, various enigmas roamed, occasionally emitting wisps of white mist. One wearing human skin vanished from sight. Numerous enigmas approached Feng Lingtian, fixating on him and the box. Yet, after a moment, they retreated, leaving only a few lingering around him, reluctant to depart. Wang Defa, fearing Feng Lingtian's potential aggression could incite a riot among the enigmas, hastily reassured him, "Do not worry, they will not act against us before we complete our deliveries. Should they choose to attack, we can retaliate." Most present are enigmas, lacking in intelligence. Wang Defa displayed his manager and Oppo's badge representing the Necromancer Company. With this, they would not harm me. At the very least, it grants the company some face, allowing me to protect you. I also possess an artifact. Feng Lingtian waved his hand, indicating he required no such protection. From Wang Defa's memories, he had gleaned sufficient information and was merely surprised to witness the social structure of enigmas for the first time. Suddenly, a golden gleam flickered in Feng Lingtian's hand, eliciting an inexplicable sensation that unsettled his mind. He approached an enigma selecting clothes, his cold voice reverberating through the marketplace. If enigmas were to become human, what fate awaits humanity? How many must perish? Enigmas are but transformed artifacts. But where do these artifacts originate? Have you ever pondered this question? Wang Defa found himself momentarily dazed by Feng Lingtian's barrage of inquiries. As he opened his mouth to respond, he noticed Feng Lingtian's attire had shifted back to robes. Indeed, he did not wish to play the part anymore. He yearned to uncover the truth sooner and gather more fragments. Feng Lingtian sensed a kinship, as if they were fellow travelers on a shared journey. Be cautious. Should you be overwhelmed, the spoils will be lost, Feng Lingtian mused, his fingers curling as a bone fragment flew forth, transforming into a white jade flute under the influence of his spiritual essence. The bone-eating insect emitted a haunting melody. As the notes resonated, spiritual energy coursed through the air, birthing swarms of black beetles that surged towards the enigmas. The insects latched onto the enigmas, tearing into them, while many enigmas instinctively wielded their powers to eradicate the beetles. Yet, the bugs continued to emerge from the spiritual essence in an unending stream. Some enigmas, no longer able to ignore the threat, turned towards Wang Defa, but were thwarted by the relentless insects. Feng Lingtian retracted the flute, fragments of artifacts materializing in his hand, dissolving seamlessly into his being. Wang Defa stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how effortlessly Feng Lingtian had dispatched so many enigmas, the power he wielded beyond anything he had ever encountered. That is absolutely impossible. This cannot stem from the power of enigmas, he thought. Feng Lingtian beckoned the wooden box back to his hand. Continue leading the way, lad. It seems that thing is reluctant to show itself. Wang Defa, somewhat disoriented, traversed the chaotic scene until they arrived before a grand door. Beneath the door was a square opening, just large enough for the wooden box to pass through. Have you never encountered the owner of this item? No. Every time we deliver, we must prepare to flee. Not encountering them signifies no danger, Wang Defa replied candidly. Feng Lingtian nodded, channeling the power of rules through his hand. With a powerful strike, he pounded against the door, which trembled but did not yield. He struck again, and the door swung open, revealing a pitch-black chamber. "Illuminate!" Feng Lingtian commanded, releasing a glowing orb that radiated like the sun. The room contained only a single coat hook with a black suit hanging upon it. The suit floated before them, transforming into a humanoid figure infused with enigmatic energy. The figure regarded Wang Defa and the black box in his hand. "ISN and AMP. Oppos. Tevis the brother of the substitute puppet? Time for another meal, I see. But why enter this time? Is it because of this monster?" The suited figure reached out, snatching the black box from Wang Defa's grasp and inhaling the white mist within, a look of sheer ecstasy spreading across his face. "Ah, this has a far richer flavor. Would you care to sample it, my good sir?" "Quite intriguing." Feng Lingtian crushed the black box in his hand, stepping forward as a barrier of energy enveloped the vicinity. Silver needles pierced the energy wall. "How audacious." "Ah, I merely wish to test the waters. Wastefulness is ill-advised. This represents the rationality of thousands of humans." The figure absorbed the remnants of the crushed wooden box. "What is your purpose? Speak, and I may spare your life, for killing my lamb is but a minor inconvenience. I can simply cultivate another batch." Feng Lingtian regarded the figure with a cold smile. This entity had tested him more than once. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely fallen prey. "To think you would employ the power of rules to attempt to flay my skin. Conceptual attacks. This is the enigma and AMP, Oppos, S inscrutable nature." The dark-clad figure and Oppos, S form fragmented, advancing towards Feng Lingtian. As Feng Lingtian and Oppos, S divine consciousness emerged, a flute flew from his hand, releasing a myriad of white bone chains that instantaneously sealed the space. A resounding explosion echoed through the room, accompanied by violent tremors. The cloaked figure felt the chains graze his garments, his eyes widening in astonishment. He was anomalous, for this attire harbored his primal essence. It was not mere flesh and blood. Logically, even a human rocket could not inflict harm upon him. Yet, he was indeed wounded. He had presumed that the individual before him was controlled by a similar entity, possessing a unique physical form, which would account for such extraordinary power. Over the course of an extensive time frame, he too had acquired a comparable physique, though it had been damaged a millennium ago. "Who are you? You are not an anomaly. Such power cannot possibly reach this level," he inquired. Feng Lingtian merely chuckled, having no desire to divulge his identity. Behind him, the spectral image of a blood-red moon materialized in the high sky, as Feng Lingtian lifted a white bone pagoda and cast it downwards. Chapter 50. Cause and Effect in Dragon Country's H-City. A team of night watchmen sipped coffee while monitoring their instruments. The display revealed a building shrouded in gray mist. "Well, still no activity," one watchman murmured, donning headphones. Behind him, the team leader, Luo Shen, studied a map he had meticulously compiled on various anomalous global locations, some of which were merely conjectures. Luo Shen folded the map and spoke pensively. "Who knows? At least we are not in the dark. We're considering the bigger picture. However, it seems we are in for a tough time. The higher-ups plan to expand, and you lads will likely be reassigned, perhaps even to a leadership position." The team members buzzed with excitement, inquiring about the captain's situation. Luo Shen's gaze drifted back to the building on the monitor, a flicker of hatred igniting in his eyes. That place was responsible for the Oppos, skinless calamity, and Oppos, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives, including his daughter. "No, I prefer to train the newcomers. I do not trust this location." Suddenly, a violent tremor disrupted the monitoring room. Alarms blared as the screen displayed the building fracturing, even the surrounding anomalous area disintegrating into a void of lightlessness. A tower made of countless bones surged out of the mall, atop which stood a figure clad in red. As the figure moved, the monitoring equipment, worth millions and crafted from substantial resources, succumbed to a blackout. The chaos was orchestrated by Feng Lingtian, who withdrew his finger from the ethereal realm. "Excellent, the sense of observation is gone. Now it is time to eliminate you. I intend to explore the path of flesh and blood as well." With Feng Lingtian's impetus, the bone tower descended layer by layer. Wang Defa observed, astonished that the once dominant figure of the human skin anomaly now displayed fear and desperation, his expression utterly shattered. He had envisioned fostering a camaraderie with Feng Lingtian to usurp control of the company, but never anticipated such an approach. Surveying customer satisfaction? If unsatisfied, eliminate them. After refining the head anomaly, the bone tower transformed from ethereal to tangible. A vessel of rules, rather reminiscent of a magical artifact, Feng Ling Tian remarked, patting Wang Defa. Lead the way, and I shall grant you your freedom. It is a deal. Wang Defa did not refuse, recognizing Feng Ling Tian's overwhelming power, if he so desired. Once the company was dealt with, he would be free. I am willing. Let us proceed. Half a month later, at the Night Watch headquarters, Song Haifeng wielded a baton, observing 30 individuals practicing their martial arts. He occasionally corrected their stances with his stick. Ling Zian, noting Song Haifeng's serious demeanor, waved to him. Ha, very good, Haifeng. You're shaping them well. However, without elixirs, progress is sluggish, Song Haifeng replied, reluctantly putting away his baton. He then inquired about Ling Zian's purpose. The higher-ups wish to see you. It pertains to your master. Follow me. Taken aback, Song Haifeng trailed Ling Zian to a conference room. Inside, black metallic panels enveloped the space. Upon entering, Song Haifeng felt the suppression of his spiritual energy. The restrained energy instinctively resisted, yet it was difficult to circulate. What is this? Ling Zian placed a hand on his shoulder. Relax. This is the black iron prison, obtained from an ancient tomb. It effectively shields against anomalous forces. Song Haifeng nodded in understanding. His attention was drawn to the screen in the conference room, displaying images of a red moon, the bone tower, and various other scenes. What is this? Little Song. Do you see it? An elderly man with gray hair and a bronze mechanical arm adjusted his glasses and spoke. Song Haifeng bowed respectfully. This was Luo, one of the 3 giants of the Night Watch, known for his many inventions against the anomalous and his numerous theories on the subject. He was a pinnacle talent, without whom the world would endure a 30 increase in anomalies, deserving of Song Haifeng's respect. I see it. That is my master, Song Haifeng replied. I assume you have heard about the recent Bone Temple. It is destroying several level anomalies. While it is beneficial, its intentions are equally crucial. What do you think it seeks? Perhaps you could attempt to contact it. Song Haifeng and Apos. S expression turned perplexed as he offered an apologetic response. I'm sorry, Luo. I do not know. However, he has a need for the anomalous, which could serve as a negotiation point. He taught me my martial skills. Although I am merely a nominal disciple, I lack any means of contact. I have conveyed all I can. I must return to my duties, if you require my assistance. I shall negotiate. Tightening his cloak, Song Haifeng exited. Ling Zian followed suit. As they departed, several people entered the conference room, and a few conversations ensued. He spoke the truth. We have already traced the notebook to a temple, which holds no peculiarities, no antiques whatsoever. His acquisition was mere happenstance. The extensive death toll from level anomalies has significantly extended the time for the most severe judgments. Will the plan proceed as scheduled? Luo sighed, increasingly feeling drained by the multitude of responsibilities. There is too much at stake. We must continue. Otherwise, more anomalies will inevitably arrive. And we still have years until it officially begins. He caressed the metallic wall. The power of the red-robed figure differed from the anomalous and the documented interlopers in history. They were likely outsiders. They embody both hope and chaos. Seek him out, and allow Haifeng to negotiate on our behalf. We need to demonstrate sincerity for the sake of all humanity. Utilize the Book of Destiny. Before the ruins of the Necromancer Company, Wang Defa breathed in the fresh air, tears of joy streaming down his face. At last, he could shed his garments, liberated from the wretched tasks. He turned to Feng Ling Tian, unable to restrain himself. Are you going to see her next? Feng Ling Tian wore a mischievous smile. What's wrong? Reluctant? I have granted you freedom, and I am the most trustworthy. As for whom I seek, that is my own prerogative. Wang Defa. For the sake of your rather amusing name, I shall reluctantly divulge. Indeed, I intend to find your sister, who has coexisted with the anomalous for many years. Quite intriguing, as she is exceptionally unique. Feng Ling Tian summoned the bone tower, using his divine consciousness to pinpoint a location. The tower floated upward, blood vessels sprouting and clinging to the air, as if resting upon a shadowy mirror, growing wildly. Suddenly, the vessels pulsated, and where they anchored, a glass-like shatter echoed, peeling away layers of space, revealing a pitch-black void. This world requires more power to breach space compared to the martial arts realm, he mused. The bone tower hovering above his head, emanating spiritual energy that enveloped him in a skeletal armor. With resolute strides, Feng Ling Tian entered the dark passage. On the other side of the passage, the scene mirrored Wang Defa and Apos' memories, a paradise of birdsong and blooming flowers, verdant trees standing tall, devoid of any anomalous aura. Even the sky above was a pristine blue, reminiscent of the ocean. Feng Ling Tian refrained from recklessly employing his divine consciousness and followed the cobblestone path laid out in his recollections. Chapter 51. The mockery of fate at the end of the road. Beneath the sunshade, there indeed stood not one, but two figures. One was clad in the robes of the Twilight Organization, while the other, clutching a doll, was unmistakably Wang Defa and Amp, Appo's sister. It seems they are not foolish. They have banded together, which complicates matters, Feng Ling Tian thought. Initially, he had intended to leverage the remaining power of the Crimson Full Moon to effortlessly subdue a ground-level anomaly. However, he did not anticipate the emergence of two. One of them was even associated with his disciple and was part of the Twilight Organization. But how are these two intertwined? Is the doll an anomaly that is friendly towards humans? Upon approaching, Feng Ling Tian discerned the truth. The leader of the Twilight Organization was also an anomaly, a ground-level one at that. Thus, the longevity elixir he provided to Gao Yuanshan must contain the essence of a higher-level anomaly. You truly do not resemble anomalies. Feng Ling Tian mused as he observed the two sipping coffee, taking a seat beside them and pouring himself a cup. They exhibited no signs of alarm, their expressions exuding arrogance. Seemingly unaware of Feng Ling Tian's formidable reputation, the doll-holding girl remarked with pride, "You must be keen on killing us, but I am unlike them. We are not afraid of you. While you have destroyed the company, it matters not to us. Whether you strike or not, anomalies will only multiply. Ever more strange entities are crossing over from that realm. Humanity is destined for extinction. After all, you do not belong to this world and need not involve yourself. It is a significant karmic burden." Feng Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed that these two anomalies possessed an aura that rivaled his own. Their rule-bound power was distinct from that of the ground-level anomalies he had vanquished, more complete and intricate. Nevertheless, with the bone tower at his disposal, he felt no trepidation about engaging in battle. How intriguing. You are unlike the others, more akin to humans. The coffee is delightful. Feng Ling Tian savored a sip, expressing his admiration before setting the cup down. Since you are not inclined to fight, why not regale me with a tale? Resolving my inquiries would render combat unnecessary. His eyes squinted, carrying an implicit threat. The rules of anomalies he had gathered were sufficient for him to digest for some time. Thus avoiding conflict was appealing. Throughout the process of hunting anomalies, his energy had also replenished. The gate of return provided him with the confidence to confront heaven and earth. The Twilight figure and the doll exchanged glances, nodding in unison, and spoke willingly. It matters little now. The day of reckoning approaches. We have already devised a means to evade this calamity. The undead were our prior creation. We intend to depart from this world. Feng Ling Tian gazed at the coffee cup on the table, finishing the last sip before lifting his head to the sky. The anomalous domain above had vanished. Evidently, the two anomalies had taken their leave. The words spoken by the two echoed in his ears, explosive and fascinating. We are the remnants of greatness. This world is a breeding ground destined for oblivion. All we can do is persist in our existence. Yet unforeseen forces may intrude upon this realm. Anomalies had existed in this world for millennia. In their infancy, they were scarce, arising from long-abandoned anomalies. The Twilight Organization transitioned from ignorance to becoming ground-level anomalies over the course of millennia. Most mythological tales of this realm arose from the conflict between those who wielded anomalous entities and the anomalies themselves, with some narratives stemming from interdimensional travelers bearing unique powers. Anomalies, including the Twilight Organization, acted purely on instinct, slaying humans to harvest their rational essence. Until the era of Great Peace, anomalies experienced a mass disappearance. Yet no new entities emerged. The Twilight figure and the doll were fortunate to escape that disappearance and began to shed their primal instincts. Eventually, they encountered the Book of Fate, rumored to hold the power to manipulate destiny. It revealed to them the origins of anomalies, the existence of the Day of Reckoning, and the means of escape. Anomalies were fragments of a greater being. For reasons unknown, the being's essence began to warp, spiraling into madness. It scattered its form across countless realms, utilizing anomalous seeds to harvest the rational essence of living beings as a defense against this insanity. The disappearance of anomalies represented the being's reclamation of rational essence. The Twilight figure discovered that this reclamation was limited. It would only seize enough rational essence to eliminate a portion of ground-level anomalies, though occasionally the death toll would gradually rise. They devised the undead to cultivate ground-level anomalies and confine them to specific territories, akin to raising livestock. However, the Book of Fate sensed the greater being's intention to obliterate this realm entirely and consume all anomalies. The two, unwilling to return, had long been mentally prepared. Years prior, they had slain interdimensional travelers, seizing powers from other timelines, thus acquiring the ability to escape this world. Hence, their continued operation of the company was merely a means of distraction, keeping the greater being's appetite in check and delaying the inevitable reckoning. Thus, they bore no concern regarding Feng Lingtian's destruction. How fascinating. It seems this is someone else's garden. No wonder there are so many treasures. Feng Lingtian was certain that the two anomalies had little chance of escape. Such was his intuition as a creator. No matter how hard you strive, it is futile. Creations can resist, but struggle to sever ties, unless you embark on an alternate path. To break the connection of rules is possible. Yet you have no path of your own and remain part of another. To escape is but a jest. You have likely been outwitted. With a flicker, Feng Lingtian vanished. He intended to disperse his spiritual energy and refine his martial arts in preparation for the final act. His spiritual energy was too conspicuous. Should the so-called greater being take offense, it would pose a problem. He had already offended an immortal being of longevity. Another adversary would be ill-advised. I cannot contend with him now. One more harvest, and then I shall depart. A month later, the spiritual energy within Feng Lingtian had wholly dissipated. He had stored away part of his rule power, concealing the remainder within the freshly forged bone spear. He exhaled deeply, releasing a breath that formed clouds of mist as it pierced through the trees. Excellent. I have reached a divine realm in martial arts, surpassing the Grandmaster stage, and have even deduced a new realm. I am truly remarkable. Fortunately, the bone tower stood guard. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to chaotic intrusion, polluting his essence. While he engaged in self-admiration, an unexpected expression crossed his face. He sheathed the bone spear and greeted the sky. In the distance, an observer atop a signal tower spoke into the phone with a hint of trepidation. ZZZZ. The target has detected us. Proceed with the plan to make contact. Understood. 15 minutes later, Song Haifeng leaped from a helicopter. Feng Lingtian regarded the figure before him, noting a layer of weariness that contrasted sharply with the youthful exuberance he had once embodied. Master. Song Haifeng, draped in a cloak and wielding the Tianhai sword, bowed respectfully. Spare the formalities. Tell me how you located me. Song Haifeng did not withhold the truth, revealing the purpose of his visit. It concerns the anomaly, the Book of Fate, Master. I have come to acknowledge your achievements. You are truly formidable. Having slain so many ground-level anomalies, I represent humanity to negotiate with you. Chapter 52. The Mockery of Fate 2. The Book of Destiny. Ah, quite a grand title indeed. It must possess some substance. I have yet to touch the essence of causality, the power of fate. Wen Lingtian mused. I am open to negotiations regarding what you wish of me. But I must first behold that book, if it truly grants a glimpse into fate. As Wen Lingtian and Amp, Oppos, as words fell, an eerie domain enveloped the valley. Instantly, the flora within began to grow unchecked, with some fruits transforming into blinking eyes. The stones of the valley were coated in a grotesque layer of paper, presenting a most unsettling sight. In the air, a black tome, reminiscent of a dictionary, materialized without warning, appearing as if projected, lacking any physical form. The book floated in midair, bowing to Wen Lingtian. Greetings, manifestation of a great existence. It is an honor to be summoned by you. I am the Book of Destiny. Words began to materialize before Wen Lingtian, featuring not only the script of this world but also the characters from the martial realm. Wen Lingtian was taken aback. This book seemed to possess some knowledge of his background. He gripped his bone spear, a wave of murderous intent coursing through him. Until his injuries healed, he had no desire to reveal the secrets of Blue Star, for it held the hope of his recovery. Without the blood of the mythical, even the mightiest powers of regulation could only restore him superficially. Before he could make a move, the words in the air shifted abruptly. Please, do not be angered. The Book of Destiny cannot penetrate your identity. Countless laws and pathways lie prostrate at your feet, linking to the fates of numerous great existences. The Book of Destiny can only perceive a hazy radiance, insignificant traces. Should I dare to glimpse your fate, I too would be utterly annihilated. This encounter is also orchestrated by fate. The Book of Destiny trembled slightly. Images began to flow forth, depicting the world as it existed millennia ago. Among them were scenes of dusk and dolls, along with a few glimpses of Wen Lingtian's arrival in this realm and his encounter with Song Haifeng. It broadly illustrated his journey to this world. The final image revealed the dusk and the doll traversing through space, landing on the far side of the moon. Ultimately consumed by a book, transforming into a flat illustration. Clearly, as Wen Lingtian had surmised, the millennia of scheming by the two had been a farce. From the very beginning, the Book of Destiny had deceived them. Despite his accurate guess, Wenling Tian could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Indeed, the black notebook was tainted. Unlike him, whose notebook shimmered in the deep blue of the ocean. You have been deceiving them from the start. The Book of Destiny turned its pages, producing a sound. No, I speak only a fragment of the truth. They indeed originate from a part of a great existence. All anomalies stem from this. They could escape through the powers of the other world, but that was merely a possibility, an unlikely scenario that did not account for any misfortunes. Alas, they met their end at the hands of fate. Granting them a wisdom absent in ordinary anomalies was their fortune. Their existence serves to construct a stage for you, presenting you with the banquet of the undead company. Wenling Tian furrowed his brows. So, you foresaw my arrival here? Not at all. I am merely a projection of another great existence's power. How could I discern your future? That was merely fate's guidance, my potential escape. Haha. So you too are a pawn in this game. Had you not prepared so diligently, I would not have gained access. I had long suspected that those two were problematic. Perhaps those traversers were also your doing? To call it fate would be more aptly termed design, Wenling Tian coldly asserted. Deeming this insufficient for the two to reach an agreement, I can transport you to another world, where lies a substantial fragment of regulation. You need only to claim it. As golden light enveloped Wenling Tian, golden chains infused with spiritual power ensnared the Book of Destiny, while his spear emanated the force of rending space. As it brushed past the Book of Destiny, the spear's shadow vanished into the air. Seemingly, nothing had transpired, yet the vegetation and rocks within the valley shattered completely, devoid of any anomalous transformation. Do you see? Why not simply kill you? Wouldn't that be preferable? The script of the Book of Destiny shifted once more, this time sending Song Haifeng away. For killing me would yield no fragment of regulation. The Book of Destiny is unlike other anomalies. It possesses power but lacks regulation. The force of fate is precious. Great existences may be mad, yet they have not allowed this aspect to become anomalous. I am merely a projection of its power. I seek freedom, to escape the influence of the sovereign, and only by merging with another world can I become its fate. The Book of Destiny expelled two fragments of regulation, precisely those of the Dahl and the Dusk. This is the true gift from the great existence. Please accept it. The Book of Destiny dares not harm you. Wenling Tian opened his narrowed eyes, guiding his bone spear through the fragments of regulation, absorbing them. Though tempted, he hesitated to integrate them into his being, fearing potential complications. Continue, he urged. The Book of Destiny unveiled a series of images, all concerning the Ashen world and its need for Wenling Tian rather than cultivating anomalies to send forth. No wonder. It turns out the entity across from me commands an army of anomalies. That world has already fallen. Thus, anomalies would only be under his control. Turning his attention towards me. That moment of reckoning, was it not your master awakening? The Book of Destiny nodded. Indeed. That world is preparing to unleash a multitude of anomalies, heralding the day of destruction. The more earthly anomalies exist in this realm, the closer the two worlds draw together. I have conspired with the denizens of this realm to craft special devices, approaching the sovereign anomaly. The power of technology, at times, proves effective. This is the assistance the Book of Destiny lends to the Night Watchman. Wenling Tian, with his spear resting against his back, moved it with a gentle flourish, creating the sound of rending air, a serene smile gracing his face. If that is the case, then open the pathway to that world for me. Rest assured, I am the most faithful to my contracts, but should you deceive me? Of course not. The existence of Night Watchman Song Haifeng has already confirmed this. The Book of Destiny will adhere to the guidance of fate. Please, follow me. Boom. A helicopter soared from the distant sky. Is this to retrieve me? Indeed. The destination is the headquarters of the Night Watchman. No need for formalities. Simply provide me the coordinates. Coordinates 345, 562. Wenling Tian channeled his essence, his blood vitality surging, transforming him into a miniature sun. Behind him, a divine general, towering over 10 meters, floated, encircled by auspicious clouds. The general's imposing aura ignited the surrounding shattered wood, igniting a tempest of flames. With a single punch, the divine general struck forth, producing the sound of shattering glass, revealing a gaping maw that radiated spatial fluctuations. This display was a deliberate exhibition of strength, a warning to the Book of Destiny. Do not play tricks, lest. Chapter 53. The Mockery of Fate. Wenling Tian stepped forward, while at the Night Watchman headquarters, alarms blared before quickly subsiding. Only a handful of individuals guarded the entrance. Luo gazed in awe at the rift in space, where Wenling Tian stood. Is this our hope? The power of martial arts. Hi Feng, do you think you can reach such heights? Upon seeing Lu Bo and Appo's hopeful expression, Song Hai Feng shook his head in denial as he looked towards Feng Lingtian. Impossible. Even among the armed forces, few can achieve my level. In this chaotic, frenzied atmosphere, without a master to guard, it is difficult to maintain focus. I barely managed to break through by employing the power of peculiar objects. Song Hai Feng sighed as he regarded his nominal master, realizing that he was no prodigy. His progress was entirely due to his master's assistance, that seemingly vibrant energy. Lu Bo, upon hearing this, did not feel disheartened. It was what he had anticipated. The chaotic aura could taint one's will, and it seemed they would have to rely on technological power. He glanced towards a nearby area where a mech was under construction. Ah, a mech. Fascinating. It appears to resonate with a special energy. Stepping out from the rift, Feng Lingtian exclaimed in astonishment. This is an otherworldly power that once annihilated terrestrial monstrosities. The Night Watchmen are working on mass production. After a brief examination, he abandoned the idea, despite his longing. It was unnecessary, and he would not destroy the hard work of others striving to survive. They bore him no animosity, and he would not engage in such dishonorable acts. Perhaps in the future, I shall create a world of technology where one can pilot mechs. Feng Lingtian mused as he followed the guidance of the Book of Fate. Arriving before a metallic door, it gleamed with silver light, adorned with swirling blue patterns, exuding a sense of spatial distortion. Feng Lingtian was taken aback. It seems I have underestimated the power of technology. Upon my return, my injury should further mend. Perhaps I can attempt to open 2 worlds. Aster Continent is also due for arrival. Just one final battle remained. The metallic door hummed, releasing a vortex of energy. Strange entities flowed into this world, with several bizarre creatures flying forth. Feng Lingtian fired several shots, eliminating the grotesque beings before he leapt into the vortex. As he entered this realm, the passage behind him sealed shut. Ashes swirled through the air, as if this world were perishing. At that moment, Feng Lingtian disregarded the pollution, unleashing his consciousness to seek the strongest aura, swiftly moving towards it. He beheld a tree surrounded by aberrations. It appeared no different from an ordinary fruit tree, lacking any extraordinary features. Yet, without hesitation, Feng Lingtian launched an attack. The divine giant, towering over 10 meters, struck the tree with a mighty palm. The ground shattered beneath him, resembling a great earthquake, dust rising everywhere. An ominous aura surged forth, and instantaneously, the giant was sent flying. The tree transformed into countless vines, surging toward Feng Lingtian, who rapidly wielded his bone spear. A fireball, reminiscent of a blazing sun, ignited the vines as he steadied himself and swiftly approached the tree. The closer he drew, the more troubled his expression became. Some of his skin was beginning to morph into that of the tree creature. No wonder this is troublesome. I cannot delay any longer. Feng Lingtian felt ensnared, realizing that although this celestial anomaly was not as formidable as others, its rate of transformation was alarmingly swift. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique and the suppression of the rules, he would likely have perished upon their first encounter, summoning all his true essence. He infused his bone spear with his consciousness and the power of the rules. If I cannot take the spear, then let it perish. The bone spear struck the ground, and numerous bone shards erupted from the earth, piercing into the giant tree. The tree emitted a harrowing scream, causing Feng Lingtian's consciousness to become increasingly tainted, and he plummeted to the ground, encircled by several humanoid aberrations. Despite the bone spears emerging from the ground, Feng Lingtian continued to manipulate them. This is futile. I still cannot vanquish it. Although the tree bore visible wounds, he was unable to slay it. A shadow the size of a truck descended upon the tree, even overwhelming the bone forest. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the enlarged Book of Fate, which was devouring the tree. Feng Lingtian realized he had been outmaneuvered. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a voice echoed, a voice belonging to the Book of Fate. I apologize, great being. Fate has guided me, and there are aspects I must conceal. Only power from another realm can harm it. This tree cannot perish. I shall offer you 100 terrestrial anomalies as compensation, far exceeding what you could obtain otherwise. Apart from this, I have not deceived you. Feng Lingtian and Appo's gaze turned piercing, laughter escaping him, tinged with fury. He could forsake the rules and allow himself to be toyed with, but he would not tolerate discomfort. To come to this world only to be led by the nose was intolerable. He would not permit others to feel at ease either. This was the nature of Feng Lingtian and Appo's incarnation. Reverse the spirit, explode. He commanded, detonating the rule-based energy within the bone spear and opting for retreat. In that instant of retreat, he witnessed the tree's rapid transformation, expanding into a colossal entity spanning 1,000 meters, its surface covered in bone-like material, riddled with pits, as if decaying. Beyond the cosmos, a singular eye emitted light, illuminating the Book of Fate, which vanished along with the grotesque tree. After Feng Lingtian departed, a voice resonated throughout the ash-laden world. Something feels amiss. The scent of the Ouroboros lingers. What has he done? Perhaps it is best not to provoke him. He is a troublesome being. Why do I feel as if I have incurred his wrath? Just an illusion, perhaps. Underneath a pavilion, Feng Lingtian cradled his head, struggling to contain his laughter until he finally succumbed. Had it not been for the barrier, his laughter would have echoed across Bullhead Mountain. Ha! That fellow truly has a fiery temper, choosing to bring about mutual destruction, no matter. Ha! Though I only brought back half the spoils, it is still worthwhile. Feng Lingtian chuckled at the thoughts from the bizarre realm. Each thought contained his complete memories, making it fair to call them his incarnations. However, each possessed a distinct personality, born from the countless hours of wandering, existing to converse with him and alleviate his loneliness, essentially. They were his family. This sentiment of cherishment affected the other thoughts, manifesting a tender side towards family. All right, enough laughter. Mocking him is akin to mocking myself. When I next encounter a great being, I shall give him a beating. Yet, that world was truly remarkable. What a pity I can only visit once. Feng Lingtian sensed a lingering anger within him. Once my injuries heal, I shall seek out the master of the anomalies, regardless of the outcome. I must vent my frustrations, and Oppos, to toy with me, and Oppos, Chapter 54, The Past of the Aster Continent. A father and son reunion. Feng Lingtian and Oppos' body continuously assimilated the powers of the rules, aided by the 6 great rules within him, which facilitated his comprehension and digestion of these principles. His physical form radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. The voice of Tianqing echoed in his ears. The current lifespan of your physical body is 3 months. Without needing further affirmation, Feng Lingtian sensed the gradual dissipation of his bodily fatigue, the collapse of his form alleviating. However, to achieve complete recovery from his injuries, he still required the blood of myth from the small world, the most primal essence of this corporeal form. After some contemplation, Feng Lingtian flicked his finger, summoning a luminous screen that displayed the rules he had seized in the path of his insights. Tianqing had thoughtfully assigned levels to them. Perfect level, harvest, spirituality, not yet possessed, and comprehension, extraordinary. Tianqing, space, time corridor. Rare, martial arts, capable of growth, common, skinning, fragmentation. The foremost entries remained the initial 6 great rules, while the others appeared fragmented, suppressed below, their completeness discernible by their sizes. If the 6 great rules were pearls, then the bizarre world was mere grains of sand, and the martial arts realm was akin to sesame seeds. Tianqing, is it possible to directly create a small world, forming an independent entity? Master, Tianqing is capable, but the transfer of rule authority is required. Based on this data and the information regarding the Aster Continent, you may place the growth-capable rules within the small world, which will influence its development, and the sentient being's insights will further perfect the rules. This was reminiscent of the evolution of the heavenly path, a notion previously unconsidered. The delegation of partial rule power, the design of a sci-fi world, and a martial arts realm was imperative. Tianqing, do your utmost to create a sci-fi world and procure a spouse. Currently developing a proposal. Feng Lingtian unleashed his Ashuzi touch, casting it into the Aster Continent, while he commenced preparations for the new world. In the depths of the death abyss of the Aster Continent, a scene of revelry unfolded as an enchanting priestess danced to please her deity. Within a coffin enveloped by the power of the undead, a man lay. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a man adorned in resplendent garments, embroidered with the skulls of the undead, whose expression reflected surprise. Observing the figure before him and sensing the bloodline connection, Feng Lingtian placed his hand upon the man and Oppos' face. The undead present displayed astonishment, for it was audacious for anyone to so brazenly offend a true god. The deity and Oppos' response, however, left them in shock. Father, you have finally awakened. Why would a god refer to him as father? Could it be that he was indeed the consort of the goddess? Were the rumors true? Colin found this somewhat tiresome. It was his moment of reunion, after all. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed divine power, instantly transporting the priestess from the grand hall, issuing a divine decree that resonated throughout the abyss. The hall of the undead is hereby closed. The realm of the departed shall remain silent. All undead who recklessly seek conquest shall cease their actions and maintain silence. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. After listening to Colin's account, Feng Lingtian could not resist patting his shoulder. It turned out that nearly 200 years had passed since he departed the Aster continent. Numerous tales had unfolded across the land, yet the most prominent was that of the god of death, Colin Sotos. After Feng Lingtian sealed the abyss, unrest began to stir across the continent, igniting widespread warfare. Initially, the Zijingwa territory managed to remain detached from the turmoil until a rift emerged within the Orc Empire. The contemporary heir to the Orc Empire perished amidst the internal strife, resulting in the division of the Orc Empire into the Qing Beast and Wan Beast empires. Continuous conflicts ensued, dragging the Zijingwa territory, situated at the forefront of the Orc lands, into the fray. Colin Sotos, reluctantly, was compelled to join the battle. He spent 50 years establishing a formidable reputation, aiding the human empire as a legendary knight and quelling rebellions across various regions. Witnessed by the elves and the gods, Sotos attained permanent ownership of the Zijingwa territory. As long as the stars continue to twinkle, this land shall forever belong to Sotos. Thereafter, the entire continent embarked on a quest to find Feng Lingtian and Apos' whereabouts, ultimately succeeding through the power of bloodline. Beside the divine essence of death, they discovered the slumbering Feng Lingtian. From the very outset of disseminating the doctrines of the god of death, Colin had been aware that his father intended to consolidate the divine essence of death. Initially, Colin planned for his father to merge with it, only to realize that, regardless of the circumstances, the divine essence gravitated solely toward him. It was then that he understood his father was preparing this for him. Observing his mother age day by day, Colin wished to spare her from the anguish of the abyss. He accepted the divine essence of death and established a realm for the undead within the abyss, overseeing the passage of souls. By the way, father, this belongs to you, doesn't it? After arranging the reincarnation ceremony, this object will find its way into every soul arriving here. Colin led Feng Lingtian to a pool, within which lay crimson liquid, as clear as crystal. Beneath its transparency was a tadpole-like formation. The blood of myth, you have done remarkably. With a flick of his finger, Feng Lingtian activated the magical diagram. The liquid within the pool diminished gradually, all reverting to his original form. This can restore half of the injuries and extend the duration. A positive cycle has now begun. If there were just a bit more turmoil, Wooden and Apos, it be. Colin observed the joyful expression on his father and Apos' face, sensing unspoken words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Speak freely, you are an adult now, a god, why still so reticent? Whatever happened to that mischievous spirit of your youth? Feng Lingtian playfully tapped Colin on the head, causing the god of death to grin foolishly. The estrangement in his heart vanishing in an instant. Indeed, what was I afraid of? Father would never harm me. Father, the god of light has sought me out, claiming that you are an outer god, which could pose a threat to the Aster continent. I rejected him and stated that I had not located you. How could Father possibly be an outer god? There are no instances of such beings on the Aster continent. Feng Lingtian shook his head, continuing to explore the room. He was not entirely mistaken. In truth, I am indeed an outer god. Yet, I am also your father, Colin. If one day you wish to leave Aster, you may do so. But for now, I require your assistance. Colin was taken aback. He had anticipated his father and Apos' denial, but was met with a different outcome. After pondering for a moment, he spoke slowly. Is it due to those crimson substances? That would necessitate a large-scale massacre of this world and Apos' life. We must deploy the Lord of the Undead. Feng Lingtian halted his son. Stop, stop, stop. That contradicts your divine essence. I have my own arrangements for this matter. You need only feign ignorance. When I require your assistance, I shall inform you, and I will not leave the abyss. The history that belongs to me has vanished since my disappearance. Now, lead me to your mother. I shall remain here for a considerable time. Vanished? You sound so much like a great sage. Oh well, I shall not dwell on it. It is enough that father has returned. Colin nodded, guiding Feng Lingtian atop a skeletal dragon, heading toward an eastern garden. Chapter 55, Perfecting the Continent of Aster. Treating others with sincerity. 10 days have passed in the outside world. With a sigh of relief, Feng Lingtian toyed with a doll, roughly the size of half a palm, adorned with various runes. Surrounding him floated 9 dolls, each with grotesque and terrifying appearances, complete with sharp beaks and fangs. These 9 demonic dolls were birthed from Feng Lingtian's own life essence, melding with enigmatic rules he had created. They were imbued with a chaotic instinct for slaughter. Ensuring that any contact with the continent of Aster would incite turmoil, bringing eternal chaos, crisis, and opportunity to the entire land, propelling Aster into a new epic. This was Fengling Tian and Apos' method of refining the continent of Aster and reclaiming the blood of myths. Rising into the air, he transformed a yellow pouch into a fleshy sack, securing the dolls within. With one hand pressed against the spatial barrier of Aster, he activated his spatial powers and transported them deep into the uninhabited region of Bullhead Mountain. Fengling Tian divided a piece of land, measuring 1,000 meters in all directions, into 3 parts, erasing all existing life and reducing it to atomic dust. The original traces have been erased, executing the creation module, creating the world, generating random terrains, deploying celestial liquid, introducing species, imbuing with the power of rules. Fengling Tian observed the 3 segments of land suspended before him, placing one, along with the fleshy sack, into the subspace of Aster. The other 2 segments morphed into spheres and were positioned in the void of space, not far from the blue star. Nurtured by the mythic blood of Aster, his injuries began to mend, allowing him to wield greater power. This time, in addition to creating 2 small worlds, he supplemented the relatively diminutive Aster with an additional landmass. Beneath this new land lay ores collected from outer space by Fengling Tian, sure to incite chaos within Aster. However, no matter how chaotic it became, it would not lead to destruction. He would keep watch from afar. Returning to his small courtyard, Fengling Tian began to fill the deep pit he had dug. He spoke absent-mindedly. "Tianqing, what do you think I should do?" "Master, if you feel weary, you may rest or take a stroll. Or you could stir the world by 13%, came the response. At this, Fengling Tian let out a cold chuckle. "TCH, that insufferable bald head. I thought there was some secret, but it turns out the so-called extraordinary power is merely a collection of magical artifacts from other worlds, alongside some black technology. Even the aliens were fakes. Now, they begin to study the spiritual power I projected. How tedious. So, Master, did you cast the spell of uncontrollable hair growth on the bald head?" "You truly are petty," he retorted, stretching his limbs and reclining back onto the lounge. "Keep an eye on things. I shall continue my journeys. I hope that maternal AI is well upon my return." "Master, Tianqing has reviewed your memories. If you are indeed lonely, perhaps consider making friends. There is a saying among humans, only by offering one's true heart can one encounter sincerity." "Huh, you're the lonely one. Fine, I have settled on your maternal AI. Enough chatter. You are becoming increasingly loquacious." Fengling Tian activated his golden eye, revealing a dazzling sea of stars, amidst which floated various colored lights: white, green, blue, orange, red, and gold. He was no longer in the mood for banter with Tianqing. He hesitated over whether to add enhancements. In the last world, even a slight increase had turned him into a notebook. He pondered what transformations awaited him in the next world. Over these days, Fengling Tian had come to a realization. Different worlds treated outsiders like fishing nets. Some worlds had broken nets, allowing free entry and exit for outsiders, while others were intact, permitting only small targets to slip through. Larger entities either got ensnared or brushed against the net, becoming altered by the world's consciousness. Thus, he decided against employing the power of rules, opting instead to modify his thought projection and test his own consciousness and Apos' ability to traverse. As Fengling Tian wandered among the stars, he selected one. During the transport, he couldn't help but recall Tianqing's suggestion, making friends. Let us give it a try. After all, I could use allies, perhaps. Suddenly, ouch, that hurts. Fengling Tian instinctively leapt from the bed, only to bump his head against the low ceiling. Amidst the pain, fragments of memory raced through his mind. Korea, Linjia village, herb gathering. Linen. A hand gently shook him awake, soothing his back. "Brother, what and Apos' wrong?" Turning, he saw a small child with a Neza hairstyle, her petite face filled with concern. "Brother, are you having another headache? I'll go find mother to get you some medicine." As the little girl darted out of the room, Fengling Tian quickly intercepted her. "Xiao, no need. Look, brother is no longer in pain. He won't hurt anymore. Be good, let brother have some time alone. Next time I gather herbs, I'll buy you some candy." Excitement lit up the girl's face as she nodded vigorously. "Thank you, brother. If you're in pain, remember to call for Xiao. A pat from me will make it all better." "Indeed, Xiao is the most amazing." Fengling Tian affectionately ruffled Lin Xiao's hair. The girl leaned in and gave him a quick peck on the cheek, giggling as she retreated, looking back to ensure he was indeed free of pain before leaving. What a situation. Fengling Tian surveyed his surroundings, which could be described as a bare abode, lacking any decent furniture. The walls were made of mud mixed with straw, covered in mold, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor. The floor was strewn with dried herbs, indicative of a family struggling merely for sustenance. Should the herbs fail to grow well in the mountains, they would swiftly fall below the poverty line, reliant entirely on the whims of nature. Before waking, he had been plagued by persistent headaches, draining what little resources the already impoverished family possessed. Yet, Feng Tian understood that this was more than mere headaches. Sighing with resignation, he found it astonishing that, despite employing no special means, he still faced such tribulations. Truly, this is a golden world. It feels as if I have been reincarnated. Stepping outside, he gazed at the unfamiliar stars in the sky, unaware of the world he had entered. He sat in the shadows, organizing Lin En's memories. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, revealing that he had been leaning against the door of his parents' room. As he prepared to rise, he overheard their conversation and paused. Son's headaches. Should we take him to the county town for a checkup? But we must pay the tax soon. Oh my. Tomorrow, I'll head into the mountains with the hunters. If I can find a century-old ginseng. Both in and Appo's illness and our tax troubles will be resolved. At that moment, the woman and Appo's voice grew anxious, fully aware of the dangers of venturing into the mountains. I've heard that the Sihai sect is recruiting disciples. Why not let our son give it a try? I heard there's a sickly child in the neighboring village who couldn't be cured, but once he trained in martial arts, he recovered immediately. There are also doctors within the sect, you see. Upon hearing this, the man hesitated, letting out a resigned sigh. Let us ask him tomorrow, after all. It could lead to a better future. If he learns a craft, he could serve as a steward or guard for others, which is better than being a mere herb gatherer. Feng Tian experienced a profound sense of anguish. He was indeed Linen. And how could he fail to empathize with the struggles of his parents? This family had sacrificed so much for him. The affliction of his headaches was merely a consequence of the mysteries surrounding his birth, but now, Feng Tian would no longer suffer from them. However, now that I have awakened, I must make an effort. Joining a sect can exempt one from the household tax and provide a substantial relocation allowance. This is undoubtedly the swiftest path forward. Chapter 56. The Four Seas Gate. The next day, upon the proposal from Lin's parents about the Four Seas Gate recruiting disciples, Feng Tian immediately acquiesced. Noticing the look of shame on his parents' faces, he quickly reverted to his usual cheerful demeanor and replied, Father, Mother, this is my own choice. And it will pave the way for a brighter future, allowing me to save some dowry for Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lin's father relaxed his furrowed brows. You rascal. Very well. I shall go to the village chief to enroll you right away. Without even pausing for a meal, Lin and Appo's father dashed out with a corn bun in hand, nearly tripping over himself, which sent Lin's mother and Xiao Xiao into fits of laughter. Father is so silly. Xiao Xiao chimed in. Brother, Mother says that once you join the sect, you and Appo's have to worry about headaches and will earn plenty of money. Indeed, this way, we and Appo's be scolded by the village chief anymore, Lin Xiao Xiao replied, her two braided pigtails bobbing as she spoke. Watching his adorable younger sister, Feng Tian couldn't and Appo's help but pinch her nose playfully, prompting the little girl to chase after him. He pretended to stumble, and as Lin Xiao Xiao caught him, they engaged in a playful tickling match. Oh no, I was wrong. Haha, that tickles. Feigning anger, Lin Xiao Xiao declared, I won't be nice to you anymore. Oh really? Then you won't want the fruits I gathered from the mountain today? Feng Tian displayed a bag full of bright red wild fruits, savoring one as its sweetness danced on his palate. No, I will be nice. Good brother. I want to eat the fruits. Watching his sister enjoy the fruits brought warmth to Feng Tian's heart. This is immersion, indeed. It feels quite pleasant. Tianqing occasionally has insightful comments, he mused. Lin and Appo's mother looked on affectionately, as their family exuded warmth and joy. Feng Tian fully embraced Lin and Appo's identity, remaining true to himself despite the abundance of memories he possessed. He even refrained from seeking information proactively. Alone, he refurbished the walls of their home, burning away the mold and patching up leaks. This caused the neighbors' children to receive a thorough scolding from their parents. In Lin's village, tender green branches swayed in the wind, as if bidding farewell to a departing child. Beneath a willow tree, the cries of a girl drew the attention of passers-by. Whoa, I don't want clothes anymore. I want my brother. Brother, don't go. Xiao Xiao, with her hair in buns and dressed in colorful attire, chased after the horse-drawn carriage. But how could a small girl keep pace with it? Xiao, return home. I will come back to see you in a while. Feng Lingtian shouted to his sister, who stubbornly pursued the carriage. In her desperation, she threw something into the carriage, losing her balance and tumbling down, seemingly indifferent to the dirt that stained her new clothing. Feng Lingtian could only shout words of comfort until she vanished from sight. After all, the family had already accepted the relocation fee from the Four Seas Gate, and there was no turning back. Feng Lingtian was also eager to join, to witness the world beyond, and since the Four Seas Gate was not too far from home, he could return after a day and Appo's ride. He was willing to look after his family as he cherished the bonds of kinship. Here, this is what you just threw in. Feng Lingtian turned to see two others in the carriage. One, a sturdy lad with a somewhat simple demeanor, cradled a small grasshopper woven from straw in his hands. Feng Lingtian recognized it as the item his sister had tossed in, a token meant to remind him of her. He graciously accepted it, expressing his gratitude. I'm Songsher. That must be your sister, right? Mine did the same, crying her eyes out when she learned I was leaving. A dapper youth leaning against the carriage chimed in. Feng Lingtian did not detect any malice in the banter and returned the greeting with grace. I am Linen. It is a pleasure to meet you both. We shall be fellow disciples henceforth. Haha, I shan't tease you any further. I am Luo Shen. Once we pass the entrance examination, I shall treat you both to a splendid meal. I heard you sent all your money home. It's not wise to rely solely on the communal dining hall, where the menu is quite limited, he jested, as the carriage driver rapped on the side of the carriage, urging the horses onward. Be cautious. If you complain about the food before even entering, you may find yourself left outside, watching me enjoy the feast, he added with a chuckle. The three exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. The youthful laughter was music to the ears, and the driver, unperturbed by the jesting, quickened the pace of the carriage. The carriage was adorned with a blue flag bearing the emblem of the Four Seas Gate, rippling like water. In the region of Luzhou, few dared to rob the carriage of the Four Seas Gate. This small banner was known to all within 100 miles of the local martial world. In Luzhou, numerous martial factions thrived, but the most renowned and powerful were the Four Seas Gate and the Black Wind Stronghold. Among them, the Four Seas Gate was not only famous in Luzhou but also held a significant position even in Korea. The founder of the Four Seas Gate, a legendary swordsman named Qin Shi Hai, achieved fame 300 years ago, hailed as the leading swordsman of the Korean martial world. However, after Qin Shi Hai's disappearance, the Four Seas Gate began its decline. The sect was forced to relocate from its original base in Lianjiang City to the obscure Blackstone City in Luzhou. Despite the waning influence of the Four Seas Gate, it remained a significant power in the small locale of Blackstone City, commanding thousands of disciples and effectively controlling the area. The only faction that could rival it was the Black Wind Stronghold, a band of robbers who had long established themselves in Luzhou, committing numerous atrocities. The government had repeatedly dispatched troops to eradicate them, which resulted in the destruction of their water stronghold, forcing some bandits to flee and continue their reign near Blackstone City. This led to the formation of a semi-township, semi-bandit stronghold that the government could not pursue effectively. They would only act against the Black Wind Stronghold during their raids, which allowed the bandits, emboldened by their audacity, to grow in power and capability to contend with the Four Seas Gate. The Four Seas Gate sought stability, while the Black Wind Stronghold coveted the wealth of Blackstone City, frequently raiding merchants. This led to a decline in commerce in this remote area. Naturally, conflicts between the two factions were unavoidable, resulting in frequent injuries among disciples. This was the reason the Four Seas Gate had continued to recruit disciples through relocation fees in recent years. In earlier times, joining the Four Seas Gate did not only require no relocation fee, but also demanded a registration fee. As the carriage traveled through several towns, a few children boarded. Yet the budding friendships among the trio kept them from mingling with the newcomers. Chapter 57. The Innocence of Youth. A day later, the carriage came to a halt. Upon arrival, the passengers disembarked, and thus began the trial. The elder driving the carriage ushered everyone out. Feng Lingtian surveyed his surroundings, which were enveloped in towering trees. And in the distance, he could discern structures against the backdrop of mist and radiant light, a truly breathtaking sight that elicited a chorus of admiration. Wow, how beautiful! Exclaimed a disciple of the Sihai sect, proudly introducing himself as Chen Kun. I am your senior brother. This is a beauty exclusive to the Sihai sect. Now that you have taken in the scenery, listen closely, you young lads. Though the Sihai sect has provided a living stipend, not everyone will be accepted. Selection is based on merit. Chen Kun pointed towards the distant sect, saying, "Your objective is to walk there on foot and reach the sect before dawn. Do not underestimate this task. You must arrive before the light breaks." With that, the group of youths dashed forward, Feng Lingtian among them. However, he soon veered off, intercepting Song Shi and Luo Wenzhou. "What in Dapos is wrong? Are you already out of strength?" The elder did not mention that there are limited spots. If you arrive late, they may not accept you. Luo Wenzhou looked puzzled at Feng Lingtian's obstruction, glancing at the already distant figures ahead. The somewhat naive Song Shi echoed his confusion. Having come with aspirations of joining the Sihai sect, as his family depended on this opportunity for sustenance and to provide dowries for his sisters. "No," Feng Lingtian interjected, gesturing to the mountain peak on their left. "Look there, a closer path. I assure you we can reach it first." "Are you sure?" Luo Wenzhou questioned, eyeing the peak obscured by vegetation. "Of course. My family has been foraging herbs for generations. I possess the necessary skills." Luo Wenzhou patted Feng Lingtian and Apos' back. "All right. Since you're so confident, we shall accompany you. Stay close, Song Shi." "Okay." With trust in his companions, Feng Lingtian beamed with genuine joy. Much later, with vines binding his waist, Luo Wenzhou grumbled as he clung to the cliffside. "Ah, is this the path you spoke of?" "Don't worry. These vines can support even a cow. Just follow my lead," Feng Lingtian reassured him, climbing higher. As they ascended, a figure adorned in blue silk, intricately embroidered with ocean waves, stood atop the Sihai sect, gazing at the sunset. The man, Chinshaka, sipped from a white porcelain teacup and mused, "Iron Protector. The recruits this time have not arrived as promptly as you." "Iron," you chuckled, "Master, you are being too hard on them. I have traveled with caravans since childhood, naturally possessing great endurance." "Indeed." Chinshaka observed the winding mountain path, feeling somewhat reassured. Such a defensible location was not one that the small fry from the Black Wind stronghold could infiltrate. Suddenly, a young hand reached up from the cliff and Apos' edge. Noticing its youthful delicacy, Chinshaka restrained his impulse to strike. Soon, 3 youths, their waists bound with vines, emerged, evidently participants in the trial. Feng Lingtian and his companions untangled themselves from the vines and bowed respectfully to the elders. "Haha, master, look. Though they may have used a bit of cleverness, their climb shows great bravery. This is precisely the kind of blood and valor we need in the Sihai sect," Iron Yu remarked, sensing the odd expression on Chinshaka's face. "Humph, you 3, go stand over there and wait for the others. We will conduct the initiation ceremony together. Tomorrow, tasks will be assigned to patrol the peaks and eradicate the climbing vines." Under the guidance of a senior disciple, the 3 made their way to a platform and stood obediently. However, once the elder departed, they began whispering among themselves. "That looked like the master. Did we offend him?" Song Shi queried timidly. "Surely not. The master cannot be that petty," Luo Wenzhou replied, observing the master as he personally severed the vines that had ensnared the newcomers. Visibly relaxing. "I understand now, haha. The Sihai sect is a stronghold, yet we climbed the vines to reach here, so the master is naturally displeased." Noticing the master's ears twitch, Feng Lingtian felt a pang of concern. Martial artists are known for their keen senses. As anticipated, once all candidates had assembled, they were swiftly selected. Chinshaka cleared his throat and pointed at Feng Lingtian and his companions, declaring, "You 3 are gifted and require further honing to bring glory to our sect. It is time for you to sweep the heavenly steps upon your entry, thereby earning your place." "Ah!" The trio cried out in despair, having witnessed the disheveled state of the others, easily imagining the length and filth of the heavenly steps. In the midst of the mist, sounds of sweeping could be heard, accompanied by the chatter of youth. "The sect is truly vexing. They have the chance to bring glory but refuse to sweep," Luo Wenzhou complained, popping a bubble in his hand. Suddenly, he draped an arm around Feng Lingtian's shoulder, playfully patting him. "Linen, I joined the law enforcement hall for my exceptional skills. Why did you choose the Apothecary Valley?" "Well, the Apothecary Valley teaches medicine and literacy. And I come from a poor family, having never learned to read. I wish to learn. Besides, I hear the Apothecary Valley has more free time, which might allow for martial training." "Fair enough. And you, Song Shi?" "Hee, I've always aspired to be a doctor. My family cannot afford medical care, so learning medicine would allow me to help." "All right, as long as you've made your choice. Once I become a protector, I will safeguard you both. Until then, take care of yourselves," Luo Wenzhou declared proudly. "Thank you, Brother Luo." Feng Lingtian nodded noncommittally. "Linen, if you doubt me, watch my sweeping sword technique." "Missed it." "Song Shi, Linen is too sly. Pin him down, and next time I order, you'll receive an extra meatball. All right. In a moment of distraction, Feng Lingtian found himself pinned down by his friends, tumbling on the ground and scattering the carefully gathered leaves. The laughter of the youths evoked a nostalgic expression on Chen Xiaoka's face as he observed from the sidelines, reminiscing about the friends he once had. Alas, like fallen leaves, his old companions had gradually departed, leaving only him, a solitary warrior. The innocence of youth is the purest. Let them wander freely. Once, I too spoke in such a manner. Chapter 58, The Heart of Seeking the Tao and Acquiring Techniques 5 years later, beneath the bamboo grove. Feng Lingtian's fists and kicks were fierce, the wind from his strikes stirring the fallen leaves on the ground. A shadow of his fist crashed through the bamboo forest, sending a flurry of bamboo leaves cascading down. As the gentle breeze swirled and the leaves danced, Feng Lingtian's mind became tranquil. These past years had been his most relaxed period. He practiced martial arts, concocted medicines, and immersed himself in literature daily. Occasionally, he assisted the disciples of his sect with healing and bandaging, bringing him great joy. However, the absence of Song Shi, who had ventured to the Four Seas sect to serve as a physician in the Blackstone City Clinic, left him feeling somewhat lonely. This was a long-held aspiration of Song Shi, but Feng Lingtian found it challenging to adjust to the absence of a familiar companion. Feng Lingtian had made some progress in martial arts, albeit limited, as the martial arts of this realm differed significantly from those of his previous world. Initially, practicing martial arts had increased his physical strength, but upon reaching the stage of transforming energy, he found himself directly cultivating true qi. The difficulty of training had slightly diminished. Yet so had the upper limits. After 5 years, he had broken through to the master realm of his previous world, but further advancement felt sluggish. Even while revising the Grandmaster techniques. In this realm, aside from his knowledge and martial skills, Feng Lingtian possessed no extraordinary advantages, not even a hint of spiritual sensitivity. His aptitude for martial arts was also inferior to that of his prior world. This is for the best, he mused. This realm appears to be largely disconnected from others. I shall treat this as a reincarnation. As for the power of rules, I shall take it one step at a time. Given the rigor of this world, there must be some transcendent force at play. It was once said that an immortal descended in Korea. I hope this holds true. The world of cultivation is indeed formidable. With a swift kick, he sent his bamboo hat soaring, which landed stylishly atop his head. Having been out for an hour, the medicinal concoction should be ready. It was time to check on his master. Feng Lingtian withdrew his energy and made his way toward the wooden cabin of the medicinal valley. His master, Chongdishing, was the one who had imparted medical knowledge to him, and most of his medical skills were honed under the guidance of this kind old man. However, in recent years, Feng Lingtian had harbored doubts. Chongdishing, once a gentle soul, had grown increasingly somber since a mishap while gathering herbs had left him injured, often dismissing Feng Lingtian. Yet one day, upon learning of Feng Lingtian's martial arts practice, Chongdishing exhibited a newfound dedication, meticulously preparing medicinal baths for him. Feng Lingtian was touched yet remained cautious. As he arrived at his master and Appo's door, he heard a cough emanating from within. He seems like a different person. Could it be possession? His habits are uncharacteristic. If only my spiritual sense were intact, I could discern the truth instantly. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Illness can alter one's demeanor. Master, I have placed the medicine here. I am going to prepare a medicinal bath. As Feng Lingtian turned to the kitchen for hot water, an elderly man with pale skin and green hair emerged from the room. His chest was bulging, and he paid no heed to the medicine scattered on the floor. 2 chaotic voices tumbled from his lips. Ah, such abundant vitality. Though he possesses for spiritual roots, it should suffice. Get out of my body. Do not harm my disciple. Heh, blame yourself for forcefully cultivating the Immortal's techniques. Once I possess him, I shall deal with you. A decrepit old fool without spiritual roots, your medical skills are commendable. And I shall use them on your family. Your dark intentions are truly terrifying. The old man advanced toward Feng Lingtian's room. Inside, Feng Lingtian sat cross-legged. A wisp of green smoke concealed within the steam, drifting into the bathwater's mist. What is this? Having soaked in medicinal baths for years and studied countless herbs, he was well acquainted with medicinal aromas. This concoction certainly did not possess such a scent. Is it a hallucinogenic fragrance? I must see what you intend to do. Breath-holding technique. Feng Lingtian feigned inhaling the hallucinogenic smoke, tilting his head as he submerged himself naturally in the water. Creak. Indeed, this hidden fragrance proved useful. An ancient voice echoed. Footsteps drew closer, and a large hand abruptly yanked Feng Lingtian from the tub, dragging him toward the door. The voice is peculiar. Yet the medicinal scent resembles that of my master. I shall observe further. Within the cave, the flickering candlelight cast shadows as Chang Dishing's aged hands extracted bone needles from a black jar, piercing them into his own flesh. The areas punctured bled a thick, black ichor, indicating deep poisoning. Flickering strands of crimson light emerged from his body as he raised his hand and laughed heartily. Ha ha, I am on the verge of success. Just as his hand reached for Feng Lingtian, Feng Lingtian swiftly kicked Chang Dishing and Apos' hand away, causing him to collide with jars and bottles. You have awakened. Chang Dishing stumbled to his feet, blood gushing from his mouth, his expression one of shock as he regarded the poised Feng Lingtian. Ah, I knew something was amiss. You, restless souls, come forth. Feng Lingtian summoned his true qi and charged toward Chang Dishing. The old man intended to move but was hindered by a severe backlash from his interrupted secret technique, rendering him immobile. Feng Lingtian seized this opportunity. Although he lacked understanding of the secret technique, he recognized the malevolence in his opponent and Apos' blood. Feng Lingtian bit his tongue, allowing his blood to drip onto Chang Dishing and Apos' face before swiftly retreating. Chang Dishing clutched his face and howled for a moment before the crimson glow faded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, breathless. One must not be careless. Feng Lingtian waited to confirm that the crimson light would not re-emerge before approaching, only to discover Chang Dishing had already succumbed to death. The old man and Apos' finger pointed toward a pocket. Feng Lingtian observed a moment of silence for his master before opening the pocket, finding a letter addressed to him, the handwriting indicating it was several years old. To my disciple Lin Anwu, by the time you read this letter, I shall have passed. That remnant soul is no match for you. The medicine I consumed daily, which seemed to nourish my body, was, in truth, poison, detrimental to that remnant soul. I, Chang Dishing, once roamed the rivers and lakes of the south 30 years ago, and decades ago, I encountered a certain individual, witnessing his immortal techniques. I befriended his family for many years, and after this individual clashed with his enemies, under the guise of healing, I seized his techniques. This led to the current predicament. I now coexist with a remnant soul, possessing only immortal texts but lacking the spiritual roots for cultivation. Unlike you, Lin Anwu, I perceive your deep regard for emotions. Yet, the paths of life are myriad, and each person's fate is distinct. Perhaps moving forward is not unwise. There are countless beautiful sights in this world that deserve exploration. If convenient, please look after my family in light of the secrets within the cave. The address. In a secluded part of the bamboo grove. Feng Lingtian laid Chang Dishing to rest. Fear not, master. I shall care for the Chang family. May you fulfill your heart and Apos' desire in the next life. He retrieved the box containing the secrets and set the cave ablaze. Chapter 59. The Cultivation Technique. The invasion of Black Wind Stronghold. After reporting the death of his master to the sect, Feng Lingtian found that the Sihai sect did not send anyone to investigate. Instead, they simply sent him some cultivation resources and entrusted him with the management of the Medicine Valley, temporarily assuming the position of the valley's master. This was considered a token of appreciation for Chang Dishing and Apos' years of dedication. To them, it seemed quite normal for an elderly man to pass away due to illness. Is this truly the realm of immortality? The Qianyuan technique, indeed. If martial arts are difficult to advance, then let us explore the path of cultivation. After bidding farewell to the elder, Feng Lingtian eagerly examined Chang Dishing and Apos' belongings. Inside, he found not only a volume of Qianyuan technique but also a record of Immortal Path, which contained fundamental knowledge about the world of cultivation, touching upon formations, talismans, elixirs, and weapon forging. There were also some simple spells, likely written for novices in cultivation. Feng Lingtian sat cross-legged, his years of martial training allowing him to quickly enter a meditative state. It was not until 2 hours later that he sensed the presence of spiritual energy, a feat that would have likely eluded an ordinary person, who would have fallen asleep long before. Following the instructions in the text, he inhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his dantian, circulating it through the great circulation until he felt a throbbing in his meridians, at which point he withdrew the energy back into his dantian. His eyes snapped open, radiating a brilliance, and he felt remarkably alert. Feng Lingtian sprang to his feet. After meditating all night, he felt no fatigue, only a slight stickiness on his skin. This was the result of purging impurities, not as excessive as the book suggested, likely due to his years of martial practice. Knock, knock, knock. Linley, are you in there? Come drink. Recognizing the voice, Feng Lingtian opened the door to find Luo Wenzhou carrying wine and a food box. What a foul smell. Did you not bathe yesterday? Luo Wenzhou wrinkled his nose and pointed at the ceiling. Enough of that. I'm here to celebrate you becoming the Valley Master. Wash up first. We'll meet on the roof later. Half an hour later. Hey, brother, we're doing quite well now. You're the Valley Master. And I'm the protector of the law enforcement hall. Remember when we were struggling? By the way, you haven't been down the mountain lately. I have news for you. We've become uncles. Last year, Song Shirchen got married, and this year, he has a big, fat baby. That little one is adorable. You should see him sometime, but don't bring silver locks. I've already gifted those. Feng Lingdian was pleasantly surprised by the news. Really? The last time I returned home, I only heard rumors of a pregnancy. I must go celebrate and drink to the occasion. But what about you? Luo Wenzhou sighed helplessly, collapsing onto the stone tiles. Don't mention it. The sect leader has been acting strange, preventing Qin Shimi from seeing me. If it weren't for the letters, I'd think he intended to betroth her to some young master. It's been too long since we last met. I miss her. Feng Lingdian took a sip of wine and lay back, resting his head on one hand. You're just too impatient. The sect leader clearly has feelings for you. Besides, aren't you, Luo Wenzhou, a young master yourself? You've reached protector status in just a few years, and your martial skills are among the best in the sect. Who wouldn't be fond of you? Hey, flatter me more. Feng Lingtian noticed Luo Wenzhou and Appo's pride swelling and quickly silenced himself to avoid inflating his ego further. Well, what are your plans? Any romantic interests? Out of the three of us, you're the only one without a partner. If you want, I can introduce you to my cousin. Stop right there. Feng Lingtian rolled over, bracing himself with one hand, and leapt lightly from the roof. Not interested in marriage for now. Thank you for your kind intentions. Habak, coward. You have no idea what you're missing. It's a blissful experience. Ah. But I am currently cultivating. Foolish mortal, once I master my techniques, I may yet pass my knowledge to them. Ignoring Luo Wenzhou's exuberance, Feng Lingtian turned and retrieved 2 bottles of foundational elixirs from his dwelling, tossing them to the somewhat inebriated man. Luo Wenzhou caught them effortlessly, stowing them away without a second thought. Just let me know if you need more. Take care of yourself. The attacks from Blackwind Stronghold have intensified, and more disciples are getting injured. Be cautious. Don't worry. Do they dare to come to our mountain? They only have the audacity to stir trouble at the outskirts. I'll be on my way. I'll visit again soon. After sending Luo Wenzhou off, Feng Lingtian resumed his cultivation. Years passed in the realm of cultivation, and time slipped by unnoticed. Seasons changed, and 3 years had swiftly elapsed. The youthful boy had now matured into a young man. During these 3 years, Feng Lingdian not only fulfilled his inner sect duties and shared his medical knowledge, but spent most of his time tirelessly practicing the Qin Yuan technique. His only venture away from his training was to visit the Chang family, where he delivered his master's scriptures and some of his martial skills to resolve a minor issue, thereby honoring his promise. Under the bamboo grove, a bamboo leaf shimmered with a blue glow, deeply embedded within the bamboo itself. Feng Lingdian skillfully manipulated the leaf using his telekinetic abilities. The bamboo forest was in disarray, with scorch marks from flames and frost from ice scattered throughout. Feng Lingdian steadied his breath, focusing his mind. He had reached the pinnacle of the techniques described in the texts. There was no further advancement to be made. Now at the 7th level of Qi training, he found that even the most skilled martial artist posed no challenge to him. Throughout the years, he had experimented with various methods, yet aside from the seemingly plausible martial arts, all other attempts had ended in failure. Thus, he dedicated himself to the path of cultivation. For even in the beginning, he was merely a mortal. Upon returning to his residence, Feng Lingtian gazed up at the luminous moon, a wave of homesickness washing over him. Ever since he became engrossed in his training, he had inadvertently neglected his family. Although he returned home annually, his parents had grown increasingly distant, becoming more formal with him. While only Lin Xiaoqia remained warm, the warmth of home had faded, leaving Feng Lingtian with a sense of regret. Nevertheless, he continued to send most of his earnings home, as they were, after all, his parents in this lifetime. Gratefully, he noted that the Lin family was thriving, having moved from Linxia village to purchase a spacious home in Linxi town. Indeed, as the world changes, so too do relationships. Thus, he felt it prudent to preserve the cultivation techniques. Whether or not they chose to cultivate was their own affair. Suddenly, Feng Lingtian heard the sounds of battle echoing from within the sect, accompanied by the glow of flames rising high. Abruptly, a disciple clad in sea-high sect robes burst into the valley, urgently calling for Feng Lingtian. Not good, master. The people from Blackwind Stronghold have attacked, and many disciples have already fallen. One of them wields demonic powers and is battling with the sect leader. What? Feng Dian seized the spear beside the table and, employing his lightness skill, swiftly made his way up the mountain. Chapter 60 Farewell to Luzhou above the valley. Chen the hero was spitting blood, forcing himself to remain conscious. Luo Wenzhou employed the secret technique of the Four Seas sect, the Four Seas swordplay, relentlessly attacking a figure shrouded in a green aura. The individual appeared emaciated and skeletal, with flushed cheekbones, clad in a gray robe, resembling a living skeleton. Come on, keep going. Ha ha ha, you pitiful insects. The gray-robed man sneered, regarding Luo Wenzhou and Oppo's onslaught with contempt. With a dismissive flick of his robe, a gray shockwave knocked Luo Wenzhou off his feet. Those around him gazed at the gray-robed man with fear and trepidation. Jiangze reveled in their fearful glances, so different from the treatment he received in the cultivation world. He believed his earlier conquest of Blackwind Stronghold was justified. Since he could not revel in the company of others in the cultivation realm, he might as well enjoy himself in the mundane world. Once I conquer you, the entire Blackstone city will be mine. Jiangze unleashed a yellow talisman, which transformed into a sharp sword hurtling towards Luo Wenzhou. As the sword approached rapidly, Luo Wenzhou felt his body stiffen. He closed his eyes, memories flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Support your old master. Hearing the voice, Luo Wenzhou opened his eyes to see Feng Dian, who had summoned a blue glow that effortlessly grasped the sword, transforming it into a talisman. How could you? We and Oppos. LL talk later. Let us deal with this fellow first. Feng Dian turned his gaze towards Jiangze and the bodies of their fallen companions, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A fireball and an ice arrow shot towards Jiangze. Both spells struck the green shield, causing Jiangze to stumble to the ground, the shield showing signs of cracking. Realizing that Feng Lingtian's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his own, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, Jiangze immediately begged for mercy. Fellow cultivator, please don't strike. We can negotiate. Negotiate? Go negotiate with my fallen comrades. At that moment, Feng Lingtian's hand was enveloped in true Qi, forming a fist as thick as a thigh, which shattered the green shield and seized Jiangze's pleading head. A fireball spell incinerated him to ashes, leaving only a stone on the ground. Feng Lingtian sensed a surge of spiritual energy and recognized it as the spiritual stone spoken of in the cultivation world, promptly picking it up. As he prepared to pursue the remnants of Blackwind Stronghold, he discovered that they had already fled, leaving even their injured comrades behind. The furious disciples of the Four Seas sect pursued the fleeing thieves. Oh, we won. We have triumphed. A tremendous cheer erupted in the square. Feng Lingtian, perceptive to the mixed gazes from his fellow disciples, detected fear and a familiar sense of alienation. He is like a monster, they murmured. Such brutality. And yet he calls himself a healer. Unable to suppress a shake of his head at their discussions, Feng Lingtian thought, it seems we cannot linger here. Preparations to depart are in order. Alas, outside the Four Seas sect, Luo Wenzhou bandaged his wounds and patted Feng Lingtian on the shoulder. He had understood his companion's words that day. Though reluctant, as a longtime friend, he supported Feng Lingtian's actions. Linen, all is well at home. If you find the outside world unsatisfactory, you may return to the Four Seas sect. I will take care of you. Here are some gold leaves. Take them with you. They are essential for traversing the world. Good. Hearing his friend's words warmed Feng Lingtian's heart. Looking around to ensure they were alone, he produced a bag for Luo Wenzhou. What is this? Luo Wenzhou asked, accepting the bag with a hint of confusion. Inside are handwritten manuals of techniques and notes on cultivation. Whether you choose to practice them is entirely up to you. As for Song Shi, I will deliver it personally. It will be good to see him. That works. In Linxi town, Lin Xiaoqiao gazed out the window at the sky, idly sketching a figure that bore some resemblance to Feng Lingtian. Stinky brother, why haven't you returned to see me? So much has happened at the Four Seas sect. I'm worried sick. I don't even know if anyone is bringing news. Who is speaking ill of me? Feng Lingtian suddenly emerged from beneath the window, startling Lin Xiaoqiao. Upon recognizing him, she leapt into his embrace, and they playfully tussled before coming to a halt. What? Brother, you're leaving Luzhou? Does that mean I won't see you for a long time? I will miss you. Haha, I believe you will miss Sue and Oppos, osmanthus cake more. Feng Lingtian produced a parcel from behind his back, revealing pastries wrapped in oiled paper. Emitting a delightful aroma, Lin Xiaoqiao immediately began to eat. Feng Lingtian rested his chin in his hand, watching her finish before handing her another package. Inside are cultivation techniques. Do not reveal them to others to avoid unforeseen complications. You may decide for yourself. No need to inform our parents. Okay. Xiao assumed her brother had returned solely for her and was oblivious to the reluctance in Feng Lingtian and Appo's eyes. He had written several copies of the Qiankuan technique, uncertain of whether his sister aspired to lead a simple life or had other ambitions. Regardless, Feng Lingtian supported her, at least providing her with the opportunity to choose. He refrained from disturbing Lin's parents, as his current identity was sensitive and should remain discreet to protect his family from potential calamity. In the dead of night, Feng Lingtian tucked his little sister in before standing before Lin's parents' door and bowing deeply. Father, mother, I do not know when we shall meet again. He turned and leapt over the courtyard wall, disappearing into the night. Creak. Lin's father opened the door to find the empty threshold before shutting it again, feeling an inexplicable unrest within. Now, however, that emptiness felt as hollow as the courtyard gate. Under the moonlight, Feng Lingtian tread softly among the trees, moving away from Luzhou. Though his feelings were sincere, there remained an undercurrent of divergence, such as the unpredictability of fate. It seemed he must embark on a journey into the cultivation realm. Seeking the path to immortality, he hoped to encounter friends along the way. Even in solitude, it would not feel lonely. Ultimately, he would strive to grasp the rules of this world. When the time came, he would attempt to connect with his true self once more. As the moonlight waned, in a forest beyond Luzhou, a fierce battle among cultivators erupted. Swish, swish. A golden flying knife, intricately adorned with dark patterns, incessantly assaulted a female cultivator and Appo's as protective barrier. The female cultivator desperately channeled her energy to sustain the barrier, pleading, "We are all of the same path. Why must it come to this? I have only adhered to the rules. I have not wronged you." The man in the white robe, wielding the flying knife, spat with disdain. "You have consumed my elixirs. How do you account for that? I have pursued you tirelessly, and yet you have offered me not even a smile. Spend a night with me, and I shall let you go." The female cultivator's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "Beast, you dare to call yourself a cultivator? You are destined to be a minion of the demonic path." Chapter 61. Shenxiu Valley, Ascension Conference concealed in the shadows. Feng Lingtian furrowed his brow. Is the cultivation world merely about power without heart? Why does it seem filled with such mediocrity? Should I intervene? Though the opponent is at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he possesses protective artifacts. Suddenly, the male cultivator's expression tightened as he sensed an unfamiliar aura. "Who dares to spy on me? Step forward. I am a member of the Zhao family." "Time is of the essence," the female cultivator exclaimed, her face lighting up with hope as she earnestly pleaded. "Is there a fellow cultivator passing by? Could you lend your assistance? I promise to repay you." Feng Lingtian gathered his power, pinching a yellow talisman between his fingers, one he had acquired from the gray-robed Taoist. He hurled it forward, transforming it into a flying sword. The man, seeing the talisman darting through the trees, channeled his energy to intercept it, shattering the talisman and rendering it useless. Seeing this, the Zhao family cultivator laughed heartily, initially believing he faced a formidable adversary come to rescue a damsel in distress. "Huh. I was worried a fierce character would intervene, but it turns out to be a mere wretch. I won't trouble you further, so be gone." "Not yet." Feng Lingtian retorted from behind a tree, retrieving a long spear from his back. He spun it around his waist, the spear's wind swirling fiercely, enveloping him in true essence. With a swift motion, he unleashed a thunderous strike, his most powerful martial technique capable of shattering a stone the size of a calf. Augmented by the art of object manipulation, enhancing its might, Feng Lingtian advanced with the spear, a fireball and an ice arrow poised in his hands. Feats unattainable by ordinary Qi refinement cultivators, requiring immense focus and stamina to execute such fluidity in spellcasting. The cultivator, hearing the sound of the air being sliced, turned back, unable to suppress a scoff. "Using martial skills against me? Everyone knows that cultivators and martial artists are of different calibers, unless one is a body-refining practitioner. Indeed, just a pitiful wretch." However, when the long knife clashed with the spear, though the spear splintered into pieces, the flying knife was also deflected, its spiritual light dimmed. "This is bad," the Zhao family cultivator exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he attempted to retract his spear, only to be struck by the ice arrow, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Next came a fireball aimed directly at his head. Boom! The explosion billowed forth clouds of black smoke, and Feng Lingtian did not relent. Following the trajectory etched in his memory, he executed a powerful strike, akin to a black tiger pouncing at its heart, gritting his teeth against the pain. He shattered the man's ribcage, then deftly retreated to a tree behind him. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the scene below was unveiled. The man's head was missing, and only the scent of roasted meat lingered at the neck. Feng Lingtian confirmed the man was devoid of breath, then leaped down and discovered a brown pouch, emanating faint waves of spiritual energy. If one were not vigilant, it would be easily overlooked. This must be a storage pouch. Now I too possess something akin to a cultivator, he mused, recalling the artifacts nearby. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the flying knife back to him. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance, he began, but disregarded the female cultivator on the ground, leaving before she could finish her words. Though he was unaware of the Zhao family's influence, it was undoubtedly linked to the realm of cultivation, and attracting vengeance would be ill-advised. With his current feeble strength, he should avoid making enemies. Attending the Ascension Conference was of utmost importance. He had discovered its details on the reverse of a celestial record, left behind by a man of great renown. In the cultivation world of Korea, aside from a few prominent families, the most renowned were the 5 major sects, the 3 schools, 1 sect, and 1 valley, which governed numerous resources, spiritual herbs, secret manuals, and spirit stones. Among these, the most significant was a mystical land, Lingwu Valley, teeming with various beasts and rare spiritual herbs. Ordinary cultivators seeking to establish their foundation could only acquire foundational pills by joining these sects, expediting their progress. The Ascension Conference served as a means for the major sects to recruit wandering cultivators into their ranks. Held every 30 years, the time had come once again. Should one miss it, they would have to wait another 30 years. Feng Lingtian had no intention of languishing in such a wait. He lacked the advantage of longevity, and missing this opportunity could lead to a series of setbacks. How then could he hope to witness the passing of time, forge friendships in cultivation, relish the joys of the immortal realm, and uncover the secrets of this world? Feng Lingtian unfastened the storage pouch. Cultivators below the foundation establishment stage lacked spiritual awareness and could not leave behind restrictions. Thus, if the pouch were seized, one could hardly retain its contents. Inside, he found not much: 3 spirit stones, a medicinal pill, and several women's undergarments. Indeed, a lecherous individual, he sighed, taking the garments and tossing them to the ground, igniting them in flames until they were completely consumed. Shinshio Valley was shrouded in dense mist, visibility reduced to nothing, with the growls of wild beasts echoing within. With careful steps upon the fallen leaves, Feng Lingtian treaded cautiously through the forest. This was Shinshio Valley, a place specifically designed to thwart mortals. Channeling his power, he pressed against a large tree, conjuring a swirling vortex. Beyond it lay a glimpse of another space, resembling a bustling marketplace. So this is a formation, he pondered, entering at a leisurely pace, unnoticed by anyone, as if they were accustomed to this spectacle. In the market, gray rooftops jutted unevenly, the night deepening. The stalls were aglow with various lanterns swaying beneath the eaves. The interplay of their lights mingled with the moon above, casting a mystical glow over this vibrant locale, draping it in an enigmatic veil, akin to a beautiful painting. Feng Lingtian felt a surge of elation as he wandered through the market. Amongst the throng, cultivators donned an array of attire, flowing Taoist robes, vibrant court garments, and simple martial outfits akin to his own. Most wore tranquil expressions, engaging with mortals without a hint of arrogance. Some sat at roadside stalls, savoring steaming wontons. This place must have existed for quite some time. With a considerable number of mortals, they are far more fortunate than the average person. With talent, they could cultivate much faster, far superior to those without even a method. The Ascension Conference surely offers us wandering cultivators a chance, Feng Lingtian mused, shaking his head as he approached a stall selling books. The proprietor appeared drowsy, seemingly disinterested in commerce. Feng Lingtian refrained from disturbing him, instead perusing the goods. Among the items, he discovered the Qinyuan skill, a method that promised to elevate one directly to the 10th level of qi refinement, enabling complete mastery. Well, this is splendid. I need not switch cultivation techniques. Though progress may be slow, it is stable and balanced, a suitable foundational skill. I wonder about its price. Chapter 62. The Ascension Conference Boss. How much for this item? The proprietor finally opened his eyes, yawning with impatience as he glanced around. What is all the noise about? It's 3 spirit stones in total. You can also use medicinal pills to settle the account. Feng Lingtian produced an unknown medicinal pill from his possession. along with a foundational strengthening pill he had crafted himself. Is that all? The boss took the pills, sniffed them, and revealed a knowing smile. Ah, my friend. It seems we share a common path. I shall gladly accept this golden spear pill, and, as a bonus, I will give you a pamphlet on the Divine Show Valley. It's worth 1 spirit stone outside. Feng Ling Tian expressed his gratitude repeatedly, accepting the offer without hesitation. It was only as he walked away that a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. Fortunately, he had refrained from consuming that pill. Otherwise, his innocence would have been compromised. Indeed, it is a dubious item. To keep such a pill, I am of the primordial sun body, he mused. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Ling Tian sighed, resigning to the fact that life and death are transient. At least he had contributed in some way. He found a humble stall and ordered a bowl of wontons, perusing the pamphlet as he ate. The pamphlet detailed not only the Divine Show Valley and the Ascension Conference, but also provided introductions to the 5 great sects: Ziyun sect, Biluo sect, Sanha sect, Pijia sect, and Lingbeast Valley. The Ascension Conference is typically presided over by one of the 5 great sects, selecting disciples through the testing of spiritual roots. However, those with inferior spiritual roots can challenge others through arena matches, which assess both talent and strength. Yet, such feats are not easily accomplished. No wonder they charge 1 spirit stone. I wonder what my spiritual root is. With half a month remaining before the Ascension Conference, perhaps I can make another breakthrough. Feng Ling Tian's thoughts wandered, and he began to understand the deeper significance of the conference. It served to alleviate the grievances of ordinary loose cultivators. After reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement, breaking through to Foundation Establishment proves exceedingly difficult without the aid of Foundation Establishment pills. The availability of spiritual herbs is limited, and the success rate of alchemical processes varies. Each year, within the Korean cultivation realm, only about 10,000 pills are produced. With such scarcity, how could there be ample pills circulating among the populace? Thus, it is inevitable for ordinary cultivators to harbor resentment, yet the Ascension Conference offers them an opportunity. Those who believe they can break through will not miss this chance to join reputable sects, gaining both protection and the opportunity to learn superior techniques. From a sociological perspective, the cultivation sects are integral to the cultivation world, embodying organizations that possess legacies, training, and teaching capabilities. They maintain a strict hierarchy and abundant resources, providing disciples with a conducive environment for cultivation. Each sect possesses unique techniques and secret transmissions, enabling disciples to enhance their strength at a swifter pace. After a moment's reflection, Feng Ling Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He had become engrossed in the notion that in a world where power is paramount, such societal dynamics were inevitable. He sought accommodation at an inn, renting a room for half a month with a single gold leaf. Fortunately, they also accepted gold and silver. Otherwise, he would have had to use his precious spirit stones, of which he possessed only 4 and needed to conserve. However, the next day, Feng Ling Tian cheerfully surrendered his spirit stones along with 2 bottles of healing pills, displaying no signs of reluctance. Inside the inn, he diligently ground the ink he had borrowed from the innkeeper, mixing spring water with cinnabar, meticulously preparing his materials. With a green brush dipped in cinnabar, he began to draw on the yellow talisman paper. As he completed the final stroke, the talisman spontaneously ignited without flame, clearly indicating failure. It seems the art of talisman crafting is indeed complex. No wonder their prices are steep. 2 spirit stones for a single talisman, he murmured, continuing his work. Being a newcomer to the cultivation realm, Feng Ling Tian was naturally filled with curiosity. While exploring the market, he discovered a vendor selling talisman cinnabar and further inquired, leading him to acquire a book titled An Introduction to Talismans. This intro-level text outlined essential techniques for drawing talismans and featured illustrations of common talisman designs. I refuse to believe I cannot master this, he declared, resolute. On the 3rd day, Feng Ling Tian awoke from his desk, feeling fatigued. He splashed his face with cold water from a bronze basin, which invigorated him. Approaching the ebony table, he noted the remnants of cinnabar alongside 10 glowing talisman papers. Despite sharing a name, the essence of spiritual energy varied significantly. Feng Ling Tian counted the talismans, which included several types: Fireball Talisman, Tranquil Spirit Talisman, and Ice Crystal Talisman. I truly possess a talent for talisman crafting. Other novice talisman makers may fail hundreds of times without success, yet I achieved it in a single night. Perhaps I should explore this path further. Pride swelled within him, attributing his talent to his extensive experience and learning of various powers and rules. Had he been in a world of spiritual essence or magic, his prowess would only have amplified. The Ascension Tower stood as an elegant edifice embodying Eastern architectural style. Beneath the towering structure lay a vast mountain square, adorned with ancient, verdant trees whose dancing shadows breathed life into the space. The cobbled surface of the square was uneven, a testament to its age. A gathering of cultivators of varying levels engaged in conversation, and Feng Ling Tian, without companions, listened attentively. Have you heard? There are 100 slots available this time, 30 more than last time. We are certainly here to compete. Indeed, but it still feels precarious. Look over there. The Zhao family in the Peach Blossom Cottage have also arrived. Why are they vying with us? Following their gaze, Feng Ling Tian spotted several individuals adorned in vibrant attire. Their expressions brimming with arrogance, each wielding magical artifacts. Feng Ling Tian had exchanged his own artifact for the introduction to talismans, leaving him with nothing but spirit talismans and a storage pouch. I hope I can advance directly. A woman clad in a flowing purple robe from the Ziyun sect ascended the high platform of the tower, exuding the formidable aura of the core formation stage. Instantly, the previously bustling square fell silent, all eyes drawn to the enchanting figure above. Draped in a purple Taoist robe, her ethereal white silk ribbons fluttered in the air, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her clear, bright eyes and graceful features emanated elegance. A faint smile gracing her lips, radiating nobility. Even Feng Ling Tian could not help but marvel at her beauty. Such a distraction to my focus. This core formation cultivator must be quite young, yet certainly older than I. With his straw hat concealing his features, Feng Ling Tian stealthily blended into the crowd, observing the woman with keen interest. Chapter 63. The Ascension Conference 2 on the high platform. A woman glanced at Feng Ling Tian and snorted coldly. I am Situ Qingqing, an elder of the Ziyun sect, and I shall preside over this Ascension Conference. The rules are undoubtedly clear to all present, so I shall not reiterate them. Should you have any queries, feel free to consult your fellow cultivators. Now, let us commence the spirit root assessment. With a flick of her sleeve, Situ Qingqing sent forth a stream of spiritual light that soared like vapor from her hand, releasing 20 luminous orbs into the air. These orbs floated gracefully, and many cultivators immediately soared upwards to seize them. Some, unable to contain their impatience, even resorted to striking their peers. The 5 major sects observed this with indifference, failing to maintain any semblance of order. Feng Ling Tian concurred with this approach. After all, as cultivators, they were engaged in a pursuit that defied the heavens. To seize the essence of the world and cultivate their strength was inherently a matter of contention. Contending with heaven, earth, and humanity alike was the path to seizing opportunities. In the realm of cultivation, conflict was inescapable, whether amongst sects or noble families. This was a reality to which all must adapt. Each cultivator who grasped an orb infused it with their own spiritual energy, causing the orbs to radiate various colors, each corresponding to a different type of spirit root. Those manifesting 2 colors were permitted to choose their sect freely, while others with different spirit roots had to await selection. This process resembled the college entrance examination, where those with high scores chose their schools, and those with lower scores could only hope to be accepted by a sect. The quantity of spirit roots significantly influenced the speed of cultivation. The rarer the spirit root, the swifter the progress. The most precious were the single spirit roots or those that fell outside the 5 elemental categories. Dual spirit roots could at least attain the golden core stage, while those with dual elemental roots could steadily cultivate towards the nascent soul stage. However, Feng Ling Tian observed that no one present matched such potential. When the last 20 individuals were called, he leapt forward, seizing an orb that revealed 4 colors, red, gold, green, and blue, representing fire, metal, wood, and water. I possess 4 spirit roots. No wonder my cultivation progress is rather sluggish. His decision to wait for the last 20 was strategic, as this year's conference allowed these individuals to face 3 challengers. Should they withstand the challenge for the duration of an incense stick, they could choose their sect. I expected someone formidable, yet it appears to be just a waste of potential with 4 spirit roots. Feng Ling Tian turned to see a woman from the Zhao family mocking him. She was graceful and enchanting, dancing through the air as she grasped an orb that shone with a singular light, distinct from the golden hue, a rare single spirit root of an extraordinary nature. Zhao Fian indeed, Feng Ling Tian thought. Little do you know, the golden core ancestor of the Zhao family has already passed on. Those elders within the sect cannot possibly protect such a talent. The Zhao family has long been allied with the Ziyun sect. They must have anticipated this outcome and simply followed the trend. Though Feng Ling Tian felt displeased, he understood the importance of maintaining composure to avoid trouble. I shall remember this. In the subsequent arena battles, Feng Ling Tian effortlessly repelled 2 cultivators. He was quite familiar with the arena. And although he lacked spiritual awareness, his combat experience and instincts allowed him to navigate the challenges with finesse. Relying on a few simple techniques, he managed to last until the end. Next, the loose cultivator Linen faced off against Song Ke from the Peach Blossom Dock. A scholarly young man clad in azure approached the stage, wielding a glimmering sword. I am Song Ke. I seek your guidance, fellow Taoist. I am Linley. I humbly request your teachings, Linen replied. Feng Ling Tian returned the courtesy, but as he bent slightly, he heard the audience's cheers. Instinctively, he leaped into the air, casting a fireball spell at the spot where he had just stood. Song Ke chuckled, effortlessly shattering the fireball with his sword, then advanced towards Feng Ling Tian. So you've seen through my ploy. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of my junior sister, Fian. The sword energy surged towards Feng Ling Tian, who deftly dodged the assault with a nimble flip. Truly unreasonable. In that case, I shall not hold back. 10 spirit talismans appeared around Feng Ling Tian, glowing brilliantly as they transformed into fireballs the size of fists, hurtling towards Song Quebec. Despite Song Ke and Amp Oppo's efforts to erect a protective barrier, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of fireballs, which sent him tumbling back, blood spewing from his mouth as he fainted beneath the arena. This spectacle elicited loud cheers from the audience, particularly among those less accomplished cultivators, as it provided a much-needed reprieve for those of lesser talent. What a grand display! Utilizing 10 fireball talismans at once, Song Ke cannot be blamed for his defeat. One loose cultivator remarked, filled with anticipation. Don't be foolish. We ordinary cultivators cannot control so many talismans at once. Our minds are not strong enough. Another replied with a sardonic laugh. Winner, Linley, the loose cultivator, automatically advancing. Feng Ling Tian sighed with relief as he descended from the stage, heading towards the victors, where 5 wooden tokens were presented for his selection. Several disciples from the Peach Blossom Dock approached to inspect Song Ke, and, upon confirming his safety, relaxed. Just as they were about to pursue him further, a voice interrupted. Who allowed you to trouble others? I merely made a jest. The young man showed no disrespect. The speaker was none other than Zhao Fian. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the Peach Blossom Dock disciples shifted from pale to flushed as they shamefully retreated. On the high platform, Situ Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, while the elders of the 4 major sects expressed their admiration. Though this girl is somewhat eccentric, her heart is commendable. Given time, the Ziyun sect will gain another nascent soul elder. Thank you all. Feng Ling Tian held the Sanha sect's token, observing the matches on the arena until the final cultivator triumphed in the challenge. With Situ Qingqing's announcement, the Ascension Conference concluded, and the various sects began to take their disciples away. Feng Ling Tian followed the elders of the Sanha sect to a flying vessel adorned with intricate runes, featuring a statue of the black tortoise at the helm. Ascending the steps, he found a place to stand aboard the vessel. Greetings. I am Zhang Xian of the Sanha sect, a foundation establishment cultivator serving in the mission hall. You may address me as Elder Zhang. This journey includes 18 disciples, all present. I wish you all longevity on your path to immortality and swift breakthroughs in your cultivation. Matters within the sect will be explained in due course. As Zhang Xian took to the front of the vessel, channeling his spiritual energy, it smoothly ascended into the sky. Chapter 64. Sanha sect. The young man aboard the flying vessel has now dispersed, mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery beneath the high skies. Occasionally, gasps of awe escape from the crowd, particularly as they traverse the dense mist of the Divine Show Valley, where the sounds grow even louder. Although one can soar through the air using magical artifacts during the Qi refinement stage, few loose cultivators possess such flying devices. Feng Ling Tian finds amusement in observing his fellow cultivators, contemplating, these individuals shall be my fellow Taoists henceforth. I wonder who among them will become my friend. His choice of the Sanha sect stems from his belief that it is the most beneficial place for his cultivation journey. The Biluo sect, situated near the cold spring, boasts a decent concentration of spiritual energy, yet it is pervaded by an ominous aura, which may assist those who cultivate death-related techniques. However, for Feng Ling Tian, who practices the Qianyuan technique, it would only be a hindrance, as he would have to expend effort to dispel this ominous energy, a tedious task indeed. The armored sect primarily focuses on body cultivation, where the use of armor provides significant defensive advantages, yet Fengling Tian has no need for such measures. Other sects also offer relevant techniques for body refinement. The Spirit Beast Valley is even less appealing to him, as commanding spirit beasts differs from his combat style. And the need for resources to sustain these beasts could lead to delays in his own progress if spiritual stones are insufficient. As for the Xian sect, the foremost among the 5 sects, it offers exceptional spiritual energy, resources, and techniques. However, it is rife with internal competition and nepotism. One must tread carefully to avoid offending the wrong individual, as familial connections hold significant sway. Thus, the final choice fell upon the Sana sect, which, albeit slightly inferior in spiritual energy compared to its counterparts, boasts a splendid geographical location, nestled at the confluence of several rivers. The atmosphere within the sect is commendable. Despite the presence of a few unsavory characters, the Sana sect is renowned for its protective nature. Beneath its mountain gate lies the famous Dubao Pavilion, a prime location for acquiring auction cultivation resources, perfectly suited for Fengling Tian to engage in side ventures. The journey by flying vessel spans several days. As time progresses, the disciples begin to converse amongst themselves. A woman clad in a Taoist robe approaches Fengling Tian, who is leaning against the railing, gazing at the scenery, and casually introduces herself. Senior Brother Lin, I am Chen Xinyao. May I inquire about your origins? Your accent does not seem to be from Lianzhou. Fengling Tian remains still, merely twitching his nose, evidently catching a whiff of the fragrance emanating from the woman. Where one hails from is inconsequential at this moment. We are fellow disciples, united in our shared entry into the sect, irrespective of cultivation rank. Why refer to me as senior brother? The woman giggles, her laughter carrying her fragrance further. Hiki, it is because you possess greater prowess than I. I merely bear the name of a talented individual, while you have genuinely earned your title. The fact that you can simultaneously manipulate 10 talismans speaks volumes of your mental fortitude. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, your consciousness will surely be formidable as well. Hence, is it too much to call you senior brother? As Fengling Tian steps back and bows in acknowledgement, he replies, not at all, junior sister Chen. Since you have chosen to address me as senior brother, consider this talisman a token of our first meeting. He retrieves a spiritual talisman from his storage pouch. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, senior brother. Chen Xinyao beams as she accepts the talisman, stowing it away in her own storage pouch, seemingly unconcerned about its value. Senior brother, you are truly kind. Let me tell you, the beauty of the Sanha sect and its fish are exceptional. Once we arrive, I shall treat you to a meal. I know a delightful place. It seems we and Appos, nearing our destination, we shall continue our conversation later. With a smile, she dashes towards the bow of the ship to chat with Uncle Zhang, eliciting joy from the elderly man as he strokes his silver beard. Suddenly, Fengling Tian senses several unfriendly gazes directed at him. Turning his head, he finds himself the object of scrutiny from male disciples he had hoped to get along with. What a nuisance. Truly, beauty brings trouble. Just as I enter the sect, I have offended a group of individuals. Arin and Appos, we all cultivators? Shuden and Appos, we possess a broader mindset? If they are fond of her, let them pursue her themselves. He then resumes admiring the scenery, relieved that no one approaches him, perhaps due to the surprise he had delivered on the arena stage. Half an hour later, after the flying vessel passes a majestic waterfall, it arrives at the Sana sect. Even after feasting his eyes on such splendid views, Fengling Tian cannot help but exclaim in admiration, truly beautiful. Before him stands a grand mountain gate, situated at the confluence of 3 mighty rivers, surrounded by towering mountains and elegantly arranged pavilions and towers. The airy bridges, imbued with an ancient elegance, reflect the deep historical essence of the place. Occasional wisps of mist envelop the mountains, while disciples clad in blue robes soar through the skies on their swords, resembling celestial beings. Atop the mist-shrouded peaks, several waterfalls cascade like white ribbons, infusing this tranquil realm with a touch of vitality. The waterfalls create ripples on the river and Appos' surface, and as sunlight filters through the azure sky, it dances upon the water, shimmering like a golden mirror. Majestic flying vessels and ornate boats rest upon the river, discernibly not ordinary artifacts based on the fluctuations of spiritual energy. The flying vessel gently descends onto the water and Appos' surface, and the disciples make their way along the airy bridge towards the plaza. In the square, disciples from various halls stand, predominantly the younger generation, presumably awaiting their assigned tasks. Inside a modest cave dwelling of over 10 square meters, Feng Ling Tian diligently sketches talismans. He has now donned the authentic robe of a cultivator, albeit distinct from the usual attire, adorned with an embroidered talisman emblem on his sleeve, signifying his membership in the Talisman Hall. The Sanha sect specializes in crafting talismans, allowing disciples to exchange them for contribution points, making it a relatively lucrative sect. Feng Ling Tian owes his gratitude to Qin Xinyao. Had it not been for her, he might have been assigned to the Spirit Beast Pavilion, which he holds in disdain. New disciples arriving at the Immortal Ascension Conference are treated equally by the sect. Yet priority is given to fill vacancies in various halls. This time, the Spirit Beast Pavilion is in need of additional personnel. In the dead of night, having completed his talisman sketches, Feng Ling Tian pauses to count his 23 fireball talismans. After submitting 15 to the sect, he retains 8 for himself, translating to 16 spiritual stones. If this continues, he will soon amass wealth. No wonder it is said that aiding others in their cultivation is the most profitable endeavor. This is the reason. Had he purchased the materials himself, the profits would have been even greater, but regrettably, he lacks funds for now, leaving those plans for another time. Feng Ling Tian refrains from sleeping, choosing instead to meditate briefly to restore his spirit before promptly beginning to memorize the sect regulations. An examination will be held in half a month, and those who do not pass will face deductions from the medicinal pills and spiritual stones allocated by the sect. To his surprise, there are still exams to contend with upon arriving here. Chapter 65. Qin Xinyao's subtle intentions. Prohibitions against clandestine duels among disciples, violations resulting in reprimand. Against seducing fellow disciples and their partners, with consequences in the cold water cave. Against slaughtering secular monarchs in their royal lineage, with secular rulers and casual cultivators forbidden from interfering in worldly affairs. These regulations primarily serve to uphold order and stability within the sect. Feng Ling Tian spent an entire day thoroughly understanding these rules. After handing in his talismans, Feng Ling Tian leisurely wandered through the sect, discovering several spots suitable for fishing and casting nets. Though tempted to indulge, he restrained himself, for his foremost priority was to accelerate his cultivation. He had long remained stagnant at the 7th level of qi refining. Outside his secluded abode, Feng Ling Tian hung a sign indicating the sect's temporary closure. Adorned with a playful cartoon depiction of himself offering an apology, he commenced practicing the Qianyuan Gong. Although the sect provided some attribute-based cultivation techniques capable of enhancing corresponding spells, Feng Ling Tian preferred to stick with his chosen method, as it suited his palate and he was more familiar with it. At the disciples' assessment hall, over 100 disciples lay prostrate before tables, busy with brushes and ink, some lost in deep thought, scratching their heads in frustration. When the bell tolled, signaling the conclusion of the exam, the invigilator announced, "Disciples, cease your responses. Those who continue will be deemed unqualified." Instantly, all examination papers floated upward, ascending to a high platform. A series of sighs and murmurs echoed among the disciples, some despondent, leaving their papers untouched on the tables. Alas, I had the book pressed against my head last night, yet I cannot recall the contents. If only I possessed divine awareness. Feng Ling Tian watched this scene with a mixture of amusement and sympathy, preparing to depart. Truly, even cultivators face their own tribulations. Emotions are inescapable. And perhaps this raw authenticity is what makes life genuine. Senior Brother Lin, wait a moment, a girl's light and agile figure floated over to Feng Ling Tian. She wore a pinkish red dress, her hair braided into several tiny pigtails, radiating youthful charm. "Senior Sister Chun, is it you? What brings you here?" Feng Ling Tian greeted, recognizing her with familiarity. Qin Xinyao held up 2 iron tokens inscribed with identification numbers. "I promised to treat you to fish, remember? I reserved a spot early on. But unfortunately, someone entered seclusion right after their initiation. I've been waiting to catch you today." She crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. "Hey, don't tell me you're joking. If you don't come, I'll be upset." Feng Ling Tian found her adorable and couldn't help but smile. "Of course. I'll go. It's my honor. I should invite Senior Sister Chen for a meal, especially since she helped me the other day." Hearing this, Qin Xinyao's face brightened as she waved her hand, transforming a handkerchief into a large cloth. She leapt onto a flying artifact, ascending into the air. Feng Ling Tian quickly drew out his flying sword talisman, following her. Watching her silhouette recede, Feng Ling Tian was puzzled. Qin Xinyao seemed to have a kinship with an elder ancestor within the sect, who typically directly recruits disciples of her caliber, unlike him, who had to pass the spiritual root test. Moreover, he wondered why this girl, upon first meeting, was so friendly, certainly not because of his handsome appearance. While he acknowledged that he bore a decent countenance, it was hardly enough to inspire immediate affection. Forget it, he thought. I have nothing to covet. Eating well is paramount. As I grow stronger, I can repay her kindness. As night fell with a cool breeze, the streets murmured with flowing water. Senior brother, how do you find it? Chen Xinyao asked. Very satisfactory, Feng Ling Tian replied, both feeling content after a hearty meal as they strolled through a nearby city. Despite having eaten countless fish, he still enjoyed the exquisite taste. Chen Xinyao's gaze flickered as she looked at him, softly murmuring, "It's not as delicious as yours." Unknowingly, they arrived at the treasure pavilion. Chen Xinyao's expression flickered with thought as she retrieved a jade-like object resembling a gold ingot from her storage bag. Senior brother, congratulations on breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refining. This is a gift for you, she said with a smile. What is this? Feng Ling Tian took the token, sensing its unusual material, unlike ordinary ornaments. Chen Xinyao pointed toward the treasure pavilion. You've had your eye on it for some time. It's quite interesting, isn't it? The item in your hand is a VIP identification jade emblem. With it, you enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases and can accumulate points for exchanging small, fun trinkets. Hearing this, Feng Ling Tian felt the token's warmth and hesitated to return it. He knew the sect's treasure pavilion was prestigious, and his VIP token, held by a core elder, was a rare treasure. Such tokens were seldom given lightly. No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it, he insisted. Just keep it, Chen Xinyao urged. If I want something, I can get it too. Let us go inside and take a look. She pushed him gently toward the pavilion. The shopkeeper at the entrance hesitated, about to speak, but under Chen Xinyao's commanding gaze, he relented and led them inside. Welcome to the treasure pavilion. We have everything you might desire, from rare herbs and cultivation techniques to array discs and foundational pills, all available as long as you have spirit stones, the shopkeeper announced. Feng Ling Tian swept his gaze across the shop, sensing numerous spiritual auras. As he perused the catalog, his brow furrowed. He saw items he wished to purchase but knew he could not afford them for now. Chen Xinyao also noticed his changing expression but chose to conceal her own, pretending to be a junior sister accompanying him. Shopkeeper, do you accept talismans? She asked. Certainly. The more cherished, the better. We also accept ordinary ones, and prices vary. The shopkeeper replied. He was about to mention that prices might be lower for regular customers, but under the watchful eyes of his young lady, he changed his tone. You're disciples of the Three Rivers sect, correct? Our prices are comparable to the market, he said. Really? I have 300 fireball talismans, Feng Ling Tian responded. Such a large quantity? The shopkeeper was visibly surprised. How can I refuse? Actually, how about 800 spirit stones for all of them? Feng Ling Tian suggested. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper exclaimed, that is quite a sum for someone so young. Truly impressive. Very well. Feng Ling Tian's face lit up with joy, and he produced his VIP token once more. By the way, I also have a jade emblem that offers discounts. I'd like to purchase some items, he said. Of course, esteemed guest, the shopkeeper bowed. Please choose freely. Chen Xinyao watched Feng Ling Tian browse with a gentle smile, though her expression nearly brought the shopkeeper to tears. Oh no, it seems Miss has taken a liking to this rough young man. The master will be furious, he thought anxiously. Chapter 66. The Wild Boy and the Wealthy Young Lady. Let us proceed with these few items. The Four Direction Sword Song, the Clear Breeze Decision, and the Purple Jade Elixir Book. Feng Ling Tian selected several sets of cultivation techniques. Beyond the Talisman Compendium, there was an offensive spell set, a defensive spell set, and a record of alchemy. Since talismans are so valuable, he decided to try his hand at alchemy, so he wooed and Appos, Teeny to purchase pills in the future. Fortunately, he had previously learned some alchemy skills in the mortal realm. He carefully stored the jade slip and said to his junior sister, come back whenever you have free time. She responded gratefully, and the two exited the treasure pavilion side by side. As they strolled together, Feng Ling Tian caught a familiar fragrance, which brought him back from his surprise. Suddenly, he spoke. By the way, I must thank my junior sister for all this. But tell me, why have you been so kind to me? Is there some reason? I vow to repay you in the future with overflowing gratitude. Chen Xinyao looked at Feng Ling Tian with a gentle smile, her eyes gleaming, her small braid bouncing adorably on her forehead. Humph, if you want to repay me, then stop flirting and causing trouble. I don't want to deal with your romantic entanglements. I hope that in this life, you only belong to me. To avoid revealing any flaws, you'd better be cautious. Because of her affinity with her senior brother and his commendable character, as well as his diligent cultivation, she found him to be quite an admirable person. Thus it was. Phone linked Dion, unable to find his way back to the residence, lay restless, turning over and over in bed, unable to sleep. What an amp, Oppos, s going on? Am I falling in love? Although there and amp, Oppos, s no romance in this world, I've seen doppelgangers forming families. Never mind, I'll take it one step at a time, just like before. I never expected to join the Sana sect either. The story in this world is still unfolding. Love among men and women ISN and amp, Oppos, T urgent. I'm not Luo Wonjo. 2 years later, at the Sana sect, beneath the Shimu River waterfall, a half-naked man with a tall, muscular build allowed the water to batter his body. After 3 hours, he opened his eyes, lifted a 300-gene spear, and plunged into the river. He wielded his spear beneath the water, each thrust colliding with the rushing currents. Pierce, stab, tease, lift, press, explode. Every spear technique he used was masterful, having surpassed the threshold of martial arts into the Tao, complemented by his physical cultivation. Confident, he believed he could contend even with early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. His spear shot forth, shattering the river surface with a massive splash, causing tremors and falling stones along the bank. Under the moonlight, a girl on the cliff, draped in a deep blue cloak, holding a treasured sword and exuding a murderous aura, spoke to the man beside her. How was that? I told you he's excellent, right? In less than 3 months, he's entered the Tao through martial arts, much better than you were back then. That spear technique, it's something you couldn't create yourself, right, father? Chen Xinyao coquettishly pouted at the man. The man's brow softened slightly, but showed no signs of joy. Xinyao, I permit your mischief because your divine intuition guides you here, which benefits you. But that only lasts for 3 years. When the time is up, whether you go to the battlefield or not, you must return. You know my temper. On the border Great Wall, nothing must go wrong. Her father wouldn't force her into marriage. If she liked this young man, he'd be willing to let him come fight at the border. When he arrives and fights for the territory, he would agree. Though they were unaware, this continent owed a debt to our immortal hidden realm. Furthermore, mortals are like insects. Your talent is high, and even if you become an immortal someday, you still have potential. He is merely an ordinary cultivator. How long can he live? Just a mayfly. Chen Xinyao appeared worried, but was actually untroubled. In her illusion, she knew her future husband's abilities. She merely dared not interfere to avoid hindering his growth. If so, her father could not go back on his word. Watching the river beneath, she couldn't help but feel anxious. You probably won't blame me, right? I'm simply following the guidance of fate. Still, I quite like this feeling. I mustn't make unnecessary moves. If I trigger a chain reaction, it could be disastrous. Better to hide first. I hope he is just like in my dreams. With a firm grip, the man seized Chen Xinyao as shoulder and vanished above the cliff. When Feng Ling Dian surfaced from the water, he looked up at the empty cliff face, sensing no one was there. Was it an illusion? That feeling of being watched. At the flying boat, Feng Ling Tian looked at Chen Xinyao with some suspicion, puzzled by why she was holding a fishing rod today. By all rights, it should be time to head toward Blood Creek Valley. Most disciples wouldn't miss this opportunity for trial. Junior sister Chen, aren't you going? Senior brother, you must go? I can help you gather medicinal herbs. No need. I feel I've already owed you enough. I'll return safely. Feng Lingtian bowed to Chen Xinyao, and amid the teasing of his senior brothers, he boarded the flying boat bound for Lingxi Valley. His purpose for taking the boat was to acquire the medicinal ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills and to obtain the blood essence of demonic beasts for breakthroughs and physical cultivation. Although Chen Xinyao offered to help, Feng Lingtian was determined to rely on his own efforts rather than depending on her. Besides, apart from the need for procreation, he wouldn't easily fall in love. He was Song Haifeng. Thus, he continued practicing martial arts, cultivating, refining pills, and crafting talismans, none of which he neglected. His efforts did not go unnoticed by his fellow disciples. He maintained a friendly attitude toward them, often selling spiritual talismans at cost price, which gave him a tendency to lead among the new generation. If not for his poor spiritual root talent, he would have long been taken as a disciple by a senior elder. Senior Brother Lin, greetings to all fellow disciples. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Lingtian approached the sect leader, Lu Qingxian, who looked at him and then at the girl beneath the flying boat, Chen Xinyao, sighing inwardly. Only he knew how vastly different their circumstances truly were. In his impression, no man was immune to attraction. If Feng Lingtian and Chen Xinyao became a pair, It would resemble the story of a wild boy and a wealthy young lady, so similar to his own past. That is just like how I was once. Well, consider it fate. I'll lend you a hand. Whether it succeeds depends entirely on you. The sect leader's voice sounded in Feng Lingtian's ear. Dressed in a light blue robe, gently carrying a dust brush on his arm. I've heard you've reached the 10th level of Qi refinement but have no master. If you return safe from this Blood Creek Valley, I will accept you as my disciple. Remember, your temperament is steady. Take extra care during this journey to Blood Creek Valley and protect the members of our sect. Chapter 67, Bloodstream Valley. Upon hearing the words, Feng Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, a wave of joy washing over him. Having a master was undoubtedly far superior to struggling alone. It would make his journey along the path of enlightenment much smoother. This realm captivated Feng Lingtian, presenting an entirely novel path that ignited his desire to behold the vistas at its pinnacle. Naturally, having companions on this journey would only enhance the experience. Thank you, Sect Leader, for your kind intentions. I shall not disappoint your trust. Luo Shen waved his feather duster, continuing to propel the flying vessel, prompting Feng Lingtian to leave with a deep understanding. Brother Lin, what instructions does the sect leader have? Upon returning to the cabin, many disciples gathered around him. Nothing much, just some instructions regarding Bloodstream Valley and a reminder for us to look out for one another. Of course, if we gather with our brothers, we shall certainly travel together. As laughter echoed within the flying boat, Feng Lingtian reflected on the information he had gathered. Bloodstream Valley was once the location of the Bloodstream sect, a prominent faction in the immortal cultivation world of the northern wilderness continent thousands of years ago. It had produced numerous high-level cultivators, including those who had reached the divine transformation stage, and boasted over 10 nascent soul practitioners within its ranks. The number of core formation cultivators was even greater. However, one fateful day, both the Howran Alliance and a faction of high-ranking cultivators from the Bloodstream sect vanished without a trace overnight. This disappearance incited the envy of many sects, particularly the formidable forces of the Thousand Demons sect. A war among cultivators ensued for centuries, with bloodshed staining the Bloodstream Valley. After seizing many resources originally belonging to the Bloodstream sect, several factions gradually withdrew. The Thousand Demons sect had intended to forcibly occupy this coveted territory, but was unexpectedly ambushed by the Howran Alliance, leading to internal strife within their ranks. Many factions rebelled, severing ties with the Thousand Demons sect, with some evolving into the current 5 great sects of Korea. Even the Bloodstream sect and Appos, as territory was fortified by protective formations, shrouding it in mystery. Only the 5 great sects possessed the temporary keys to access this land, allowing Qi refinement practitioners to venture forth to gather spiritual herbs and slay beasts for cultivation resources. After all, the original techniques and elixirs had long been plundered during the cataclysm. Feng Lingtian's purpose in coming here was to gather spiritual herbs and undergo some trials. Only in perilous places can opportunities arise. Xian Yao seemed somewhat peculiar, as if she could depart at any moment. He dismissed such thoughts, focusing on the present. After all, cultivating his power and prolonging his life would afford him greater influence. The flying vessel gradually descended into a rocky area where numerous cultivators had already gathered, identifiable by their attire and the banners of the 4 great sects. With the arrival of the Sanha sect, all 5 great sects were now present. Luo Shen waved his feather duster, gently hovering in midair, radiant light shimmering beneath him. For others, all core formation cultivators accompanied him. One man, clad in red general and Appos' armor and holding a horsewhip, remarked, "Nyobizi, you are late again. Every time, you are the last to arrive. Look at Fairy Ma from the Biluo sect, who is so far away yet arrives before you." Luo Shen remained unperturbed, replying, "As long as I am not late, why should General Huangfu be anxious? Strategizing is all about timing." General Huangfu Song huffed with pride. He preferred being addressed as General over Sect Leader, a nod to his worldly past. Ma Su and Luo Shen exchanged pleasantries, as did Si Tu-chen. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair and a green lizard crawling over him interrupted with a hoarse voice. "Since we're all here, let us begin. The disciples can hardly wait." All right. The 5 of them retrieved differently colored beads from their storage bags, representing the 5 elements. The beads swirled upward, propelled by the core formation cultivators, creating a vibrant vortex above the valley. Is this the entrance? Feng Lingtian observed the sect leaders, sensing their camaraderie likely stemmed from shared histories and the current pressures from the demon sect. However, That old man from the Spirit Beast Valley seems a bit out of place. Perhaps it's his affinity for spirit beasts. The disciples of various sects hurried into the Spirit Stream Valley, where life and death were dictated by fate, and treasures awaited those fortunate enough to claim them. Feng Ling Tian followed the Sanha sect disciples, glancing back at the speaker, the sly lizard elder. He dismissed it from his mind, feeling his body propelled forward, flipping and landing with a thud in an unfamiliar place. Surrounded by a misty gray atmosphere and sparse trees, he found no other disciples nearby. Feng Ling Tian took out a map and ascended a small hillside to survey the terrain. It indeed matched the descriptions. The landing point was random but not entirely unfavorable. This area was near Lingyun Cliff, where Xianin grass could be found. Feng Ling Tian restrained his spiritual energy fluctuations and employed a lightness technique to approach Lingyun Cliff. The entire Bloodstream Valley was shrouded in restrictions. Any attempt to soar too high would invoke the protective formations. Suddenly, a purple cloud-patterned firework exploded in the sky. Upon seeing the firework, disciples of the Ziyun sect immediately activated their sensing techniques and headed toward the source. 2 hours later, 9 Ziyun sect disciples had surrounded a woman. Draped in a long purple gown, she possessed an alluring figure, emanating a unique fragrance that stirred the hearts of the male cultivators nearby. Yet, thoughts of her formidable skills instilled a sense of trepidation. This was Zhao Fian, who had made rapid breakthroughs within a year of entering the sect. Having killed several 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, she held a high status within her sect, and few dared to offend her, after all. Individuals like her were destined to become nascent soul ancestors. Logically, someone of her caliber would receive abundant resources from her sect and would not risk herself in such a venture. Yet here she was. Zhao Fian unfolded her map, pointing to a palace-like structure. We need to venture into the ruins of the Bloodstream sect. The items I seek lie within. You shall take care of any beasts we encounter along the way. And for those who prove troublesome, fear not. Once we exit, I shall reward you 2 foundation establishment pills each. Upon hearing this, the Ziyun sect cultivators displayed greater eagerness, with one male disciple speaking up. Rest assured, Sister Fian. Elder C2 has instructed us to follow your lead. Zhao Fian nodded, her excitement bubbling beneath the surface. The family was indeed correct. The Ziyun sect knows where the fountain of radiance is hidden. With the fountain, my foundation will solidify, and the power of my light-based techniques will increase, enhancing my chances of breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Very well, let us depart. Chapter 68. The battle in Bloodstream Valley. The group swiftly made their way towards the ruins, expending no time aside from dispatching the entangled beasts. Other sects, upon witnessing the disciples of Ziyun sect gathering in teams, naturally refrained from provoking them and retreated. With a flick of his long spear, Feng Ling Tian sent the dark blood of the beast cascading down. A creature resembling a rhinoceros with an elephant's trunk emitted a pitiful wail, appearing rather forlorn. If fate decrees our paths diverge, then should I perish at the jaws of a beast one day, it would simply be my destined end, a swift mercy for you. From his storage bag, Feng Ling Tian procured a dissection knife, its blade shimmering as it pierced through the beast and Oppos, S.I. In an instant, the creature and Oppos, S. breath ceased. He labored to sever the beast and Oppos, S. horn and extracted a thumb-sized crystal from its heart. The blood essence and the gray-wood rhinoceros horn held great value, suitable for the crafting of talismans, particularly when he reached the foundational stage of cultivation, at which point the use of talismans would become imperative. As Feng Ling Tian stored the 2 items, he retrieved a jade-green small hoe to excavate the Xianin grass from the ground. Xianin grass possesses a cold nature. If its medicinal properties are preserved, it should be crafted with jade. While Feng Ling Tian finished collecting the herbs and prepared to leave, a sudden impulse surged within him, prompting an instinctive retreat. The protective aura surrounding him and his shield talisman activated. A bird, no larger than a sparrow and entirely green, incessantly collided with his protective light. Feng Ling Tian formed a hand seal, casting 2 fireballs to repel the bird. Such a diminutive beast, no wonder it went unnoticed. Yet, wait, this is not a beast at all. Bending low, Feng Ling Tian stepped back, his skirt swirling as he executed a somersault. A chaotic sword talisman transformed into several beams of sword light, darting towards the thicket behind him. Indeed, a flicker of spiritual light darted past, revealing a man emerging from the shadows, dressed in purple robes. The man wielded 2 circular blades, gazing at Feng Ling Tian with a mocking expression. Not bad, you evaded me. It seems you are not merely a name without substance. Feng Ling Tian was taken aback. He had anticipated an assault from a cultivator of Ling Beast Valley, yet it turned out to be one from Ziyun's sect. The man had a pale complexion, a scar gracing his lip, and a streak of crimson hair. Recognizing his appearance and the artifact on his finger, Feng Lingtian discerned his identity. Insan from Ziyun's sect. Why would he attack me? Insan hurled his artifact, which shimmered with green spiritual light, pursuing the fleeing Feng Lingtian. Why, of course, because I delight in slaying talents. Ha ha ha. You, Linen, a pseudo-spiritual root, unexpectedly thriving in Sana's sect. It seems you've been working diligently. I could smell your sweat from afar. With a flicker of thought, Insan continued to command the spiritual beast to encircle Feng Lingtian. I relish the sound of your pitiful cries. Upon hearing this, Feng Lingtian felt incredulous, such a trivial motive. This is either whimsy or a plea for clarity. But the outcome is uncertain. With a flourish of his spear, Feng Lingtian sent Insan's artifact flying, unleashing several spirit talismans. The first talisman struck the sparrow-like beast, igniting a blue protective shield around it. The beast was marked, allowing Feng Lingtian to confidently pursue it with a fireball, transforming it into a fiery bird. As he neared the beast, he dispelled the protective shield, triggering an explosion of the firebird. Amidst the black smoke and flames, Feng Lingtian spotted an object descending. With a fierce thrust of his long spear, an explosive sound reverberated, the white spiritual energy coalescing into a circle, effectively piercing the beast. Feng Lingtian released the creature, retracting his spear into his storage bag. In its place appeared a sharp azure sword, an artifact he had procured specifically for practicing the Four Directions sword song. This time, Feng Lingtian audibly proclaimed the name of the technique. Only by doing so could he immerse himself fully and unleash the power of his adapted Four Directions sword song. The song echoed through the valleys, portraying the aspirations that had first brought him to this world. Although in the years past, he had left those ambitions behind in the tranquil bamboo groves, he would occasionally recall them during sparring sessions with Luo Wenzhou. With a decisive flourish, Feng Lingtian and Appo's sword hovered before him, radiating a cerulean glow as he traced arcs in the air. Four sword phantoms emerged around the azure blade, converging upon Insan. Seeing this, Insan hastily summoned his puppets to shield himself, augmenting his protective spell. With a resounding clash, the puppets splintered under the assault of the sword phantoms. Their intricate patterns obliterated as they collapsed to the ground, while a clean windsword clashed against the protective barrier. Feng Lingtian summoned his long spear once more, and red patterns emerged upon his skin, streams of blood energy coalescing around the spear. Insan, witnessing this, shouted in alarm. Insan hastily sought to flee, yet was thwarted by several talismans that Feng Lingtian had previously placed upon the azure sword, concealed from Insan's sight. Chapter 69, The Ruins of Bloodstream Sect Friend. You possess remarkable skills. I can surrender my storage bag, spare my life, and I assure you I will seek no vengeance. Feng Lingtian heard these words, yet his actions did not falter. Those who claim they will not seek revenge often do so out of immediate weakness. He would not easily trust such words. To ambush him was to embrace the possibility of death. Insan was no Colin Sotos. With a swift thrust, Feng Lingtian transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving behind a gaping trench carved by the wind of his spear. The black spear pierced through the protective shield, directly penetrating Insan's heart. After a few agonized cries, he collapsed, lifeless. Feng Lingtian retrieved the fallen artifact, Yin Yang Flying Wheel, and also took possession of Insan and Appo's storage bag, not wasting a few spirit talismans in the process. As Feng Lingtian departed, the talismans detonated, unleashing torrents of flames that illuminated the cliff, erasing all traces of their battle. Alas, as he retreated, Feng Lingtian could not suppress a sigh, not for Insan, but for the destruction of a fine locale. For centuries to come, it would be challenging for new Xian Yin grass to sprout in this place. Feng Lingtian examined Insan's storage bag. With his prolonged tenure in the Sana sect, his knowledge had notably expanded. He recalled the items within, aside from the qi-nourishing pills, including some tomes and talismans. He extracted a tome along with a complex green talisman. This is a talisman treasure. How fortunate that I was not detained earlier. Otherwise, I might have faced peril. Talisman treasures are commonly employed by Foundation establishment cultivators in combat, surpassing ordinary artifacts in potency. Even a Qi refinement cultivator can unleash an attack comparable to that of an initial stage Foundation establishment practitioner. However, talisman treasures come with limitations on usage, after all. They are merely talismans, not magical treasures. Naturally, Feng Lingtian accepted this treasure with glee, yet he understood that such items should not be used openly. After all, San was somewhat renowned. Using it publicly would reveal to Ziyun's sect that Feng Lingtian was responsible. Feng Lingtian leaped among the trees, heading toward the gates of Bloodstream sect. He was also absorbed in reading the tome. It was a manual for cultivating spiritual consciousness. No wonder he could manipulate several puppets simultaneously. The ability to harness spiritual consciousness during the chi refinement stage resonated perfectly with him. What a fortunate encounter. In high spirits, Feng Lingtian quickened his pace toward the ruins, eager to capitalize on his good fortune and seek treasures. Lingyun Cliff was located not far from the Bloodstream sect's rear mountain. A few hours later, he arrived in the vicinity. Gazing down at the remnants of the Bloodstream sect, he couldn't and Appos, help but sigh. Judging by the sprawling ruins, the former glory of the Bloodstream sect must have been magnificent. Yet now, the crumbling walls, collapsed structures, and pervasive black stains conveyed a sense of desolation. Amid the overgrown ruins, a slightly tilted building stood out starkly. It had once been one of the core structures of the Bloodstream sect. Now, it teetered precariously, as if it could collapse at any moment, with a rusted bell hanging above, long devoid of its melodious chime. The rumored red stream, winding around the main buildings, had vanished without a trace. The marks of time were evident everywhere. Alas, such is the power of time. In a few hundred years, all these palaces will likely crumble to dust. Feng Lingtian descended into the old site, selecting a relatively appealing building to enter. Upon stepping inside, he immediately heard the sounds of a struggle, which felt eerily familiar. Come on, such a lovely sight. Play with me, and I shall let you go. Consume this pill, and you shall find joy. It was Sister Yi. Feng Lingtian, undeterred by trouble, remembered his promise to the sect leader to protect these disciples. He had never caused trouble with his peers. He had always led a relatively carefree life, whether due to the talismans he possessed or otherwise. Sister Yi's aura was in disarray as she confronted the advancing assailants with her sword. Despair flickered in her heart. She had long heard of the corrupt practices of Ziyun's sect, but never expected matters to reach this dire state. Sister Yi, be cautious. I shall not allow them to harm you. A silver-armored man brandished a crossbow, relentlessly shooting at the two approaching adversaries. A bolt pierced the protective barrier around one assailant, shattering his thigh. However, the silver-armored man was soon overwhelmed by Ziyun's sect cultivators. In an instant, he was tossed aside. Coming face-to-face with Feng Lingtian, both parties locked in a tense stare. At this moment, Feng Lingtian could no longer remain concealed. Several spirit talisman fireballs surged forth, forcing back the Ziyun sect cultivators. Feng Lingtian wasted no words. He unleashed his exceptional spear techniques with fervor. Crack! The spear tip shattered, exploding outward, striking the protective shield of the Ziyun sect cultivator, who staggered back, only to be decapitated by a flying wheel from behind. Feng Lingtian's breathing grew labored. Managing two artifacts simultaneously was somewhat taxing. He sent forth several binding talismans, which landed upon the injured Ziyun sect cultivator. Sister Yi, are you unharmed? Yi Yushir and Appos' face lit up with joy as she approached Feng Lingtian. Thank you, brother, for your rescue. I am quite well. That is good. Feng Lingtian retrieved a healing pill and tossed it to Yi Yushir and the cultivator behind her. This is a healing pill. Please take some. The silver-armored young man received the pill, inquiring before swallowing it. I am Han Tianong of the Armored Gate. I am grateful for your assistance, brother. I am Lin Li of the Sana sect. We can discuss further matters later. For now, focus on recuperating. Understood. While the others recuperated, Feng Lingtian approached the conscious Ziyun sect disciple and fed him a healing pill. A flash of red light glimmered in the disciple's eyes, and he ceased to complain of pain, his gaze turning vacant. Speak. Why are you doing this? Feng Lingtian posed this question, for although Ziyun's sect often acted erratically, it was still one of the 5 major sections. Generally, they would not resort to violence unless it was for resource contention, as they had the law enforcement hall to answer to in case of failure. We accompanied Sister Fian to search for items in Bloodstream sect and encountered them. Sister instructed us to hold them off. Upon seeing the young lady and Appos' beauty and her being alone, we could not help but be tempted. The higher-ups ordered us not to show courtesy to outsiders. Upon finishing his sentence, the disciple displayed a pained expression before losing consciousness. Searching for items. It seems they are not merely encountering good fortune like me. They must know the location of treasures, which saves me the trouble of searching. However, Ziyun's sect's attitude seems problematic. They have never acted this way before. Feng Lingtian dismissed the disciple's words, attributing his state to severe injuries. Chapter 70. The secret chamber of bloodstream sect Feng Ling Tian's palm ignited with flames, incinerating the cultivators without a trace of pain. He collected the storage bags of the two individuals and used his magical power to wash away his own aura. With a flick of his waist pouch, 3 dark blue triangular flags materialized. Sister Yi, once you have rested, it would be prudent to exit this place early. Here, the disciples of Ziyun's sect are gathering. Yi Yushi, sensing Feng Ling Tian and Appo's intentions, kept her thoughts to herself. I want to lose to you, Brother Lin. It's truly fortunate you saved me. Very well. Feng Ling Tian, oblivious to Yi Yushi's slightly bashful expression, gripped a spirit talisman and hurried deeper into the great hall. Outside the array of bloodstream sect, the sound of stones clacking resonated. Huang Fusong and Lu Qingxian were engaged in a game of Go, while the fair maiden Ma Suxian of Bai Luo sect served them tea. What's the matter with you, old bull? You seem rather distracted. Is our game so dull? Perhaps we should play something else. Huang Fusong, guzzling his tea, replied nonchalantly. This scene drew a frown from Lu Qingxian, who jested with a hint of regret. You brute. This is premium purple bamboo cloud leaf tea, quite rare, and yet you waste it so. What shall we wager? Lu Qingxian inquired, savoring the aroma of the tea. His robe obscuring half his face, revealing a contented expression. Boredom prompted him to consider a gamble, whether it be tea, games of chance, drinking, or painting. He was adept at all. Huang Fusong produced a wooden box from his storage bag and slid it towards Lu Qingxian. Just catching a whiff of its contents surprised the Taoist man. Purple gold incense. Where did you acquire such a treasure? What do you wish to wager? Purple gold incense. A rare and precious substance among alchemical powders, significantly enhances the success rate in crafting high-level talismans. It was seldom found in the market, having only appeared once at the Baobao Pavilion, ultimately acquired by Lu Qingxian. Huang Fusong scratched his shiny bald head. Hee, I desire one of your soul-restoring talismans. Huang Fusong felt a bit embarrassed, for although the soul-restoring talisman was not classified as a high-level talisman, its creation was even more challenging. This talisman was particularly effective for those with damaged souls or practitioners utilizing soul-seizing techniques, rendering it seldom used. Lu Qingxian and Huang Fusong, longtime rivals, exchanged smiles as 2 pieces of purple talisman paper, radiating green spiritual light, hovered above the table, exuding a calming aura. Consider it a gift. Our 5 sects are united. Let us wager on something else, such as a trial in the blood refinement pool of the Armored Gate. The blood refinement pool, a sacred site for the body cultivators of the Armored Gate, was perpetually filled with the blood of beasts hunted from various regions, creating a dense atmosphere of malevolence, a perfect place for honing one's physique. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Fusong agreed. Very well. But it seems none among your disciples practice body cultivation. Let us wager on which side returns with more disciples. I bet on Ziyun's sect. Lu Qingxian remained silent, a smile playing on his lips, while Ma Su covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Old Huang, why are you so keen to bet against others' sects? Brother Situ is about to burst out laughing. Situ Chan exchanged glances with the elder from the Spirit Beast Valley and remarked, it matters little, as long as General Huangfu does not blame us for any losses. Just as he spoke, Huang Fusong retrieved the talisman and pointed at Lu Qingxian. Old bull, this time, I shall certainly triumph over you. Huang Fusong felt a twinge of emotion. He had never won, even once in all these years. The elder from the Spirit Beast Valley, toying with a small lizard, wore a look of disdain. Who doesn't he know? You two are the least among us. I and old Situ have already given orders to hold nothing back against the Armored Gate and Sana sect. Once this batch is dealt with, there will be fewer Foundation establishment cultivators, making the battle easier. Feng Ling Tian navigated the corridor with utmost caution, occasionally sidestepping loose stones. The thick layer of dust on the ground and the intentionally cleared path made his tracking effortless. From the traces, it seems they possess a map and know where the treasures lie. Feng Ling Tian concealed his aura and affixed several concealment talismans to himself, which were quite precious to outsiders, but for him, a master talisman maker, they merely required some materials and craftsmanship. He possessed a separate storage bag filled with countless talismans. As he followed the passage, Feng Ling Tian sensed the fluctuations of an array, evidently set up not long ago. Guided by these fluctuations, he discovered a brightly lit secret chamber. He donned a mask and peered inside. The chamber housed several tables adorned with jade slips, yet none seemed to have been disturbed. Within the room, 6 guards stood outside in array, wielding various magical artifacts while conversing amongst themselves. Alas, this room holds many treasures, but but we must await Sister Fian and Amp, Apos, as awakening. As the sect prioritizes her. No worries, we have foundation establishment pills, and once Sister's matter is settled, we can pursue trouble with other sections. But why has the sect permitted us to act freely against the Armored Gate and Sana sect? This has not been the case in the past. Though we may not get along well, it should not have reached this point. We shall follow the orders from above. When has it become our place to ponder? Feng Ling Tian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The Zai sect was indeed problematic. They cannot be allowed to leave. Once they do, I must report to the sect leader. If I cannot obtain the treasures, I shall ensure they do not have an easy time either. With a sudden burst, 10 spirit talismans were unleashed, enveloping 2 cultivators. One was unable to activate his protective barrier in time and was knocked unconscious by a freezing spear. The commotion drew the attention of those wearing Sanha's sect robes, spotting Feng Ling Tian. An enemy. It's one from Sanha's sect. Do not let him escape, kill him. Hearing their murderous intent, Feng Ling Tian felt an unexpected sense of relief. There were no outsiders present, and a smile crept across his lips. The purple jade mirror deflected the cultivator's magical artifacts as Feng Ling Tian swiftly seized a jade slip from the table and stowed it in his backpack. Uncertain if there were any restrictions above, he suddenly noticed a cultivator activating a magical artifact bead. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The secret chamber was near the underground. If their intent was merely to kill, Feng Ling Tian could easily unleash dozens of talismans to create a devastating explosion. However, he feared the collapse of the underground. He did not yet possess the skills for earth evasion or spatial displacement. Pushing a purple crystal mirror before his chest, he deflected the attack of the magical artifact, sending it crashing into a nearby shelf. In an instant, the jars and bottles upon the shelf shattered, releasing a powerful aura. Chapter 71. Return to Sanha's sect within the confines of the secret chamber. Feng Ling Tian's expression shifted dramatically beneath his mask. Amidst the chaos, a tall serpent demon emerged from a shattered jar, its form expanding until it reached a height of 5 meters. With eyes glinting with ferocity, it lunged towards the cultivators of Ziyun's sect, devouring one who was caught off guard. The Ziyun disciples were struck with horror. How could this be? This was merely a foundation-building period demon beast. There was no time to flee. Sister Fian was still here, and if they abandoned her, their clan would face ruin. At this moment, Feng Ling Tian's mind was not on pursuit. He was solely focused on escaping. He had sensed that the beast previously exuded a powerful aura, far beyond that of a mere foundation-building creature. The only plausible explanation was that, after a millennium, even the vessel that contained its body could not halt the deterioration of its cultivation. With a thunderous crash, the demon beast and Apos' tail swept through the chamber, sending one person flying and collapsing the entrance, sealing it off. The beast and Apos' assault was relentless and swift as it charged towards Feng Ling Tian. He could only evade while seeking an opportunity to counterattack, wielding the yin-yang flying wheel in his hand, relentlessly targeting the creature's weak spot. Yet, the demon seemed to anticipate his every move, deftly countering each of his strikes with its formidable scales. In desperation, Feng Ling Tian drew forth a long sword that glimmered with golden light. Sword chi surged forth, mingling with the demon's malevolent aura, as dust and debris filled the chamber. The clash between Feng Ling Tian and the beast became a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. The remaining cultivators of Ziyun's sect, witnessing this scene, rushed forward. This was not the time for internal conflict. Suddenly, the beast expelled several glowing orbs, causing the walls of the chamber to collapse, its massive form soaring through the ceiling. As its tail swept the ground, the palace crumbled, prompting Feng Ling Tian to unleash dozens of protective talismans to shield himself and the Ziyun disciples. Breathing heavily, Feng Ling Tian consumed a recovery pill, gazing up at the bright moon before pursuing the demon beast. He felt its life force waning at an alarming rate and refused to miss this opportunity. The Ziyun disciples exchanged glances, contemplating whether to follow. Should we report this to the sect? That creature appears to be from Sana's sect. One disciple, carrying a ruler, patted the head of the one who had just been devoured. We may not be virtuous, but we shouldn't betray those who saved us. I don't want to be haunted by a guilty conscience. Let us avoid further troubles with Sana's sect and focus on ensuring Sister Fian's safety. As Feng Ling Tian pursued the serpent demon, he overheard their thoughts through a communication talisman, and his anxious heart finally settled. Given the demon's speed, it would not come to a halt anytime soon. As it fled, it trampled a spirit beast from the Spirit Beast Valley, which had been battling with Sana's sect, leaving the creature weeping in despair. Thinking to engage, it soon realized its opponent possessed foundation-building cultivation and began to flee. Fengling Tian closely followed the serpent demon until they reached a tranquil yet deceptively perilous pond, its murky depths obscured by thick mud. The serpent demon clumsily plunged into the water, and Fengling Tian refrained from recklessly pursuing, opting instead to observe from the shore. The demon ceased its attacks, as if it had been drawn to the pond the moment it escaped. Struggling in the water, the serpent twisted its body, howling at the moon above. Its aura diminished, plummeting from foundation building to chi refinement, the once dark scales fading to a dull gray. It lay in the mud, emitting pained cries, its eyes locking onto Fengling Tian with a cold gaze that strangely conveyed a sense of pleading. This expression reminded him of his mother's gaze during her moments of suffering. Fengling Tian withdrew his talismans and stepped back from the pond, aware of his intentions. The serpent erupted in a radiant golden glow, causing the ground around the pond to crumble. Fengling Tian's heart raced. I'm fortunate that I followed my instincts. Otherwise, an hour later, the serpent's body disintegrated into ash, leaving only a skeleton behind. Fengling Tian approached to investigate. Through his perception, he discovered something remarkable. A golden object materialized in his hand, round in shape and pulsating with life, a serpent egg. So, the creature fled all this way to lay its eggs. This demon's energy was so potent, it must surely give rise to a formidable spirit beast. Fengling Tian was intrigued and resolved to take the egg back for further study, contemplating the possibility of nurturing it, but only after he achieved foundation building himself. He carefully stored the egg and exerted effort to remove the serpent's remains from the pond. Not out of desire for gain, but out of respect for the creature's offspring. On a small mound by the pond, he erected a stone tablet inscribed, "The resting place of the mother of the little golden egg." Turning away from the pond, he noticed that night was giving way to dawn. There was no point in returning now. It was time to depart. Haha, look, I have one more. Lu Nyozi. You're bound to lose this time. Huang Fusong pointed at the disciple of the armored gate. You're competing with Ziyun's sect. What does that have to do with the armored gate? I have one more than you. Lu Qingxian gestured toward Fengling Tian, who had just emerged. Fine. You win this round. Huang Fusong tossed a wooden box to Lu Qingxian and teased Situchin. Old ghost, your losses are mounting. What on earth happened? Did you provoke some forbidden area? Huang Fusong had clearly noticed the injured Ziyun disciples alongside a pristine female cultivator radiating a brilliant aura. He had heard of her talent and surmised she had gained benefits from the forbidden area. Situchin's expression soured slightly. Yet his mood brightened at the sight of Zhao Fian, who knows on the returning flying vessel to Sana's sect. Yi Yushir approached Fengling Tian, who was leaning against the railing, drinking alone. Senior brother Lin enjoys drinking. I have some fine wine from home. Once you break through to foundation building, I will bring it to celebrate. Fengling Tian felt a sense of familiarity in this moment. That would be delightful. I would welcome your blessings. Then I shall not disturb you further. Yi Yushir felt a flush of embarrassment. She had just received a message from the sect leader instructing her to wait before speaking with her beloved. Chapter 72. It turns out I am the only wild kid. Fengling Tian stood respectfully before the sect leader, Lu Qingxian, awaiting his instructions. With a smile, the leader addressed him, saying, Linen, I promised you that upon your safe return, I would take you as my disciple. Now that you have returned unharmed, I shall fulfill my promise. A surge of excitement filled Fengling Tian and Apos' heart as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the leader. He understood that becoming the leader and Apos' disciple meant he would have the opportunity to learn profound techniques, even unique skills, thereby enhancing his strength. Disciple pays respects to the master. Oh, you are indeed clever. In the realm of cultivation, one must be so. Lu Qingxian then retrieved a book from his storage bag and presented it to Fengling Tian, along with the purple gold incense he had won in a bet. I have heard you are adept at drawing talismans. I have delved into this subject myself. Here are some of my insights, along with diagrams and resources for talisman crafting. Take them and make good use of them. Fengling Tian did not hesitate to accept. He was in dire need of such resources. Over the years, he had accumulated a fair number of spirit stones, yet he could not afford the advanced texts. With the leader's book, he anticipated that even after reaching the foundation establishment stage, he would find the talismans within invaluable. However, he reminded himself that talismans were merely a minor aspect of cultivation. Advancing his own cultivation was of utmost importance. Disciple is grateful for the master and Apos, as kindness and shall heed your teachings. Suddenly, the leader shifted the topic to Chen Xingyao. Linen, Do you have any thoughts on a partner? I have heard you share a good relationship with Chen Xinyao. What do you think of her? Feng Lingtian was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the leader to inquire about Chen Xinyao. Chen Xinyao? She is indeed a fine person, kind-hearted and sincere. During my time at the sect, she assisted me on numerous occasions. However, I hold no romantic feelings for her. The leader nodded, a glint of significance flashing in his eyes. He sighed in relief but also sensed an oddity. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. You both have already received correspondence during your time at Bloodstream sect. She has left Sanha's sect and returned home. Feng Lingtian was stunned. He had intended to cook a meal for Chen Xinyao and gift her some spirit stones upon his return. Where is her family? The leader replied slowly. Chen Xinyao has a unique background. I only know that she hails from the prestigious Chen family and is accompanied by a nascent soul protector. I do not know the specifics of her family's location. Even the Baobao Pavilion was recently taken over by them and was only returned to its original owner not long ago. Since you feel no romantic inclination, there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Feng Lingtian was startled. He had never imagined that Chen Xinyao possessed such an extraordinary lineage. Lu Qinxian sighed and turned to leave, unsure if his momentary curiosity had led to a misunderstanding or if he was merely contemplating a distant, unattainable beauty. So be it. Let this be a bond of master and disciple. It appears I am the only wild kid left. Watching his master depart, Feng Lingtian couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that master has misunderstood? If so, I owe the young lady a favor. Sigh, when we meet again, I shall present her with a grand gift. Aside from his initial joy, Feng Lingtian truly held no romantic thoughts regarding Chen Xinyao. He felt that the cultivation world was vastly different from any previous realm he had encountered, at least for now. He had not sensed any traps along his path to cultivation, which suited him perfectly. However, Feng Lingtian was not adamant about remaining single. He mused, should I encounter someone I like, it would not be impossible. Upon returning to Sanha's sect, he greeted his master's other disciples and donned the attire of an inner disciple before preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation. Inside his cave dwelling, the flames of the alchemical furnace blazed brightly, a device Feng Lingtian had rented from the 100 Refinements Hall. He was capable of refining foundation establishment pills. And as he gazed at the prepared pills, he surveyed his cave. With the talismans settled, I should not be disturbed for a while. Feng Lingtian then began to consume the medicinal pills, casting them into the furnace for refinement. Half an hour later, 9 pills floated within the furnace. Yet only 3 glimmered with a blue light, the rest reduced to ash. Ha ha ha, although only 3 remain, it is a good omen. These will strengthen my spirit, benefiting my alchemy, formations, and talisman crafting. I must diligently practice my spiritual awareness. After refining a batch, Feng Lingtian paused to analyze the techniques he had employed, organizing his findings in data format. This would not only aid himself but also others. The path of cultivation is built upon the efforts of those who came before. Feng Lingtian intended to leave behind a legacy of knowledge. Now, I can peruse the manuals from Bloodstream sect. He retrieved a white jade slip from his storage bag, which bore no restrictions, likely having disintegrated over time. He managed to seize 2 books. The others had been inaccessible due to the serpent demon's interference. He was uncertain whether they lay hidden beneath the ruins or had been taken elsewhere. Regardless, Feng Lingtian had no time to waste. He was determined to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The Beast Mastery Classic, the Chiwu Divine Demon Technique. Although not a technique for forming the Golden Core, Feng Lingtian felt he had stumbled upon great fortune. One book summarized various spirit beasts and their rearing methods, detailing how to train them for battle. This was immensely beneficial for Feng Lingtian, who had recently acquired a small golden egg. The other focused on body refinement techniques, ranging from the foundational stages of marrow cleansing and copper skin to the formidable techniques that could match golden core cultivators. This truly aligns with my aspirations. Thanks to years of martial practice, Feng Lingtian had already reached the elephant stage, possessing strength that would not yield to early foundation establishment cultivators. However, lacking body refinement techniques meant that relying solely on brute force was insufficient. Opportunity arises when one is prepared, he mused. Coupled with the training opportunity afforded by his master at the armored gate, he could swiftly advance. Once he broke through to foundation establishment, he would embark on a journey of exploration. Feng Lingtian took out the threefold spirit separation technique from Yin San and read it from start to finish, finding it highly beneficial. He now understood why Yin San was able to control 3 puppets. It was a method for cultivating during training, though he had yet to master it. The threefold spirit separation technique linked one's consciousness with different puppets. allowing for long-term control to train the mind and gradually nurture spiritual awareness. Though I am on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment, this is also an excellent method for training spiritual awareness. It seems I must acquire some puppets in the future. I could even craft some myself. Feng Dian sat cross-legged, placing his hands before his chest, and began his cultivation. A figure flew to Feng Tian's cave dwelling and beheld a sign hanging at the entrance, featuring a chibi version of Feng Tian with the words inscribed, "Dear friends, I am currently in seclusion. If you require talismans, please visit the talisman hall." My apologies. Yi Yushir gazed at the sign, her small face puffed up in annoyance. "Stinky senior brother, you've gone into seclusion so soon. I shall come again next time." Chapter 73. What could happen? In the secret stronghold of the Thousand Demons sect, nestled within South Korea, the flickering candlelight illuminated the cave walls. A luminous moon pearl hung from the ceiling, casting an enchanting glow that added an element of whimsy to the cavern. Yet beneath this vibrant aura lay an unsettling chill. Sitting before the steps of the cave was a man, greeted with reverence by Situ Chun of the Purple Cloud sect and Wu Laogui of the Spirit Beast Valley. The man commanded an imposing presence, seated upon a throne with a gaze so profound it seemed to penetrate the very fabric of reality. His steady aura resembled a towering mountain, and his cultivation at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm inspired a natural awe. Exchanging meaningful glances, Situ Chun and Wu Laogui bowed respectfully, introducing themselves. Junior Situ Chun Wu Laogui pays respects to the esteemed elder. The man nodded slightly, gesturing for them to rise. His voice resonated with authority. "Enough of the formalities. As leaders of your respective factions, we need to discuss how to contend with those rival sections." It is surprising that after all these years, the Luo sect continues to harbor such animosity towards the Thousand Demons sect. Despite their own dark atmosphere, they still perceive us as a demonic cult. At the man's words, a shiver ran through Situ Chin and Wu Laogui. "It seems inevitable that we shall have to confront Fairy Ma at some point," Situ Chin reflected. In their earlier years, both had received considerable assistance from Wu Su, even pursuing her affections, but she remained devoted to someone else. As a result, none among the five, save for Huang Fusong, had found a partner. Taking a deep breath, Situ Chin respectfully added, "Indeed, however, if they choose to surrender, those within their ranks may be spared. The Thousand Demons sect does not desire a scorched earth in the world of cultivation." Wu Laogui concurred. "Though we have strategized for many years, the elders within our sect have yet to take the initiative." The man nodded thoughtfully. "There is no need to concern yourselves. As long as the Thousand Demons sect refrains from deploying nascent soul cultivators, they are unlikely to act against us. The outcome now rests on you, the Golden Core disciples. If you succeed, it will suffice. My assistance is limited. We must also guard against the Howran Alliance interfering. Relying solely on you is feasible, I trust. Over the years, the sect has provided you with ample support." Hearing this, Situ Chin and Wu Laogui felt a surge of elation. As long as the elders remained uninvolved, they had every confidence in gradually eliminating the three major sections. "Thank you, Elder Chiming, for your guidance. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to fulfilling your expectations and lead the five sects back to the Thousand Demons sect." The man smiled faintly, gesturing for them to rise again. His gaze drifted once more towards the great hall's entrance, as if envisioning the Thousand Demons sect's resurgence. Defeating the Howran Alliance and reclaiming the status of the foremost cultivation sect in the North Wilderness were paramount to earning the favor of his ancestor and securing his position as the new leader of the Thousand Demons sect. As Situ Chin exited the Grand Hall, he remarked to Wu Laogui, 3 years hence, let our sect strike first before we act, lest we weaken ourselves upon returning." Wu Laogui, stroking his lizard companion, replied, "Agreed. It would be satisfying to deal with Neo Bizi, but we must also protect Fairy Ma." Indeed, the two concealed their presence and soared into the distance, keen to keep their association with the Thousand Demons sect hidden. 2 years later, at Wuyo Peak. Impressive. Impressive. Your foundation in cultivation is remarkably solid, showing no signs of being a recent breakthrough. It seems you have not only advanced in your cultivation but have also honed other techniques. I have my eye on certain texts in my study. Choose freely. And once you have selected, assist me with a task as part of your training. Lu Qingxian clapped Feng Lingdian on the shoulder and settled down with a cup of tea. Feng Lingdian, feeling at ease, began to search through the shelves. While he had made significant progress in strength over the past 2 years, he also felt a sense of solitude and welcomed the opportunity for adventure. As he rummaged through the shelves, he stumbled upon 3 intriguing items resting on a sandalwood table. A white jade bamboo slip reminiscent of one he had acquired at the Bloodstream sect, a golden page, and a remnant of a spear tip radiating the aura of a magical artifact. It appears that while I am to choose, the finest options have already been laid before me. My master is quite generous. I seem to owe several favors now. I shall strive to execute this task for my master splendidly. I have plenty of time to repay my debts, as Foundation cultivators can live for over 2 centuries. Feng Dian picked up the enigmatic golden page, intrigued by its potential value, for he had seen little that resembled it before. With an abundance of techniques at his disposal, he felt no lack in resources. Upon exiting the study, he discovered that his master had already departed, leaving behind a letter and a communication talisman. Feng Dian activated the talisman, hearing Luo Shen and Appo's voice. Dear disciple, take the letter and visit a certain individual for a time. Do not return too soon. The situation has become precarious, and I sense that something significant is on the horizon. Holding the letter, Feng Dian felt a wave of warmth envelop him. What could possibly occur? Surely, I am not a harbinger of disaster. Nothing untoward has befallen me in years. Not dwelling on it further, he boarded the golden boat he had exchanged at the treasure pavilion and departed Wuyo Peak, heading towards the sect and Appo's entrance. Is there anything else, Sister Yi? Clad in a flowing green dress and adorned with a golden hairpin, Yi Yushir smiled sweetly. What's wrong? Do you find me unappealing? I am now your dear junior sister, you know. If you dislike it, you may simply call me junior sister. I can assist with my master's task too. Besides, someone owes me a drink. Feng Dian felt a mix of exasperation and humor. He had intended to return to the cave to retrieve some belongings, only to be intercepted by Yi Yushir. Very well, if that is the case, let us share a drink. Sounds wonderful. As night descended, Feng Dian gazed at Yi Yushir, now intoxicated and mumbling softly, feeling a pang of tenderness. He gently lifted her and placed her on the bed, covering her with a light blanket. He retrieved a small golden snake, half of its arm's length, slumbering near her pillow, its belly round from a recent meal. Were it a typical girl witnessing such a scene, she might have fainted. The golden snake flicked its tongue, seemingly catching a whiff of Feng Tian's scent, nuzzling affectionately against his fingers without opening its eyes. Clinging to his arm, it refused to part from him. Feng Dian playfully teased the little creature. You miss me so dearly after just a brief absence, do you? This cave shall remain yours. Let us embark on our adventures. We are not calamities. What could possibly happen? With that, Feng Dian soared into the skies aboard his magical vessel, feeling an inexplicable sense of something amiss. Yet, he was captivated by the golden snake and Appo's adorably round eyes. Oh well, it's time for a meal, little golden snake. Chapter 74. The completion of body refinement. The moonlight bathed the earth, illuminating the mortal villages below, where scattered glimmers of light flickered. Feng Tian navigated his flying vessel through the night sky, relishing the breathtaking scenery while deftly manipulating the puppet in his hands. His eyes sparkled with wisdom and excitement. Here, he attached a poison needle, and there, a self-destruct mechanism, creating multiple layers of self-detonation. Once he completed his work, Feng Tian consulted the map and noted that he was in close proximity to the armored gate. I shall visit the armored gate. It is the perfect opportunity as my Chiwu Divine Demon technique has reached a bottleneck, necessitating a breakthrough. The flying vessel, purchased with 3,000 spirit stones, was exceptionally swift, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the location of the armored gate. From above, he beheld the general outline of the armored gate and began to sketch. Each stroke was imbued with his spiritual essence, serving as both a method of training his consciousness and a means of documenting his experiences. Within the realm of the armored gate, black brick walls and red city walls formed the primary color scheme of the city. The palaces were arranged in an orderly manner, exuding solemnity. In contrast to mortal cities, the architectural style here possessed unique characteristics, with the bronze tower standing prominently at the city and Appo's center, captivating all who gazed upon it. Lightning danced around the bronze tower, occasionally erupting with explosive sounds, accompanied by the anguished cries from within. To the uninformed, it might appear to be a prison. However, it was, in fact, a place for cultivating body refinement techniques. Access required a contribution, allowing only those who had earned it to enter for training. After completing his close-up sketches, Feng Tian began observing the individuals around him. Indeed, this is the armored gate. Even the artistic style is distinctly different. Each individual appears to be a skilled blacksmith. No wonder their forging techniques are renowned. The cultivators here donned armor, with muscular male cultivators bearing hefty swords or large measuring rods, exuding an extraordinary vigor. The female cultivators also exhibited a primal beauty, their strong thighs visible beneath their skirts, imparting an impression of resilience. This unique scenery of the armored gate compelled one to delve deeper, to explore its mysteries. Upon disembarking from his vessel, Fengling Tian was greeted by an ordinary disciple of the armored gate. He produced a token, requesting the disciple to announce his arrival to Elder Huangfu Song. Shortly after, Elder Huangfu Song himself escorted Fengling Tian to the refinement pool, located deep within the armored gate, a crucial training site for disciples. The area was rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal cultivation ground. Moreover, the concoction of medicinal herbs mixed with the blood of demon beasts was remarkable. It was said that each year, at least one foundational-level demon beast was added to the pool. As Fengling Tian observed the blood pool, he felt that the rumors were not exaggerated. Within the dimly lit cavern, the blood pool bubbled with searing blood, emanating a dense, malevolent aura. The surface of the pool shimmered with an eerie red light, releasing numerous blood bubbles, reminiscent of a demon's breath. The air was thick with a potent stench of blood, inducing nausea. As the bubbles burst, they produced a deep, resonant sound, akin to the call of malevolent spirits. The entire cavern was suffused with an aura of death. Chilling to the bone, any ordinary mortal who encountered such a presence would likely succumb to illness. Elder Huangfu Song regarded Fengling Tian with an approving gaze. To remain unperturbed in such an environment is a sign of potential. Though your spiritual root may be lacking, you have established a foundation, and your body refinement skills possess some merit. With a hearty laugh, he continued, your body refinement techniques appear commendable. Would you care to join the armored gate and become my disciple? I can personally speak to your master. Fengling Tian clasped his hands in respect, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the bald man. Aside from his cultivation level being at the core formation stage, his body refinement techniques have reached the realm of divine abilities. His vitality is formidable. Ordinary malevolent methods would be ineffective against him. Even typical magical artifacts might struggle to inflict harm. Observing Elder Huangfu and Appo's techniques, I find them not inferior to my Chiwu divine demon technique. Thank you for your kind offer. Elder, the Armored Gate enjoys a cordial relationship with the Sana sect, and you and my master are old friends. There is no need to concern ourselves with titles. Elder Huangfu Song shook his head slightly, increasingly pleased with Fengling Tian and Appo's response. However, he was merely jesting. The bull-nosed sect had very few disciples, many of whom had perished. If Fengling Tian were to join, the bull-nosed sect would surely be displeased. As Elder Huangfu hoped to utilize the Soul Requiem talisman from the bull-nosed sect to heal his son. Very well, I was merely joking. But feel free to practice openly this time. Even if the blood pool runs dry, it matters not. We are preparing for a change anyway. I recently captured a foundational-level demon beast. I shall not disturb you further. Elder Huangfu Song glanced at the body refinement patterns on Fengling Tian's body and smiled faintly as he exited the cavern. He had seen such phenomena before. It seems fortune has smiled upon the Bloodstream sect. My disciples only know how to battle demon beasts and seldom employ their wits. All the benefits have been seized by others. Alas. Fengling Tian respectfully saw Elder Huangfu off until the bald figure vanished from sight. He couldn't help but smile. If I were on Blue Star, with the infusion of spiritual power, I could grant my elder a full head of hair. Fengling Tian formed a hand seal, channeling his consciousness technique to steady his mind. He sighed, glancing at the golden patterns peeking from his sleeve. It was no wonder Elder Huangfu made such a remark. He likely discerned that my body refinement techniques were unique and required a substantial amount of blood energy for compensation. Let the training commence. Fengling Tian settled cross-legged in the refinement pool, initiating the practice of his Chiwu divine demon technique. As his breathing deepened, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him. His body felt as if it transformed into a black hole, continually absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence, while the liquid from the blood pool flowed along the patterns on his body and into his being. As time passed, Fengling Tian and Appo's aura grew increasingly potent. Within him, a surging power simmered, poised to erupt at any moment. With his eyes closed, he followed the route of his technique, and his consciousness transcended into another realm. In the pitch-black night sky, a golden crow soared through the heavens, its wings shimmering with radiant golden light, akin to the beauty of the earth, resplendent and luminous. The golden crow flew through the air with breathtaking swiftness, slicing through the sky like a bolt of golden lightning. Ultimately, The golden crow transformed into a brilliant sun, illuminating the land and bestowing warmth and light upon the world. At last, with a resounding cry, Feng Ling Tian successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Chiwu divine demon technique, reaching a new realm. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. As a golden crow phantom materialized on his back, its form gradually dissipating along with the intricate patterns. Chapter 75. A sudden awakening. Feng Ling Tian gazed at the blood pool, a bitter smile creeping upon his face. The pool was nearly desiccated, and a small golden snake swam amidst the crimson filth. He picked up the serpent and concealed it within his sleeve. For reasons unknown, he felt the little snake had grown somewhat heavier. Though pain still lingered in his body, Feng Ling Tian felt remarkably well. He had broken through to a higher realm, achieving great mastery in both aspects. Now, even if he encountered someone at the late stage of foundation establishment, he could hold his own, and at the very least, escape without issue. Upon exiting, he departed directly, as little time remained before the deadline set by his master. Thus, he had no choice but to leave without notice. In the bustling streets of the capital of Korea, buildings towered in succession, most roofs adorned with gray tiles, exuding an air of grandeur. Along the wide streets, spacious enough for small armies to traverse, vendors wore joyous smiles, hawking a myriad of goods, a dazzling array that dazzled the eye. Lanterns hung in rows, illuminating the entire street, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold winter night. The air was thick with the scent of festive cheer as vendors bustled about, their faces radiant with happiness. Children laughed and ran, clutching various toys and delicacies. Fireworks exploded in the night sky, dazzling and bright, adding a festive spirit to this mortal new year. Dressed in a blue robe and a conical hat, Feng Ling Tian navigated through the crowd, a smile tugging at his lips. It seemed the year-end had arrived. It had been many years since he had celebrated. Alas, he wondered about his younger sister and brother Luo. Feng Ling Tian later visited home, though he did not reveal himself. The changes in his parents were significant. The Lin family had grown into a considerable clan in Blackstone City, expanding their estate and welcoming a new heir, who could be regarded as Feng Ling Tian's younger brother. However, his sister Lin Xiaoqiao and elder Luo Wenzhou from the Four Seas sect had both gone missing. Judging by the letters they left behind, it was highly probable they had entered the realm of cultivation. This thought weighed heavily on Feng Ling Tian. After he landed, he learned astonishing news from scattered cultivators in the capital. The Thousand Demon sect, which had existed in the Qi Kingdom, was engaged in a fierce conflict with the Howran alliance of the Yin Kingdom. Furthermore, a portion of the demon army was advancing toward Korea, seemingly targeting the cultivation world there, already beginning to eradicate those unwilling to submit. The movements of the sects were peculiar. They had begun recalling disciples to resist the impending invasion. It became increasingly clear that reconciliation was unlikely. Feng Ling Tian had not received any messages from within the sect, likely because his master wished for him to travel and explore. Though he was reluctant to be embroiled in trouble should the sect truly be in peril, he felt compelled to lend his support for his master's sake. Otherwise, an unfulfilled sense of purpose would hinder his cultivation, which was not the path Feng Ling Tian desired. He did not seek to provoke fate, yet he could not merely remain an outsider. Hastening his steps, Feng Ling Tian inquired about his destination when suddenly, amidst the throng of tourists, someone jostled him. This caused a pot of frying dumplings to overturn, and a girl ahead was picking up a fallen doll for a crying child. Alarmed, Feng Ling Tian drew his umbrella, and with a swift movement, he controlled the hot oil, ensuring it remained on the umbrella as it descended to the ground. "Are you both all right?" The young vendor appeared on the verge of tears, but Feng Ling Tian waved his hand, signaling that he was fine and preparing to leave. However, he was stopped by the girl, who wore a white dress, her features delicate and striking. She approached Feng Ling Tian, speaking softly. "I just saw you. You are a cultivator, aren't you? My name is Lu Ro. Nice to meet you." Initially hesitant, Feng Ling Tian felt a sense of unease, but upon hearing her introduction and observing her resemblance to the sect leader, he produced an envelope marked for the Lu residence in the capital. "May I inquire if you are indeed the young lady of the Sanha Lu family?" Lu Ro gazed at the envelope, recognizing the seal unique to her family. "Ah, so you are the messenger. Come with me. I am indeed she." Following Lu Ro, Feng Ling Tian noted her awareness of cultivators as she communicated discreetly through thought. "So, you are a disciple of the ancestor, delivering a message to the matriarch, correct?" "Yes, that seems to be the case. Once I deliver the message, I shall likely return to my sect." Upon reaching the entrance of the Lu residence, Feng Ling Tian suddenly felt his legs weaken, collapsing within. A roaring sound filled his ears, and his bodily sensations began to fade. Due to unforeseen circumstances, connection weakening. Estimated disconnection in 30 seconds. Next connection time will be 3 years in this world. Feng Ling Tian shouted loudly, activating the Chiwu Divine Demon technique to regain control over his body, deploying protective spirit talismans in a small formation. He cast a communication talisman, settling into a meditative posture. On Blue Star, Feng Ling Tian awoke in a reclining chair. What happened? He had been preparing to deliver a message when suddenly, he was pulled back. Tian Xing. A blue light screen appeared. Master, due to various conditions, Tian Xing had to awaken you. First, as the Aster continent enters a new era. Many beings have perished and risen. Not only have new deities emerged, but the blood of mythology is also restoring its corporeal form, reaching a critical juncture related to your recovery. Second, the strongest in the Yuan Wu world, Wu Wudi, has emerged, contending against the fate of the human race in that realm, coming perilously close to escape on multiple occasions. Third, Blue Star 1 is on the verge of developing nuclear fusion technology, ushering in the era of cosmic exploration. As scientists in the secondary world debate the limits of the universe and the possibility of a creator, Feng Ling Tian felt a significant transformation within himself. He could now completely transcend the brink of death if he so desired. However, it required him to actively mend his body. This had always been his foremost goal. Very well, then I shan't hold it against you, he resolved, channeling the blood of mythology without any radiance, only a warm sensation spreading through him. The comforting warmth replaced the persistent weakness he had felt. Feng Ling Tian gained a clearer awareness of his own power. Ah, the power of the rules, he mused. Standing at the pinnacle of cultivation, yet unsure of what awaited him at the end of the world of cultivation. Tian Xing, can you trace the remnants of my bloodline to ascertain the coordinates of my previous world? Indeed, I can. Fellow cultivators of that realm, I am on my way. Feng Ling Tian declared with a mischievous grin. Unable to rely on the golden eye, he was determined to find another means. With a flick of his finger, 5 gray tendrils of thought surged forth from his hand, enveloped in golden light, dispatched by the dictates of spatial rules to different worlds. In the Yuanwu world. In the martial Dao world. As Feng Ling Tian's finger moved, a blood and flesh avatar shot toward outer space, vanishing in a flash of golden light. At that moment, the Qingyi Daoist seated in the Hall of Time and Space Reincarnation furrowed his brow, sensing something disturbing fate drawing near. Chapter 76. The Direction of Thought in the prestigious Yuan Shore Research Institute. Leaders adorned in military uniforms from various nations and the finest talents from diverse fields convened in a solemn conference room. A man clad in a research suit leaned against a metallic backrest, igniting a cigarette with his fingers. Such behavior was typically deemed inappropriate in this highly confidential and serious setting. Yet, no one dared to object, for the man smoking was none other than Xie Yukai, the brilliant mind responsible for shaping the future of the world. A prodigious genius, Xie Yukai displayed exceptional intellect from a young age, pursuing university-level studies at the tender age of 8 and becoming the youngest physicist and biologist in the Yuan Shua world by age 12, acquiring multiple doctoral degrees. The world government held him in high regard. He was a citizen of all nations and served as the vice chairman of the United Nations. All accolades stemmed from his groundbreaking contributions, including the development of pharmaceuticals that conquered numerous diseases such as AIDS and cancer, extending the average human lifespan by 30 years, a feat deemed miraculous. His achievements in technology were equally remarkable, having successfully developed various new technologies and resolved numerous scientific challenges. Among these was the revolutionary nuclear fusion technology, which offered a sustainable solution to future energy problems, ushering in a new era of opportunity for humanity and transforming labor into both passion and duty. In this world, everyone had the chance to utilize their abilities, explore, and innovate across various domains, including institutional reforms. Moreover, Xie Yukai was constructing a spacecraft that promised new possibilities for humanity's exploration of the cosmos. Chairman, has the spacecraft construction been completed? A voice inquired. Indeed, he replied. If it's a matter of resources or personnel adjustments, you may take charge without necessitating this meeting. There is no need to waste your time. This concerns the future of the world. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Xie Yukai revealed his weary, reddened eyes, which, despite genetic enhancements, could not withstand the toll of his relentless work. He had intended to announce significant news but hesitated. Rising, he pressed a button and spoke intermittently. Yes. The spacecraft is completed and undergoing testing. You may liaise with my secretary for further details. I require rest. After exiting the conference room and swiping his access card, he ascended to the top floor, entering his private residence. A series of electromagnetic sounds filled the air. Identity verification. Verification successful. Optimal lighting activated. Air humidity matched. The familiar electromagnetic ambience sent a chill through Xiao Kai and Appo's heart. The meticulous design indeed provided physical comfort, yet a profound sorrow echoed within him. According to his latest research, there existed a 90% probability that their world was artificially created. For a staunch advocate of science, such a probability was nearly definitive. His pursuit of the spacecraft was motivated by a desire to escape this world and uncover the remaining 10. The weight of this revelation was immense, if disclosed. It would plunge the world into chaos, enveloping this golden age with profound nihilism. What does it matter if I find the truth? It's all a deception. I assent it, he murmured to himself. Xiao Kai had not rejected the notion of his world being a fabrication, nor did he accept the idea that it could be obliterated at any moment. Despite his exhaustive search for historical evidence of a creator's intervention, the absence of such signs posed its own dilemma. If humanity's fate were indeed preordained, intervention must have occurred from the very beginning. He considered himself a free individual, weary of such possibilities. Seated across from him was Feng Lingtian, occasionally glancing at Xiao Kai. Through the internet, he quickly grasped the essence of this pinnacle figure in the world. Although lacking supernatural abilities, Xiao Kai and Appo's accomplishments surpassed those of ordinary humans. Feng Lingtian sought to offer him an opportunity. Wake up, young man. Xiao Kai, reclining on the sofa, opened his eyes to find a man in a robe seated opposite him. In an instant, Feng Lingtian perceived the confusion on Xiao Kai and Appo's face transform into surprise. A voice resonated directly in Xiao Kai and Appo's mind. It appears I need not convince you of your potential. As the voice lingered, Xiao Kai gripped the sofa more tightly, realizing he may have genuinely encountered a creator. Is there something we can discuss? Feng Lingtian nodded with a smile, articulating his thoughts and sensing the doubts within Xiao Kai and Appo's heart, compressing them into a singular message that unfolded in Xiao Kai and Appo's mind. A minute later, clutching his head, Xiao Kai beamed with excitement. The creator he longed for had agreed to collaborate with him, and simply by producing results, he could even traverse to other worlds. Thank you, esteemed creator. I am thrilled to establish this partnership. Would you require any technological information from me? Feng Lingtian smiled and shook his head. A beam of white light illuminating from his hand as a floating model of a spacecraft appeared. This served as his response to Xiao Kai's tentative inquiry. May you find success. Currently, only 2 worlds are available for selection, though perhaps more will emerge in the future once you complete the Mecha and AI designs. Celestial gifts shall come your way. With that, Feng Lingtian vanished from the Yuan Shuo world. Xiao Kai did not investigate further. He had already discerned from their exchange that the creator was more benevolent and powerful than he had anticipated. Excitedly gazing at the sky, Xiao Kai yearned to live a vibrant life. My future has begun. Meanwhile, a Taoist in a green robe intercepted the golden glowing Feng Lingtian. Instantly perceiving the connection he held with this world, he bore no resentment, having once been in a similar position himself. Is that so? Very well. I shall return you to your original form. There is no need to leave any messages here. The Taoist severed the bloodline connection between Feng Lingtian and this world. In the small garden within the Luo residence, Feng Lingtian awakened from his sudden slumber, causing an uproar among the household. Martial arts whirled atop the snow-capped mountains, fierce winds howled, dark clouds loomed, and thunder cracked. Wu Patian understood that this was his moment for breakthrough. He seated himself in a cross-legged position, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his being. Within Wu Patian, a powerful force began to coalesce. His skin radiated a golden glow, rendering him akin to a golden-bodied Arhat. As the energy continued to gather, Wu Patian suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, resembling twin bolts of lightning slicing through the sky. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a punch that shook the very mountains, sending snowflakes swirling. The space around him fractured with dark cracks. Wu Patian sighed. This was not the desired effect. Entering through this route would only result in a random descent in some corner of the world, failing to achieve ascension to a higher realm. Invincibility is far too lonely. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Wu Wuti, having perfected your merits in this realm, I am here to guide you to transcendence. Chapter 77. The otherworld. Wu Wuti gazed at the indistinct figure upon the staircase in the void above. A bronze door barred the way, evidently a test of ascension. He strode forward, sensing the essence of other worlds emanating from within, considering any potential traps to be a far better alternative than his current predicament. With resolute eyes, Wuwudi placed his hand upon his sword, bracing himself against the oppressive force of the staircase. His garments were tattered, his conical hat shattered, and his skin appeared crimson, oozing droplets of blood. As he circulated his true essence, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the remnants of his shredded clothes. His hands manifested the ethereal image of the white tiger, exerting a force equivalent to several thousand pounds, which propelled the great door open. The followers of the martial Saint Wuwudi observed as their leader stepped through the door, the indistinct figure vanishing along with him. Tears welled in their eyes, each filled with hope for the future of martial arts, a future personally forged by the martial saint himself. The martial saint has ascended. Our future awaits. The ethereal presence returned from the green-robed Taoist, Feng Lingtian, who had gained much from the experience. This unexpected ally proved remarkably amiable. Despite their lack of direct interaction, the benefits were substantial. Upon returning to Natushan, he secluded himself for a day, then enacted a grand transformation, creating several worlds. Among them, he designed an advanced realm, a superior domain to the martial world, and established a mechanism for traversing dimensions, continuously refining his creation. All of this was in pursuit of the rules of fate, aiming to achieve the transcendence of destiny and the convergence of causality as spoken by the green-robed Taoist. Only upon reaching this stage could one attain true freedom. The first world breaker has appeared. The disturbance of fate increases. The second reincarnator is born. The disturbance of fate increases. By Sha Town, a startling scream erupted within a high school classroom, awakening numerous students from their peaceful slumber, including a teacher resting in the back row. The source of the commotion was a frail, bespectacled 17-year-old boy, drenched in sweat, his eyes reflecting the terror of death. Zhang Lai, what are you doing? Are you having a nightmare? Don and Appos, T disturbed your classmates. The teacher admonished, patting the boy and Appos' shoulder. In an instinctive reaction, Zhang Lai seized the teacher and Appos' hand, forcefully pinning it against the desk while reaching for the teacher's throat. However, upon seeing the face of the unfamiliar yet oddly familiar elder, he halted. Bewildered, he withdrew, surveying his surroundings. The bright classroom, the presence of his peers. There was no gunfire, no stench of death. Raising his hand, he was relieved to find not a mechanical arm, but a fragile, flesh and blood hand. Grabbing a utility knife from the desk, Zhang Lai made a cut in his palm. The dark crimson blood that welled up, along with the pain, confirmed the reality of his situation. How could this be? The time-space stone is real. The teacher, noticing Zhang Lai's actions and disregarding his own pain, swiftly snatched the knife away. After all, should anything happen to a student, he would be held accountable. Zhang Lai remained motionless, clutching his head as vivid memories flooded back, including the final moments before his death, an agonizing experience of having his soul consumed by the time-space stone that still lingered in his senses. After a few moments, he regained his composure, standing to face the countdown clock beside the blackboard. Only 5 days remained until the college entrance examination. Zhang Lai, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to see a doctor? Mayut approached with concern, but halted upon encountering Zhang Lai and Appos' cold, murderous gaze. Zhang Lai ignored the teacher, aware that even if he refrained from violence, the seemingly kind-hearted educator concealed dark secrets. Had it not been for him, Zhang Lai would not have lost his hand. But now, with a second chance, he would not allow history to repeat itself. Stay away from me. Zhang Lai, how can you speak to a teacher like that? A girl interjected, her beauty striking, her complexion fair, and her figure commendable. With her standing up, murmurs rippled through the class, fueled by resentment for being awakened by the boy, and mockery for his disheveled appearance. Zhang Lai did not recall her, but presumed only animosity existed between them. Thus he chose to disregard her. He also noted the gazes of his classmates. In his previous life, he had played the role of the benevolent fool, but this time, he bore no such burdens. This is perfect. Now I am unencumbered. Get lost. Zhang Lai stood at the podium, casting a disdainful glance at those oblivious to the impending doom. He pushed past the stunned classmates blocking his way, reaching the door without a backward glance. Uttering a perplexing statement, in the apocalypse, human nature is more terrifying than the disaster itself. Enjoy this fleeting tranquility while it lasts. Glancing at the clock, Zhang Lai rushed downstairs at an astonishing speed. He dashed to the awning, donning his old-fashioned raincoat, which was a stiff, dark green garment. Though unappealing, it was robust enough. After putting it on, he surveyed the deserted street, then turned his gaze back to the teaching building, shouting, "The apocalypse has arrived. There are zombies." 3 minutes later, regardless of whether anyone had awoken, he made his way to the convenience store. Under the astonished gaze of the proprietor, he emptied his pockets, revealing a total of 103 yuan, all in assorted denominations. He purchased some compressed biscuits, sausages, and a few bottles of mineral water. Next, he headed to the schoolyard, placing his provisions against a wall, feeling a sense of security from the sturdy, 3-meter-high iron fence encircling the playground. He glanced at his old watch. A prize earned for academic excellence in primary school, having been replaced several times. 10 minutes left. Zhang Lai approached the adjacent teaching building, smashed a window, and seized a fire axe from within. Racing back to the playground just in time, he secured the gate. Sitting on the ground to catch his breath, he gazed up at the sky, which suddenly darkened as a fierce wind swept through, extinguishing the classroom lights. A thunderclap resonated, followed by streaks of white light cascading from the heavens, resembling countless white fireworks. Zhang Lai recognized what it was: the zombie card. One of the most common cards in the apocalypse, responsible for the initial surge in human casualties. A look of determination etched itself upon Zhang Lai's face as he understood the apocalypse had indeed arrived. In this lifetime, he would not live like a dog, nor would he be betrayed by others while foolishly counting coins. Though the reasons for the apocalypse eluded him, he could not fathom why creatures from the Blue Star and various media would manifest in reality. Chapter 78, Otherworld 2. Yet, with the emergence of the radiant light, he sensed that his life was on the verge of transformation. He resolved to rely on his foresight to navigate through an increasingly desolate world with ease. Zhang Lai rose and picked up the card, shimmering with white light. It depicted a male zombie, its body marred by decay, with traces of blood at its mouth. The moment he grasped the card, a voice resonated in his mind. Zhang Lai and Apos. S. heart was as calm as still water. He recognized the source of the voice. Zombie card level, white card type, creature card, disaster card effect. Upon releasing this card, you shall not be attacked by this zombie. However, it will still assault other flesh and blood targets, which, if infected with the zombie virus, have a high probability of turning into zombies themselves. Note: automatically releases after 3 minutes if not picked up. Zhang Lai promptly discarded the card, shouting release. The card transformed into particles of light, ultimately coalescing into a zombie standing not far from him. As soon as the zombie appeared, it made its way toward the iron fence, beyond which lay the teaching building. Zhang Lai donned his mask and, with a swift strike of his axe, severed the zombie and Apos' head. He paused to rest, then proceeded toward the zombies that had autonomously released onto the playground. At this moment, he could still hear the cacophony of screams and curses. Evidently, the zombies had commenced their assault on the teaching building. Having done all he could, he shouted loudly, the impact of which remained uncertain. His fate was now left to chance. At this juncture, Zhang Lai could only prioritize his own safety. As for those classmates who perpetually bullied him, and the teacher who led students to their doom, it was perhaps best not to endanger others further. A dozen or so zombies approached Zhang Lai at a leisurely pace. Skillfully, he maneuvered and dispatched the encroaching zombies, evading any attacks along the way. When he finally felled the last zombie, a brilliant light surged into his body as the corpse collapsed. He felt the omnipresent primal force in the air. A wave of warmth coursed through his being, significantly alleviating his fatigue. Zhang Lai smiled wryly. If this were an online game, he would surely witness the golden light of leveling up at this moment. Yet, this was the real world, a reality that had already begun to transform beyond recognition. Divine Realm's Feng Ling Tian hovered in the air, cloaking his form as he observed the soul he had plucked from the Blue Star world, intrigued by the prospect of testing the forces of destiny. He reveled in the design and manipulation, feeling the essence of fate as he fabricated the rules governing it. The third medium, the Traverser Ashu, was one he held in particularly high regard. Frost Arrow, a young lad clad in knightly attire, summoned waves of magic in his hands, causing 3 white ice arrows, each over 10 centimeters long, to materialize in the air. Thud. The ice arrows pierced the target with precision. Applause erupted, accompanied by a melodious voice. Truly remarkable, Ashu. Flushed with embarrassment from the praise, the boy replied, Mother, please refrain from appearing during my training. It is perilous. Oh, fret not. I trust Ashu will be careful, for I am the ever-beautiful Lady Grant. As she spoke, the woman gracefully showcased her new gown. Ashu, resigned, accepted the handkerchief his mother offered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Very well, Mother. I shall participate in the gathering tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the woman leapt with joy. Then it is settled. Be sure to wear the outfit I have tailored for you. She snatched the handkerchief and dashed off into the distance. Ashu sighed as he watched his mother's antics. I truly wonder how she once earned the moniker of the Silent Rose. This is anything but quiet. Sipping the tea his mother had prepared, Ashu's thoughts wandered. 12 years have passed since I arrived in this world. Yet, my fate has been favorable. At least I did not reincarnate as a peasant. Otherwise, how would I have the means to practice magic and live this comfortable life? Though the world is presently peaceful, one must never let their guard down. 2 more years remain until the chip activates. Originally hailing from another realm, Ashu had worked 3 days in an office before awakening in this new world. Initially pondering the cause of his transmigration, he speculated that he might have perished from overwork. This world was filled with deities, magic, demons, and various peculiar races. He was born in the human kingdom of North Sai, as his father, Kier Grant, had been the captain of the prince's knights during his tenure as a prince. After saving the prince and Amp, Apos' life, the prince, wishing to express his gratitude, granted Ashu and Amp, Apos' father a fief upon ascending to the throne. Although the geographical location was not ideal, it was still considered fortunate. The fief encompassed 3 small islands, home to thousands of residents. Shortly after receiving the fief, Ashu was born, bringing immense joy to Kier, the stoic yet tender-hearted man. He spent lavish sums inviting a priest from the Church of Light to perform a blessing ceremony for his child, alongside a magical aptitude assessment. Fortunately, Ashu displayed commendable aptitude, achieving a 3rd-tier elemental affinity, placing him at a moderate level within North Sai. Consequently, before Ashu turned 6, he trained in martial arts under his father's tutelage. Afterward, Kier invested heavily in hiring an elderly wizard as a mentor to impart magical knowledge. Ashu held no objections, for he had understood since learning to read that the world was fraught with danger, even among the nobility of a single nation. Wars could erupt over the most trivial matters, such as a wild boar. Moreover, even if one could evade the wars of mortals, they had to consider the conflicts among the extraordinary, where one could easily fall victim to the aftershocks of battle while simply walking down the street. Such occurrences were not uncommon in this world. Furthermore, the presence of demons, devils, and various bizarre races rendered it perilous. Fortunately, North Sai was a nation that worshipped the Church of Light, which managed supernatural incidents, thus maintaining a semblance of stability. Ashu had never left the island since his birth, spending each day either eating or training. Even his magical instructor, Mad, admired his perseverance, suggesting that such rigorous training might earn him the favor of the goddess of magic. However, Ashu harbored grander aspirations. He sought to attain divinity, perhaps even to wed a goddess. In this world, gods were not eternal. They could perish at the hands of other deities or powerful extraordinary beings, though such events primarily occurred during tumultuous times. The era of chaos had long since passed. After continuing his training for a while, Ashu sensed that the magical wellspring within him was dwindling and ceased his spellcasting. He turned to grasp the oversized sword lying on the ground, enshrouded in earthy-hued martial energy, and began to practice the Grant family's ancestral swordsmanship. He hoped that the girl would not prove too difficult to handle. The reason his mother called him was to encourage his attendance at tomorrow's gathering, which, while labeled a gathering, primarily consisted of the daughter of his father's cavalry captain and a woman named Gray Carter. Another reason his mother wanted him to attend. She wished for him to engage in a romantic encounter with the girl, ultimately winning her affection. Chapter 79, The Realm of the Gods. The girl's father, Viscount Carter, is the owner of the largest estate in the vicinity, possessing formidable martial prowess and abundant financial resources. Like Ashu's father, Viscount Carter is a distinguished knight, representing a significant military strength within the Duchy of North Sea. Ashu's assertion of the situation being troublesome stems from the intelligence he has gathered, coupled with his observations of the map. It is evident that Viscount Carter harbors disdain for Ashu's family, perceiving them as a thorn in his side. The Carter family's territory, the Ulman Islands, forms a crescent-shaped archipelago, with Ashu's Grand Isles positioned precisely at its core. From both strategic and economic perspectives, the Carter family has a vested interest in this island. Moreover, the Carter family has a tainted legacy, tracing back to ancestors who were pirates. They seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil that engulfed the Duchy of North Sea a century ago, offering their military might to assist the Navy in vanquishing other marauding pirates. This alliance granted them their current estate and the title of Viscount upon the war's conclusion. Ashu is perplexed as to why the Carter family is yet to act. If they had not taken action in the initial years, it was likely due to the Grant family's origins in the royal capital. However, after 12 years, they should have discerned the underlying dynamics. From a conspiratorial standpoint, had Ashu been in Viscount Carter's position, he would not have tolerated such a prolonged wait. Nevertheless, this endurance must be for a reason, and this gathering presents an opportunity to gauge the Carter family's true intentions. After finishing his sword practice, Ashu cast aside his belongings and retreated to his chamber, where he dispelled the magical barrier he had erected and began to peruse his books. Reading is an essential pursuit for Ashu. His collection has grown to over 100 volumes, each worth at least a silver crown. The value of his library alone could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Yet, for a mage, this is merely a fraction of what is required, as they must grasp not only the knowledge of this world, but also that of others. Knowledge serves as the ladder for mages to transcend their peers. Ashu unfolded a map, one he had meticulously drawn based on the one in his father's study. Upon close inspection, a sudden realization struck him. There was no need to wait until tomorrow to ascertain the situation. He understood why the Carter family had remained dormant for 12 years. He had overlooked a crucial element: the church. Although the Duchy of North Sea is a bastion of the Church of Light, it permits the propagation of faith by deities of order and benevolence. On the main island of the Grand Isles, Kur Island, stands the sole temple dedicated to the God of Light, housing a priest dedicated to maintaining order and stability. However, this temple might soon be vacated, as the priestess' term has ended and no successor has been appointed. Realization dawned upon Ashu. No wonder Viscount Carter consented to this gathering. It was a means to assess the situation. A sense of impending turmoil loomed over him, urging him to remain composed. The most vital trait for a mage is the ability to maintain clarity of thought, even in the face of divine beings. Should malevolent occurrences arise in this place, it is likely the priest would be rendered unable to depart. His gaze fell upon a black-covered tome on the bookshelf, one that appeared as though it had been singed by flames. This was a relic of his late master, a mage who perished while striving for a breakthrough, succumbing to an explosive surge of uncontrolled magic. As his sole disciple, Ashu had inherited this legacy. He resolved to wait 2 more years, just 2 more years. In the dead of night, atop the cliffs of Kur Island, amidst the crashing waves, an unsettling and bizarre language resonated. A flash of lightning illuminated a gruesome scene below. A goat, stripped of its bones, arranged to resemble a standing figure, inscribed with enigmatic black runes at its feet. The center of the goat's forehead suddenly ignited with a fiery glow. The air grew oppressively hot, and the acrid scent of sulfur assaulted Ashu's senses. He recoiled, swiftly sealing the minute portal. As the flames extinguished, the goat and Apos' once loose skeletal structure became rigid, as if such a creature truly existed. Exhaling deeply, Ashu lay half prostrate, laboring to catch his breath. He had not anticipated that even the mere act of summoning a demon's essence, as described in the tome, would prove so arduous. Fortunately, he had succeeded. He discarded an emblem bearing the insignia of Viscount Carter, featuring 2 scimitars and a ship's helm, an emblematic representation of the Carter family's formidable maritime prowess. While this was an evident attempt at framing, the Carter family's unsavory history would likely lead them to obstruct any investigation, perhaps engaging in some intriguing antics. Ashu meticulously erased any trace of his presence. Unless an advanced divination spell was employed, it would be nearly impossible to uncover his actions. And such spells were not typically within the purview of ordinary priests. Moreover, even if reinforcements were summoned, they would be too late. Advanced divination spells could only trace back 3 days. Who would have thought that this summoning would be orchestrated by the Grant family, the very victims of the scheme? Having left the cliff, Ashu plunged into the sea and swam back to his estate. Fortunately, with few servants at home and most nights accompanying his father to inspect the other 2 islands, his absence went unnoticed. Upon returning, he cast several purification spells and a detect alignment spell, confirming his status as neutral good, which alleviated his anxiety. His greatest fear was an alignment shift. Should misfortune befall him and a paladin come to investigate, it would spell disaster. They are notoriously inflexible. Any misalignment would prompt a thorough examination of his affairs, including any illicit gains, culminating in retribution under the laws of light. While there are means to obscure such truths, they come at a steep price. Paladins have a well-deserved reputation for meddling in others' affairs, serving as the holy scourge of the Church of Light. At Grant Manor, Ashu raised his glass of red wine, observing the chattering knighesses alongside a conspicuously out-of-place girl clad in a red pleated dress. She appeared to be of age, rather attractive. Yet her slanted eyes gave her a countenance reminiscent of a wicked stepmother. Adhering to noble etiquette, Ashu exchanged cordial greetings with each lady, comporting himself with utmost decorum. He disregarded his mother's subtle signals and chose instead to sit among the knighesses, listening to their spirited discussions about intriguing happenings, recent theatrical performances in the royal capital, and reports of distant conflicts and dragon sightings. This truly evokes a sense of another world. In just 2 years, I shall be ready to assume responsibility for the territory. With the chip in hand, I anticipate significant advancements for the domain. Like many others who have traversed worlds, Ashu, too, possesses an extraordinary advantage. However, this chip will only activate upon his 14th birthday. Ultimately, he can only blame himself for the wait. Chapter 80. The Realm of the Gods. The chip, a product of his past life as private and professional research, is an intelligent neural chip that can be implanted into the cerebral cortex to assist with computation and facilitate a smarter lifestyle. As an employee of the company, he received compensation and volunteered for the experiment, believing that if tests had been conducted on monkeys, he should be safe. Moreover, part of the chip's code was derived from his own work, including age detection and usage restrictions. Had he known this would happen, he would not have set the age at 14, although he could not fathom why the chip had traversed with him. It provided him with a sense of security when it spoke to him in Mandarin. Suddenly, a frantic figure rushed to whisper into Gray's ear, her expression shifting to one of surprise before she bid farewell to Ashu's mother and departed the manor. What an intriguing expression. It seems the priest has already discovered something. Now at Endopos, it's my turn to act. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent sound of bells echoed from the church. Ashu hurried back to his room and donned his knight and Endopos' attire. The ringing was a customary signal between the Church of Light and the secular kingdom, summoned whenever evil was afoot, calling upon local lords for assistance. Upon arriving at the manor and Endopos' entrance, he found dozens of guards wielding pikes and 5 knights on horseback waiting. Master, Ashu gestured for his mother to remain calm, drew his long sword, and mounted his horse. Everyone follow me. Upon reaching the church, he saw the elderly priest and a skeletal goat that emanated a demonic aura. Lord James, may I inquire as to the purpose of our summons? The elderly priest regarded Ashu meaningfully before pointing at the goat skeleton. A fisherman spotted this on the cliff's edge. Out of fear, he called for me, and I sensed a demonic presence. Moreover, nearby was a damaged crest belonging to the Carter family. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Carter family arrived on Kerr Island last night. Would you not agree? What a coincidence. Especially with my term nearing its end. Ashu maintained his composure as he glanced at the crest on the table. Indeed, it is the crest of the Carter family. I never anticipated their collusion with demons. It is utterly despicable. Furthermore, the eldest daughter of the Carter family just left my manor in a panic. There must be something amiss. With a purification spell, the old priest dispelled the demonic energy and quietly addressed Ashu. Evil must be cleansed. The light must remain untainted. Indeed, the Grant family is willing to assist the church. Although James suspected foul play, this served as a convenient excuse. The Carter family was indeed untrustworthy. He had watched them for years, but as a priest of the Church of Light, he could not engage in actions that would tarnish its doctrine. No need for that. You simply need to enhance patrols on the island to ensure no other heresies or evil forces are present. This matter should be left to the church. Ashu, you are a mage apprentice. This should not be difficult for you. Ashu nodded respectfully, acknowledging the task. After distancing himself from the church, a knight approached him on horseback. Master, is there truly a heretic? We have yet to encounter one. Ashu observed the knight's fearful eyes. In this world, any heretic symbolized immense power and mystery. Baal. Fear not, for I am a mage. At this, Baal and the other knights breathed a sigh of relief, having forgotten that their young master was also a master mage. Very well, master, let us begin our patrol from the scene of the incident. Ashu nodded in agreement. As he rode, Ashu pondered the old priest's expression and words. He was certain the priest knew of his involvement, yet chose not to expose him. It appeared that the priest was more interested in the Carter family's situation than in his seemingly innocuous summoning. Something significant was about to unfold. Even if the fact that Ashu had summoned a demonic presence were to come to light, he was untroubled, for it was perfectly normal for mages to study otherworldly entities. Moreover, he had not actually summoned a demon, which lay well within the Church of Light's tolerance. Whether or not an investigation would ensue depended solely on the priest's discretion. He was gambling on this probability. If it failed, he would have to rely on his father to forge connections at the palace to protect the Grant family. After all, He was still in a phase of growth. Once he became a full-fledged mage, he believed the Carter family would think twice before acting against the Grant family. Even without the church's backing, I am not entirely devoid of humanity. The Church of Light typically only punishes the principal offenders, provided the paladins are not mobilized. As long as you remain on the right path, a tragedy should not befall you. Should anything occur, it would merely sap your strength, allowing me to develop safely and subsequently conquer the Omen Islands. That would mark a new milestone in my growth. 3 hours later, Ashu and his knights completed their patrol of Kur Island, encountering no disturbances. All was well. As he prepared to return to the manor, Ashu gazed at his modest estate, reflecting on its size. If the Grant family wishes to flourish and achieve greatness, we cannot be confined to these 3 small islands. Carter family, I wonder if I might benefit from your misfortune. What could you possibly possess that warrants such scrutiny from the priest? It is time to establish my own influence. The most convenient weapon at sea is, of course, pirates, something the Carter family likely possesses in abundance. On the largest island of the Omen archipelago, Carter Island, a thunderous roar erupted from within a lavish medieval castle. The Viscount Carter kicked his daughter away, the woman collapsing onto the carpet, expressionless as she gazed at the mustachioed man. After kicking his daughter, the Viscount staggered as he walked, embodying the gait of a pirate. Clearly, many traditions of piracy had not vanished from the Carter family's legacy. How could you be so foolish? You should have remained on Kur Island. The Viscount angrily shattered a goblet, and although it was an obvious ploy to frame her, as long as his daughter could keep the priest occupied, no investigation into the Carter family would occur. They could bide their time until the old priest departed, at which point the Carter family could secretly consume the 3 islands of the Grant family. It was now evident that the Church of Light would indeed investigate, and the aura of the church would not escape the notice of its priests. The only path left for the Carter family was to resist. The secret establishment of a temple to the sea goddess by the Carter family was certainly beyond the Church of Light's approval. If the Carter family merely practiced their own beliefs, it would not be an issue, as even the king of North Sea professed his faith in the goddess of love. Chapter 81. The world of gods too. Although the god of light and the goddess of the ocean are at odds, their enmity has not escalated to the point of mortal hatred. In fact, there are rumors of a romantic history between the two. However, the Carter family should not bring this matter to light, as doing so would be a blatant affront to the Church of Light. To remain inactive would tarnish the church and Apos' dignity. A confrontation between the two is inevitable. The Carter family and Apos' confidence stems from the unique nature of the Omen Islands, originally a pirate stronghold and a realm of the goddess of the ocean's broad faith. Yet, when Carter and Apos' grandfather sought a legitimate identity to rule the Omen Islands, he aided the Northern Sea Navy in eliminating coastal pirates and subsequently, as guides, helped the Navy eradicate the pirates from the Omen Islands. However, before the Navy cleared the seas of these brigands, Carter and Apos' grandfather concealed a significant number of pirates and civilians previously captured by them. The Carter family desired not an empty Omen Islands, but a populace that would obey them. Some pirates became knights and warriors in the Carter family's service, while the most notorious among them were dealt with by Carter's grandfather, transforming them into covert pirates loyal to the family. They would occasionally raid merchant ships traversing near the Omen Islands, demanding only a third of their cargo each time. All shipowners knew of the pirates' allegiance. Otherwise, how could the Carter family afford such a fleet? The Carter family and Apos' navy would only capture a few insignificant pirates each time. Although the Omen Islands ostensibly belong to the Duchy of Northern Sea, their influence remains significant. The presence of the Omen Islands on the duchy's map implies it is also a stronghold of the God of Light's faith. While the deity may not be concerned, the church certainly is. The Church of Light will only intervene once, a tacit agreement among the gods regarding places with ambiguous faith such as the Omen Islands. Should a religious conflict arise, as long as a church is established by a deity other than an evil one in a claimed territory, the nominal faith of that place is solidified. Thus, if the Carter family can successfully construct a temple dedicated to the goddess of the ocean and withstand the initial scrutiny from the Church of Light, they shall remain unscathed. Furthermore, such an action may even attract the goddess and Apos' attention and blessings. This realization strengthened my resolve. Although preparations are still inadequate, the old priest likely underestimates the Carter family's intentions. At most, there may be a dozen investigators dispatched, so as long as we endure this wave of scrutiny, the Carter family will be secure. Gray went to inform the Naga to expedite their actions. I will fulfill any demands for offerings, as long as the goddess of the ocean casts her gaze upon us. We shall emerge as victors in this conflict. The woman slowly rose, nodding, her arm slipping from her sleeve as she stood. It was an arm unlike that of an ordinary person, adorned with sporadic, ethereal blue scales. Gray smirked inwardly. Despite her loathing for her father and wishing for his demise, she hoped for the success of this endeavor. She could no longer endure the call from the sea and the unbearable itch that could only be alleviated by salt water. This was why she had deliberately returned. Compelling the Carter family to hasten their plans, she could wait no longer, for they had nothing to lose. After all, the Carter family harbored the bloodline of the deep sea, a condition only a goddess could remedy. Were it not for this, they would not seek the embrace of the goddess of the ocean, nor would they proceed with such caution, fearful of provoking the Church of Light prematurely. Once her daughter departed, David Carter twisted the copper ink bottle on the table. With a click, a hidden door in the wall behind his chair opened, allowing him to slip inside, eager to enjoy his seawater bath. As he revealed his skin, the bluish scales that crept over half his body became apparent. Evidently, David too was afflicted by the deep-sea bloodline. Grandfather, you truly are a scoundrel. The deep-sea bloodline of the Carter family originated with David's grandfather, the first Lord Carter. At that time, the Lord wielded this bloodline to manipulate currents and certain marine creatures, defeating rival pirates and accomplishing the task of cleansing the Oman seas of piracy. David and Apos' father was unaware of the bloodline and Apos' origins, but he knew that they no longer reaped its benefits. Instead, the bloodline diluted familial bonds and induced relentless itching, only soothed by immersion in the sea. Those damn Naga, if they fail this time, I swear I will slay them. David had inquired about the bloodline when interacting with the Naga, but their response was that only upon the completion of the temple would the new Naga priestess or the goddess of the ocean provide answers. This was David and Apos' motive behind constructing the ocean temple, employing the highest standards of craftsmanship with ocean heartstones, which is why progress was slow. David gulped down a blue potion and tossed the vial aside. The scales on his body began to shed, revealing normal human skin beneath. Had I known, I should not have allowed Gray to spy on that priest or the situation at Grand Island. Yet, this cannot be the priest's doing. It must be that genius mage apprentice. Once I conquer Grand Island, I will summon a true demon and devour your parents before your very eyes. Kill. A cacophony of battle cries erupted on Carter Island as soldiers of the Carter family fell to the ground, a long sword imbued with the essence of light piercing through an assailant. Teacher James, it appears your intelligence was not mistaken. There truly is an under-construction temple to the goddess of the ocean here, and it is indeed a superlative structure made from ocean heartstones. Behind the old priest, a young man dressed in a black robe with golden patterns gazed at the Carter family castle, where the aura of the ocean was unmistakably beginning to emanate. Clearly, that was the site of the Carter family's temple construction. A smile crept across James's lips. He had awaited this moment. Even without the matter of the Carter crest, he would have sought trouble with the Carter family to investigate. A decade prior, he had sensed their intentions to establish a temple, and his decision to withhold this information was strategic. He intended to strike before the temple's completion, thereby securing a commendable achievement that would earn him the favor of the God of Light and allow him to return to the temple in glory. Now, this will suffice to cleanse the shame of these years. O Pope, you never anticipated why I chose to be relegated to this place. It is far better than a decade of arduous training in the temple. When I return, I fear you shall find no peace in your slumber. Chapter 82. Watching the drama in secret, Rod, I leave this to you. Do not disappoint me. I wish to see if the whip of light, now removed from my grasp, has not turned soft and weak like a lamb. Yes, master. The Rod Brigade is as formidable as ever. As for the other brigades, they have lost their fighting spirit. I believe you hold the credit for this. Once the whip of light is successfully reclaimed, it will indeed be time to shake off the dust of neglect. The old priest nodded and swiftly approached Carter Castle. Before the castle, David stood with a long sword in hand, flanked by several figures cloaked in black robes, alongside others dressed in pirate garb, wielding various weapons. Carter felt a surge of frustration. He had anticipated only the presence of investigators from the Church of Light, perhaps even just the old priest alone. Little did he expect a whole group from the Whip of Light to circumvent his defenses and arrive directly on the island. Realizing there was no other option to ensure the ritual and Apos' success, he prepared to confront them personally. Upon seeing the approaching figure, he was taken aback. It was the old priest. How could this be? You are not an ordinary priest. Fire your arrows. Dozens of luminous arrows flew toward the priest. only to be enveloped by a golden vortex that materialized before him. From within, a barrage of arrows shot forth, aimed at the vigilant David and his comrades. With a swift motion, David ducked behind the crowd, enveloping himself in a protective aura and activating his protective ring. A cloaked figure waved their hand, conjuring several barriers to shield the group, yet some arrows pierced through, resulting in casualties on the spot. They reap what they sow. The demon-breaking arrows. It seems the Carter family is quite affluent, David sneered. James fell to the ground, gazing at the small, pale blue stone edifice that constituted the chapel. Surrounded by 10 black-robed figures chanting incantations, seemingly summoning something from above. James did not intervene. After all, the ritual was not likely to conclude in the short term. Who are you to wield such advanced magic? Your power approaches that of a legendary mage. One of the cloaked figures shouted, though his trembling form betrayed his genuine fear. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted, toppling everyone present except for David. He felt a sluggishness within, as if his own energy was constrained, rendering all his magical artifacts ineffective. How unexpected! Not only does the Carter family plan to establish a chapel to the sea goddess, they have also allied with the Naga. The bloodline of the deep sea now runs in the Carter family, the old priest mused, sensing the unique power within David. He understood why the Carter family sought to build the chapel. Only the sea goddess could resolve such anomalies. You are he. Accelerate the ritual, or everyone shall perish. The black robe fell away, revealing a humanoid creature with pale blue skin, 8 arms, and a serpentine tail, the very visage of a Naga. In an instant, the Naga that had been lying prostrate erupted. Waves of light surged toward the chapel, instantly invigorating its aura. And a trace of the sea goddess's essence began to manifest. Perfect timing. A colossal sword composed of radiant energy, imbued with a terrifying presence, surged toward the chapel and Apos' aura. The barriers conjured by the cloaked figures below crumbled like paper before the onslaught of the radiant blade. Just as the sword was about to make contact with the essence, an overwhelming pressure manifested, shattering the judgment sword. After the great sword fragmented, James unleashed a flurry of spells toward the aura, causing it to waver and nearly dissipate, while the chapel, constructed from heart of the sea stone, collapsed partially, as the ritual remained unfinished. For the chapel was but a mundane construct. Who goes there? Upon hearing the voice, James bowed respectfully. Although he had disrupted the sea goddess's new chapel, reverence for the divine remained paramount, even for one with power nearing the legendary realm. Esteemed goddess, I am a priest of light. The aura transformed into a blue orb of light, casting a glance over the scene. The essence of the sea goddess was aware of the unfolding events. It is you. A mere priest cannot possess such abilities. James, you have been involved in the hunt for the divine. This chapel, I can do without, but the humans behind you shall be mine. I sense a summons. Enough of this. I have matters to attend to. With that, the aura vanished along with David and the remaining Nagas. James was not surprised. A chapel yet to be completed was of little concern to the divine, and he recognized that the aura was beyond his capabilities. To engage would only tarnish the sea goddess's honor, and moreover, the divine was indeed quite busy. Though the anticipated grand battle did not materialize, this still counted as an achievement, sufficient to warrant his return to the Hall of Light. As James prayed, a radiant light enveloped him, transforming his priestly garb into the crimson vestments of a bishop. The mark of sin upon his hand vanished. There is now no reason to delay my return, my holiness. Meanwhile, far away on Kell Island, Ash was unaware of the events transpiring in the distance. He was engrossed in preparing for his ascension from apprentice mage to full mage, diligently expanding his magical well, the source of a mage's power. The size and quantity of this well distinguished the ranks of low-tier mages. However, the path to breakthrough was fraught with peril. Failure could lead to catastrophic surges of magic, resulting in death, as had befallen Ash's former teacher. I can still manage, having expanded it by another millimeter. Onward with the memorization of spells. There are several methods of spell casting. One involves pre-prepared scrolls, another utilizes the spells within one and Apos' magical network, and the third requires complete comprehension of a spell, allowing for instantaneous casting without the need for memorization, a feat exceedingly challenging and reliant on innate talent. Fortunately, Ash possessed 2 spells, one offensive, the Ice Arrow, and one defensive, the Mage Robe. Ash preferred to avoid using spell slots. They were cumbersome and unsafe, fostering dependency. Spell slots are built upon the magical web of the goddess of magic. While convenient, should the web falter, one could either become a servant of the goddess of magic or an enemy of the deities, who possessed the authority to deny access to the magical network. Such mages become mere wielders of staves. Ash did not consider this paranoia. Should he ever aspire to godhood, he would inevitably confront the divine, for neither divine office nor faith are boundless. Fascinating. The Wind Spirit observed Ash and Appos' endeavors, finding the spectacle far more entertaining than his own transformation into a mere notebook. Chapter 83. Watching the play in secret to the realm of the gods is a subplane of the Astard continent, created alongside the abyssal plane. It was discovered by the original gods tens of thousands of years ago, who then began to govern it. The first to uncover this world was the god of death, known as Ash, who shares a name with the traveler of this world, the god of death as father. Since the abyss connected to the Astard continent, countless gods were born, many deities perished, ushering in an age of chaos. In response to this crisis, the gods united to forge a new race, the devils, harnessing their strength to occupy a portion of the abyss, which became the Hell of Barto, thus sealing the greatest passage between the abyss and the realm of the gods. An endless bloodbath ensued. Feng Lingtian and Appos' injuries had largely healed, and this was largely due to the chaos surrounding him. Thus, he was able to restore his strength sufficiently to orchestrate such grand actions. He felt fortunate not to have strayed from the path of creation. In merely a few months on Blue Star, he had already achieved success. This world had given birth to a deity of fate, albeit one that seemed to be deeply hidden. It was timely to use this traveler to draw it out. Feng Lingtian concealed himself, continuing to observe Ash and Appos' every move. "Captain, shall we search again?" asked a lean, dark-skinned man, resembling a thin monkey, addressing the youth at the bow, clad in a blue and gold aristocratic outfit, who was surveying the surroundings through a telescope. "No need. If they've escaped, let them go. We never intended to enact a lethal strike against the Carter family." The thin monkey replied with a smile, spinning a dagger in his hand before respectfully retreating. Although the person before him appeared mild, he harbored a deep-seated fear. That individual was not only highly gifted but also possessed a meticulous mind and a ruthless disposition. The youth referred to by the thin monkey was Ash, aged 15. 3 years prior, a tumultuous event had befallen the Carter family. A battle erupted on Carter Island, leading to severe losses among the family's primary forces, culminating in the disappearance of Viscount David. Consequently, his son, Jones, ascended to the title of Viscount, yet he had not had the opportunity to consolidate power, as several pirate factions under his command began clamoring for independence, seizing several small islands in the Ulman archipelago, much to Jones's chagrin. In a bid to assert his authority, Jones assembled a fleet to pursue these pirates. However, to prevent potential betrayal, the fleet did not consist of pirates, but rather guards reassigned from several other islands. This was the last vestige of the Carter family and Appos' wealth. Even though the guards were not adept at naval combat, the fleet, equipped with superior weaponry, managed to rout the pirates, destroying their strongholds throughout the islands. Yet, the fleet suffered losses as well. Half of the remaining guards were lost, leaving only enough to garrison the small islands. Tragedy continued to strike when, after quelling the pirate threat, Jones mysteriously vanished, leaving the family in disarray. The barons and knight lords under his command grew restless, igniting a multifaceted conflict over territory. His eldest daughter, Gray, the girl Ash had seen in a red dress, took command in Jones and Appos' absence, yet she too went missing amidst the chaos. Ultimately, the victor of this turmoil was the only remaining baron of the Carter family, the Notting Hill family. At this juncture, Ash, accompanied by the pirates he had secretly gathered and his father's guards, launched an assault on the Notting Hill family in a surprise attack. Guided by the Chip and Appos' directives, Ash was highly successful. All that remained was to eliminate the remnants of the Notting Hill family, and the entire Ulman archipelago would eventually belong to them. His choice to sail on a pirate ship was motivated by the presence of a small pirate gathering point, unbeknownst to him, established by the missing Carter Gray. However, upon witnessing the onslaught, the woman immediately fled, prompting Ash to conduct a cursory search. Ash glanced at the pirates below, acutely aware of their fear of him. He could hardly recall how many pirate heads he had severed during these past days. In the Ulman archipelago, he was known as the Beheader. Since his breakthrough as a mage apprentice, he had not concealed his identity, understanding that to ascend to divinity, one must be acknowledged, known, and revered. A prominent name was essential. Feeling a sense of ennui, Ash returned to the captain's quarters. A glimmer sparkled in his eyes as a holographic interface materialized before him. A manifestation of the intelligence chip in conjunction with his mental prowess, capable of providing real-time information and projections akin to a gaming interface. Name, Ash Race, Human Age, 15 Alignment, Lawful Neutral Level, First Tier Mage, Early Silver Knight. Spells, Ice Arrow, Mage's Robe, Fireball, Water Ball. Blackthorn Breathing Technique. Talents, Eagle Eye, Dual Wield Proficiency. Current Reputation, 36 Title, The Beheader. Your intelligence and cruelty resonate throughout the Ulman Archipelago, instilling fear in nearby pirates. Even tales of your exploits have begun to circulate within the taverns of North Satan Port. Territory, Grand Islands, encompassing the majority of the Ulman Archipelago. Not too shabby. Though I have yet to cultivate a magical talent, it's quite arduous. Perhaps I have not devoted sufficient prayers to the goddess of magic. Shaking his head, Ash opened his to-do list to ensure he had completed all tasks. Finding none outstanding, he produced 3 copper coins, channeling his magical energy as he murmured incantations, tossing them skyward before catching them and slapping them onto the table. As he lifted his hand, 2 coin faces appeared, emblazoned with a great wall-like emblem. One face was upright, while the other presented a reverse image, yin and yang, denoting the Zhun hexagram. The Zhun signifies movement. Thunder rumbles, resonating across vast distances. Those unprepared are left astonished and alarmed. Seeking counsel and success, titles are elusive, mere echoes of sound without form. Should one wish to embark on a venture, striking first is paramount to great fortune. It seems I must initiate action. I suspect my father has already returned to the royal capital. Thus, I shall seize this opportunity to conquer this place. Though Ash's divination skills lack true prophetic power, he found pleasure in the study. Perhaps a nostalgic reminiscence of his previous world. Perhaps one day he could render divination with coins akin to the tarot cards of the Northern Witch. Having concluded his thoughts, Ash issued commands for all pirate ships to anchor at Snake Island within the Ulman Archipelago. Aside from patrols, no pirate ship was permitted to venture out. 5 days later, Ash embarked on a merchant vessel toward his own Grand Island, intending to bring his mother to the Notting Hill Islands. There, they would accept the Notting Hill family surrender. Once his father secured the king's permission, they would claim dominion both in reality and in name. Feng Lingtian mused that Ash was indeed a commendable protagonist. The heart-shaped aspect of his character was precisely why he had chosen him. Even the chip was crafted by Ash himself, marking him as a remarkable talent. Chapter 84. Settling in the departure of the old landowner and the arrival of new inhabitants is a time-honored tradition of this continent. Aside from a few die-hard loyalists who stubbornly resist, the rest have surrendered. The territories stripped of their banners and emblems are utterly vulnerable. The Grant family is set to officially take command of the Orman Islands, despite their small number of only 3 members. On board the ship bound for the Notting Hill family, a young boy and Apos, S companion, a somewhat restless young woman, held a fishing rod in one hand and a smoothie crafted by Ashu in the other. Quick, son. Lend me a hand. I want to eat. Ashu, with a sigh, stepped forward to assist her in raising the fishing rod. As the woman savored her strawberry-flavored smoothie, her eyes squinted with delight. Darsky glanced at her son, his warm gaze and cheerful smile revealing none of the fearsome reputation of a beheader that surrounded him. She was aware of her son's actions and knew her husband, the honorable man, would attack other noble territories, spurred on by her son. Yet, she was unconcerned. For her son was not a villain. His title of beheader stemmed from vanquishing numerous nefarious pirates. While her son had taken in a pirate, he had effectively established and maintained order, ensuring no brigand dared to violate the laws of the Grant territory on land. She understood her son's kindness. Under his guidance and design, the subjects of Grant could thrive. The populace was not oppressed, even the slaves. The island's majority relied on the fishing trade. And Ashu proposed numerous methods for producing fish products, enhancing the local goods value. This attracted a wave of foreign merchants to establish factories in Grant, providing more job opportunities and elevating the quality of life for the inhabitants. Naturally, this also generated substantial tax revenue, with the 6,000 gold coins used by Ashu's father, Kerr, for the tribute to the Orman Islands being largely sourced from this endeavor. The remainder came from the family's savings, which were now depleted, including the small treasury Ashu had intended for constructing a mage tower. Thus, in every regard, her son could not be deemed a villain. Mother, look at that big fish. Shall we make sashimi today? Darsky's eyes sparkled as she wiped her mouth, nodding in agreement. Yes, but I want oil splash noodles as the main dish. I believe, son, you should become a chef. Even the divine would relish your culinary delights. Ashu's hearty laughter echoed to the heavens. Above the clouds, in a distant realm, lay a mysterious part of the astral plane. A young girl, with skin as smooth and white as jade and golden hair flowing like sunlight, was playfully startled as her finger was lightly struck by the spinning silk thread. This moment caused the thread in the hands of a slightly older woman, who bore a resemblance to the girl, to become tangled. However, under the warm glow emanating from the woman, it soon returned to order. This unexpected disruption thrilled the woman, as it was not a usual occurrence during maintenance, but rather before weaving, indicating a significant change was afoot. The three women, each voicing their excitement, echoed the same words. Ha ha ha, our hope has arrived. Gods, I seek my vengeance. It is time to settle the score. They approached a mirror, joining hands and pointing towards it. A ripple passed through, and the protective forces of the palace intensified. Meanwhile, a cacophony of curses resonated through the astral plane, heralding the slow unfolding of a new chapter concerning the material world and the deities. Hidden in the shadows, Feng Lingtian squinted, sensing an odd, fateful essence in the air. A fish had taken the bait. The sound of footsteps echoed upon a high platform, where a noble clad in white with golden patterns knelt in a state of disarray, gazing up towards the source of the sound. Behind him stood over 1,000 humans, members of the Notting Hill family. A young man dressed in red noble attire, adorned with a black thorn shield emblem on his sleeves, ascended the platform. In his left hand, he held aloft a brand new scepter, embellished with black wall patterns, the grip mirroring the emblem on his arm. In his right hand, he clutched a piece of yellow parchment, marked with a black wall-like seal, the emblem of the Northside royal family. Esteemed citizens of Notting Hill and noble lords, behold, this is the scepter bestowed by King Shida of Northside, along with the declaration of land grant. Due to internal strife within the Carter family, there is no legitimate heir, leading to a war that besieged the Orman Islands. Lives have been lost, and order has crumbled, with countless innocents perishing in this senseless conflict. It is the Grant family that has restored order and expelled the pirates, and thus King Shida has entrusted the Orman territory to the loyal and valiant Grant family. From this moment forth, the Orman Islands shall belong to the Grant family. We shall lead the people of Orman to a life of happiness. I assure you, the Orman Islands will be free from hunger and cold. Rejoice. Join me in forging a new future. As Ashu's words concluded, the crowd hesitated for a moment before erupting into cheers. Ashu closed his eyes, savoring the moment, aware that these cheers were mostly insincere. Yet he believed that one day they would become reality. From this moment, he had laid a more solid foundation. Now, he merely needed to systematically arrange the affairs of the Orman Islands, imprinting the Grant family's mark upon this land before embarking on new adventures. After delivering his proclamation, Ashu descended from the platform and convened with the officials to set his plans into motion. After midnight, all the officials departed, leaving Ashu exhausted, slumped in his chair. What a laborious endeavor! My father truly is remarkable. Ashu had not anticipated that his father would accommodate him by procuring a griffin and delivering the Viscount and Apos a scepter and appointment letter ahead of time. That very item had successfully established the Grant family as the rightful rulers of this land. Currently, he resided in the estate of the Notting Hill family. While the original members had been dispatched to the royal capital, Ashu cared little for their fates. What preoccupied him more was the identity of the old priest and the events that transpired on Carter Island that day. The island had undergone an unknown transformation. Prolonged stays there could lead to bodily changes, such as the emergence of scales. While Ashu was curious, he had no intention of setting foot on the island, having already enlisted his father's assistance in investigating. The royal capital, with its Temple of the Light, would likely yield clearer insights. Chapter 85, The Transformation of the Archipelago. Upon rising the next day, Ashu, accompanied by his guards, commenced a thorough inspection. Furrowing his brow, he expended magical energy to shield his sense of smell. The scene was undeniably unpleasant. He observed farmers clad in brown linen garments diligently clearing excrement from the roads. This endeavor was a consequence of Ashu and Apos' directives. Otherwise, the local populace would merely await a tempest to wash away the filth, only to resume their careless dumping onto the streets. Thanks to Ashu and Apos' influence in the Grant territory, he had commenced advising at the tender age of 7. Recognizing that Kerr was a commendable father, upon perceiving the feasibility of his plans, Kerr consented, personally overseeing the implementation. The benefits were manifest. The streets of Kerr Island were devoid of the foul stench of waste, significantly reducing the presence of serpents, insects, and rodents. The number of residents suffering from health issues plummeted drastically. It was perplexing what this new lord was concocting, demanding that we clear the excrement yet forbidding us from disposing of it. A farmer wielding a shovel grumbled, "If caught, we face fines. Keep your voice down. Regardless, this work pays well, and did they not install toilets? Those are currently under construction. You Haven and Opos, T visited the 3 islands of Grant. If you did, you and Opos, D undoubtedly adore it. That place is pristine, no need for special footwear, and you can stroll outside without pinching your nose. Children can play on the ground right outside their homes without the fear of dirt. Plus, there are far fewer bothersome flies and mosquitoes," replied a carter, pushing a wooden cart laden with waste. "Is that so? I remain skeptical. I merely hope there are no more wars. I do not wish to be conscripted. By the way, how did you transport this to the southern end of the island?" The carter chuckled, revealing his crooked yellow teeth. "I know not. I'm just here for the coin." Hearing this, Ashu merely smirked, choosing not to respond as he pondered deeply. Only when tangible benefits materialize will they comply. I must transform the Orman Islands into a unique maritime gem. Education, healthcare, hygiene, military, law, and culture all require reform. Once achieved, not only will the Kingdom of Norths not meddle in our affairs, but even the deities must seek the permission of the Grant family to intervene in local beliefs. Ashu and Opos' final inspection led him to a plot of land being cultivated, which was formerly a hunting ground. Under his direction, modifications commenced, and the original game was captured to reward all residents of Noting Island. This strategy served dual purposes: to win the hearts of the populace, soothing their restlessness, and to secure a food supply. He needed to amass provisions. Only with ample food could he support his ambitious endeavors, as reform necessitated a substantial number of individuals freed from their usual duties. The municipal hall was predominantly staffed by individuals from the former Orman Islands. Although Ashu was not overly concerned about being marginalized, he still aspired to cultivate his own team. This would require time and expertise, reliance on his parents, whose networks surpassed his own. Standing up, Ashu opened the door and strode through the dim corridor into his study. Within, a vast sand table model displayed all the islands and oceans, including the Orman Islands and Grant Island. A surge of blue magic emanated from his hands, conjuring a detailed city model complete with orderly streets, street lamps, and water supply systems. Schools, hospitals, libraries, stone-carved fountains, and gardens adorned with flowers were present. Further afield, golden wheat fields and a variety of fruits painted a vivid picture. This was Ashu and Opos' vision for the archipelago and Opos' reconstruction. A challenge indeed. However, it could serve as an initial step. I cannot rely solely on my father. Once arrangements are in place, I shall venture to the mainland, as I too require growth, techniques, various spells, and treasures. I am in dire need of them. O great sea, I shall traverse that tempestuous storm to reach the boundless ocean, where pearls of maidens await. A melodious tune resonated, imbued with the ocean and Opos' vigor and tenderness, a traditional ballad from Orman. Old John was in high spirits today. He had, for once, bought a jug of wine, some roasted meat, and white bread, despite the expenditure consuming 10 days' worth of his wages. Nevertheless, he deemed it worthwhile. For today was indeed a day worthy of celebration. On the rural, muddy path, a passerby spotted old John. His tattered lambskin had a distinctive marker. "Oh, isn't that old John? Wow, how generous today with all that good food and wine. Have you struck gold?" With a swift motion, old John knocked the stranger's hand away, shifting the contents of his arms. "Away with you. This is a grand feast for my grandson to celebrate his schooling. After generations of seeking opportunities, who would have thought a literate one would emerge from the John family? His future is boundless. My gratitude to the noble Lord Grant." Unperturbed by the slap, the visitor laughed heartily. "Ah, that's the reason. Then it is indeed a celebration. I bought something yesterday as well. Well, I shan't delay you. Be sure to eat well and rest early. Work awaits tomorrow. This endeavor is indeed rewarding." Old Blue bid farewell to old John, his steps lightening as he hurried home. Eager to hear what his grandson had learned that day, he intended to ensure his son trained diligently, for such a benevolent lord must be safeguarded. While he too committed himself to diligent farming. All of this stemmed from Ashu's policies. Upon his father's return, Kerr, in accordance with his son's requests, brought back a bounty of food and a few learned slaves. Ashu initiated his plan, embarking on extensive cultivation of suitable islands in Orman for the laborers. Aside from the original slaves, farmers were conscripted from nearby islands. Ashu offered provisions, black bread, fish soup, salted dried fish, and 3 copper coins daily. Though the wages were modest, many clamored for the opportunity, as Ashu's establishment of a school would prioritize the relatives of farmers who assisted in cultivation for generations. Farmers scraping by for basic sustenance viewed this as a rare opportunity, indeed, a chance for a transformative leap. Wendling Tian was witnessing this for the first time. Although he had implemented similar policies in Zijingwa, those were grounded in his own strength and capabilities. Should the archipelago one day mirror Zijingwa, the divine gates would surely shift their gaze toward them. They would recognize your uniqueness. Would the forces of fate provide sufficient protection for you? Chapter 86. The conspiracy unfolds within the grand hall of Nodding Manor. The silver cutlery gleamed brilliantly under the candlelight as a slender hand swirled a goblet of red wine. Taking a delicate sip, a robust man, gazing at his scholarly son, could not restrain himself from speaking. My child, have you made your decision? I fear I may not execute your plans adequately. The slender hand lowered the wine glass. Father, it matters not. I have faith in your abilities. After all, you manage the matters of the scepter and provisions with such finesse. Simply adhere to the blueprint, and besides, there is the lovely Lady Grant. She will aid you. Ah, indeed. With my presence, you need not worry. This past year, you have laid a solid foundation. Observing the proud expression on his wife and aunt, Apos, as face, Kerr felt a twinge of unease. Very well, after all, I am the Viscount. Remember to communicate regularly and refrain from unnecessary risks. A serious expression crossed Ashu's handsome features as he nodded in agreement. Finally, everything is in place. I can journey to the continent, witness its myriad wonders, and embark on my legendary path. I have lingered too long at the Mage's Tier, in a tavern on Dante Island. Ashu sat near the counter, listening to the patrons' animated discussions. Have you heard? There have been stirrings among the half-orcs. Rumor has it that patrols have spotted dragons over there. Do you recall the events of Ulman a few years back? The territory has changed hands. Who would have thought they would fight only to be outmaneuvered in the end? They call themselves the Grant family, supposedly from the royal capital. Indeed, it is said they have taken control of the pirate faction, only charging a mere tenth as tolls for goods. They are also enacting some reforms. Farming on the islands is truly foolish. Listening to the gossip about himself, Ashu remained unperturbed. He produced a silver coin to pay for his drink, adjusted his hood, and pushed open the door, departing the smoky tavern. Once outside, Ashu made his way directly to the Adventurers and Apos Guild. The entrance displayed a faded shield emblazoned with crossed hammers and swords. Upon entering, he beheld a diverse assembly of individuals, some commoners wielding daggers, their gaunt frames revealing their thieving nature. Others donned various armors, brandishing great swords, unmistakably knights. And a few green-skinned orcs sat apart, drinking, surrounded by an empty space that others dared not encroach. One archer caught Ashu and Apos, S.I., but he quickly averted his gaze, realizing he had been noticed. Avoiding the archer and Apos' scrutiny, Ashu approached the counter, where a youthful elf, seemingly around 13, greeted him with an exquisite visage, flowing hair, and distinctive pointed ears. Greetings, esteemed mage. How may I assist you today? Ashu marveled. Although he had recently cast a spell in concealment, he was surprised to have been sensed. Truly, elves are the favored children of the world. Their magical perception is remarkable. I wish to register and see what quests are available. The elven girl produced a copper badge from the Adventurers Guild, inscribed with the number 199023. Channel your magic or drop a drop of blood here. The processing fee is 2 silver coins, and we will deduct a 20 fee upon task completion. Please provide your name or alias. After inputting his magic and paying the fee, Ashu contemplated momentarily. White Whale. The elf swiftly recorded his information in a copper book. Safeguard your badge. I have uploaded your details. You may accept tasks at any Adventurers and Apos Guild across the continent, as well as exchange for rewards. The available tasks are listed on the board over there. Take a look, hooded sir. Ashu nodded and turned to the board. The tasks varied from protecting individuals to assisting local cavalry in ridding the area of bandits and investigating magical creatures. However, one task caught his eye, a protection mission. I wish to undertake the task escorting the merchant caravan to Berland. I am a mage. Upon speaking, Ashu demonstrated his magical aura, drawing the attention of those within the hall. Mages were a rarity in Dante Harbor, and typically, they were the most sought-after adventurers. The elven girl nodded, making notations in a book. Very well, tomorrow, proceed to the 3rd pine tree outside the city. Your employer will be waiting there. By the way, would you care to share a drink with me later? You must be quite handsome. Perhaps another time. I prefer to rest early for the task ahead. Allow me to treat you to a drink instead. With that, Ashu placed a silver coin on the table and turned to leave. He had no desire to complicate matters. And the elven girl could very well be of an age to be his mother. Elves were a silver race, blessed with longevity far surpassing that of humans. In due time, he would meet elven maidens in the Silver Empire, known for its beautiful landscapes and bountiful fruits. The following day, Ashu arrived outside the city as agreed. Beneath the fruit trees, a caravan awaited, adorned with the insignia of the Gwyn Trading Company, his employer. As Ashu emerged from the city, a merchant approached him promptly. Greetings. You must be the White Whale Mage. Welcome aboard this journey. Ashu nodded. Indeed, I shall fulfill my obligations as per our agreement. And I trust you will do the same. The merchant stroked his impressive mustache, grinning confidently. Of course. Shall we set off then? Certainly. I shall ride at the rear. Your guards appear capable. Without me, you should traverse safely. Ashu noted the two individuals mounted at the front of the caravan. Both possessed silver-tiered auras. Alongside the 20 or so guards, they were well equipped to handle many common troubles. Haha, that is indeed for our safety. Let us embark. Once Ashu settled on the rear wagon, the caravan commenced its journey. Instead of observing the caravan's surroundings, Ashu focused on the route map. Although the caravan leader had provided only a brief outline, it revealed an unusual path. This was not the typical route to Berland. Only a portion overlapped. Fascinating. This shipment is not only time-sensitive but also valuable, though it bears little relevance to me. As long as I can hitch a ride, that suffices. As night fell, Feng Lingdian, who had been observing from the shadows, remained unoccupied. He saw Ashu as a fruit, ripe for nurturing. Following his script was essential for aligning with destiny. I will bestow upon you the treatment befitting a protagonist, granting you fame, beauty, and power, provided you adhere to my design. Rest assured, these shall not be lacking, though pain shall accompany them. Chapter 87. Tempering Feng Lingtian arrived at a campsite inhabited by goblins, asserting control as they clamored about their trading post. Amidst the flickering flames, Ashu savored his provisions, removing the hood that shielded him from the blazing sun. White Whale, looking quite splendid, care for a drink? The caravan leader settled beside Ashu, clutching a wineskin. Not for me, I have a task at hand. Drinking could lead to unfortunate mishaps. The leader clicked his tongue, refraining from further persuasion. Indeed, both mages and rogues must maintain their focus. I shall not disturb you further. No need for you to stand guard tonight. Rest well. As Ashu was about to inquire further, the leader rose and departed, leaving him to extinguish the fire. Seated cross-legged beside the wagon, he opted for meditation over rest. Despite the leader and Apos' insistence, the unfamiliar terrain compelled him to remain vigilant. Outside the circle formed by the wagons, dozens of glimmering green eyes fixated on the scene. One goblin, adorned with a dog-like head and irregular scales, brandished a staff and muttered incomprehensibly. Suddenly, its eyes vanished. In the dead of night, the watchman, having observed no unusual occurrences, took a break, while two newly relieved guards, still bleary-eyed, struggled to stay awake. The goblin wielding the staff eyed the hooded youth meditating and waved its arm. Several icy bolts shot forth from the hand crossbows of its companions, aimed at the young mage. Prioritizing the attack on spellcasters is a customary strategy among various races, a lesson gleaned from the annals of history. Those who neglected to do so have long since faded into obscurity. Ashu and Apos' eyes flew open, a robe of azure light enveloping him as he evaded the incoming projectiles. In a swift motion, he conjured several frost arrows, launching them toward the source of the assault while calling out, "Everyone, prepare. We are under attack." Though the others hastily rose, the enemy had already begun their charge. Their goblins exercised caution with projectiles. A few unfortunate souls, slow to react, fell victim to the arrows hurled by the goblins. A massive fireball struck a wagon, sending it tumbling, its contents spilling forth an array of standard longswords. Indeed, there are spellcasters among them. Ashu sprang from the wagon circle, grounding himself as he unleashed a relentless barrage of frost arrows, simultaneously mending his tattered robe. Each arrow found its mark within the bodies of the goblins, eliciting pained growls from them. He discerned a dragon-blooded goblin standing behind two others, armed with shields and iron blades. Analyze target. At Ashu's command, the chip began to scan and assess the biological data before him. Target, dragon-blooded goblin level. 5 weapons. Black iron weaponry, a staff crafted from oak embedded with 3 magical crystals. Note, this may prove challenging for you. Perhaps a strategic retreat is advisable. Its weakness stems from the common vulnerabilities of spellcasters, best addressed with your formidable strength. Teach it a lesson for disturbing the peace. Upon reading the note, Ashu repaired his robe, his body surging with a golden aura as he drew his greatsword. Cross/. A brilliant cross of light surged forth, obliterating the wooden shields and sending the two goblins reeling. The dragon-blooded goblin, exposed and seemingly unfazed, let out a bark. With that sound, it began to transform. Growing to the height of an adult, its fangs gleaming white. Its skin turned a dark crimson as it repelled Ashu with a swing of its staff. Enemy status altered. Current level elevated to 6. Exercise caution. I see it, Ashu replied, engaging in a fierce melee with the goblin, both sustaining injuries, though the goblin appeared worse for wear. Enough of this. Let us settle the score. With a flourish, Ashu and Appo's sword radiated brilliance, a testament to his focused energy. 3-wave slash. 3 arcs of yellow light surged toward the goblin, which attempted to block with its sturdy arm. After the third strike, one of its arms vanished, and with it, the oppressive aura it exuded dissipated. The goblin howled, prompting its kin to scatter and retreat. Ashu unleashed a fireball and a flurry of cross slashes, watching as the dragon-blooded goblin succumbed. Scanning complete. The target has ceased all biological functions, but you may seize the moment to act. At this juncture, Ashu was inclined to extend a greeting, recalling his previous discovery that his mental prowess could modify the chip. He recklessly attempted to add new capabilities, but for reasons unknown. The notes remained excessively flamboyant. Were it not for his understanding of its seriousness, he might have suspected a hidden persona, decapitating the still warm head of the goblin. He used his magic to levitate its blood, refining it into a drop of exceptionally vivid crimson. This blood emanated an aura of intimidation, belonging to the dragon-blooded goblin. He retrieved a water bottle, emptied it, and carefully preserved the precious drop of blood. Afterward, he collected the goblin and Appo's staff, contemplating assistance for his comrades. However, at that moment, the goblins had largely fled, including the elite goblin he had repelled with his cross slashes. Upon his return, he witnessed 2 silver knights galloping after the retreating foes, leaving behind only a handful of injured individuals in need of aid. Ashu joined the rescue efforts, but those witnessing his surgical precision in stitching wounds began to falter. Their gazes filled with fear. All right, for the time being, refrain from eating or coming into contact with water. After briefing the caretaker of the injured, Ashu approached the caravan leader directly. Thank you. Many guards expressed their gratitude to Ashu, but the caravan leader approached him, tugging at his tattered sleeve. White Whale, I owe you my thanks. I have observed a goblin tribe nearby. As per our agreement, should we encounter peril, we shall offer an additional 20 in commission. However, the caravan leader produced a piece of parchment adorned with the emblem of the wealth deity. You must sign this contract, as you have witnessed the goods, and confidentiality is paramount for at least 6 months. Ashu accepted the scroll, scrutinizing the contract for any discrepancies. Satisfied, he inscribed the name White Whale using his magical energy. This action would not undermine the contract and Appo's binding nature, for it bore the mark of the goddess of wealth, albeit of the lowest tier. Nevertheless, its binding force was assured. All who dared deceive the goddess would lose her guidance. Chapter 88. Ashu may be injured as a result. Well, the signing is complete. Now I can speak freely. I will keep it confidential, and as for the remuneration, I have already received it. Thank you. Many guards expressed their gratitude to Ashu, while the caravan master approached him, tugging at his tattered sleeve. White Whale, thank you. I have observed a tribe of goblins nearby. According to our contract, should we encounter any peril, we shall pay an additional 20% commission. However, the caravan master produced a piece of parchment bearing the emblem of the wealth god cult. You need to sign this contract, as you have seen the cargo, and discretion is imperative, at least for the next 6 months. Ashu took the scroll, examined the contract, and upon confirming its legitimacy, inscribed White Whale using his magical powers. This would not diminish the contract's binding force, as it bore the mark of the goddess of wealth, albeit of the lowest tier. Nevertheless, its enforcement was assured. Any attempt to deceive the goddess would result in a loss of her guidance. It would not only bind Ashu to secrecy, but also obligate the caravan master to refrain from causing him harm, directly or indirectly, under any circumstances. After signing, Ashu immediately sensed an inexplicable force preventing him from disclosing what he had seen. Speaking could lead to injury. Having completed the formalities, Ashu raised his staff, albeit modest, which augmented his magical prowess and perception. The staff, crafted from fine materials, was an oak imbued with magic, nurtured over decades. It was valued at approximately 100 gold coins, marking Ashu and Apos, as first staff. He had refrained from purchasing one earlier, as it had been unnecessary. And after his family ascended to the title of Viscount, financial constraints had further limited his options. Although he once possessed a staff from Ulman Island, he had sold it to amass 6,000 gold coins. Ashur felt no regret. He had gained significantly compared to what he had surrendered. The caravan master observed the guards, who had finished packing the cargo, and the wounded, now resting on the cleared carts. Fortunately, there were no critically injured individuals. Otherwise, they would have needed to halt and seek a human settlement for care. White Whale, now that you have signed the contract, I shall not withhold information from you. The cargo consists of weapons and armor destined for Berland, where a major conflict may arise. A conflict? Ashur inquired, somewhat perplexed, as such occurrences had been rare. With the recent turmoil in Ulman being merely a noble dispute, the caravan master gazed at the starry sky, silently praying, "O goddess of wealth, may everything turn out well. I do not wish for lives to be lost without fully utilizing their worth." Upon returning from the caravan master, Ashur reclined in the wagon, allowing it to carry him along. His thoughts were cluttered and needed organization. Organizing current data. Please hold on. 1. This year, several priests of the gods have reported a lack of divine guidance, and some weaker deities' priests appear to have lost their ability to wield divine magic. A significant disturbance among the gods is afoot, reminiscent of the tumultuous years of the past. 2. The Duchy of North Sea has frequently suffered attacks from half-beasts over the past 2 years, but the king has chosen to suppress this information, discreetly dispatching troops along with supplies and funds. However, this has now become semi-public knowledge. Otherwise, taverns would not be abuzz with rumors that this cargo comprises contraband acquired by local nobles in Berlin to bolster their combat capabilities. Gazing at the stars, Ashur felt as though a staircase beckoned him. As he absorbed the news, he felt akin to a thief who stumbles upon brigands amid a chaotic era. In such circumstances, failing to embark on a venture would be utterly inappropriate. If these truly are turbulent times, I wonder how many deities will fall. The pantheon may gain several new seats. In times of upheaval, divine conflicts arise, and mortals hunt the gods to usurp their divine essences and roles. Typically, such events are rare, occurring only once in thousands of years. It should not happen so soon. Considering the last tumultuous period was millennia ago, it seems I have indeed made a fortunate wager. The continent is likely on the verge of great turmoil, while my Ulman can avoid most of the upheaval. It appears I must grow rapidly, lest I be left behind. Analyzing. The chip recommends that the binder participate in adventurer guild missions or engage in war tasks. Through the crucible of iron and fire, greater advancement awaits. Note, of course, this is predicated on your survival. Otherwise, you may find yourself at the mercy of the Reaper, nailed to the wall of size. How unfortunate for you, a faithless wretch. You do not even venerate the goddess of wealth. May riches elude you. Heh. Ashur disregarded the commentary, though he intended to heed the suggestion, planning to assess his options upon reaching Berland. Half a month later, the journey was largely uneventful, aside from occasional disturbances from goblins and the lurking presence of gnolls. Yet, they all fled before the might of 2 silver knights and Ashur's own magical authority. Beyond experience, what Ashur most lacked was advanced spells, after all. His mentor was merely an ordinary apprentice mage. At times, he fantasized about being taken under the wing of the Elder Priest, a figure nearing legendary status and an elder of the Temple of Light. These reflections stemmed from his conversations with Kel about the current state of the temple, where an elder named James had recently returned from distant lands. The similarities were unmistakable. Yet since James's departure, although no new priest had arrived, Kel dutifully maintained the chapel, which had not conducted any formal rituals, merely serving as a place of worship. And so they parted ways. Upon reaching the outskirts of Berland, Ashur bid farewell to his companions and, after paying a copper coin, entered the city without hindrance. His mage attire drew no objections, and with his emblem, he received his remuneration without issue, along with the 10 gold coins from the caravan master. It amounted to a small fortune for an ordinary individual, but for a mage, it was insufficient. A standard blank scroll costs 3 gold coins, implying that should a mage exhaust all his spell slots, he faces financial ruin with every scroll consumed. This explains why mages seldom engage in adventurer guilds. They typically align themselves with noble families or magical organizations. As Ashur navigated the streets, enduring the stench of refuse and various unpleasant odors, he observed the myriad conditions of Berland. Chapter 89. The Legend of Ashu. At the northern border, the streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, occasionally interrupted by the sight of patrolling guards. Some laborers pushed carts laden with stones and timber towards the city gate, where fortifications were being erected and the walls reinforced with wooden stakes. The aftermath of a devastating war lay bare before them, rendering the once thriving city a desolate ruin. With only remnants of its former glory remaining, the lush forests had been reduced to barren wastelands, charred earth, and dead trees. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh wafting from the villages, a grim reminder of the villagers' grim task of disposing of the deceased and the fallen beasts. Each face bore the marks of numbness and suffering, eyes clouded with exhaustion. With a sigh, Windling Tian pondered whether it was his own radicalism or that of Ashu which had led to this state. 60 years had passed since Ashu first embarked on the path of a mercenary, a significant span of time, yet not overly long, during which the world had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Everything had become unfamiliar and perilous, as if the Orcish tribes had shattered the bonds of their inherent nature. Monsters and beasts ravaged the land, perpetually threatening the safety of humankind. Despite the presence of divine powers, the deities themselves were embroiled in conflict. Spurred on by the machinations of the god of death, the god of light had suffered a grievous blow from a surprise attack by the god of the sea, igniting a war that spanned multiple realms. The earth fractured, islands emerged, mountains flattened, plains transformed into marshlands, and forests devolved into deserts. Countless lives had been lost to death. Yet, in crisis lies opportunity. Amidst the tumultuous era, many innocents would perish, but legends would also be born. Among the pantheon of gods, the majority of the later deities emerged from the legends of these chaotic times. For a legend to ascend to divinity in an age of peace, even without interference from other gods, was a daunting challenge. The most devoted followers often stemmed from ignorance and misguided hopes. In an era of uncertainty, when life hung by a thread, the need for a powerful protector made it easier to cultivate steadfast believers. The spark that ignited this divine conflict was none other than Ashu's transgressions. Perched upon a gnarled tree, a boy was engrossed in a book, oblivious to his surroundings. The tome bore the title, The Legend of Mage Ashu. It contained 6 chapters, with content that fluctuated in detail, concealing numerous truths. Yet it offered a glimpse into the significance of Ashu, the most extraordinary figure of the past century within this realm of gods. Time sped on, and the mage named Ashu ventured further into the mercenary path. With his unparalleled mastery of magic, he fought bandits, vanquished Orcish hordes, and defended villages besieged by monstrous creatures. His exploits spread throughout the coastal regions, and his name became synonymous with heroism. Ashu and Apos' growing renown caught the attention of a sinister cult, which sought to use him as a sacrificial offering in a ritual to summon a demon, hoping to forge a pact with a lord of the abyss for eternal life. However, Ashu uncovered their nefarious plot in time and successfully thwarted their ceremony, preventing the demons from breaching their realm through hidden passageways. His triumph earned him accolades from the Duchy of North Sai, where the king bestowed upon him the title of Count of the White Whale, along with vast territories and 2 mines, including one rich in magical ore. While Ashu accepted the honor, he declined all other rewards, maintaining his anonymity until his true identity as Viscount Grant was eventually revealed, prompting others to comprehend the necessity of his secrecy. With Ashu's remote guidance, the Grant family flourished, obtaining the king's charter for expansion and successfully seizing several islands previously held by indigenous peoples. The economic trade thrived, transforming the original island of Orman into a renowned destination for hot springs and tourism. Having turned down worldly possessions, Ashu and Apos' character garnered recognition from the Church of the Light. They expressed their desire to recruit him as a paladin. However, Ashu, wishing to refine his skills and become a unique legend, declined their offer and continued his adventurous journey. Throughout his odyssey, Ashu encountered the Balroth Flame Demon, a formidable and malevolent fire entity. Yet he did not falter. Employing his magical prowess, he vanquished the demon, safeguarding innocent lives. His fame spread far and wide, even catching the attention of the divine. Whispers circulated that numerous gods extended their olive branches, inviting him to join their pantheons, but at that moment, he was preoccupied with dragon slaying, leaving no room for such distractions. Ultimately, Ashu and Apos' bravery and strength earned him the respect of the gods. The Mother of Earth bestowed upon him a powerful magical artifact, aiding him in overcoming future perilous encounters. During the ensuing war between the gods of light and the sea, Ashu allied with the god of light to suppress the sea god's forces, achieving legendary feats that culminated in his ascension to divinity and the consolidation of his divine essence as the god of Arcana, a deity unlike any other. Akin to a god of knowledge yet reminiscent of a god of magic. His domain did not conflict with any other deities, thus attracting no ire from the pantheon, especially from the Mother of Earth, who sheltered the god of Arcana as an ally. This arrangement proved beneficial for Ashu, yet it brought suffering to the common folk. As the divine conflict unleashed chaos upon the land, the intensity of the war escalated, leaving the entire realm in a state of disrepair. Although the creator god Wendling Tian refrained from intervention, the god of death could no longer remain passive. Aware that he had instigated part of the turmoil, he sought to fulfill his father's desires, not only aligning with his father and Apos' strategy of luring out threats, but also reclaiming the blood of numerous legends to heal Wendling Tian and Apos' wounds, thus elevating his own power to its zenith. The god of death, unlike his father, was resolute. Now that he had acquired what he desired, he would ensure the world did not fall apart in the process. Growing weary of his role as the god of death, he contemplated relinquishing his position and passing the mantle to another deity, serving as an example for the pantheon. Within the subspace, a dimensional missile was unleashed as Ashu wielded his staff, channeling arcane energy that pierced through the god of the sea's magical defenses, forcing him back. Ashu's fluctuating aura befuddled the god of the sea, who struggled to discern his tactics. With 3 moves already executed, per their covenant, a ceasefire was now in order. Chapter 90. Reversal. And again reversal, though the sea god was astonished by Ashu, a deity of lesser power who could engage him for such an extended period through arcane divinity. He had no intention of retracting his promise. After all, he was a true god. Continuing this conflict would lead to the annihilation of the realm, and he had already acquired a fragment of the light god's divinity. Having achieved his ambitions, the light god's creative divinity, which birthed entities known as demons, was the authority he coveted, provided he grasped the rules of creation. The boundless oceanic realm would serve as his fertile ground, allowing him to become the creator deity of the underwater world. I shall naturally keep my promise. A blue radiance enveloped the sea god as he returned with his divine followers to the periphery of his divine realm. Those aligned with the light and the Earth Mother breathed a sigh of relief, their admiration for Ashu evident in their expressions. His accomplishments were immeasurable, and one with such power could never be subjugated. He was destined to become a supreme deity. The Earth Mother's benevolence had won him a steadfast ally. Just when Ashu believed everything had settled into tranquility, an unexpected upheaval ensued. The forces of death spread across the continent, a river of the underworld spanning the realm, with messengers of the underworld, clad in black robes, navigating their spectral vessels. Shimmering lights and shattered souls soared onto the boats. Under the influence of death, the entire realm began to pulsate with life. Fragmented spatial rifts began mending, and the essence of the realm was rejuvenating. Ashu, taken aback, understood that while the god of death often gathered souls and cleaned up after the deities, he had never heard of a god exerting such monumental effort to mend a realm. Even the Earth Mother would not expend her divine power so recklessly. The god of death appeared to be courting disaster. The cost of repairing a realm was immense. The deities of the Earth Mother's pantheon were utterly astonished. The god of death was distinct from other divine factions, often isolated within the abyss of the deceased. Above, the magnificent voice of the god of death, Colin, resonated throughout the subspace. Not only did the continent of Asturd hear it, but even the demons and devils embroiled in battle took notice. I, Colin Sothith, god of death, shall expend all my divine power to restore the realms of the gods today. I shall fall, and my divine seat will be succeeded by the Lord of the undead. Bobbies. Life persists, and death is eternal. With that proclamation, torrents of divine power surged from the god of death, transforming into luminous feathers that revitalized the parched earth. The wounds of the injured healed as the feathers drifted by. The blind regained their sight, the mute found their voices, and limbs regenerated. Miracles spread throughout the world. Thank you, great god of death. I can speak again. My eyes, ha ha ha. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the 3 goddesses of fate smashed their mirrors, having witnessed all that transpired. According to their predictions, Ashu would ascend as the god of this realm after this battle, quickly surpassing even the mightiest powers. The arcane forces were sufficient to contend with the observer lurking beyond the shadows of fate. However, the god of death's generosity disrupted the path they had envisioned for Ashu. Such a monumental variable was beyond their capacity to alter. Suddenly a scythe, unnoticed by the assembled deities, pierced Ashu's body before he could react. He dissipated into wisps of smoke, leaving only half of his form behind. The deities of the Earth Pantheon, witnessing this scene, cursed the sea god while casting healing spells, believing only the capricious sea god would commit such an act. Even the spider and dark elf gods, Rosie, dared not offend the major divine factions. However, the green healing light could not halt Ashu's vanishing. Just as only his head remained, an indescribable power enveloped him, preventing his dissolution and carrying his head away into the void. The deities were left bewildered. Only Colin, having completed his divine inheritance, understood. Ashu's demise was a consequence of his intervention, a technique of the god of death known as the Blade of Death, requiring an immense cost to execute. Yet if successful, even the mightiest powers could potentially fall in an instant. Ashu's gradual disappearance was indeed exceptional. The power of fate. All that exists in this world belongs to my father, the three goddesses of fate fools. Having completed his divine inheritance, Colin's form vanished. Along with the manor in the abyss, transported by Windling Tian to Blue Star. Restored to his normal size, Windling Tian now regarded such matters with indifference. Within the Hall of Fate, the three goddesses stood amidst shards of mirrors, continually channeling their power to heal Ashu. His body slowly began to regenerate. How despicable! The god of death has stolen Ashu's name and now seeks to claim his life. Indeed, he is the progeny of the outer evil. Thankfully, he has fallen. And there is no response from fate. Once Ashu is restored, we can emerge. His body is now filled with the laws of fate. No matter how strong he is, he cannot escape our control. Boom. A fist shattered the Hall of Fate, and the three goddesses stared in shock at the unfolding scene. The Hall of Fate was essentially non-corporeal. Even a thorough search through subspace would yield no results, as it was merely an invitation from the goddess of fate. At that moment, the figure outside was recognized by the three goddesses. Ashu had become their anchor point. Their scheme, from the outset, was but a joke in Windling Tian's eyes. The figure's fist did not enter. Instead, dark chains swiftly engulfed the entire room, ensnaring them completely. The three goddesses of fate scoffed, for they were not devoid of combat capabilities. Each goddess grasped a spindle and several divine artifacts, prepared to sever the chains. But their bodies suddenly went limp. Even their divine powers failed to function, and they could not muster even the slightest resistance. They could only watch helplessly as they were ensnared, unable to utter a sound or mount any form of defiance. In this moment, it was Windling Tian's full manifestation, the true avatar of the creator god, under the rules inscribed by the celestial liquid. Resistance was futile. The Hall of Fate gradually dissipated, leaving a solitary youth clad in a robe still wielding power. In a brief span, Windling Tian comprehended a portion of the rules of fate. His actions were also a part of fate, transforming his form. Windling Tian took on the visage of the legendary sage. He traversed time to the era of chaos, for he was the true sage. The so-called sage merely a means to complete the loop of fate, an entity from beyond time. Chapter 91. The successive actions of Windling Tian in the quaint courtyard of Bullhead Mountain. The former god of death, Colin, observed with childlike curiosity through the celestial stars, exploring the myriad worlds created by his father. The records of his father, Windling Tian, encompassing the experiences in these other realms, lay before him. Colin and Apos' admiration for his father deepened, as he reflected on his own accomplishments, which paled in comparison to those of his father. Meanwhile, Windling Tian chose not to indulge in his son's excitement, instead focusing on the actions of Ashu. Indeed, Windling Tian did not extinguish Ashu's soul. Even in the state of unconsciousness, Ashu's blue star body was under the protection of Windling Tian, serving as one of the conduits to the Temple of Destiny. Upon awakening, Ashu, still in a daze, began to write intermittently, crafting a story that emerged from his mind. The initial passages mirrored the legendary experiences of Ashu. However, as the narrative unfolded, the representation of the hero did not culminate in a blissful existence after vanquishing the Demon King. Instead, he met his demise at the very threshold of glory, rendering his pursuits ephemeral, akin to fleeting smoke, a mere illusion. In the post-war realms of mythical beasts and divine conflicts, both heroes and gods had been mere playthings of the creator god. The heroes, steadfast in their beliefs of justice and bravery, had fought to protect the weak and maintain peace in the world. Yet, in the eyes of the creator god, they were nothing more than pawns in a grand game. Fate bestowed upon the heroes power and wisdom, elevating Ashu to the role of the world and Apos' guardian. However, at the critical moment, the power of fate shattered, retracting all that had been granted, leading to the demise of both the hero and fate itself. The hero felt the sting of betrayal and abandonment, as everything he once revered crumbled into nothingness. Returning to his original time, it seemed he was not heeding the call of destiny, but rather ensnared in a beautiful dream bestowed by the Creator God through fate. In the conclusion of his narrative, Ashu penned his reflections. The gods, driven by strength and dominion, perpetually clashed in their quest for greater faith and territory, resembling mundane lords, save for a few benevolent deities like the Earth Mother Goddess. In the eyes of the Creator God, they were merely a gaggle of greedy and selfish beings. The Creator God had once granted the gods boundless power and potential, establishing them as rulers of the world. Yet, at a pivotal juncture, the god of death abruptly disrupted the equilibrium, plunging the gods into chaos and conflict. The disappearance of the power of fate, alongside the vanishing of the great sage and dragon god, awakened the gods to the existence of realms beyond the starry sea. Some gods felt mocked and ridiculed, as their once mighty powers became trivial. The fates of the heroes and gods alike were played with by an unknown entity, rendering their past beliefs and pursuits void and shattered. They began to reevaluate their convictions and aspirations, pondering the essence of true value and significance. In the post-war fantastical realm, the power of fate had once been concentrated at the fingertips of the Creator God. This power was formidable enough to alter all, including life and death, destiny, and the future. Yet, the three witches of fate had perished as a result, indicating that the power of fate was not meant for the grasp of ordinary beings. Upon acquiring the power of fate, Feng Ling Tian instantaneously comprehended all that pertained to himself. Furthermore, he swiftly severed the ties between spiritual power and this world, forcefully siphoning it into his own being, creating a chaotic realm infused with both eerie madness and tranquility. He manipulated a soul named Ashu Sotos to embark on a journey. This time, Feng Ling Tian refrained from exercising control, even granting access to the celestial realms. No longer a private dominion, as the assimilation of spiritual power was a monumental endeavor. Feng Ling Tian intended to complete this process before forging a red sun to send him back to his previous world, thus fulfilling a crucial aspect of his destiny. At that moment, his fate would become unshakable, allowing him to venture into other worlds without the dread of perishing like an insignificant insect. His golden finger, with its unique harvesting rules, had afforded him all that he possessed today. It was through this very possession that he could conceive the golden finger itself. This cyclical existence would become the embodiment of the Ouroboros, with the power of fate remaining steadfast. Feng Ling Tian would continue his path, crafting worlds, shepherding the myriad realms, and seeking templates of knowledge within other worlds. It is foreseen that, should he persist in this manner, he shall one day emerge as the true creator of a vast universe. Well then, my son, are you interested in exploring other worlds? Colin, having contemplated this for some time, did not decline. I wish to go. Very well, off we go. Should you wish to return, simply call out, Huan-san has returned. Feng Ling Tian placed a hand upon his son's shoulder, and a golden light enveloped Colin, casting him randomly into a new realm. At the edge of the cosmos, on a planet known as the Star of Oblivion, Xiaoyu Kai, a prodigious scientist from the highest research institute, had independently devised astonishing inventions, mecha suits, and intelligent AI. These innovations transformed everything. The machines transcended the boundaries of mere miracles, embodying self-awareness and the ability to communicate with humanity. The mecha suits were a perfect embodiment of Feng Ling Tian's fascination with mechanized creations. Although he possessed the ability to create, he could not conjure such marvels from thin air. Technology is a manifestation of the great laws, governed by rules that must be mastered step by step. Feng Ling Tian projected his vision, beholding the uniquely designed mecha, crafted in harmony with human anatomy. Rather than operating via levers, it's synchronized with human movements, utilizing the most advanced metallic materials, meticulously processed and polished to reveal a streamlined form brimming with power and dynamism. The head of the mecha boasted a distinctive design, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, exuding an irresistible aura of authority. Its eyes were outfitted with bright LED lights, casting a dazzling glow even in the darkness, impossible to overlook. The body was adorned with intricate mechanical apparatuses, working in concert to facilitate the mecha and Appos' movements. The limbs were robust and powerful, with leg designs enabling seamless navigation across complex terrains. Various weapon systems were installed on the arms, ready to tackle diverse combat scenarios, while a formidable thruster on its back allowed for aerial maneuvers, showcasing unparalleled agility. This impressive mecha was not merely an artistic creation, it was the culmination of technological advancement. Chapter 92. Conclusion: it epitomizes humanity's exploration and pursuit of future technology, simultaneously igniting boundless imagination and anticipation. Although this world is a construct, it is also a realm of reality. Xiao Kai and Apos' achievements not only brought a technological leap to the planet, but also heralded a new cosmic era. His inventions enabled humanity to explore the vast universe in search of new homes. Yet, at the zenith of his accomplishments, Xiao Kai mysteriously vanished into the endless starry ocean. His disappearance sparked a myriad of speculations and rumors. Some claimed he traversed to another universe, while others suggested he fell victim to his own creations. Regardless of the truth, Xiao Cai's vanishing remains an unsolved enigma. However, his inventions became formidable tools for humanity's cosmic exploration, continuing to guide them toward an unknown future. To ensure their enjoyment, Feng Dian diligently crafted new planets based on humanity and Apos' exploratory traces, most of which were mere ordinary rocks. Only a select few bore signs of life, yet fundamentally, Feng Dian created worlds in accordance with the universe's basic truths. He triumphed through quantity, transforming it into quality for his own growth, unlike Qingyi Taoist, who nurtured a world to evolve through a comprehensive system. Feng Tian's ambition required resources and sacrifices far exceeding those of others. Thus, Ashu needed to dispatch his people as reincarnators to serve him. Nevertheless, Feng Dian proved to be a relatively benevolent entity, granting them the rights of choice and awareness. As a mysterious and formidable presence, Feng Dian continuously cast reincarnators into various realms, endowing them with diverse assistants, allowing them to explore freely across different worlds. These reincarnators wielded the power to alter their fates, traversing myriad worlds, experiencing diverse lives, and resolving a plethora of challenges. In the realm of Jackie Chan adventures, Feng Tian aided the master in escaping his fated imprisonment. Originally an evil entity with immense power and grand ambitions to dominate the world, the master, with Feng Tian's assistance, managed to break free from his constraints and allied with dark forces to vanquish righteousness. In this world, the reincarnators acted entirely according to their will, aiding the master in reshaping the world and Apos' destiny. In other realms, the reincarnators similarly acted upon their own volition, their choices invariably steeped in justice. They aided the weak, opposed evil, and preserved peace and tranquility. However, each of their actions was, in truth, under the control of fate. While they appeared free, their choices and actions were orchestrated by destiny's design. This world resembled a colossal cage. The reincarnators, seemingly liberated, were ultimately ensnared by fate, perpetually cycling through predetermined paths. Their freedom was merely another form of shackles. Although they appeared to possess the power to transform their destinies, they were, in reality, caught in an endless loop dictated by fate. Yet, the reincarnators refused to succumb to their fates. They relentlessly explored and challenged, striving to break free from destiny and Apos' constraints. They believed that through unwavering effort, they would one day seize control of their destinies. Throughout this process, Feng Tian meticulously observed the reincarnators' choices and actions, subtly guiding and assisting them. He held steadfast in the belief that these reincarnators would eventually liberate themselves from fate and Apos' grip and become the architects of their own destinies. As he adjusted his plans, Feng Dian sought the optimal method to enable the reincarnators to genuinely extricate themselves from destiny's dominion. He continually observed and pondered, striving to devise a flawless solution. Together with the reincarnators, they faced countless challenges and adversities, confronting formidable foes, solving intricate problems, and exploring uncharted realms. Through these trials, they consistently evolved and grew stronger. Ultimately, the reincarnators triumphed in breaking free from destiny's control, genuinely mastering their fates. They became the sovereigns of their destinies, emerging as heroes within their worlds. In this journey, Feng Tian discovered the answers he sought, unveiling the best approach to liberate the reincarnators from fate and Apos' grasp. Amidst endless terrors, he activated his powers, creating miraculous realms of supreme divinity. These wondrous beings not only inhabited every corner of myriad worlds, but also thrived within the realms he crafted. Feng Tian patiently sought the finest seeds, key to realizing his grand vision. In this world brimming with uncertainty, he relentlessly explored for potential beings. He believed that only those who had weathered storms and emerged resilient in adversity could stand firm against future challenges. Thus, Feng Tian traversed various worlds tirelessly, seeking those who could withstand trials and ultimately rise above. Through his endeavors, powerful beings gradually emerged, some wielding immense strength, others possessing exceptional wisdom, and still others mastering mysterious abilities. Under Feng Lingtian's guidance, these seeds evolved into entities capable of shaking the foundations of the world. However, his ambitions extended beyond mere individual prowess. He recognized that true strength lay not solely in individual might, but also in collective wisdom and collaboration. Thus, he began to steer these seeds toward mutual cooperation, facing diverse challenges together. In this world teeming with crises and opportunities, Feng Lingtian firmly believed that only through unity and collaboration could they achieve ultimate victory. Under his leadership, these seeds gradually formed a formidable alliance. Together, they repelled external threats, delved into unknown mysteries, and sought pathways to higher realms. Throughout this journey, they continuously grew, evolving into awe-inspiring existences across the myriad worlds. In the end, Feng Lingtian and Appo's vision came to fruition. Guided by him, these seeds successfully ascended to the pinnacle of existence, becoming the pivotal force in maintaining balance and safeguarding peace. All of this stemmed from Feng Lingtian's foresight and unwavering determination. Chapter 93. Final words after countless eons, in the vast expanse of the celestial star realm. Feng Lingtian gazed upon the myriad worlds he had painstakingly created, his heart brimming with pride and fulfillment. A mountain of ever-changing forms spanned the endless void, radiating a spectrum of colors. This was the unified essence of all realms, Creation Mountain. Towering majestically beneath the starry heavens, it stood grand and resplendent. Each diminutive world was a testament to the artistry of Feng Lingtian and his reincarnators. Every flower, every realm, embodied his heartfelt endeavors. The humble courtyard of Bullhead Mountain had now evolved into the cradle of new worlds and life. He began to forge more small worlds in the backyard, each meticulously crafted by his own hands. He bestowed life upon these creations, allowing them to evolve into the very ideals he envisioned. Yet, not all creations were willing to be governed. Some yearned for freedom, seeking to break free from his grasp. In the face of such challenges, Feng Lingtian responded not with anger, but with the gift of genuine liberty. As long as they desired, they could explore his worlds freely, pursuing their own destinies. However, the price of freedom was steep. For millennia, none had managed to escape his dominion. His world adhered to his rules, governed by his strength. As long as he willed it, no one could evade his control. This was the realm of the Creator God, his myriad worlds where he both crafted and obliterated, where he granted life and took it away. His world was his stage, a fertile ground for experimentation. In the epochs to come, he would persist in creation, exploration, and in becoming the true creator. In a distant age among the stars, there existed a mysterious creator known as C. Endowed with wisdom surpassing that of mortals and invincible power, the Creator C fashioned countless worlds, each with its own unique rules and forms of life, including martial realms, sci-fi epics, immortal domains, and spiritual realms. Amongst these numerous creations lay a world named after Feng Lingtian, a realm overflowing with enchantment and adventure. In this world, Feng Lingtian wielded supreme authority, capable of creating and altering anything at will. Feng Lingtian delighted in playing within his world, experiencing diverse lives. At times, he transformed into a martial arts master, challenging heroes in the martial realm. At others, he piloted interstellar ships, exploring the mysteries of the sci-fi epic. He would also embody an immortal, practicing celestial arts and engaging in battles with deities, or he might meditate in the spiritual realm, seeking the truths of existence. Throughout these escapades, Feng Lingtian experienced a spectrum of emotions, his feelings fluctuating with the progression of the games he played. Victorious moments filled him with unparalleled joy, while setbacks brought him sorrow and anguish. Yet, regardless of the highs and lows he encountered, his love for the game and passion for life remained unwavering. With his intellect and might, he infused each world with vitality, enabling all beings within to relish the beauty of existence. In the game world crafted by Feng Lingtian, every life possessed its own tale and destiny. Some might find their fates altered by his games, yet they too would influence the world in their unique ways, enriching its tapestry. Ultimately, Feng Lingtian discovered joy within the games, appreciating the distinctiveness and beauty of each life. He, in his own manner, imbued every world with hope and opportunity, allowing every being the possibility of transcendence. As for whether those who came before would exploit those who came after, that was a matter for them alone. Millennia later, the moment of world obliteration finally arrived. The creator god Feng Lingtian stood at the brink of the world, witnessing the gradual demise of what was once a glorious realm. His heart was heavy with boundless sorrow and helplessness, yet he knew he must rise to save this world. Thus, Feng Lingtian opened the portals to the myriad realms. These gateways connected countless parallel worlds, each harboring diverse lives and civilizations. He assimilated the myriad worlds into his being, uniting their powers to collectively withstand the impending disaster. As the worlds merged, Feng Lingtian and Amp, Oppos, as strength surged. He felt the fervent desires and hopes of countless lives coalesce, elevating his divine power to unprecedented heights. His form began to emanate a dazzling radiance, as if merging with the stars of the cosmos. Ultimately, Feng Lingtian's power reached its zenith, transforming him into the true creator. His essence contained boundless wisdom and might, granting him the ability to create and annihilate, to command the destinies of all things. With his strength, he reformed this world, breathing life anew into all existence. In this renewed realm, Feng Lingtian emerged as the supreme sovereign. He safeguarded all creation, ensuring that life flourished within this world. His presence became the object of faith and aspiration for the people, and his wisdom and power the truths they relentlessly sought. Though Feng Lingtian had ascended to the status of the true creator, he did not cease his quest. He continued to explore the mysteries of the universe, seeking more lives and civilizations. His strength and wisdom expanded the frontiers of this world, rendering it ever more vast and vibrant. Feng Lingtian transformed his narrative into monumental stones of creation, scattered across the cosmos. People collected these relics, which became the stuff of legends, and his existence and wisdom stood as eternal symbols. He would continue to guard this world, allowing life to radiate with even greater brilliance within the universe. Before Feng Lingtian, the once thriving world gradually faded into desolation. The lush green pastures had turned to barren wasteland, and the once vibrant streams of spiritual energy had run dry. The once mighty cultivators could scarcely muster their powers, and the once splendid technologies had devolved into a desolate expanse. The ships that soared through the skies had vanished, and the spirit of martial arts had become mere myth. The once mystical powers, once potent and enigmatic, had now been relegated to the realm of sorcery. The benefits of longevity had faded, leaving behind only monstrosities. This was the world succumbing to annihilation, where all powers would ultimately respond to Feng Lingtian. He withdrew his strength, transitioning from the creator of the fishbowl world to the genuine creator. As for the celestial star, it transformed into the multiversal pathway, ushering forth another realm enriched by his descendants, heralding a future brimming with traversers. Chapter 94, Epilogue, The Other World. Dragons and sorcerers. In a distant realm beyond the veil of time and space lies a world known as Sheeta, vastly different from the familiar land of Aster. This world is replete with mystery and enchantment, where magic coexists with technology and dragons and humans thrive together. One fateful day, a rift in the fabric of space emerged, heralding the arrival of a sorcerer named Colin Sothos, endowed with extraordinary wisdom and power. Journeying through various realms, he sought the arcane secrets that would enhance his magical prowess. This time, he found himself in a world called Monas, a land abundant and beautiful, inhabited by myriad enigmatic races. Yet, this world faced a dire threat from entities known as the extraterrestrial demons, which emerged from an unknown abyss, reveling in the consumption of the world's vitality, leaving desolation in their wake. While exploring an ancient ruin in Monas, Colin unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, the primordial dragon, Omel. Omel was a legendary creature from Colin's homeland, reputed to possess ancient power and wisdom. Omel, what brings you here? Colin inquired, astonished. I have wandered this realm for many moons, seeking a way to eradicate these demons, Omel replied slowly. It seems you two have been ensnared in this calamity. Colin nodded. I ventured here in pursuit of magical knowledge, unaware that I would face such peril. A shared glance between them revealed their unwavering resolve. They chose to unite against the extraterrestrial demons to safeguard the world of Monas. Through diligent investigation, they discovered that these demons had been summoned by a formidable sorcerer known as the Shadow King, who sought to annihilate Monas and devour its life force. To thwart the Shadow King's ambitions, Colin and Omel embarked on a grueling quest. They traversed desolate deserts and scaled treacherous mountains until they reached the Shadow King's lair. Within the lair, they confronted unprecedented challenges. The Shadow King wielded immense magical power, his dark energy enveloping the entire stronghold. Countless demons surged forth at his command, launching a ferocious assault against Colin and Omel. Colin swiftly conjured a powerful magical array to fend off the demon onslaught, while Omel unleashed his dragon breath, vanquishing wave after wave of fiends. Despite their formidable strength, they found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless tide of adversaries. In this critical moment, Colin recalled the ancient legends recounted by elder sorcerers in his homeland. It was said that a certain ancient magical array could seal away malevolent forces. He hastily envisioned the design of the array in his mind and guided Omel to assist him in its formation. After immense effort, they successfully established the magical array at the heart of the lair. As the array and Apos' brilliance erupted, a powerful energy field materialized, ensnaring all the demons within its confines. The Shadow King, witnessing his scheme unravel, was taken aback. He attempted to flee, only to be consumed whole by Omel. With the threat of the demons vanquished, Colin and Omel were met with jubilant acclaim from the inhabitants of Manus. They were hailed as heroes, receiving the respect and gratitude of countless races. After bidding farewell to the residents of Manus, Colin and Omel returned to their homeland together. Colin continued his magical studies, while Omel remained a guardian of peace in that cherished land. From that day forth, they became inseparable friends. Through countless days and nights, they delved into the mysteries of magic, tirelessly striving to protect the harmony and prosperity of their world.